This is a world full of opportunities and challenges. Everyone has the opportunity to embark on the path to becoming a god and pursue the pinnacle of power and glory. Here, the mysterious levels are clearly divided. Divine creatures, companion gods, true gods, main gods, and god kings. Each realm symbolizes supreme power and supreme glory. When people reach the age of 18, they will have their own awakening moment. This critical moment not only opens up their divine realm, but also gives them the most important companions, the core family. However, the talent and level of the clan directly affect a person's growth potential. Those with outstanding talents can often form contracts with powerful clans to help them continue to climb and eventually reach the throne of God King. And I was just an ordinary office worker on the blue planet, leading a mediocre life day after day. On my way home one day, I accidentally stepped into an uncovered manhole. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in this world full of mysteries and miracles. Although I awakened the divine realm as I wished, fate did not favor me. I only got the lowest level followers, a group of insignificant locusts. To make matters worse, my grandfather, who loved me the most, passed away suddenly. My classmates at school not only bullied me, but also forced me to contribute my clan to them to increase my own strength. At this time, in an old room in a residential area, check personal information. I followed my memory and swiped lightly, and a translucent screen made of blue light appeared in front of me. Name, Hanwu level. Divine creature, level division. Divine creature, demigod, true god, lord god, god king. Godly talent, chosen son. Only godly abilities. Growth acceleration, life sacrifice. Only divinity. 1 point divine power. 0 points power of faith. 200,000 core level. Level 1, no holy objects added, core family. Locust family number, 800,000 adults. 1.6 million larvae, 20 million eggs. I widened my eyes. The information on the screen had 2 more items than I remembered, chosen one and life sacrifice. The word unique was also marked behind these 2 abilities. The chosen one, sacrifice of life? What the hell is this? I tapped on these 2 entries, and the relevant explanations immediately appeared. The chosen one, a person chosen by God. With each level up, he will gain an additional ability with unique attributes. Life sacrifice. You can sacrifice the life of a creature in exchange for a random product of equal value. This can only be used once a day. I see. I smacked my lips and whispered to myself. Chosen one, this should be the golden finger I brought with me when I traveled through time. And life sacrifice is probably the special reward for my current stage. I clenched my fists, and a little hope ignited in my heart. With this golden finger, maybe I can fulfill my grandfather's last wish. The premise is that I can survive the blackmail of the school bully tomorrow. With mixed emotions, I continue to check the panel information of the core family. Core clan, locust clan level, ordinary creatures, level division, ordinary, elite, extraordinary, hero, lord king, clan talent, reproduction faith level, fanatic divided into pan-believer, true believer, devout believer, fanatic saint, faith power, 1 out of 100 day reproduction capacity, 300/day life cycle, 90 days, egg stage 15 days, larva stage 15 days, adult stage 45 days, aging stage 15 days. According to the rule that 1 day in the real world is equivalent to 1 year in the God realm, the reproduction speed of locusts in the God realm is astonishing. 4 generations can be reproduced in 1 day. However, the problem is also prominent. The output of faith power is too slow. I frowned. Adult insects can only contribute 1 point of faith power every 100 days, and their life cycle is less than 100 days. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. No wonder the original owner died of despair. Compared to the goblins, the locusts are really scumbags. However, a gleam of light flashed in my eyes. But locusts have such a strong reproductive capacity, they may not be without value. As long as there are enough of them, and then use life sacrifice. A bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. Although life sacrifice can only be made once a day, as long as I seize the opportunity, the effect will be amazing. I checked the time. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, 21 hours before the new day began. I was determined, and my eyes were filled with madness. Give it a try. If I win, I'll be able to turn things around. If I lose, it's just like that. I raised my hand, and a green light appeared. I used another ability of mine, accelerated growth. Growth acceleration promotes the rapid growth of living organisms by consuming life force. The effect is related to the amount of divine power or faith invested. As the 200,000 powers of faith were exhausted in an instant, hundreds of green lights sprinkled on the divine realm, and the growth rate of the locusts suddenly increased. After 7 days, half of the 20 million eggs had hatched. After 14 days, half of the 10 million newborn larvae had grown into adults and laid 50 million eggs. After 5 generations of reproduction, the entire divine domain within 100 square kilometers has been covered by locusts, and the number of adult locusts has reached an astonishing 2.5 billion, contributing 25 million points of faith power every day, equivalent to a quarter of divine power. The power of faith is simply an astronomical figure. I couldn't help but mutter excitedly. But what followed was a sharp deterioration of the environment in the god's domain. The crazy reproduction of locusts caused the desertification of the god's domain to reach 3/5. If it was not controlled, collapse was only a matter of time. I checked the time. It was 23:58 in the real world. I took a deep breath and my eyes were determined. The time has come. Let's start the sacrifice of life. As I initiated the life sacrifice, a huge, blood-colored magic circle appeared above the divine realm. In order to continue the race, I only kept 10 million adults, and the remaining 2.49 billion locusts were completely sacrificed in an instant. Countless tiny life energies poured into the magic circle and turned into chips for exchanging products. After the ceremony, 3 options appeared in front of me. This was the result of the lives of 2.49 billion locusts. Option 1. 10,000 goblin warriors, elite life forms. Option 2. The fountain of life, which can continuously gush out the water of life, nourish life, and improve the surrounding environment. Option 3. Level 1 holy object, exploding heart, which can be loaded into the core of the divine domain and has a certain probability of giving birth to a core clan with explosive power. I stared at the 3 options, thought for 5 seconds, and finally chose option 3. Although the goblin warriors in option 1 can solve the immediate crisis, they're only disposable and will be gone once used up. The next time I face the enemy, can I still exchange rescue for sacrifice? The current ecological situation of the god's domain cannot support a second large-scale sacrifice. Option 2, the fountain of life, is a long-term investment and a resource product that I need, but it cannot help me cope with the upcoming crisis. At this point, I can only give up. As for option 3, although I am unsure, this choice is more like a gamble that it can give me the power to change the situation. I loaded the exploding heart into the core of the divine realm, and immediately, a burst of explosive force quickly spread to all the core clans. Of the remaining 10 million locusts, about 1,000th had changed. Fiery red lines appeared on their bodies, and their size doubled to 10 centimeters in length. I couldn't wait to check out the properties of these locusts. Family name, self-destructing locust family level. Elite creature family talent. Self-destruction faith level. Fanatic, no wisdom, completely obey the orders of God. Faith power. 1 out of 10 day reproduction capacity. 30/time life cycle. 180 days. To test its power, I caught a self-destructive locust and ordered it to explode. With a loud bang, it exploded with the force of a large firecracker. The power of a single self-destructing locust is limited and cannot cause fatal damage to ordinary dwarves. But if there are enough of them, the situation may be completely different. I glanced at the time, and it was already 0:03 in the morning. There were less than 8 hours left until school started, which was less than 4 months in Divine Realm time. I immediately activated my growth acceleration ability, causing the self-destructing locust to multiply rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4 months later in the Divine Realm. As the class bell rang in reality, I was teleported back to the classroom and sat in my seat. Looking around, the 60 classmates in the classroom were talking and laughing, discussing the status of their respective divine realms. At this moment, a familiar and beautiful figure walked towards me. She is Qin Shuang, with a proud tone, standing in front of me with her hands on her hips. Han Wu, have you thought it through? As long as you become my slave, I promise that no one will dare to bully you before you graduate from high school. The tone of her voice was as if being her slave was an incomparable honor. I frowned and said, I refuse. Qin Shuang's voice suddenly rose. What? Do you know what you were saying? Without my protection, you will be squeezed to death by those people. I remained unmoved and responded calmly. Maybe it's as you said, but I still choose to refuse. Although I have no power or influence, I have my own dignity. I appreciate your kindness, but please go back. Han Wu, you will regret this. Qin Shuang glared at me fiercely and returned to his seat angrily. Not long after, 3 boys walked into the classroom. The leader was the school bully Zhang Bin. He walked straight to my desk and said aggressively, Han Wu, did you bring the 100 divine powers you prepared? The 2 younger brothers echoed. Hand it over quickly, don't force us to do it. If you can't give up your divine power, I will destroy your divine core and make sure you never get out of this world. The classmates around watched coldly. No one was willing to help, but they were very interested in the scene in front of them. I couldn't help but sigh that the original owner's popularity was really bad. I raised my head and looked directly at Zhang Bin, saying coldly, You want divine power? I don't have a single cent. I have only one life. Take it or leave it as you wish. Zhang Bin was shocked. I had always turned a blind eye to his bullying in the past. But why am I so tough today? Is there something he can rely on? He turned to look at Qin Shuang. It was said that Qin Shuang had looked for Han Wu and even wanted him to be his slave. However, Qin Shuang had no intention of paying attention to this side at the moment. A stone fell from Zhang Bin's heart. Han Wu had no power and only had low-level followers like locusts. How could Qin Shuang stand up for such a person? After realizing this, Zhang Bin suddenly felt angry. How dare this kind of rubbish talk to him like this? He was simply courting death. Han Wu, I think you don't want to live anymore. Do you believe that I can lead the dwarf army to break through your divine domain and destroy your core? Zhang Bin traten it quickly. Come on. I hit back without hesitation, my eyes grim. Zhang Bin was stunned for a moment. Han Wu's reaction today made him a little confused. The students around him started to make a noise. Fight. Fight. We have never seen what it looks like when the core of the god realm is shattered. The Locust clan is really dragging down the average level of our class. Let him drop out immediately. It is said that the strength of Brother Zhang Bin's dwarf army can squeeze into the top 60 in the grade. Today is a good opportunity to see it for ourselves. Amid the noise, Zhang Bin's fighting spirit was also aroused. He sneered and decided to take this opportunity to show his strength. Han Wu, since you were seeking your own death, don't blame me, he said, taking out an invasion card from his pocket. This card is worth 10 points of divine power, which can open a portal in the target divine domain to achieve invasion. To deal with a waste like you, using 10 points of divine power is a compliment to you. Zhang Bin activated the invasion card. A beam of light shot out from the card and fell on me. My consciousness was forcibly pulled into Zhang Bin's divine realm. In the desert of Zhang Bin's divine domain, a giant portal 100 meters wide and 10 meters high appeared. A legion of dwarves emerged from it, numbering as many as 5,000, all wearing iron weapons or armor. Zhang Bin's divine incarnation hovered above the dwarf army. He shouted, In the name of the dwarf god, I order you to destroy the locusts and the core of this divine domain. The morale of the dwarf army was high, and they raised their arms and shouted with amazing momentum. The students in the class all entered the spectator mode through their devices. Zhang Bin's dwarf army has grown again, and the number has increased to more than 5,000. All of them are equipped with iron equipment. Their strength is at least in the top 30 in their grade. Look, the dwarf in the front is actually an elite creature. At this moment, I, the incarnation of divinity, was suspended in the air, with countless locusts flying below me. After 4 months of cultivation, the locusts had bred to 2 generations, and the total number exceeded hundreds of millions. Among them, there are 99.8 million ordinary locusts and more than 200,000 suicide locusts. Facing the charge of the dwarf army, I gave the order without hesitation. Self-destructive locusts attack. Countless red suicide locusts flew out from the locust swarm and turned into a red cloud. The students watching the game exclaimed, What is that? Self-destructing locusts. An elite creature has appeared in Han Wu's core clan. Even elite life forms are no match for dwarves. Trash is still trash. No matter how many there are, it's useless. However, the self-destructive locusts rushed towards the dwarf army like raindrops, causing intensive explosions in an instant. When the smoke cleared, the dwarf army suffered heavy casualties, and the survivors were also covered in scars. The elite dwarves could still fight, but there were still 50,000 self-destructing locusts hovering in the air and 99.8 million ordinary locusts. The outcome was already determined. Zhang Bin hurriedly issued an oracle, ordering the remaining dwarves to withdraw to the divine realm. However, how could I let it go so easily? I ordered the locusts to reversely invade Zhang Bin's divine domain. Countless locusts turned into a black storm and rushed into the portal, leaving no grass growing wherever they went. Zhang Bin's divine domain was devastated, and he felt heartbroken as he watched his resources go to waste. The locusts came in tides, devouring the land crazily. If they had not eaten the soil, I'm afraid even 3 layers of the ground would have been scraped away. Zhang Bin shouted at me anxiously. Hurry up and order your clan to get out of my divine domain. I turned a deaf ear to it, and instead controlled the self-destructive locusts to continue clearing out the dying dwarf clans. As for the fleeing elite dwarves, they were even more important targets. Self-destructive locusts exploded one after another, instantly blowing the elite dwarf all over his body, causing his vitality to drain rapidly. I give up. Zhang Bin's voice was trembling. Quickly withdraw your locusts and let my clan return. I sneered. Don't you want to shatter my god's domain core? If so, it's only natural for me to shatter your god's domain core, right? Zhang Bin was furious. How dare you? If you really do this, my parents will never let you go. My dad is a demigod, and my mom is about to be promoted to a demigod. You are definitely not their opponent. You talk as if they will let me go if I forgive you. My Han Wu sneer became colder. At this moment, my ordinary locust had found the core of Zhang Bin's divine domain. My eyes lit up and I gave the order. Crush his core at all costs. Locusts have no wisdom. They only obey the will of the gods. Massive locusts fearlessly rush towards the core. Even if they are smashed to pieces in the collision, they do not hesitate. This scene made Zhang Bin panic. If the core of the divine realm was broken and the divine realm collapsed, he would never be able to be promoted to a demigod, nor could he cultivate a new clan. He would only be a low-level divine creature for the rest of his life, and there would be no chance for him to turn things around. Stop! Stop now! Zhang Bin's tone was filled with fear. I admit defeat. I promise I will never bully you again. Whatever conditions you have, I will definitely satisfy you. In short, stop now. I responded indifferently. I don't want anything from you. I just want you to die. The locusts attacked tirelessly, and a crack finally appeared on the surface of Zhang Bin's divine domain core. Mad dog! You are a mad dog! Zhang Bin cursed, his voice full of regret. If he had not provoked me in the first place, and had only trained the dwarf clan according to the plan, he would have been promoted to a demigod before the age of 30. However, there is no regret medicine in the world, and he could only watch the core of the god's domain being destroyed bit by bit, unable to stop it. At this moment, a demigod incarnation descended over Zhang Bin's divine domain. It was my head teacher, Lu Letian. Lu Lishan's majestic voice echoed in the divine realm. Han Wu, stop it. You have already won. There is no need to kill you all. Zhang Bin suddenly felt hopeful. As long as the core was not broken, he still had a chance to rebuild the divine realm, make a comeback, and avenge his humiliation. But my locusts are still struggling to hit the core. Han Wu, didn't you hear me? Lu Lishan's voice was filled with displeasure. What he hated most was students who disobeyed orders. I finally spoke, my tone cold. Teacher Lu, I want to ask, why are you here? Lu Letian replied calmly. As the class teacher, I can sense any abnormalities in the class. Okay, let me ask you another question, I said, my voice even colder. When Zhang Bin beat me, blackmailed me, and bullied me, where were you? Why didn't you show up? Lu Lishan's face darkened instantly. He knew all these things, but he chose to stand aside and watch. After all, I have no parents and no background, while Zhang Bin's parents are 2 demigods. He has no reason to offend such a family for me. Stop first. I will give you a reasonable explanation. Lu Lishan's tone slowed down. One last question. I stared at him, my voice as cold as ice. If it was my divine domain core that was attacked today, would you stand up and stop it? Lu Letian was speechless. The answer is already clear. I sneered, and the locust completed the final blow at this moment. Crack! The core of Zhang Bin's divine domain was finally shattered, and the entire divine domain collapsed and turned into countless fragments. I quickly put away the fragments, then looked at Lu Letian coldly. Teacher Lu, please leave my divine domain. In the classroom, the students who were forced to exit the spectator mode all opened their eyes wide with shock on their faces. No one expected that I, who had a clan of locusts, would be able to turn the tide in this invasion. Not only did I win, but I also shattered the core of Zhang Bin's divine domain. It's unbelievable, but the facts are there. Zhang Bin slumped to the ground, his face pale and his eyes dull. Having lost the divine realm, his path to cultivation had been completely cut off. He would never be able to become a demigod in his lifetime and could only become a low-level divine creature. I struck while the iron was hot. Before anyone could react, I disappeared and went home, skipping class. Before the students recovered from the shock, the classroom door was suddenly slammed open. The head teacher Lu Letian rushed in angrily, his voice shaking the window glass slightly. Han Wu, get out! However, he searched the classroom several times, but didn't even see my shadow. Where are Han Wu and the others? Lu Letian turned his anger towards the classmate closest to him. He went home, the classmate stammered, his tone full of fear. Students like this should be expelled. Expelled! Lu Letian was so angry that veins popped out. At the same time, I had returned home, got into the God's Landing module, and began to count the battle situation. Although the battle was won, the prize paid was also not small. Among the clan, there were less than 20,000 self-destruct locusts left, and only more than 40 million ordinary locusts. Recalling the battle scene, I couldn't help but nod and say to myself, it seems that I need to cultivate more self-destructing locusts in the future. After that, I took out the biggest trophy of this battle from the storage space, the fragments of Zhang Bin's broken God's domain. Zhang Bin's family was wealthy, and in order to lay a good foundation, he had invested a lot of resources in the God's domain. Although I couldn't get those resources directly, I could absorb the power of the fragments after the resources were transformed. After integrating the fragments of the divine domain into my own divine domain, the area of my divine domain directly expanded to 260 square kilometers, including 100 square kilometers of fertile plains, 20 square kilometers of mines, 40 square kilometers of forests, 60 square kilometers of deserts, and 40 square kilometers of ordinary mountains. In addition, I also obtained the fragments of Zhang Bin's divine domain core and a first-level holy object loaded in the core, dwarf hammer. After integrating these core fragments into my own God's domain core, my God's domain core was upgraded and officially entered the second level. I can load another first-level holy object or replace it with a second-level holy object. However, the value of a second-level holy object is 10 times that of a first-level holy object, and I cannot afford it for the time being. In addition to these, I also found more than 800 dwarves and some iron equipment in the debris. These gains are already quite rich for me at this stage. As long as I can develop steadily, it will be enough to support me to graduate successfully and enter a third-rate university. But I know in my heart that this matter is far from over. Zhang Bin's divine domain has been destroyed, and his demigod father will never let it go. He will most likely come to the school to hold him accountable. At that time, the school will most likely hand me over in order to calm the situation. With my current strength, if I fall into the hands of a demigod, I'm afraid I'll be in great danger. I must hurry up and exchange all the things that are not needed temporarily for resources as soon as possible, so as to improve the strength of my clan and enhance my own combat effectiveness. After finishing the arrangement, I logged into the God trading website and uploaded the items to be sold one by one, including 60 square kilometers of desert, 40 square kilometers of mountains, the first-level holy object dwarf hammer, and some iron equipment. Especially for the hammer of the dwarves, I made a special mark. It can only be exchanged and not sold, and it needs to be exchanged for relics related to explosion. As for the 800 dwarves, I arranged them to work in the mines and use them as sacrificial materials when necessary. Soon after the product was uploaded, news came from the trading website. The desert terrain was successfully sold at a price of 1 point of divine power per square kilometer, for a total of 60 points of divine power. The mountain terrain was sold at a price of 1.5 points of divine power per square kilometer, and 60 points of divine power were also obtained. The iron equipment transaction is completed, and an additional 4 points of divine power are obtained. However, the level 1 relic hammer of the dwarves has yet to find a suitable buyer. Many buyers left messages and belittled the value of the dwarf hammer, saying that it could only be used on the dwarf familia to increase the success rate of equipment creation and had no combat effectiveness. These remarks are obviously to lower the price and try to exchange some low-value holy objects. However, I'm not going to be fooled. While waiting patiently for a suitable buyer, I once again used the explosive method to accelerate the growth of the locust familia. With the expansion of the divine domain, resources have become more abundant, and the number of locusts it can carry has increased significantly. I can cultivate more locust families without destroying the environment. After 10 hours of waiting in real time, I finally received a message from a buyer that deserves to be taken seriously. The opponent has a level 1 holy item lava fire crystal, which can enhance the fire element resistance of the family members and increase the power of explosion attacks, which is very suitable for my needs. However, the value of lava fire crystal is significantly higher than that of dwarf hammer. The buyer asked me to pay an additional 100 points of divine power before I was willing to exchange it. After some haggling, we finally reached an agreement. Exchanged dwarf hammer and 80 points of divine power for lava fire crystal. The transaction was completed quickly, and the lava fire crystal was instantly transferred to my hands. This is a scorching crystal with a crystal clear surface and a live magma wrapped inside, as if it will explode at any time. I immediately loaded the lava fire crystal into the core of God's domain. In an instant, a burst of flame power flashed across all the locust familia. About 1 in 1,000 locusts mutated. The mutated ordinary locust has a stronger ability to withstand high temperatures, doubles the output of the power of faith, and extends its life cycle to 150 days, but it is still an ordinary life form. The mutation of the self-destructing locust is particularly significant. Their size further increased to 20 centimeters, and their racial names and talents underwent fundamental changes. Familia name: Explosive Locust Familia level. Elite Creature Talent Ability: Magma Self-Destruction Faith level. Fanatic Believer Power of Faith: 1 point / 5 days reproduction ability, 20 times / life cycle, 250 days. The power of the newly born explosive locust is significantly greater than the original self-exploding locusts. After testing, the lethality of each magma-exploding locust is equivalent to that of a grenade, and the magma splash effect when it explodes can cause large-scale damage. Seeing the powerful power of the exploding locusts, I immediately made up my mind to fully expand the army. If I could have 10 million locusts, wouldn't I be able to run this school sideways? The atmosphere in the school's teaching office was tense. Zhang Bin's parents were furious. My son's divine core has been shattered and cannot be reconstructed. Should the school give us an explanation? Zhang Bin's father, Zhang Gang, suddenly asked with unquestionable pressure in his voice. Dean Su Mei tried to ease the tension in a calm tone. According to our investigation, this invasion of the divine realm was caused by Zhang Bin. In addition, his record of bullying classmates many times on weekdays is also a fact that cannot be ignored. Hearing this, Zhang Gang stood up abruptly, and a demigod's aura swept over him like a wave. What do you mean? Are you saying that my son's divine core was shattered because of his own fault? The school can just not take any responsibility at all? You teachers don't have to take responsibility? There was a sense of oppression in Zhang Gang's voice. Although Su Mei is also a demigod, she majored in logistical support, which is far from the aggressive demigod like Zhang Gang. She straightened up a little and continued, Mr. Zhang, that's not what I meant. In response to Zhang Bin's loss, the school decided to compensate him with some divinity to express our sincerity. Although this cannot completely make up for it, it is the school's best effort. A little bit of divinity? Zhang Gang's anger subsided a little, but his face was still ugly. This amount of compensation is far from enough. As a demigod who specialized in aggression, Zhang Gang attached great importance to divinity, but a mere bit of divinity was only worth 100 billion faith power, which was not really valuable to him. At this time, Zhang Bin's mother Du Rong also spoke up. We can accept the compensation for now, but the student who shattered my son's divine core must be punished. He must be expelled. Su Mei frowned slightly. She knew very well that expulsion would mean the end of the school's protection of me. If the couple took action, Han Wu would probably be doomed. However, the situation is different now. Ever since the video of me defeating Zhang Bin went viral in the grade department, I have been seen as a student with great potential. In particular, the elite life form that I carefully cultivated, the self-destructive locust, has demonstrated extraordinary value. Many teachers believe that as long as I continued to develop, I had the potential to even be in the top 20 in my grade. Although Han Wu is radical, he has done nothing wrong. After thinking for a moment, Su Mei flatly refused. I'm sorry. I can't agree to your request. What? Du Rong was furious, pointing at Su Mei and shouting. Sheltering a bad student who shattered the core of someone else's divine domain. Is this the educational purpose of your school? Su Mei responded coldly. Ms. Du, please don't confuse right and wrong. Han Wu has always abided by school rules, but your son Zhang Bin has bullied others many times. There is plenty of evidence to prove this. Du Rong was relentless. Stop talking nonsense to me. I just want to ask one question. Han Wu, are you going to punish him or not? Sorry, we can't meet your request. Su Mei said firmly. Seeing this, Du Rong turned to Zhang Gang and pleaded. Gang, please say something. Zhang Bin is your son. Can you bear to see him suffer such a big loss? Zhang Gang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Director Su, I can accept that the school does not severely punish Han Wu, but I must vent my anger for my son. If you can't even meet this request, then I don't need to worry about the school's reputation anymore. Zhang Gang's words were polite on the surface, but in reality, they were threats. He implied that if the school did not meet his demands, he would attack me directly. As a demigod, if I kill an ordinary student in reality, the most I can do is pay some faith power. I have no background and no backing, so it is impossible for me to get justice. Su Mei understood Zhang Gang's intentions and knew that I needed protection at this moment. She asked in a deep voice, Mr. Zhang, what are your specific requirements? It's very simple. I will send a team of 1,000 people to invade his divine domain. No matter what the result is, I will not pursue it anymore. Zhang Gang said coldly. A squad of 1,000 people may not sound like a lot, but this is a demigod force, and its combat power completely overwhelms a rookie like Zhang Bin who has just entered the realm of gods. Su Mei knew that Zhang Gang was determined and would not give in. She could only say helplessly, Okay, I will inform Han Wu and let him decide whether to accept the challenge. I have limited time and can only wait for one day. If there is no result tomorrow, I will take action on my own. Zhang Gang said this and left the office with his wife and son. Su Mei looked at their departing backs and couldn't help but sigh. A team of 1,000 demigods can fight against an army of 50,000 ordinary students. Han Wu, can he withstand it? At the same time, I am taking advantage of the abundant land resources and food supply, and continuously exerting my growth-accelerating ability to increase the number of locusts in God's domain dramatically. The final statistics show that there are 4.812 billion locusts in my divine domain. Of these, 4.8 billion are common locusts. 5.7 million are ordinary locusts enhanced with fire attribute. 5.8 million suicide locusts, which are elite life forms. 500,000 are doubly reinforced exploding locusts. In addition, there are nearly 10 billion locust eggs in the divine realm that have not yet hatched. If I hadn't been worried that the environment of the gods' realm would not be able to sustain the survival of tens of billions of locusts, I would have matured these eggs long ago. Just as I was about to sacrifice my life again, a video request suddenly popped up. The notes show that the initiator is the director of studies, Su Mei. Considering that Su Mei is a school leader, I chose to answer the call. Su Mei's figure appeared on the blue light screen. She relayed to me the request of Zhang Bin's father Zhang Gang, and frankly admitted that this was the maximum degree of protection the school could provide. I knew in my heart that Su Mei did not lie. If the school really wanted to completely sever its ties with the school, it could simply send an expulsion notice. Why would it let Zhang Gang take revenge by making demands? However, is it so easy to deal with the opponent's demigod-level army of 1,000 people? Even if I have 500,000 exploding locusts in my hands now, I still don't have an absolute chance of winning. But at this point, I have no way out. Otherwise, what awaits me will be the assassination of the demigod. Thank you, Director Su, for your help. I will go to school tomorrow to take on this challenge. I replied and hung up the video. At this moment, the time in the real world is 11:30 a.m. It's time for a second life sacrifice. I raised my hand, and a huge circle of life sacrifice appeared in the air. 4.8 billion ordinary locusts and 5.7 million fire attribute enhanced locusts all transformed into life energy and poured into the magic circle. As the sacrifice was completed, 3 products appeared before his eyes. My eyes lit up immediately when I saw their introduction. The treasures bought with 4.8 billion locusts are really worth the money. The 3 options presented to me made it difficult for me to make a decision. Option 1. Level 1 Relic, Blood Demon Eye. After loading into the God's Domain core, there is a chance that a core clan with blood pupils will be born. Blood pupils can improve the host's dynamic vision and trigger a primary violent state when seeing blood. Option 2. Level 1 Skill Crystal Fireball. After loading into the God's Domain core, the core members can master the elementary fireball technique and even pass it on to the heroic life form to learn and comprehend the ultimate fireball technique. Option 3. Zhantai Jianfeng, the heroic life form of the Jianfeng clan. The quality of these three products is obviously superior to that of the first sacrifice. I wish I could take them all, but the rules limit my choice, and I can only choose one. Facing an upcoming battle against a 1,000-man army led by a demigod, I was hesitant between options. Option 1 is undoubtedly the most valuable. As a level 1 holy relic, the Blood Demon, I can not only benefit the entire core clan, but its effect is also amazing. However, considering the fragile constitution of the locusts in the core clan, I had no choice but to give up this option. Option 2 is equally tempting. After loading the fireball skill into the core of the divine domain, all core members will be able to master the elementary fireball technique. Combined with a large number of locusts, the attack scene is bound to be spectacular. However, these fragile locusts are too weak individually. Even if I learn the fireball technique, I am afraid that I will be burned by the backlash before I can even fire the fireball. Therefore, I can only give up this option with regret. Finally, I chose option 3, Zhantia Jianfeng. This is a heroic life form of the Jianfeng tribe. From the title of heroic life form, it can be seen that his strength is extraordinary. After confirming your selection, detailed information about Zantetsu Kenpo appears before your eyes. Familiar name: Iron-Cut Sword Wind Familiar Race. Sword Wind Familiar Level. Heroic Life Form Familiar Talents. Sword Wind Familiar Skills. Whirlwind Slash, Level 1, Primary. Fierce Wind Slash, Level 2, Primary. Storm Slash, Level 3, Primary. Iron Cut Style, Level 5, Self-Created Skill, Unable to Assess Comprehension. Faith Level. General Believer Faith Power. 500,000 per day life cycle. 800 years, currently 150 years old. The gorgeous information of the Iron Sword Wind made me sigh at the strength of the hero's life form. There are 4 skills, among which there are self-created skills that even the god Login cannot evaluate. What makes me even more satisfied is that his 800-year life cycle means that he will become an indispensable helper to me in the years to come. When I shifted my gaze and looked at the real body of Zhantai Jianfeng, a life form with a humanoid appearance appeared before my eyes. His thin body, pale hair, and unique arms made him stand out. He looked me in the face and said firmly, "God, I need a sword." The Sword Wind clan was born for war, and without a sword it would be like a warrior without a weapon, so this request was obviously reasonable. I nodded. The power of the Zhantai Jianfeng is of vital importance to me, so naturally I have to equip him with high-end weapons. After 2 days of cultivation, the faith power brought by the large number of locusts finally accumulated to 100 million, condensing into 1 point of divine power. As a result, my current divine power assets have reached 54 points. The next task is to choose a suitable weapon for the Iron Sword Wind. On the trading website, equipment is divided into 4 levels. 1. Ordinary equipment. Made of pure materials, not injected with energy, suitable for ordinary combat. 2. Faith equipment. Forged from rare materials and the power of faith, it has special effects. 3. Divine power equipment. A large amount of divine power crystals are added during forging. This type of equipment often has a soul and can grow by itself. 4. Divine equipment. Exclusive to gods, symbolizing authority and power. With my current divine power of only 54 points, it is almost impossible to buy divine power equipment, but I can consider getting a good piece of faith equipment. I opened the trading website and selected sword weapons with less than 54 points of divine power, and gave the selection right to Zhantia Jianfeng. Soon after, he selected a faith equipment storm sword, which cost exactly 50 points of divine power. The price is just right. I nodded and placed the order immediately. 50 points of divine power were cleared, and the storm sword was transferred to my hand. "Give me your weapon." I handed the storm sword to Zhantai Jianfeng. He took the sword and excitedly swung it twice, instantly creating a fierce sword wind. The power of the sword wind alone showed the extraordinary nature of this weapon. What would happen if it was combined with a skill burst? I can't help but look forward to Zantetsu Kenpu's performance in the invasion war. However, at this moment, Zhantai Jianfeng suddenly spoke again. "Great God, I need 3 more of the same weapons to unleash my strongest power." When I heard this, I was stunned. 3? This casual remark meant that he had to spend another 150 points of divine power. Did this guy think divine power was something that could be obtained easily? Although I was angry, my reason reminded me that Zhang Tai Jianfeng was my only heroic life form, and his strength was crucial. Moreover, I had to fight against the 1,000-man army led by Zhang Gang tomorrow, so I couldn't be careless. But here comes the question. Where can I get 150 points of divine power? Should I rely on my popularity and ask classmates to borrow it? That is even more unreliable than begging on the street. Wait, maybe I can try to contact her? With the mentality of giving it a try, I flipped through my address book and sent a video invitation to Qin Shuang. In the divine space, Qin Shuang sat cross-legged on an ancient tree and meditated, with countless thunderbirds dancing around him. These thunderbirds are her core clan, born elite life forms with powerful thunder power, and are aerial combat units. This bonus allows Qin Shuang to firmly rank among the top 5 in the grade. But at this moment, she did not focus on these clans. In her mind, a dusty memory kept emerging. It was during a trip to the divine realm in elementary school, and she fell into the lake because she was having fun. Although she was a divine creature with extraordinary talents, she was no different from an ordinary person in her childhood. She struggled desperately, but could not float to the surface. Just when she was on the verge of suffocation, I appeared. At that time, the thin boy desperately pulled her ashore, gave her artificial respiration, and brought her back from the brink of death. Afterwards, I did not take credit for it from the teacher, but continued my life as if nothing had happened. But Qin Shuang will always remember that figure. Later, she paid attention to me silently and offered to help me when I was bullied. But I, a fool, never accepted her help. This blockhead should be squeezed to death. Qin Shuang became more and more angry the more he thought about it. She was born noble. Her grandfather was a true god, and there were 23 demigod relatives in her family. Even the principal had to be polite to her, but I never gave her face. Just as she was getting more and more angry, a video request popped up. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw the note that it was me, she felt like she was being scratched by a kitten, and she was full of curiosity. After a few seconds of silence, she chose to answer the call. You finally changed your mind and are willing to be my slave? Qin Shuang started provocatively. No, I just want to borrow some of your power. I said bluntly. Qin Shuang sneered. You want to borrow my divine power? Then what are you going to use to pay me back? Your rubbish clan? Don't think that you are great just because you defeated Zhang Bin in the invasion war. Your self-destructing locust is barely an elite life form and has no value at all. I was silent for 3 seconds. Will you lend it to me? Qin Shuang snorted. How much do you want to borrow? Send me the account number. After hanging up the call, Qin Shuang was so angry that she wanted to slap herself twice. Why did she have to mock Han Wu just now? Would he misunderstand because of this? Oh no, he will definitely misunderstand. Qin Shuang became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it, and a feeling of guilt surged in his heart. On the other side, I received 150 points of divine power and immediately bought 3 storm swords and gave them to Zhang Tai Jianfeng. Holding 4 storm swords, Zhang Tai Jianfeng instantly increased his faith in me and directly promoted me to a true believer, contributing 2 million faith power every day. This unexpected gain made me quite happy. The next day, I arrived at the school classroom via fixed-point teleportation. As soon as he appeared, the whole classroom suddenly became quiet and then broke into whispers. How dare he come here? Isn't he afraid that his own divine domain will be razed to the ground by a 1,000-man army of demigods? This guy really doesn't know his place. He thinks he can challenge a demigod just by being a little clever. I want to see if he can still remain so calm when his divine core is breached. Listening to the discussions around me, I already knew that the news that I was about to compete with the demigod Zhang Gang had already spread throughout the campus. However, it didn't matter. They would know it sooner or later. I sat in my seat calmly, waiting. At this time, Qin Shuang came over from her seat and looked at me with a complicated expression. You borrowed my divine power to improve your strength and compete with the demigod? I advise you not to waste your energy. Even if the demigod only sends a team of 1,000 people, your current strength is totally not enough. I responded calmly. I don't have any other choice. Qin Shuang refused to give in, patted his chest, and said, You have a choice. As long as you are willing to be my slave, I can let the family come forward to put pressure on Zhang Gang. His family only has 1 demigod, while my family has a true god and 23 demigods. He dare not disobey. I really don't understand how persistent Qin Shuang is in making me her slave. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. I need to prepare to deal with the 1,000-man army of demigods. I refuse calmly. Qin Shuang's face darkened when he heard this. He returned to his seat angrily, muttering softly, "What a stubborn fool!" In a corner where no one was paying attention, a pair of eyes full of jealousy stared at me closely. Han Wu, why do you get special treatment from Qin Shuang? A waste like you will definitely die today. Not long after, the head teacher Lu Letian brought Zhang Gang and his wife into the classroom. That's Han Wu. Lu Letian pointed at me with a flattering look and introduced me to Zhang Gang and his wife. Du Rong, Zhang Gang's wife, was instantly enraged when she saw me and almost lost control. You little bastard, you destroyed my son's divine domain core. I will tear you apart. Zhang Gang reached out and grabbed the angry Du Rong, whispering, "Don't break the school rules." Obviously, the power behind the school is not someone they can easily provoke. Although Du Rong temporarily restrained her actions, the look she gave me was still full of malice. Han Wu, why are you still standing there? Come here quickly. Don't waste Mr. Zhang's time. Lu Letian urged me with a flattering look on his face. Although he is also a demigod, his strength is obviously far inferior to Zhang Gang. He is thinking of taking the opportunity to get close to Zhang Gang and make profits for himself. As for my life or death, he doesn't care at all. I said calmly, I'm going to wait for Director Su Mei to testify. Lu Lishan's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Is this a small matter worthy of alarming Director Su? I'm already giving you enough face by having you as a witness. If you delay any further, don't blame me for being rude to you." At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the classroom. Who does Teacher Lu want to be rude to? Director Su Mei walked into the classroom slowly. Lu Letian immediately changed his expression to a flattering one and said quickly, "Director Su, this is just a small matter. How dare I trouble you to come forward? I'm just teaching my student a lesson." Su Mei sneered. "Teacher Lu, don't forget that you are a teacher in the school, not a dog of some demigod. Understand?" Lu Letian looked embarrassed when he heard this and could only force a few smiles to cover it up. Zhang Gang said at the right time, "Since Director Su is here, let's get started." Su Mei nodded and looked at me. "Student Han Wu, are you ready?" I nodded slightly. "I'm ready." "Okay, let's start." Su Mei made the final decision. Zhang Gang took out an invasion card, and after activating it, I was forcibly teleported into his divine domain. In the divine realm, a huge portal slowly appeared, and then a legion of 1,000 men, fully equipped for battle, filed out of the portal, with murderous aura filling the air. More and more students and teachers watched the battle. Seeing the 1,000-man wolf cavalry army summoned by Zhang Gang, they all exclaimed in amazement. Is this the strength of the demigod Zhang Gang? All of the wolf cavalry are elite life forms. The leader of the wolf cavalry is an extraordinary life form who has comprehended extraordinary powers. The wolf riders are a combination of blue orcs and wargs, and they are fully armed. Han Wu is doomed. Referee Su Mei frowned, obviously very dissatisfied with Zhang Gang's behavior. She didn't expect that Zhang Gang, a demigod, would exploit the loopholes in the rules and said that he would send a 1,000-man army, but the wolf cavalry could clearly be counted as two combat forces. Zhang Gang's demigod incarnation floated above the wolf cavalry corps, looking down at me coldly, his voice filled with anger and murderous intent. "Little bastard, you destroyed my son's divine domain core. Today I want you to pay with blood." After that, he issued an oracle, Wolf Cavalry Charge. My divine incarnation was suspended in the air. When I saw the wolf cavalry rushing towards me like a tide, I waved my hand, and 6.8 million locusts swarmed up like red clouds covering the sky, among which were 550,000 exploding locusts. Nearly 7 million elite life forms of locusts. A teacher watching the scene exclaimed in disbelief. Weren't there only 20,000 left yesterday? 7 million elite life forms of locusts can be cultivated in one day. This reproductive capacity is simply terrifying. However, no matter how many more students there are, this student cannot stop the charge of the wolf cavalry. The difference in quantity is ultimately not as great as the difference in quality. Sure enough, the battlefield soon became one-sided. Ordinary self-destructing locusts were too weak and were completely powerless against the wolf cavalry with a full set of sophisticated armor. In a blink of an eye, 1 million self-destructing locusts died in vain, leaving only a few wolf cavalrymen slightly injured. The teachers watching the game began to feel sorry for me, a student with great potential, but encountered a chasm that was difficult to cross. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, the exploding locusts launched an attack. The magma exploding locusts hidden in the self-destructing locusts began to cause the magma to self-destruct. The explosion was powerful, and the erupting magma caused devastating damage to the wolf cavalry. No matter how sophisticated the armor was, it could not completely protect against the boiling magma. The wounded wolf riders were trapped in the hot lava area and wanted to escape, but were constantly disturbed by the self-destructive locusts. Thousands of wolf cavalrymen suffered heavy casualties, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The teachers and students watching the battle exclaimed in amazement. "What is going on? What kind of locusts are capable of triggering magma?" "We have already discovered it. That type of locust is called an exploding locust. It is actually an elite life form." Referee Su-mei couldn't help but smile and encouraged. "Hanwoo, well done." Zhang Gang's demigod incarnation turned pale and roared. "Do you think you can wipe out my wolf cavalry like this? Dream on." He ordered the wolf cavalry captain to use his extraordinary power. The wolf cavalry captain received the order and let out a wild howl. The icy breath spread out and covered an area of 200 meters. The lava cooled quickly and turned into black stone. The surviving wolf cavalry regrouped under the blessing of the freezing aura and launched a counterattack. The situation was reversed again. The onlookers cheered. A demigod is still a demigod after all. How can he be defeated so easily? The skills of the extraordinary life form are indeed powerful, and the range is so wide, it's simply awesome. Hanwoo's locust swarm is almost gone. He has no hope now. Zhang Gang also sneered, full of confidence. "Even if there are less than 200 wolf cavalrymen left, it is enough to shatter your divine domain core and avenge my son." The wolf cavalry captain gave the order to charge, and the remaining wolf cavalry were unstoppable, quickly approaching the core of the divine domain. The teachers and students who leaned towards me closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. At this moment, a voice of exclamation rang out. "Look, what is that in front of the core of Hanwoo's divine domain?" Chapter 8. The Power of Heroes. The teachers and students in spectator mode all turned their eyes towards the core of Hanwoo divine domain. I saw a thin figure standing in front of the core. This figure has flowing white hair, swaying in the wind, and 4 arms. What shocked the teachers and students the most was that each of the 4 arms held a big sword. The big sword was surrounded by gusts of wind energy, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. A teacher recognized the great sword. "That's the storm sword that costs 50 divine power." 50 divine power. 4 swords means 200 divine power. Isn't Hanwoo an orphan? How come he is so rich? A student exclaimed. For an ordinary high school student, 200 divine powers is already a huge amount of money, equivalent to 20,000 yuan before the time travel. How could a person holding divine weapons with a total value of 200 be a mediocre person? None of the teachers present could recognize that figure. Only Su-mei gave an answer after thinking for a moment. "That's the Sword Wind clan. The Sword Wind clan who are born as extraordinary life forms." So what if he is a born extraordinary life form? Doesn't the demigod Zhang Gang also have an extraordinary life form? A wolf cavalry captain? Let the wolf cavalry captain temporarily entangle the Sword Wind clan, and the rest of the wolf cavalry can smash the core of Hanwoo's divine domain. People who are not optimistic about Hanwoo express their opinions. Su-mei didn't answer. Not to mention how big the difference is between being cultivated into a super life form and being born a super life form. The fact that the Sword Wind clan member could lift 4 storm swords as if they were nothing was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Carefully feeling the momentum of the Sword Wind clan, Su-mei made a surprising judgment. This Sword Wind clan member is not an extraordinary life form, but a genuine heroic life form. In addition to Su-mei, Zhang Gang, who was fighting against Hanwoo, also saw the truth. Zhang Gang has been a demigod for many years and has invaded countless divine realms, so he has a wide range of knowledge. He recognized at a glance that the Jianfeng tribe member guarding the core of Hanwoo divine domain was a heroic life form. While being shocked, Zhang Gang also felt a strong sense of jealousy. He struggled for decades, but only managed to cultivate 1 heroic life form. And Hanwoo in front of him is still a senior high school student. How could he have the honor to have such an outstanding family? Seize him. We must seize this heroic life form. As long as we break the core of the divine realm, this heroic life form of the Sword Wind clan will belong to me. Zhang Gang's eyes turned red, and he muttered. The remaining wolf cavalry followed Zhang Gang's command and rushed towards the core of the divine domain from multiple directions. He calculated that even if the Sword Wind clan hero's life force was strong, he would not be able to block enemies attacking from multiple angles at the same time. As long as one wolf cavalryman breaks through the obstruction of the Sword Wind clan heroes, he will definitely be able to rush to Han Wu's divine domain core and smash it. At that time, everything in Han Wu divine realm will belong to Zhang Gang, including the heroic life form of the Sword Wind clan. Zhang Gang has a clear plan. Facing the wolf cavalry rushing from all directions, Zhantai Jianfeng was full of fighting spirit. Under the influence of his Sword Wind talent, the four storm swords burst out with bursts of breaking sounds. Level 3 skill, Primary Storm Slash. The storm sword danced wildly, stirring the air into a 10-meter-high tornado that protected the core of the divine domain in the center. All the wolf cavalrymen from the outside, who were close to the core, were cut by the sword winds stirred by the tornado. Some were injured lightly, and some were strangled to death on the spot. This is not over yet. Zhantai Jianfeng's thin body moves like a strong wind. Without the worry of the core, he began to finish off the wolf riders. Level 1 skill, Primary Whirlwind, activated. As the four storm swords danced wildly, the wind from the iron-cutting swords was like a meat grinder, easily killing more than a dozen wolf riders, including both people and wolves. Level 2 skill, Primary Fierce Wind Slash, activated. 4 huge sword winds flew out, enough to split the wolf cavalry into two even if they were 100 meters apart. The wolf cavalry captain roared angrily and activated the freezing light again. The 200-meter diameter area also covers the iron-cutting sword wind. The icy force froze his feet, making him unable to move for several seconds. The wolf cavalry captain seized the opportunity and drove the wolves to attack at an extremely fast speed. The sword wind was unmoved, and the four storm swords were raised high. The majestic wind energy gathered and condensed into a 10-meter-long wind energy giant sword. Self-created skill, Iron Slashing Style, activated. A sword hit the wolf cavalry captain. The earth of the divine realm also trembled twice. The blood and flesh of the wolf cavalry captain were scattered all over the ground like rain. The wolf cavalry captain, who was a supernatural being, was easily minced into pieces by the iron-cutting style of the iron-cutting sword wind. The teachers and students in spectator mode opened their mouths wide. Sophis, Sodemphis, the wolf cavalry captain died, and those wolf cavalry who were still alive were terrified and fled frantically, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The face of Zhang Gang's demigod incarnation floating in the air turned pale. In the battle against a high school student, this battle-hardened demigod actually lost. Damn it, wolf cavalry general. Flatten this divine territory. Sunggungrod. In the portal, countless wolf cavalry figures appeared, led by a wolf cavalry general who was also a heroic life form like Zhantai Jianfeng. Behind the wolf cavalry general, there were 800,000 wolf cavalrymen following. Among them, there are hundreds of wolf riders at the level of extraordinary life forms. This is the true strength of a powerful demigod. And at the moment these wolf cavalry appeared, an even more powerful pressure descended upon Han Wu's divine domain. Zhang Gang lost his temper immediately when he saw this figure. The person who came was the school principal, a powerful true god. Demigod, do you want to break your promise? The true god principal asked majestically. Zhang Gang was afraid of the authority of the true god principal, so he didn't dare to mess around anymore, and quickly replied, "No, I don't dare." Having said that, Zhang Gang ordered his clansmen to quickly withdraw from Han Wu's divine domain. He didn't dare to say a word and quickly teleported out of the classroom with his wife, fearing that the principal would catch up and cause trouble for him. The real principal showed up, and the teachers and students watching the game exclaimed in surprise. The principal is very busy with official duties and has many things to deal with every day. Generally, students only have the opportunity to see the principal at the beginning of the school year and at graduation. I didn't expect to be able to witness the principal's power in this competition. The principal's eyes fell on Han Wu's divine domain, and then he looked at the heroic life form Zhantai Jianfeng, nodded rarely, and exclaimed, Not bad. Then the principal dispersed and disappeared. After the competition, teachers and students were forced to exit the spectator mode, and the way they looked at Han Wu had changed drastically. It has exploding locusts that can cause heavy casualties to the elite life forms, the Wolf Riders, and it also has a powerful heroic life form. Who dares to underestimate such a powerful Han Wu? The more the grade director, Su Mei, looked at Han Wu, the more she liked him. How many more surprises will this boy bring to me? Student Han Wu, you did a good job. But you can't be proud and complacent just because you have a heroic life form. A heroic life form is not invincible. With your current strength, it's even difficult for you to get into the top 3 in the grade. Su Mei gave a piece of advice. Han Wu nodded modestly. I will work harder. Su Mei nodded with relief and was about to leave. Han Wu suddenly called her. Director Su, I have a request. Su Mei was a little curious. What request? Han Wu said firmly. I want to change shifts. This time, the whole class was in an uproar. Chapter 9 Shift Change Request. The person who reacted the most naturally came from the class teacher, Lu Letian. Han Wu's performance is obvious to all. If he continues to develop steadily, he will definitely be able to enter a first-class university, or even a top university. Lu Letian was also able to benefit from Han Wu's help and receive rewards from the school. If Han Wu really changed his shift, then the reward that was right in front of him would fly away. Lu Letian quickly put on his most friendly face and persuaded. Student Han Wu, I admit that I didn't pay much attention to you before, and I apologize to you here. But your performance today impressed me. I promise to teach you well in the future. I will also allocate an appropriate amount of daily teaching resources to you. So, please trust the teacher and give him a chance to correct his mistakes. In order to retain Han Wu, Lu Letian adopted a very humble attitude. But Han Wu did not accept Lu Lishan's belated apology. As he has the ability to sacrifice his own life, he doesn't care about any resource allocation. He simply disliked Lu Letian. I request to change classes. Han Wu reiterated. Lu Lishan's face turned blue and purple. Han Wu's behavior was simply like slapping him in the face in front of so many classmates. Student Han Wu, you can't change classes just because you wanna. The school has its own rules. Su Mei said. But before Lu Letian could be happy, Su Mei changed the subject. If you really want to change classes, you have to pass the test assigned by the school. As long as you pass the test, I can arrange for you to change classes. Then I will apply to take the test. Han Wu said firmly. After the words fell, Qin Shuang suddenly stood up. Director Su, I also want to apply for the test. Lu Letian was going crazy. Although Han Wu was reluctant to change classes, he was not so determined that he could not give up. But if Qin Shuang also changed classes, he would suffer a great loss. Han Wu is just a potential stock, and it is still unknown how far he can go in the future. Qin Shuang, however, is a genuine top student ranked in the top 5 in his grade. He can at least go to a first-rate university, and if he works hard, he might even be able to compete for a place in a top university. More importantly, Qin Shuang's family is powerful and has many industries. As Qin Shuang's teacher, Lu Letian can get a lot of benefits because of this relationship. If Qin Shuang left, Lu Letian would definitely suffer a heavy loss. Student Qin Shuang, if you are dissatisfied with the teacher in any way, you can tell us and the teacher will definitely change it. There is no need for us to go to the point of changing classes. Lu Letian forced a smile and tried to persuade her. I'm not dissatisfied, I just don't want to stay here anymore. Qin Shuang interrupted Lu Lishan's thoughts directly. Su Mei knew that Qin Shuang's family had a strong background and didn't want to offend him, so she could only agree. I'll prepare for the test together with you tomorrow. After saying this, Su Mei was about to leave when another student called her. Director Su, I'm also applying to take the test. Lu Letian looked at the student and almost cried. This student's name is Zhang Xiaolong. He is the class monitor. His comprehensive strength is consistently among the top 10 in the grade, and he has always been Lu Lishan's confidant. Xiaolong, why are you joining in the fun? Lu Lishan's voice was filled with tears. He was counting on Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong in his class to get him some bonus when he graduated, but he didn't expect that they are now clamoring to change classes. Teacher Lu, thank you for your care and teaching these days, but I can't stay in this class. Zhang Xiaolong said seriously, and he glanced at Qin Shuang. He has been secretly in love with Qin Shuang for a long time, but has never been able to win her heart. Now that Qin Shuang was about to change shifts, he naturally had to follow him to prevent someone from getting there first. Su Mei glared at Lu Letian with dissatisfaction. The fact that two top students took the initiative to change classes was enough to show Lu Lishan's mistakes in teaching. I'll prepare a test for you tomorrow. Teacher Lu, come with me. After saying that, Sume left the classroom without looking back, and Lu Letian followed her in a daze. The day's classes ended quickly. When school was over, Han Wu was about to teleport home, but Qin Shuang rushed to him and asked, Han Wu, tell me, what's going on with your heroic life form? Han Wu frowned slightly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Of course it has something to do with me. You owe me 150 points of divine power. If you can't pay it back, you have to be my slave to pay off the debt. So I have the right to know where your heroic life form came from. Qin Shuang said unreasonably. Han Wu was even more speechless after hearing this. He owed a total of 150 points of divine power, and they wanted him to be a slave to pay off the debt. This was too insulting, he said angrily. If you want to collect the debt, I can pay you 5 points of divine power as interest. But if you want to inquire about the information of the heroic life form, I can't tell you. After saying that, Han Wu disappeared from his seat without waiting for Qin Shuang's answer, apparently teleporting back home. Damn it! Qin Shuang was so angry that he slammed the table. She felt that Han Wu was born to be her nemesis. On the other side, Han Wu returned home, ate something casually, and then went into the God's Landing module to check the current situation in the God's realm. After a fierce battle, the number of suicide locusts and exploding locusts in the divine realm dropped sharply. The eggs of common locusts were affected by the battle, and 40% of them became inactive. Of the remaining 60%, only 20% successfully hatched into larvae. After cultivation, there are currently 1 billion ordinary locusts in the divine realm. The number of self-destructive locusts recovered to 1 million, but the number of explosive locusts was only 30,000. With such a small number of troops, Han Wu really has no confidence in dealing with tomorrow's test. At this time, Zhantai Jianfeng sensed Han Wu's arrival and took the initiative to pray. Great God, the escaped wolf cavalry are hiding in the mines. Should we go and destroy them? Han Wu then remembered that the wolf cavalry were not completely wiped out, and dozens of them had escaped. After all, if these followers of Zhang Gang remain in his own divine domain, they will be a scourge and must be eradicated as soon as possible. But killing them directly would be a bit of a waste. So Han Wu gave a divine oracle to Zhantai Jianfeng. Go and capture those wolf cavalrymen. Make sure they're alive. They will be of great use to me. Zhantai Jianfeng received Han Wu's oracle and immediately took action. Within a few days, all the wolf cavalry were captured, tied up together, and handed over to Han Wu. As the time came to 2340, Han Wu once again used life sacrifice, sacrificing more than 1 billion ordinary locusts and dozens of wolf cavalry. Dozens of wolf riders transformed into dozens of groups of vigorous vitality and merged into the sacrificial array. The total amount was no less than the vitality of 2 billion locusts. After the sacrificial ceremony, 3 products appeared in front of Han Wu. Option 1. Alpha Mecha, a mechanical product comparable to extraordinary life forms. Option 2. Level 1 Furnace Blueprint, which can be used to build a huge furnace that can produce faith equipment. Option 3. 3 Sentry Towers. Provides long-range vision and prevents enemy invasion. Looking at the 3 options, Han Wu couldn't help but wonder if his luck had run out, as none of the 3 options was suitable for him. The Alpha Mecha is comparable to extraordinary life forms, which sounds great, but Han Wu's core clan is locusts, which have no intelligence. How can they control the mecha? The level 1 large furnace blueprint can be used to build a huge furnace to forge equipment, which is suitable for auxiliary construction of forging logistics. For Han Wu, it is still not very useful. Because his core family is locusts, can he rely on locusts for forging? As for the watchtower, it is even more unnecessary. Han Wu's current divine domain covers a total of 160 square kilometers, with a length and width of only 14 kilometers, and most of it is plains. You can see the end at a glance, and the view is excellent. Building a sentry tower is pure nonsense. However, when it comes to forging, Han Wu remembered the 800 dwarf captives he had left behind to mine in the Divine Realm mining area. What is their situation now? Han Wu subconsciously cast his thoughts over. As a result, he discovered that these dwarves were living quite well. Originally, there were only 800 dwarves, but in less than 2 years in the Divine Realm, the number has grown to 900. They even consciously turned the mined minerals into various weapons, and kept them for the god Han Wu to take at any time. Are dwarves so reasonable? Han Wu was surprised and focused his attention in front of an old dwarf. This old dwarf was a Pan believer. When he saw Han Wu's consciousness projection, he immediately realized that the person in front of him was a god. The old dwarf immediately moved his short and fat body and knelt down to Han Wu. God, thank you for giving us a wonderful life. Han Wu was even more puzzled. Since capturing the dwarves, he had only issued one order, which was to let the dwarves mine. And in Han Wu's mind, these dwarves are just spare life forms for sacrifice. They don't receive any preferential treatment at all, let alone a good life. Through the means of God, Han Wu read the memory of the old dwarf and finally understood what the old dwarf said. It turned out that in Zhang Bin's divine domain, although the dwarves were a core clan, they did not live well. Zhang Bin required that all citizens become soldiers. Every dwarf had to suppress his or her love for making equipment and was forced to undergo military training. Many dwarves died in training at a young age. After being taken into the divine realm by Han Wu, these dwarves no longer needed to be subject to strict military management and could do whatever they liked. Mining and equipment manufacturing are their favorites. In addition, the mining area is adjacent to the forest area, so they can easily find food, which is enough to ensure their survival. Compared with Zhang Bin's divine realm, this is simply heaven. Seeing that even the dwarves had such awareness, Han Wu felt inspired. Why not tame these dwarves and use them for your own purposes, making them a common clan to provide logistical support? At least they are talented in making equipment. Having made up his mind, Han Wu decided among the three options. Select the melting pot blueprint. Han Wu then gave the task of building the furnace to the dwarves. When the dwarves heard that the gods had bestowed blessings to help them forge better, they were all very excited. They went from being casual believers to true believers, and the power of their faith increased significantly. All in all, it is a considerable income. Han Wu smiled and disappeared from the dwarf's sight. He has more important things to do next. That is to build up troops like crazy to cope with tomorrow's test. Chapter 10 Test Difficulty. The next day, Lu Letian sat at the conference table with a sullen look on his face. Surrounding me are 11 other class teachers from the same grade. Everyone, I think you all know about the class change test for Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and Zhang Xiaolong. The school has given us the leadership of this test. I wonder what everyone thinks. Lu Letian said. What else can I think of? Of course, I would like to thank Teacher Lu for his gift. 3 top students are switching classes together. You're giving benefits to your brothers. A head teacher who usually has a bad relationship with Lu Letian mocked. Lu Lishan's face turned pale. Because of the class change between Han Wu and the other two, he was scolded for a long time by the head teacher Su Mei yesterday, and he also lost his performance rating for this semester because of it. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Letian blamed all the problems on Han Wu. If he hadn't insisted on changing shifts, how could Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong have thought about changing shifts? I don't care about the tests of Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong, but I demand that Han Wu's test be upgraded to the highest level. Students who don't respect their teachers should be severely punished. I, Lu, have never troubled you all before. This time, please give me some face for the sake of our relationship as colleagues. Lu Lishan's words made several class teachers present think. Han Wu's performance is very impressive now, but it is ultimately difficult to hide the disadvantage that he has no backing. In this situation, Han Wu is like a rootless duckweed and may collapse at any time. It would be better to take this opportunity to do Lu Letian a favor. However, some class teachers expressed disdain. There is a powerful heroic life form in Han Wu's divine domain. I think everyone knows what a heroic life form represents. That heroic life form did not come from his core clan. Don't forget, his core clan is still the lowest level locusts. Lu Letian retorted. The class teachers present all have their own judgment, and after analyzing the pros and cons, they quickly make a choice. Teacher Lu, what I despise most in my life is people who are ungrateful. I will help you with this. Han Wu was originally Teacher Lu's student, but he didn't care about his teaching. If a student like him can betray Teacher Lu today, he can betray everyone here tomorrow. So I think Han Wu needs to be severely punished. I second the motion. I agree to severe punishment. There were a total of 12 class teachers, and 10 of them expressed their agreement to give Han Wu the most difficult test. Among the other 2 class teachers, one wavered and chose to abstain, while the other decisively refused to agree with Lu Letian. However, their opinions no longer matter. It was a collective decision to subject Han Wu to the most difficult test. Even the head teacher, Su Mei, couldn't change it. When it was time for class, Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and Zhang Xiaolong were called out of the classroom. Under the watchful eyes of the head teacher, Su Mei, Lu Letian took out 3 cards and gave them to 3 people respectively. Su Mei noticed that the 3 cards were not the same. The cards Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong received were marked with a 1, indicating the lowest level of test difficulty. The 2 only needed to lead their clans in the divine domain to resist the invasion of 1,000 foreigners. However, the card Han Wu received was marked with 10, indicating the highest difficulty test. It means that if Han Wu wants to pass the test, he needs to resist 10 times the number of enemies, that is, 10,000 foreigners, and he will pass the test only after victory. Although the foreign races assigned to the test are random, the difficulty reaches 10, and the enemy's match will definitely not be weak. For Han Wu, this test is bound to be more difficult than fighting against the demigod Zhang Gang. If things go wrong, Han Wu is in danger of having his divine domain captured. Dean Su Mei couldn't bear to see such a good seedling being killed, so she said, "Teacher Lu, can you reconsider Han Wu's test?" Lu Letian replied, "This is the decision of all the head teachers of the grade." Su Mei didn't know what to say for a moment. She had no say in the decision of the crowd. Han Wu took his own test card. Through the conversation between Su Mei and Lu Letian, he realized that the test he would face would definitely be of hellish difficulty. He did not hide his disgust for Lu Letian. He pretended to try to keep me yesterday, but when that didn't work, he resorted to harassment. This kind of person is not worthy of being a teacher. Han Wu became more and more convinced of the decision he made yesterday to change shifts. Even if he lost everything in the test, as long as he could escape from Lu Lishan's jurisdiction, it would be a victory for him. Han Wu and the other 2 came to the Divine Realm landing capsule with the test cards. Qin Shuang naturally saw that Han Wu was being targeted. Before entering the God's Domain landing cabin, she said to Han Wu, "My words are still valid. As long as you become my slave, I promise that no one in the whole school can bully you except me." Han Wu smiled faintly. "I appreciate your kindness. See you after the test." As he spoke, Han Wu was the first to enter the Divine Realm landing cabin. Qin Shuang stamped his feet in anger, muttering, "You really don't know what's good for you." As he said this, he also got into the Divine Realm landing cabin. Zhang Xiaolong witnessed the whole process with a gloomy look in his eyes, and also got into the Divine Realm landing capsule. As the 3 entered the Divine Domain landing module, the students and teachers went into spectator mode. The test conducted by Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong was not very interesting. The 1,000 foreigners were quickly wiped out by the attack of their core tribesmen. They both passed the test successfully. Han Wu's test has not yet produced any results. It was just because, at this moment, the number of foreign invaders breaking into his divine domain was not 1,000 but 10,000. And the invading alien race is the Red Goblin clan, which is definitely an elite life form. In the divine domain, Han Wu felt his breathing quicken when he saw 10,000 elite Red Goblins breaking in through the portal. To Han Wu, the Red Goblins are more difficult to deal with than the wolf cavalry of the demigod Zhang Gang, because Red Goblins have an innate attribute: resistance to fire. Thanks to this property, Red Goblins can withstand higher temperatures, and the damage caused to them by fire attacks will be greatly reduced. Han Wu's reliance is the magma self-explosion of the exploding locust. Lu Letian, who was in spectator mode, sneered, "Han Wu, blame you for rejecting my kindness. An army of 10,000 Red Goblins is enough to break through your divine domain." Some of the head teachers who were on good terms with Lu Letian had already congratulated him in advance. "Teacher Lu, congratulations on getting your revenge. Hey, there is no hatred between teachers and students. After this test, Han Wu will definitely understand the good intentions of us teachers." Lu Letian replied hypocritically. Director of Studies Su Mei had no time to look at Lu Lishan's hypocritical face. Her eyes were always fixed on Han Wu's divine realm. She hoped that Han Wu could bring her another miracle. As an army of 10,000 Red Goblins invades the divine realm, a war between the two sides is about to break out. Chapter 11. A Pitiful Victory. Under Han Wu's oracle, a total of 2.6 billion locusts flew up, covering the sky and the earth like an endless black cloud, attacking the Red Goblin Legion. The Red Goblin army refused to give in to the attack of a large number of locusts. Fireballs gathered in their claws and were fired at the locusts. Each fireball can turn dozens of locusts into ashes. Hundreds of thousands of locusts are killed every second. The casualties among the Red Goblins were minimal. Han Wu's divine incarnation was watching everything. He chose the right moment and issued another oracle. Self-destructing locust attack. Under the cover of ordinary locusts, 5 million suicide locusts launched a suicide attack on the Red Goblin Legion. Suddenly, crackling sounds of explosions were heard one after another. The Red Goblin Legion finally suffered damage. Under the attack of 5 million self-destructive locusts, 6,000 Red Goblins were injured to varying degrees, and 400 Red Goblins were directly killed. But for the entire Red Goblin Legion numbering tens of thousands, this little damage is nothing, and they still have enough troops to fight. With no other options left, Han Wu had to use his trump card. Exploding locusts are coming out. The accumulated 400,000 exploding locusts broke into the Red Goblin camp under the rain of fireballs and exploded. A large amount of magma turned the area where the Red Goblin army was located into a lava hell. Some injured Red Goblins were burned by the high temperature and eventually died tragically in the lava area. But the Red Goblin is an elite fire life form after all. Many Red Goblins managed to rush out of the lava area despite the high temperature damage and save their lives. The death of 400,000 exploding locusts only took the lives of 3,000 Red Goblins. The remaining nearly 6,500 Red Goblins were almost all injured, but still able to fight. They obeyed their mission and rushed towards the core of Han Wu Divine Domain. It was impossible to stop the locusts flying all over the sky. The teachers and students who were watching the game made assertions. Student Han Wu is finished this time, although he still has a heroic life form as a trump card. But no matter how powerful the heroic life form is, can it kill 6,500 Red Goblins? Locusts are just low-level creatures after all. No matter how well they are trained, they are not good enough to be on the stage. Let him go crazy, and the Red Goblin army will destroy the core of his divine domain. The head teacher, Su Mei, couldn't stand it anymore, and she was not optimistic about Han Wu's situation at the moment. Through the secret channel, Su Mei sent a message to Han Wu. Han Wu, if you can't hold on, just admit defeat. Failure is not shameful. Only by living can you have the opportunity to wash away the shame of failure and create brilliance. I believe that as long as you are given time, you will soon be able to rise again. In response to Su Mei's suggestion, Han Wu shook his head firmly. Director Su, since I have decided to change shifts, I will stick to it to the end. Even if I have to fight to the last man, I will not hesitate. Besides, I haven't lost yet. On the battlefield, the sword cuts through iron and kills everyone. For storm swords were swung, and violent sword winds swept across a large area. The Red Goblin army was not willing to be outdone. Under the volley of fireballs, Jianfeng Zhantie was also injured. But the heroic life form, Jianfeng Zhantie, still stands firm thanks to his strong physique. The 4 storm swords danced wildly without stopping. Any Red Goblin that approached the core of the divine realm would suffer a fatal blow. A large area of land around the core of the divine domain was dyed red with blood. Many students watching the game could not stand such a bloody scene and automatically withdrew from watching. The trend of war is becoming more and more obvious. The hero sword Wen Zhantai has strong vitality, but he can't resist the siege of 6,500 Red Goblins. Under the attack of nearly endless fireballs, Jianfeng Zhantai's body was covered with scars and blood scabs. His strength was exhausted. He used his 4 hands as a shield with his swords, barely protecting his body. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was already on the verge of death. Around him, the corpses of more than 5,000 Red Goblins showed the intensity of the killing. But it's also time for the end. The remaining 1,000 or so Red Goblins gathered together their fireballs to deliver the final blow to the tenacious hero. Lu Letian, who was watching the battle, could not hide the joy on his face. He seemed to have witnessed the tragic death of this heroic life form and the destruction of the core of Han Wu's divine domain. But at this moment, the earth shook. The Red Goblin stopped throwing fireballs and looked in the direction of the sound. Then I saw a group of fully armed dwarves rushing out of the forest. There were not many of them, only 900, but he was wearing a full set of iron armor and holding weapons such as hammers and axes in his hands. "Protect our god!" The old dwarf leading the dwarves shouted loudly. The 900 dwarves responded in unison, their roars as shocking as a war song. The remaining 1,000-odd Red Goblins were shocked by this scene. By the time they reacted, the dwarf's hammer was already in front of them. "Kill!" The old dwarf swung his sledgehammer and smashed it on the head of a red goblin, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The dwarves that followed caught up and fought with the red goblins. Suddenly, shouts and explosions rang out again. The battle situation once again entered a stalemate. Everyone watching the game was shocked. When they looked around the entire divine domain, they didn't notice that in addition to his core Locust clan, Hanwoo actually raised an additional dwarf army. And judging by the dwarf's fully armed appearance, he must have been trained for some time. A careful teacher discovered that he had seen these dwarves somewhere before. Upon closer inspection, they were Zhang Bin's core clan members. In just 2 days, Hanwoo had trained them into a family loyal to him. What a talent! With such ability, he will definitely be in the top 10 in the grade. The teacher was tempted. Hanwoo initiated the test in order to change the shift. If such a talent were introduced into one's class, wouldn't it be equivalent to picking up a top student for free? With one more top 10 student in the class, the educational review and evaluation this semester will definitely increase, and rewards will definitely be inevitable. If Hanwoo can successfully pass the test, he must be introduced to my class, the teacher said secretly in his heart. Several other teachers had the same idea. They were just waiting for the final results of the test to see whether Hanwoo could pass. In Hanwoo's divine domain, the sounds of fighting became less and less. The fall of every dwarf and red goblin touches the hearts of the viewers. Who will win? Soon, the answer was revealed. The last red goblin had his head smashed by the old dwarf. Hanwoo's side won the final victory. However, this victory was destined to be a Pyrrhic one. Under Hanwoo's command, the locusts were almost completely wiped out, and the 900 dwarf legions suffered heavy casualties, with only 54 dwarves left alive. The only consolation is that the heroic life form Jianfeng Zhantie is not dead. Student Hanwoo wins. While the spectators were still savoring the moment, the head teacher, Su Mei, announced the result. She herself was quite shocked by the result, even a little bit unbelievable. She could only say that Hanwoo's victory was a miracle. In the God's domain, Hanwoo released 2 waves of growth acceleration in succession to promote the recovery of the surviving family members. Then he withdrew from the God's domain and walked out of the God's domain landing cabin. The small classroom was already packed with head teachers from each class. They looked eagerly at the 3 people who passed the test and extended a sincere invitation. Student Qin Shuang, come to my class. I have the most suitable resources for Thunderbirds for your clan to improve quickly. Student Zhang Xiaolong, I have a secret method for training monster followers. As long as you come to my class, I will pass it on to you. Student Hanwoo, come to my class. I am willing to provide you with a more powerful dwarf army. At the enthusiastic invitation of the class teachers, Zhang Xiaolong did not answer rashly, but instead set his eyes on Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was looking at Hanwoo. The class teachers immediately realized that the key to whether they could bring top students back to their classes lay in Hanwoo. Facing the invitations from many class teachers, Hanwoo turned to the Dean of Studies, Su Mei, and asked, Dean Su, can I ask why my test is so difficult? Su Mei replied, the difficulty of individual tests is jointly determined by all the head teachers of the grade. For a moment, the 10 class teachers who chose to give Hanwoo the most difficult test were speechless. I want to see how they voted, Hanwoo said. Su Mei found out the voting results and announced them to Hanwoo. Among the 12 class teachers present, 9 looked embarrassed and cursed Lu Letian countless times in their hearts. Of the remaining 2, one was feeling lucky for having chosen to abstain, while the other was looking Hanwoo up and down. Teachers, what can you give me if I join your class? Hanwoo asked the 2 head teachers directly after seeing the vote. Hanwoo entered the class in search of resources. The teacher accepted Hanwoo because of his performance. Each is what it needs. Hanwoo is confident that his performance in the test will earn him a higher salary. The 2 head teachers appreciated Hanwoo's directness and responded. Student Hanwoo, in today's test, I saw your ability in training dwarf clans. If you join my class, I can provide you with a team of no less than 10,000 dwarves. With this team, you will surely be able to rank among the top 10 in your grade, and entering a first-class university in the future will not be a dream. Another class teacher said, the cultivation of the core clan is the most important thing. I have several very useful resources for the Zer clan. If you can join my class, I will help you complete the life transition of the entire Locust clan. The prices offered by both class teachers were very high. But in Hanwoo's opinion, what the second head teacher said made more sense. The core family is the most important. Teacher, I haven't asked for your name yet. Hanwoo asked the second head teacher. Tianwen. The head teacher Tianwen replied. Han Wu immediately said, Teacher Tianwen, I would like to join your class. Before Tianwen answered, Qin Shuang on the side said, Teacher Tianwen, I am also willing to join your class. Zhang Xiaolong at the back immediately said, Teacher Tianwen, please let me join your class. Tianwen opened his mouth wide, with a look of surprise and joy on his face. 1 shot, 3 hits. This is the rhythm for winning the Outstanding Teacher Award this year. Chapter 12. The Law of Gluttony. The other class teachers were extremely jealous of the result. 3 of the top 10 students in the grade all flocked to Tianwen's class, and the overall score of his class soared. But the class teachers can do nothing about it. It is the student's decision which class to go to. As teachers, they can only bribe, but cannot interfere. Okay, come to my class, Tianwen said happily. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 cards of good quality. This is the gift the teacher gave you when you entered the class. Tianwen distributed 3 cards to the 3 people. Qin Shuang didn't even look at it and put the card into the divine domain. Obviously, this girl whose family has a mind doesn't care about Tianwen's reward. Zhang Xiaolong took the card and took a look at it with a hint of surprise on his face. The card that Tianwen gave him was very suitable for the development of his core family. As for Han Wu, he held the card given by Tianwen, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. Because the card given by Tianwen was tailor-made for his Zerg. Level 2 building card, Insect Nest. Covering an area of 1 square kilometer, it can hatch 1 million Zergs every year. Effect. It can perfectly display the effect of the holy objects embedded in the insect nest. Take the real situation as an example. After Han Wu built the insect nest in the divine domain, he could bless the 2 level 1 holy objects, the exploding heart and the lava fire crystal, to the insect nest. The hive will perfectly exert the power of both on the eggs bred in the hive. In this way, Han Wu can obtain 1 million exploding locusts every year. This is much faster than the speed he is currently cultivating using his growth-accelerating ability. Thank you, teacher, Han Wu said gratefully. Don't say thank you. The best way to repay me is to achieve better results, Tianwen replied. Director of Studies, Su Mei looked at the results with satisfaction. She was sincerely happy that Han Wu was able to jump to a class that satisfied him. As for how far Han Wu can grow in the future, it depends on Han Wu's own luck. Teachers, today's test is just a small trial and is insignificant. But the unified examination organized by the school in 7 days is of utmost importance and is related to the future allocation of resources for each class. I don't need to say more about its value. Su Mei's words made the expressions of many head teachers present serious. Director Su, we will definitely educate our students well and live up to the school's expectations. There are 3 places for top classes. My class will reserve 1 first. I have confidence in the students in our class. The class teachers all expressed their opinions, with the only exception being Lu Letian, because the top students in their class all moved to other classes. After a day of classes in the new class, Han Wu was teleported home after school and immediately got into the Divine Domain landing module. The shift test dealt a fatal blow to Han Wu's clan members in the Divine Domain, and he had no time to compile statistics on the battle situation. After entering the Divine Realm, Han Wu immediately used his Divine Sense to scan the entire Divine Realm and obtain detailed information. Number of followers: 2.04 million locusts, 5,000 self-destructive locusts, 300 explosive locusts, 52 red furnace dwarves, heroic life form, sword wind cuts iron. These are all the remaining clans in Han Wu's Divine Domain. To describe it in 1 word, it's shabby. If he were to take part in the unified examination 7 days later with this level of ability, his result would probably be at the bottom among all students in the grade. We have to continue to produce troops and cultivate the locusts first, Han Wu muttered, his eyes falling on the new name of the red furnace dwarves. He was very sure that the dwarves in his divine domain were just ordinary dwarves, so how could their name change after the war? Puzzled, Han Wu sent his spiritual consciousness into the mining area, wanting to witness it with his own eyes. When his spiritual clone saw the dwarf, his first reaction was to be startled. How could his dwarf become like this? A short and fat body, strong limbs, and lush hair. These 3 characteristics are standard for dwarves. But the red furnace dwarves need 2 more things, namely red skin and magma-like blood. Han Wu could even see the bright lines formed under the red skin as the magma-like blood flowed. Han Wu hurriedly checked the information of the Red Furnace Dwarf. Ordinary clan, Red Furnace Dwarves. An elite race evolved from ordinary dwarves after a desperate bloody battle. Family level, elite creatures. Family talents, forging, fire blood. Faith level, true believer. Power of faith, 20,000/day. Reproductive capacity, 1 liter/year. Life cycle, 80 years, 5 years in infancy, 10 years in childhood, 55 years in adulthood, and 10 years in aging. Talent, forging. Improves the host's understanding of forging. Talent, flame blood. Greatly improves the host's resistance to high temperatures, making it easier for the host to master fire attribute skills. Han Wu was surprised. It actually evolved into a natural elite life form. How great it would be if this was my core family. Based on the racial information he had seen, Han Wu concluded that the Red Furnace Dwarves were a very powerful race. If they were trained, they would definitely be able to leave their peers far behind. However, such an excellent race is not his core race. Han Wu could only sigh that fate was a cruel trick on him. Han Wu verbally encouraged the Qilu dwarves and motivated them to work hard on forging iron while also working hard on creating humans and expanding their tribe. In the following days, Han Wu attended classes during the day and worked hard to train his troops at night. With the help of accelerated growth, Han Wu restored the core locusts to their previous size in just 4 days. When the total number of locusts reached 7.3 billion, it also reached the upper limit that the divine realm environment could bear. Han Wu waved his hand and sacrificed his life. 7.2 billion ordinary locusts transformed into countless life energies and poured into the sacrificial array in the sky. 3 options appeared before Han Wu again. Option 1. Level 2 Relic. Law of Gluttony, broken. After loading into the core of the God Realm, the core race gains the ability to gluttonize. If the total energy of the food consumed exceeds 1,000 times its own energy, it can complete its own evolution. The main body of the relic is broken and only works on ordinary life forms. Option 2. Heroic Template. Give it to a super life form to help it become a heroic life form. Option 3. A Little Divinity. Each of the 3 options made Han Wu drool, because each one is quite powerful. Level 2 Relic. Law of Gluttony, broken. This relic can no longer be measured by numbers because it can help the clan complete the life transition. Although it can only jump from ordinary life forms to elite life forms, it is still enough to make people jealous. For example, Han Wu, if all his ordinary locusts were transformed into elite life form locusts. Then I'll make another sacrifice. Wow, the reward then will definitely be 10 times better than now. Of course, Han Wu can only think about this kind of thing. 7.3 billion locusts with the ability to eat voraciously would eat him to death. He simply cannot afford to feed them. The hero template of option 2 can enable an extraordinary life form to evolve into a heroic life form, and is equally valuable. By looking at the performance of the sword cutting through iron, one can tell how precious this item is. If it were put up for auction, it would be enough to make demigods fight over it. As for option 3, a little divinity, simple and crude. That is equivalent to 100 trillion powers of faith, or 100 million divine powers. Choose it, and you can become a billionaire instantly. Faced with 3 options, Han Wu pondered over it, and after repeated consideration, he finally chose option 1. The second-level relic, the Law of Gluttony, broken, is very useful to his core tribe, the Locusts. In the long run, it goes far beyond the heroic template and a little divinity. However, with his current assets, he simply could not afford to raise too many gluttonous locusts. Han Wu had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and impose the Law of Gluttony on the insect nest, breeding 1 million gluttonous locusts every year. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. With the unified examination approaching, Han Wu entered the divine realm and saw a group of giant locusts 1 meter long at first sight among the billions of insects. It was a new species, named the Exploding Locust by Han Wu. It is an extraordinary life form. Chapter 13 Unified Examination begins. The sun is shining brightly in the morning. Han Wu walked into the new class and came to his seat. Qin Shuang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Han Wu coming, he stood up and walked over. "Have you considered being my slave?" Qin Shuang asked angrily right from the start. Han Wu was speechless. How strong is Qin Shuang's obsession that he must take himself as a slave? Classmate Qin Shuang, I am now quite strong and capable of protecting myself. Let's not talk about being a slave anymore. Han Wu refused. Qin Shuang was still unwilling. Having such thoughts shows that you are not mature enough. Let me ask you, do you have a backer? Do you have resources? You have neither. And you think you can stand out from the crowd of demigods with just your locusts? That's too naive. Your locust training is indeed good, but it is still too weak. Although your taming of dwarves is impressive, they are not your core tribe after all. Qin Shuang spoke for a long time, but to Han Wu, it was all nonsense. I appreciate your kindness. We'll know whether I can do it after the exam. Han Wu replied, then got into the Divine Realm landing capsule and waited for the unified exam to begin. Qin Shuang felt like he had been rejected and was extremely angry, so he left in anger. When Zhang Xiaolong saw Qin Shuang, whom he regarded as a goddess, being humiliated in front of Han Wu, he felt like a fire was burning in his heart. Han Wu, one day, I will make you completely out of Qin Shuang's sight. After a while, the head teacher Tian Wen came to the classroom. His demigod projection entered the interface of every student. This unified exam organized by the school is very important as it affects the future allocation of resources for the class. I ask the students to give their best to take this exam for the sake of their future. Of course, for students with excellent grades, the teacher will not be stingy. Sacred objects, divine land, core fragments, clan legions, etc. All kinds of reward resources are in my hands. As long as you have the ability, feel free to take them. Just 2 simple sentences made the 62 students in the class excited. Next, I will distribute the rules of the unified examination to everyone. Please check them carefully. The rules are sent to each student's interface. Han Wu spent a few minutes reading through the rules information and got a general idea in his mind. Like previous years, this year's unified examination is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is an elimination system, and the second stage is a ranking system. In the elimination stage, all students will be assessed with the same level of difficulty. Those who pass will have their class score increased by 1, and those who fail will be eliminated directly. Don't blame the school's unified examination system for being harsh, because if the Divine Realm civilization wants to continue to develop, it must rely on the survival of the fittest, and only the best will be eligible for more and better resources. The best option for the last person is to leave early. After passing the elimination test, students will be eligible to continue studying and can choose to withdraw from the assessment or continue the challenge based on their remaining clan strength. Those who withdraw will have no chance of being included in the ranking list. Only those who continue to challenge and successfully pass are eligible to enter the school ranking list. This involves the second stage of the unified examination, the ranking system. During the ranking stage, the assessment adopts an infinite challenge system, and invaders will be teleported in wave after wave. Every time you pass a wave, your personal ranking will rise and your class points will increase by 1. The final places in the 3 top classes are based on points. Students can obtain rewards from schools with corresponding rankings through the ranking list. Han Wu glanced at the end of the rules and saw the rewards that students on the ranking list could get, and his heart was itching. Ranking list members, a random basic resource card. The top 100 will receive divine territory worth 100 divine power of their choice. The top 50 will receive a level 1 holy relic. The top 30 will receive a reproduction card, which can increase the reproduction speed of the clan by 5 times within 10 years. Top 20, level 1 building, temple. Within a 100-meter radius of the temple, there is a level 1 primary holy aura that can speed up the recovery of the family members. The top 10 will receive a divine weapon worth no more than 100,000 divine power, with the style of their choice. The top 5 will receive an extraordinary seed, which can accelerate an elite life form's comprehension of extraordinary powers and enter the extraordinary realm. Top 3, divine domain core level +1. First place, 1 point of divinity. In other words, if anyone could get first place, the school reward alone would be enough to make him rich. What's more, the rewards for the class teacher are not listed. Let's fight for the reward. Han Wu roared in his heart. 10 minutes later, the unified examination entered the preparation stage. Han Wu's consciousness was cast into the Divine Realm landing cabin, and he saw himself turning into a stream of light and flying into the void. The same was true for the other students. The streams of light in the void transformed into young boys and girls. Surrounded by more than 700 boys and girls was a slowly rotating golden halo. Hanwoo could sense the aura of his class teacher Tianwen and the dean of studies Sumei. I believe that all class teachers are among them. They are not only responsible for maintaining the normal progress of the unified examinations, but also for supervising students to prevent cheating. Not long after, students from all classes arrived. An emotionless mechanical voice rang out from the golden halo. The first round of elimination examinations for this year's unified examination is about to begin. Please be prepared, candidates. Many students looked nervous, as it was a matter of whether they could continue to study in school. Even the top 10 students couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Countdown 3, 2, 1, 0. Time returned to 0, and Hanwoo returned to his own divine realm. He saw a huge one-way portal appear at the edge of his divine domain. An ominous aura emanated from the portal. He nervously called on all his followers to brace themselves and deal with the foreign enemies. Finally, there was movement in the portal. The galloping sound came from far away and finally jumped out of the portal. A large number of fat monsters with evil spirits wrapped around their bodies rushed out of the portal. Hanwoo took a closer look, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's just a knockout round. Why make such a big deal? Hanwoo had seen this kind of monster in textbooks. It was a monster from the Demon Abyss civilization and was called the Flesh and Blood Demon Puppet. Although it is an ordinary life form, it has combat power comparable to that of ordinary elite life forms, and its skin is thick and tough, and it is extremely resistant to attacks. It is a cannon fodder with extremely high cost performance. Fortunately, they have an extremely fatal weakness, which is their slow movement. Hanwoo was absolutely sure that he could destroy them. He sent orders to the Divine Realm, commanding 50,000 exploding locusts to attack and cause magma self-destruction. In an instant, the area where the Flesh and Blood Demon Puppet was located was covered by high-temperature magma. Every step these 10,000 flesh and blood puppets take forward will cause them to suffer continuous damage from the high temperature. However, they cannot run fast, and there are also a large number of self-destructive locusts harassing them from high altitudes. A large number of flesh and blood puppets died in the magma. Their flesh and blood were roasted by the hot magma, and bursts of meaty aroma emerged. Hanwoo noticed this and sent the red furnace dwarves to drag back some dead flesh and blood demon puppets and feed the corpses to ordinary locusts. Unexpectedly, the locusts were able to digest the corpses after eating them, and the corpses were rich in nutrients and full of energy. This gave Hanwoo a new idea. He hurriedly exchanged the level 2 holy relic loaded on the insect nest, the Law of Gluttony, incomplete, with the 2 level 1 holy relic loaded on the core of the divine domain. In an instant, all the locusts flying in the divine realm were affected by the core of the divine realm, and they felt extremely hungry in their stomachs. All the flowers, plants, and trees in the divine realm became their food, including the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets. As the locusts were eating frantically, their bodies expanded, and they transformed from ordinary life forms into elite life forms. Hanwoo was overjoyed when he saw this. With 10,000 flesh and blood puppets as food, in less than 5 hours, he had more than 5 million gluttonous locusts of elite life forms under his command. How can this be called an exam? It's clearly a free meal. If all subsequent exams are like this, let's make them even more intense, Hanwoo said excitedly while releasing his growth-accelerating ability to spawn more soldiers. Chapter 14 Betting. The Unified Elimination Examination is still ongoing. More students were suffering terribly under the attacks of the flesh and blood demon puppets. In the Golden Halo, the 12 class teachers dispersed their spiritual consciousness and paid attention to the situations in the spiritual realms of all students. Oh, another student has been eliminated. I was quite optimistic about him. A class teacher sighed. I have eliminated 20 students from my class, which is a reduction of 1/3. My class is in even worse shape, with half of the students already eliminated. Is the difficulty of this unified exam a bit beyond the scope of the curriculum? Ahem. Dean of Studies Su Mei coughed to interrupt the complaints of the class teachers. The principal led 3 vice principals to fight for the plane with the Demon Abyss civilization on the front line. He must have his reasons for choosing the flesh demon puppets as the invading enemies for the elimination test. We demigods cannot speculate. Yes, Director Su is right. We just need to conscientiously complete the tasks assigned by the principal. Don't you agree? Yes, I firmly support the principal. Sumei's face looked better now. At this time, Tianwen suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Good boy, the flesh and blood demon puppet that others regard as a nightmare has become food for his family. He is really good at it." The other class teachers all focused their spiritual consciousness on the interface that Tianwen was looking at. Are there any followers who can resist the toxins contained in the flesh and blood demon puppets? They even grilled it before eating it. How exquisite! Locusts can ignore the toxins of the flesh demon golem? This is a new discovery. It's worth studying. The class teacher saw Han Wu using locusts to eat the flesh and blood demon puppet and praised him one after another. Lu Letian stood behind everyone, his face looking as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Humph, it's just luck. In terms of strength, his locusts are garbage. Lu Letian said angrily. Teacher Lu, I cannot agree with what you said. Tianwen and Lu Letian usually don't get along well. Now that he has the opportunity to criticize Lu Letian, he naturally has to seize it. Luck is also a part of strength, and if you look closely, the locusts he bred are quite strong. As he spoke, Tianwen enlarged the screen to show the exploding locusts bred by Han Wu. Oh, a supernatural life form. Although it can only be regarded as the bottom of the supernatural life forms, it has after all stepped into the threshold of the supernatural. A class teacher with the ability of detection commented, "Are locusts a supernatural life form, still locusts? Their overall combat capability is comparable to that of goblins, an ordinary life form. In some aspects, they are even inferior to goblins." Lu Letian said disparagingly. Teacher Lu, you're being one-sided. You can't always compare the shortcomings of locusts with the advantages of other races. Let me ask you, locusts can expand their population hundreds or thousands of times in a year. Can goblins do the same? Tianwen argued. I won't argue with you about those useless things. Let's see the result. There is a student in my class named Lu Mo, and his clan is goblins. I dare to bet with you that Lu Mo's final result will definitely be better than Han Wu's. Do you dare? Lu Letian was full of anger and was looking for a reason to vent. Normally, Tianwen and Lu Letian disliked each other, and he was irritated by Lu Lishan's words, "Do you dare?" What's there to be afraid of? Let's bet. I bet Han Wu from our class will definitely perform better than Lu Mo from your class. Tianwen slammed the table and said. Lu Letian sneered. Okay, everyone here is a witness. If I win, I don't ask for much, 5 points of divinity. You can afford it, right? Tianwen said. If you lose, you have to compensate me with 5 points of divinity. No problem, it's settled. Lu Letian made the decision on the spot. He is very confident that Lu Mo will achieve good results, just because Lu Mo is his nephew. In order to cope with the unified examination, he gave Lu Mo a lot of resources and guidance, both publicly and privately, just to make Lu Mo proud in the unified examination. As for Han Wu, Lu Letian didn't believe that Tianwen would provide Han Wu with a lot of resource support. After all, there are many good students in Tianwen's class, and Han Wu's current performance is not worthy of allocating resources to train him. The two class teachers made a bet. The assessment of the elimination stage is also coming to an end. Among more than 700 candidates, only 430 passed the elimination stage assessment. The pass rate barely reached 60%. The faces of the class teachers in the Golden Halo were not very good. This result is somewhat unremarkable. When it came to the step of choosing whether to take the ranking assessment, another 130 students simply chose to give up the exam. What a bunch of useless cowards, the hot-tempered head teacher started to curse. Don't blame the students. This unified exam is very difficult, so it's normal for some people to drop out. Students who can survive the difficult war are the ones we should train in the future. After hearing this, the head teachers of each class nodded, and their eyes fell on the screens of the remaining students in their class. The ranking test begins now. An emotionless mechanical voice announced to the remaining 300 students. An even thicker ominous aura emanated from the huge portal. A creaking sound came from inside. Students who continue to take the test are inevitably nervous. Soon, the invading foreign race revealed their true colors. They're a bunch of walking skeleton soldiers, totaling 100,000. The homeroom teachers in the Halo, along with the students taking the test, all widened their eyes and uttered the word exclamation in unison. That's it. As we all know, skeletons are the lowest level of monsters. In plain wars, they are often used as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's combat power. Moreover, during the assessment, The first wave of skeleton soldiers were obviously just ordinary monsters of the lowest level. There isn't even an elite monster in there. This point is almost given away for free. The 130 students who chose to give up the exam are now regretting their decision. If they had known that the next test would be the skeleton soldier test, they would not have given up the test. Skeleton soldiers are something that almost everyone can bully. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Those students who gave up the exam can only blame themselves for being too cowardly. Chapter 15. Home of the Mind. In the Divine Realm, Han Wu looked cautiously at the huge number of skeleton soldiers in front of him. He was a little worried. The invading tribe in the ranking assessment was the skeleton soldiers, a result that made him love and hate it. Love is because the skeleton soldiers are weak and can be easily defeated even by the suicide locusts. The hatred was because the skeleton soldiers had not a pound of flesh on their bodies, not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. In Han Wu's divine domain, there are more than 1 billion hungry locusts waiting for food to achieve life transition. Alas, we have no choice but to fight. Han Wu sighed and issued an oracle, ordering these more than 1 billion hungry locusts to launch an attack. Although ordinary locusts are weak, when more than 1 billion locusts gather together, their destructive power will increase exponentially. More than 1 billion locusts turned into a black cloud and collided with the skeleton soldiers who invaded the divine realm. Countless skeleton soldiers were lifted up high, fell heavily, and shattered into skeletons on the ground. Countless locusts were also smashed into pieces by the skeleton soldiers. The scene can be summarized as weaklings fighting each other. The damage is not great, but the momentum is extremely strong. 2 hours later, the battle was over. The ground was covered with locust carcasses and broken bones. The locusts, affected by the law of biological gluttony, were so hungry that they could only devour the corpses of their companions on the ground to satisfy their hunger. Soon, only large pieces of yellowed bones were left on the ground. The scene is really dazzling. Han Wu did not want his divine domain to be polluted by broken bones, so he once again issued an oracle, asking the locusts to clean up the bones on the ground and burn them in the large furnace built by the red furnace dwarves. He has a lot of locusts under his command, and if 10 locusts pick up a bone, they can clean up the area thoroughly. Before Han Wu could rest, the second wave of skeleton soldiers arrived. The number is still 100,000, but among them are quite a few iron-boned skeleton soldiers who are elite monsters. With the iron-boned skeleton soldiers around, Han Wu can't let ordinary locusts die. The combination of self-destructive locusts and explosive locusts is once again showing its power. The self-destructive locusts are responsible for containment, while the explosive locusts self-destruct in magma, causing huge damage and leaving behind a piece of hot magma ground, causing continuous high-temperature damage to the surviving skeleton soldiers. Even the iron-boned skeleton soldiers would find it difficult to survive in the magma for too long. Soon the second wave of offensive was also defeated by Han Wu. After noticing the lethality of the lava ground to the skeleton soldiers, Han Wu had a new idea. He simply kept the magma on the ground and let the exploding locust spray some fresh magma on it from time to maintain the temperature. He also asked the red furnace dwarves to use a large furnace to smelt large amounts of or burn it into a hot slurry, and then pour it onto the lava ground. This operation turns a large area outside the portal into a death zone. The temperature is so high that it can instantly vaporize the flesh. It was really sad that the skeleton soldiers teleported out of the portal were killed by the high temperature before they could even begin to invade. Han Wuza stayed outside and asked Zhang Tai Jianfeng to keep an eye on any fish that escaped the net. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave, no matter how many skeleton soldiers came, they were easily dealt with. His scores kept getting higher and higher, and he easily broke into the top 30 in the grade. In the Golden Halo, the class teachers in charge of supervision saw Han Wu's operation and exclaimed, "Wow, this young man has such a unique idea." Others fight against skeleton soldiers, fight with their clans, and rely on equipment. Han Wu fought against the skeleton soldiers and built a volcano. This idea is indeed miles ahead of other students. Moreover, the effect is fast, immediate, and highly efficient. What's so great about that? Isn't it just that we made it to the 7th wave? Lu Mo from our class also entered the 7th wave. Lu Letian said unwillingly. Many class teachers turned their attention to Lu Mo's divine realm. Then I saw broken bones everywhere in the divine realm. Almost all of Lu Mo's goblin clansmen carry a bone club as a weapon. Some class teachers noticed that a life transition route had been built among the goblins under Lu Mo's command, allowing them to evolve from ordinary life forms to elite life forms. Ordinary goblins can be promoted to elite life forms, big goblins after training and meeting the requirements. The big goblin is strong, with thick skin and tough flesh, and its overall evaluation exceeds that of the flesh and blood puppet. In addition, the class teachers also noticed that there were many buildings in Lu Mo's divine domain. 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, 12 level 1 fireball towers. The total value of these buildings alone would not be less than 10 million divine powers. They all sighed. This kid's family must have a mine. Lu Letian felt very proud when he saw the shocked expressions of many class teachers. The reason why Lu Mo's divine domain has reached its current scale is all thanks to his uncle. More than half of the buildings were found by his uncle. He also helped perfect the life transition. The purpose is to compete for as many unified examination rewards as possible. If Lu Mo can shine and get first place in this unified examination, all the efforts will be worth it. But before Lu Letian could be happy for 3 seconds, many class teachers were attracted by the battle situation in another student's divine realm. In Qin Shuang's divine domain, 100 level 1 lightning towers stand tall, and the total number of thunderbirds, which are natural elite life forms, is as high as 300,000. In addition, Qin Shuang also has 100 extraordinary life forms, ancient tree giants as ordinary followers to assist in battle. Moreover, a heroic life form has been born among Qin Shuang's core clan, the Thunderbirds, the golden-crowned Thunderbird. Any skeleton that invaded her divine domain, no matter what level, would not last even 5 seconds before being submerged by countless thunders and electrocuted into shattered bones. The scene was truly one-sided. The daughter of the Qin family is indeed strong enough. There's no comparison. Others have mines at home, but Qin Shuang has a home in the mine. She is so inhumane. I am a demigod, but I don't have as many cards as she does. I heard that Qin Shuang was in the top 3 in the grade before, but now it seems that being the top student is just like that. Listening to the praises from other class teachers, Lu Lishan's heart was bleeding. Qin Shuang was originally a student in his class. Her achievement should have been his. But now he has been intercepted by that kid Tianwen. It's all Han Wu's fault. This is all Han Wu's fault. I will make him pay the price. Lu Lishan's resentment towards Han Wu has reached its maximum value and has risen to hatred. None of the class teachers noticed Lu Lishan's emotions. Their eyes fell on the remaining screens, picking out other students with outstanding performance. Zhang Xiaolong, Su Sun, Huang Fei. These are all outstanding students who are expected to compete for the top 10 in their grade. As the ranking assessment progressed, the 10th wave of invasion ended. There are still 18 students who are still persisting. Han Wu is one of them. The 11th wave of invasion is about to begin, and the difficulty will increase significantly. Please be mentally prepared. An emotionless mechanical voice reminded the 18 students who were still persisting. The 18 students immediately became alert, staring at the portal. I saw a figure slowly walking out of the portal. When the class teacher saw that figure, they all exclaimed, "Oh shit." Because this wave of invaders is a heroic life form. Chapter 16, Suspected Cheating. An ordinary heroic life form wouldn't cause the class teachers to lose their composure. Because countless facts have proved that even a heroic life form as strong as the sword that can cut through iron cannot withstand the siege of a large number of clansmen. But the hero's life form that appeared in the ranking assessment was different. Its overall strength is very weak, and it can even be said to be at the bottom among heroic life forms. But if it is placed in a special situation, the power it can unleash will increase thousands of times, approaching that of a higher-level Lord life form. In that special case is Bones. The hero's life information is as follows. Bone Master. Race, skeleton. Level, heroic creature. Talents, bone manipulation, bone polymerization. The moment the heroic life form, Bone Controller, invaded the divine realm, the broken bones scattered on the ground seemed to be attracted and flew towards the Bone Controller. 10 waves of skeleton soldiers, adding up to millions. The resulting bone fragments were enough to form a mountain. Under the control of the Bone Controller, countless broken bones aggregated and deformed, condensing into a mountain-like bone giant within 3 seconds. When the bone giant took shape, it began to unleash astonishing, destructive power. A punch can shatter a mountain, a stomp of the foot can crack the earth. The clans that had previously held the upper hand suffered severe blows. In less than 3 minutes, 8 students chose to withdraw from the assessment due to heavy losses to their families. The remaining 10 students are still resisting stubbornly in various ways. But there was one scene of a student's divine realm that was difficult for the class teachers present to evaluate. That student was Hanwoo. A bone controller with a heroic life form also broke into his divine domain. However, after the bone controller entered, he was unable to display his divine power. Instead, he was burned by the volcano artificially created by Hanwoo and fled everywhere, running around in the divine realm. It's just because there are very few broken bones in Hanwoo's divine domain. Most of the broken bones were melted into ashes by the magma. Without the blessing of bone breaking, the bone controller's fighting power was pitiful, and he was chased by the iron-cutting sword Wind and chopped into 18 pieces. Some bones from key parts were also taken away by the red furnace dwarves, ready to be made into faith equipment. As a result, Hanwoo became the first student among the remaining 10 to survive the 11th wave of invasion. This is cheating, absolutely cheating, Lu Letian said jealously. Hanwoo was extremely unhappy that he defeated the heroic life form bone controller so easily. Other class teachers also had doubts about this. It was because Hanwoo's process of dealing with the bone controller was too easy. One can't help but think that Hanwoo stole the questions in advance. I protest. Tianwen naturally wanted to support his students. Tianwen, you are shielding your students. Be careful, or I will report you to the educational institution. Lu Letian threatened. You openly slander my students and said that my students cheated. Do you have any evidence? Tianwen said unwillingly. Lu Letian snorted coldly. Do you still need evidence? We are all discerning people who can't see that Hanwoo's behavior against the skeleton soldiers is abnormal. Who would take the initiative to clean up the battlefield after defeating the skeleton soldiers? Unless that person knows in advance that a bone controller who can control bones will appear later, and clearing the broken bones on the battlefield can effectively reduce the strength of the bone controller. I seriously suspect that Hanwoo learned the test questions in advance. This is a serious act of cheating, and the school must investigate it strictly. Tianwen was speechless. Although he believed in Hanwoo's character, he also felt that this incident was too coincidental. Ahem. At this time, the Dean of Studies, Su Mei, stood up and said, "Let me say something fair about Hanwoo's grades." The content of this unified exam was arranged by the principal just before departure. Even I didn't know the specific content before the exam began. If Hanwoo knew the exam content before the exam, there is only one possibility. That is, the principal leaked the questions to Hanwoo. Teacher Lu, do you think the principal would do such a stupid thing? The last question made Lu Letian break out in a cold sweat. If he continued to insist that Hanwoo stole the questions, it would mean that he suspected the principal of helping Hanwoo cheat. The majesty of the true God cannot be questioned. Lu Letian couldn't afford the risk of questioning the principal, so he could only change his words and say, "Maybe I was wrong." Hanwoo relied on his luck to defeat the bone controller. But even so, Lu Letian didn't want to see Hanwoo get good results. He continued, even if Hanwoo didn't cheat, his grades are still very inflated, which is very unfair to other students. The other class teachers then looked at Su Mei. Now Hanwoo's sudden rise has made them realize the crisis. As long as Hanwoo is suppressed, their students will have a chance to come forward and receive more generous rewards. Hearing Lu Lishan's words, a hint of mockery appeared on Su Mei's cold face. Teacher Lu, as a demigod, do you know how ridiculous your words are? The cultivation of seeds in the divine civilization has never been about fairness, but the survival of the fittest. No matter how Hanwoo achieved such a good result, as long as he did not cheat, this result should belong to him. As for the fairness you mentioned, do you think that you used your power to privately tilt resources towards your nephew Lu Mo? Is this fair to other students? Qin Shuang, your family funded tens of millions of divine power. Is this fair to other students? Lu Letian was speechless. He never expected that the information he had kept secret had already been known by Su Mei. Asshole, it turns out that Lu Mo is your nephew. No wonder you wanted to bet with me using him. Tianwen then realized that Lu Letian had made a plan to trick him. But then he thought again. Hanwoo rose out of nowhere and easily dealt with the heroic life form bone controller, and he was happy again. There's a saying that goes, "You're shooting yourself in the foot." My student Han, who has already passed the 11th round of assessments. Your nephew Lu Mo wants to pass the 11th round of assessments. The difficulty is unexpectedly high, right? Lu Letian hurriedly looked at the interface belonging to Lu Mo. The bone giants controlled by the bone controller wreaked havoc in Lu Mo's divine domain. A large number of buildings were destroyed, and countless elite life forms, the big goblins, were killed. After Lu Mo resisted several attacks from the bone giant, he could no longer bear it and had to declare defeat. His grades were limited to 7th in the grade, which was already quite good. But it is still far from Han Wu. The result of the bet is out. My student Han Wu passed the 11th wave of assessment, and your nephew Lu Mo failed. Teacher Lu, all the teachers present are witnesses. You will not default on the 5 points of divinity bet, right? Tianwen was very proud of himself. Lu Letian really wanted to just leave, but he couldn't afford to lose that person. As a last resort, he could only grit his teeth and take out 5 points of divinity from the divine realm, condense them into a card, and hand it to Tianwen. He also warned, Teacher Tian, please keep these 5 points of divinity well. One day, I will take them all back. Tianwen took the 5-point divinity card without hesitation and replied, Thank you for your divinity. I won't let that day come. The ranking assessment is still ongoing. Chapter 17 Unified Examination Awards. After getting rid of the heroic life form bone controller, Han Wu waited for a long time before the 12th wave of invasion arrived. The one in the lead is still a heroic life form, the bone controller, followed by 10 extraordinary life forms, the skeleton knights. Han Wu sent out the sword wind slashing iron and 20 exploding locusts to easily resolve this wave of invasion. But it's not so easy for other students. In the 11th wave, they had a hard time killing a bone controller, and before they had time to clean up the broken bones on the ground, in the 12th wave, another bone controller appeared, accompanied by 10 skeleton knights. The psychological trauma of these young geniuses is extremely huge. I was probably complaining in my heart. Why is it happening again? It's never going to end. Unable to withstand the tremendous pressure brought by the bone controller, 3 more students withdrew from the assessment cursing. The top 3 were born, namely Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. As for who will be first, we will have to wait a little longer. In the 14th wave, Huang Fei's core family members suffered heavy casualties and chose to withdraw, and he was fortunate to get a good result of 3rd place in the ranking list. In the 16th wave, Qin Shuang's core clan, the Thunderbirds, were exhausted. The level 1 lightning tower was mostly damaged, and 6 ancient tree giants were killed. She knew she couldn't withstand the next wave of attacks, so she took the initiative to withdraw from the test. Han Wu automatically became the first in the ranking list, but he was so absorbed in the examination that he did not know the result and continued. The assessment came to the 20th wave. The first to appear in the portal is still the heroic life form bone controller. Just following behind, it were 5,000 supernatural beings, the skeleton knights. But in front of the exploding locusts, the huge number does not bring advantages, but disadvantages. The explosion sounded, and the densely packed skeleton knight core suffered a huge impact, not only from the explosion, but also from accidental injuries from their companions being blown away. After several waves of bombing, 5,000 skeleton knights had their limbs shattered and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. The bone controller wanted to gather broken bones to fight back, but the moment it stepped out of the portal, it was targeted by Zhan Tai Jianfeng, who was also a heroic life form. With one iron-cutting move, the bone controller will be sent to the west. The remaining skeleton knights were defeated one by the sword wind and the guerrilla warfare of the red furnace dwarves. As the 20th invasion wave passed, all the class teachers stared at the only remaining screen. The emotionless voice sounded again. The 21st wave of invasion is about to begin. The difficulty will increase significantly. Please be mentally prepared. The notice was issued. The portal expanded violently, and it quadrupled before stopping. A thick smell of death spread out from the portal, and the temperature around it dropped significantly. An ornate bone throne moved out of the portal. On the throne of bones, the skeleton lord, whose bones were as white as jade, sat with great dominance. Beside it, 2 bone controllers stood respectfully, acting as waiters. Beneath the throne of bones, there are 10,000 skeleton knights. As powerful as they are extraordinary life forms, their current duty is just to carry the sedan chair for the skeleton lord. It's actually the skeleton lord. The class teachers who were watching exclaimed. In just the 21st wave, the overlord life form appeared. You know, even the demigods present here may not possess the existence of the lord life forms level. In the divine realm, When Han Wu saw the skeleton lord for the first time, he knew that his challenge was over. The Lord life form is definitely not something he can fight against at his current level. Even if you have the advantage of geographical location, it will not work if you use tricks. He decisively chose to give up the assessment. The moment Han Wu announced his withdrawal from the exam, a huge suction force came from the portal. The suction force pulled the skeleton lord back. The bone controller and skeleton knight couldn't hold on for even a second under the powerful suction and were sucked back to their original plane. Only the skeleton lord lasted 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, the skeleton lord did not launch an attack, but instead roughly broke one of his own ribs and threw it out with all his strength. The rib turned into a stream of light and flew to the other end of Han Wu's divine domain, escaping the suction range. Only after making sure that the ribs had landed safely on the ground did the skeleton lord give up resistance, and was teleported back to the original plane along with the skeleton throne under him. Han Wu was terrified. He was really afraid that the skeleton lord would take advantage of the situation to launch an attack. The power of the Lord life form is enough to easily kill any heroic life form. If Zhantai Jianfeng was killed, Han Wu would suffer a heavy loss. Fortunately, it's all over. Han Wu was teleported back into the void. He looked up and saw a huge list rising from the golden halo. All students who participated in the ranking assessment are listed at the top. And at the top of the list, which is the first place, the name Han Wu shines brightly. On the first, Han Wu was surprised and happy. Although he expected to get good results, he didn't expect them to be so good. Then another list came out from the golden halo. Listed above are the comprehensive scores of the 12 classes. Han Wu only paid attention to the scores of the 2 classes. One is Tian Wen's class, which scored a total of 252 points, ranking first, 20 points ahead of the second place, and was promoted to the top of the 3 top classes. The other is Lu Lishan's class, which scored a total of 192 and ranked 8th. Lu Letian, who also saw the list, was so angry that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. If Han Wu and the other 2 had not changed classes and continued to stay in his class, the title of top class would have gone to his class. Lu Letian felt regretful and hateful, but there was nothing he could do. Not only did he not get the honor of being in the top class this time, he also lost 5 points of divinity in the bet. It can be said that he lost both the wife and the army, and the loss was huge. On the other hand, Tian Wen was immersed in great joy. The class became the top class and also gained 5 points of divinity for free. It's more than just a cool word to sum it up. After seeing the results, some students were forced to withdraw. These people are students who failed to complete the elimination assessment, and they will be expelled from school. Losing your student status will not harm the divine realm. But without the school's resource support, the road to becoming a god in the future will definitely be extremely bumpy. The probability of successfully becoming a god will also be very slim. Among the students who stayed behind, some were happy while others were sad. The 130 students who voluntarily gave up the ranking assessment had regret written all over their faces. If they had known that the first few waves of ranking assessments would be so easy, they would never give up. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. They could only watch other students receive rewards. The awards ceremony begins. First, students who enter the ranking list will randomly receive a basic resource card. The golden light will turn, and basic resource cards were distributed to every student on the ranking list. Han Wu looked at the iron or card he had purchased and smacked his lips. This iron or resource card is worth at most 2 divine power. As expected, the reward that everyone gets is not worth much. Soon after, the rewards for the top 100 were distributed, which were divine territories worth 100 divine powers. After careful consideration, Han Wu chose the dense forest terrain with the highest unit price, 5 divine power per square kilometer, for a total of 20 square kilometers. The reason for choosing the dense forest terrain is that it can produce wood, which is helpful for the red furnace dwarfs to forge. In addition, tall vegetation has more leaves, which will provide more food for locusts. Overall, the dense forest terrain is more cost-effective for Han Wu. Next up is the rewards for the top 50. A level 1 relic. In front of the first 50 students, a list of level 1 holy objects popped up, listing all the level 1 holy objects stored in the school. Han Wu's eyes were dizzy from looking at the long list. Only then did he realize that the school was so wealthy that the number of level 1 holy relics was counted in tens of thousands. Just when Han Wu didn't know which level 1 holy object to choose, his class teacher Tian Wen sent him a message. "Student Han Wu, if I were you, I would choose the level 1 holy object, the poison mist bead. This is equivalent to revealing the answer. How could Han Wu not understand it? He immediately selected the level 1 holy object, poison mist pearl, from the list as his reward. The top 30 will receive a reproduction card. The top 20 will receive a level 1 temple. Finally, we have come to the stage with higher gold content, with rewards for the top 10. A divine weapon must be worth less than 100,000 divine powers. Han Wu pondered the situation in the divine realm. There are 4 storm swords and sword wind/iron, and there is no need to change weapons at present. Even if you change weapons, you need to change for at the same time. It's better not to change only one. The core locusts don't need weapons, so there's no need to consider them. Excluding these 2, the ownership of this divine weapon will fall on the head of the Red Furnace Dwarf. Combining the attributes and racial characteristics of the Red Furnace Dwarves, Han Wu input conditions such as fire attributes and hammer weapons. Suitable options will quickly appear on the search interface. Han Wu's eyes fell on the most valuable divine hammer. Warhammer Inferno, worth 99,999 divine power. Made from the core of the Lord Lifeform Inferno Hydra, it contains a huge amount of fire energy. Minimum usage requirements: Fire Hero Lifeform. Looking at the information about the Infernal Hammer, Han Wu fell into deep thought. This Warhammer perfectly met all of his requirements, but the last usage requirement was a pain in the ass. He doesn't have a fire-type heroic life form, but Han Wu would be unwilling to lower his requirements and look for a magical weapon that can be used by the elite life form, the Red Furnace Dwarfs. Only a fool would miss the opportunity to get free money from the school. After thinking it over again and again, Han Wu finally took the Purgatory Hammer. Since it is not used now, it is stored in the warehouse. When the Red Furnace Dwarves release a hero, you can pick it up and use it directly. The top 5 rewards are extraordinary seeds. The reward for the top 3 is +1 level of God's Domain Core. In the end, under the gaze of many classmates, the director of studies, Su Mei, personally handed the card containing a bit of divinity to Han Wu. At this moment, even Qin Shuang, who had a home in the mine, was attracted by the divine card. Although her family is rich, no divine creature would have too much divinity. Han Wu put the divinity card into the divine realm. The Unified Examination Awards ceremony officially ended. Chapter 18: The Value of Divinity. Return to the classroom. The head teacher, Tian-1, glanced at the remaining 42 students in the classroom. The Unified Examination is a dividing line for high school students. I believe that the students who can stay are all elites. After a round of encouraging words, Tian-1 said in a clear voice, "Now, please invite the top 3 students in our class to come up to the stage to receive the class award." Under the gaze of their classmates, Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and a classmate named Su Sun walked onto the stage. Han Wu is first in his class and first in his grade. Qin Shuang is second in the class and second in the grade. Su Sun ranked 3rd in his class and 5th in his grade. Zhang Xiaolong, who is a capable student, is ranked 4th in the class and 9th in the grade, which is also a good result, but he is not among those praised in the class. Tian-1 opened the class resource list and displayed it to all the students. He wanted all the students to see with their own eyes that those with excellent grades could receive generous rewards, thereby motivating them to work hard. Student Han Wu performed brilliantly in this unified examination and achieved the 1st place. The class reward is 100 class points, and he can choose any one of the class's advanced resource troves, Tian-1 announced. The students below were shocked by the generosity of their head teacher. There are 2 types of class resources. One is the mass resources, which include level 1 holy objects, basic resources, low-quality divine territories, and other general resources, which can be exchanged for class points. The other is advanced resources, which are stored in the class's advanced resource treasury. The resources in it cannot be exchanged using class exchange points and are specially separated by the school to accelerate the training of top students. Han Wu glanced at the list of the class's advanced resource trove. There are only 6 kinds of resources on it, namely level 2 relics, Giant's Fist, Fountain of Life, Black Iron or Core, level 2 skills, Freezing Missiles, level 2 buildings, Goblin Nest, Ordinary Life Form, and Extraordinary Life Form, Lion Tiger Beast. There are 6 types of resources, some of which can directly improve strength, while others have great development value. Han Wu made a decision after thinking for 3 seconds. He chose the Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life. It can spray a large amount of spring water containing life energy to nourish life and improve the surrounding environment. As long as the fountain of life is placed in the divine domain, it can directly affect Han Wu's core clan, the Locusts. From a long-term perspective, its comprehensive value far exceeds the other 5 resources. Tianwen looked at Han Wu with satisfaction as he made his choice. Han Wu did not stubbornly pursue powerful combat capabilities, but was able to recognize his own strengths and develop them. Tianwen is very optimistic about this. After Han Wu selected his rewards, Qin Shuang and Su Sun also received class rewards respectively. Qin Shuang obtained 80 class points in a level 2 building, Goblin's Nest. Su Sun obtained 60 class points in the extraordinary life form, Liger. The students in the class who did not receive any rewards cast envious glances at the 3 of them. After receiving the reward, Han Wu returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he received a private voice message from Su Sun. Student Han Wu, sell me the little bit of divinity you gained in the unified examination. I will exchange it with you for 105 million divine powers. Let's trade now. It is common for classmates to make deals with each other, but your commanding tone makes people feel uncomfortable. Another point is that divinity is condensed from 100 million divine powers. Su Sun was actually willing to pay an extra 5 million divine powers. Was it because his family had too much money? Han Wu doesn't think Su Sun is a prodigal son. There must be something wrong with this trade proposal. Seeing that Han Wu was slow to respond, Su Sun urged him. Why hesitate? As long as you agree, 105 million divine powers will be yours. This divine power is enough for you to buy a route for the Locust life transition and change your own destiny. Han Wu sneered. Su Sun's anxious urging made Han Wu certain that there was definitely a trap in the proposal. I don't agree. Han Wu simply refused. 110 million divine powers. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Han Wu expressed his attitude with just one word. Su Sun gnashed his teeth in anger. His family has 19 demigods and 1 quasi-true god. It is no exaggeration to say that they are extremely powerful. But what does Han Wu have at home? Who gave him the courage to cheer on himself? Student Han Wu, my grandfather is preparing to be promoted to a true god and is in great need of divinity. If you sell this divinity to me, in addition to the divine power, I will owe you a favor. In order to obtain the divinity, Su Sun patiently sent another voice message to Han Wu. Han Wu was somewhat moved. 110 million divine powers was definitely a huge sum of money. If he could obtain this amount of divine power, he could definitely increase the number of locusts in the divine domain by dozens of times. By then, will there be a lack of divinity? Just as Han Wu was about to agree to Su Sun's proposal, another private message came. It was sent by Qin Shuang. I will buy the little bit of divinity you gained in the unified examination with 150 million divine power. Do you agree? Han Wu was completely stunned. 150 million divine powers. It was 40 million divine powers higher than Su Sun's bid. Is Qin Shuang so rich? Moreover, this price far exceeds the value of the divinity itself. Why did Qin Shuang spend 50% more of his divine power to buy a little divinity? Han Wu couldn't help but ask, isn't 1 point of divinity worth 100 million divine powers? Soon, he received a reply from Qin Shuang's private message. Don't you even know this common sense? A bit of divinity can indeed be condensed with 100 million divine powers, but the prerequisite is that the gods produce and sell it themselves. That is, they condense divine power through the power of faith generated by their own followers, and then use it to condense their own divinity. If the power of faith from other gods is mixed in, the success rate of divine condensation will be greatly reduced. The current market price of divinity is 145 million divine power, and there is no demand for it. After listening to Qin Shuang's popular science, Han Wu immediately realized the value of divinity. At the same time he woke up, that kid Su Sun actually blatantly tried to take advantage of him. Who the hell can tolerate this? Han Wu directly replied to Su Sun with one word, get lost. When Su Sun received the reply, he was so angry that he almost exploded. Han Wu, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you got first place in the unified examination by cheating. Just wait for me. Chapter 19 Life Transition. Sell the divinity to Qin Shuang and get 150 million divine powers. Han Wu is finally rich now. This is just like an ordinary person suddenly winning the lottery and having 5 million. Get rich overnight. Perhaps in the eyes of most people, Han Wu's approach is like losing the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. But Han Wu did not regret it. With this divine power, he can vigorously develop the divine realm and cultivate his clan. When the time comes, a sacrifice will be made. Isn't that bit of divinity back? After returning home from school, Han Wu rushed into the divine realm immediately. He wants to use all the resources obtained from today's unified examination and transform them into his own strength. 20 square kilometers of dense forest terrain were loaded into the divine realm and connected to the forests in the divine realm. The site for the level 1 temple was chosen not far from the Red Furnace Dwarf camp. The Fountain of Life found a piece of barren land and placed it there. In time, the barren land will become fertile land under the nourishment of the Fountain of Life. In addition, Han Wu also used the reproduction card on locusts, causing the number of locusts, which were already good at reproduction, to increase sharply. After dealing with these, Han Wu picked up the divine weapon, Purgatory Hammer, and the extraordinary seed, and came to the Red Furnace Dwarf. After this period of recuperation, the number of Red Furnace Dwarves increased slightly to 59. When there was no war, they mined and forged, and their lives were ordinary but extremely fulfilling. The appearance of Han Wu made the Qilu dwarves very excited. They all knelt on the ground, shouting the greatness of the gods and praising them. Han Wu looked at the Qilu dwarf kneeling on the ground and sighed in his heart again, thinking how great it would be if this was his core clan member. He first made a few polite statements and then bestowed the divine weapon, the infernal hammer. Then he found the strongest young man among these Red Furnace dwarves, gave him an extraordinary seed, and named him Divine Hammer, in order to inspire him to improve his strength, become a hero as soon as possible, and lift the infernal hammer. The Red Furnace Dwarf was extremely excited to have received 2 blessings at once, and his faith in Han Wu became even purer. All of them became devout believers. The Red Furnace Dwarf Hammer, who obtained the extraordinary seed, became a fanatical believer. Han Wu nodded with satisfaction and gave a few more words of encouragement before leaving. At this point, the only reward from the unified examination that remained unused was the level 1 sacred object, the Poison Mist Bead. At that time, Han Wu chose this sacred object after following the advice of his class teacher Tianwen. But what is its use? Just when Han Wu was puzzled, a video request came in. It's the class teacher Tianwen. Han Wu quickly answered the call. Tianwen's figure appeared in front of Han Wu. "Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about so late?" Han Wu asked. Tianwen didn't hesitate and said directly, "In today's unified examination, Lu Letian and I bet 5 points of divinity on the question of who is better between you and Lu Mo, and I won a great victory." Han Wu quickly congratulated. "Congratulations, teacher." But what does Tianwen's 5 points of divinity have to do with Han Wu? As for sending him a video specifically to show off, Tianwen smiled and said, "You also contributed a lot to this bet, so I'm going to give you some." As he spoke, Tianwen opened his hands and 2 items appeared. One was the divine card that Han Wu was familiar with exactly 150 million divine powers. The other one was an egg emitting black demonic energy. The egg was still beating and seemed to be alive. "You don't need me to introduce the divine card. I will focus on explaining this demon egg to you," Tianwen said patiently. "This is a trophy I got when I was fighting in the foreign land. It is an egg laid by the sky demon insect king himself, and it was refined into a dead fetus using a special secret method. Although it is a dead fetus, it can produce 10 liters of demon fetus essence every day. Low-level insects can assimilate into the lowest level of heavenly demon insects by consuming the demon fetus essence. When you joined the class, I said I would help you complete the life transition of your core clan. This is the path of locust life transition that I control." After listening to Tianwen's introduction, Han Wu's gaze towards the demon egg became fiery. The main reason why he was not favored by the school teachers was because his core clan, the Locusts, were too rubbish. If they could master a path of life transition, the Locusts could be assimilated into demon bugs. Although the potential of their clan would not be comparable to Qin Shuang's natural elite life form, the Thunderbird, it could reach the level of ordinary life forms such as goblins and dwarves. "Choose one of the 2. Consider it as my share of the bet if I win," Tianwen said. Han Wu chose the demon egg without hesitation. He must grasp the life transition route of the core locusts. Seeing that Han Wu chose the demon fetus egg, Tian Wen nodded with satisfaction and said, "The sky demon bug and the poison attribute are highly compatible. You can load the level 1 holy relic poison mist bead into the core. The result will definitely satisfy you." Han Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Teacher Xie, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Tian Wen glanced at Han Wu with relief and prepared to hang up the call. Han Wu suddenly stopped him and continued, "Teacher, please wait a moment. I want to ask, do you have a channel to provide a large amount of meat? It doesn't matter if the meat quality is a little worse. The meat provided in the mall is really too expensive." Tianwen was puzzled, but then he understood. During the elimination test in the unified examination, Han Wu once commanded locusts to devour the flesh and blood magic puppets. If you want to use meat to feed the locusts, I advise you not to use the meat purchased from the mall. The cost is too high and the profit is very low. Tianwen advised. The principal is currently attacking a demonic abyss plane. There must be a large number of flesh and blood demon puppet corpses. I can ask for you. Thank you very much, teacher. Han Wu said gratefully. Han Wu had no choice but to do this. The effect of the level 2 relic law of gluttony is too powerful. Under its influence, the locusts in the divine realm turned into gluttons, eating their food very quickly. With the sudden increase in numbers, the output within the divine realm alone is simply not enough to satisfy the locust's appetite. The best strategy is to find food sources as quickly as possible. Tianwen nodded and left. Han Wuza hurriedly found a place to place the demon egg. The placed demon fetus egg soon produced the first drop of demon fetus essence. Han Wu caught a locust and made it take the magic fetus essence. Suddenly, bursts of demonic energy rose from the locust's body. The evil spirit quickly turned into a cocoon, wrapping the locust's entire body. Han Wu waited beside the magic cocoon for 2 days before he saw it crack. A bug that looked 3/4 like a locust, 10 centimeters long, with sharper teeth and a 5-centimeter long horn on its head appeared in front of him. View information. Core clan, sky demon insect. Family level, ordinary creatures. Family talent, brutality. Faith level, fanatic. Power of faith, 1/day. Life cycle, 200 days, 30 days for larvae, 150 days for adults, and 20 days for senescence. Although it is still an ordinary creature, its strength is 100 times stronger than that of a locust. This can be judged from the power of faith provided. At the same time, Han Wu also noticed that there was no information about reproduction in the information about the sky demon worm. This means that the demon insects assimilated from locusts cannot reproduce. Every sky demon worm must be assimilated by the demon fetus essence. 1 drop of demon fetus essence can assimilate a locust. There are 20 drops of demon fetus essence in 1 milliliter, and 10 liters is 200,000 drops of demon fetus essence. If everything goes well, Han Wu can obtain 200,000 sky demon insects every day. Over time, a force can be accumulated. Moreover, the newly born sky demon worms are also affected by the holy relic's law of gluttony, and they start eating voraciously as soon as they are born. After eating 1,000 times its own energy, the sky demon worm increased 10-fold in size and became an elite life form. Han Wu tried again and loaded the level 1 sacred object, the poison mist bead, into the core of the divine domain. In an instant, 1,000th of the huge number of locusts was affected and mutated into ordinary life forms, poisonous fog locusts, which could release tiny amounts of poisonous fog, but had little effect. However, after being affected by the poisonous fog beads, more than 90% of the newly born sky demon insects mutated and turned into poisonous fog sky demon insects, elite life forms, with their strength increasing dramatically. Han Wu couldn't help but sigh. What teacher Tianwen said was indeed right. The sky demon bug and the poison attribute are indeed more compatible. Chapter 20. Earn money while lying down. In a certain dimension of the demonic abyss, Principal Yin Ping had a sad face. Although he is a true god, he also encountered difficulties. He has been fighting in the demon abyss for 4 years, and countless monsters have died at the hands of his clan. But as the war progressed, some small problems accumulated and became big problems. On the battlefield, the broken bones of the skeleton clan were scattered everywhere. Even though Yin Ping built dozens of incinerators to clean up the broken bones, it was still a drop in the bucket. Moreover, excessive burning caused serious air pollution, which led to pneumoconiosis among family members and greatly shortened their lifespan. In addition, How to deal with the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets is also a difficult problem. This thing is not flammable, and it takes a long time to be refined in an incinerator, wasting energy. Its meat contains toxins, and even the beasts of the supernatural life forms dare not eat it easily. If left alone on the battlefield, it will continue to release evil spirits, pollute the environment, and cause plague. Even if the corpse is sealed into a card, it will be a waste of energy, because there is no place to throw it. When the divine power on the card is exhausted, the corpse will explode again and continue to pollute. Principal Ian Ping was extremely troubled by this. At this moment, an interstellar video request came in. Principal Ian Ping frowned. He remembered that the caller was a teacher at the school. The two were not familiar with each other, so why would this teacher spend a huge amount of divine power to make a private interstellar video call? After the video was connected, Tianwen's figure appeared before the principal. "Teacher Tian, what can I do for you?" Tianwen said bluntly. "Principal, I called you rashly because I wanted to ask you if you can provide the corpse of the flesh demon puppet. I have a student who wants to buy it." Principal Ian Ping became interested after hearing this. "What do your students want the corpse of the flesh demon puppet for?" Tianwen told the truth. He plans to use it as the core to feed his followers. His core followers are locusts, and they have eaten the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets during the unified elimination test, and there were no adverse reactions. As he spoke, Tianwen sent the video of Han Wu's performance in the unified elimination examination to the principal. After watching the video, the principal's eyes lit up. "Isn't this student the little genius who fought against the demigod a few days ago? I didn't expect that a little locust could have such an effect." Then he sighed again. "It's a pity that the living conditions in the demon abyss are not suitable for locusts to survive. Otherwise, we can introduce a group of locusts to eat the flesh and blood of the flesh demon puppet, which will save us a lot of divine power." Afterwards, the principal ordered his followers to collect the corpses of 1 million flesh and blood demon puppets, sealed them into cards, and asked Tian when to pass them to Han Wu as a donation from him as the principal to Han Wu. And so, one day later, Tian sent another video invitation to the principal. The reason is that the flesh and blood demon puppets given yesterday have been eaten up and more flesh and blood demon puppets are needed. It would be best to establish a long-term supply. The principal was shocked. How many locusts would it take to devour 1 million flesh and blood puppets in one day? The principal was amazed and very happy. It would be a good thing for him to get rid of the corpse of the flesh and blood demon puppet. It's just a long-term supply. We can't give it away for free. After all, no one's divine power comes from the wind. The principal's family also has a large number of relatives to support, and the daily expenditure of divine power is an astronomical figure. But considering that Han Wu was the only buyer, the principal set the price very low. 1 divine power can be used to purchase 100 flesh and blood puppets, and the minimum amount required is 10,000 divine powers. This price can barely make up for the principal's consumption of divine power. After learning the price of the flesh and blood demon puppet from Tianwen, Han Wu exclaimed that it was a bargain. It was hundreds of times cheaper than the meat in the mall. Han Wu immediately waved his hand and said, for the first purchase, he would pay 1 million divine powers first. With sufficient food, the locusts in Han Wu's divine domain were able to flourish. Not only has the quantity increased dramatically, but the quality has also improved. In the divine realm, elite life forms number in the billions. When the number of elite life forms, the locusts, reaches the limit that the divine realm can bear, Han Wu launches a life sacrifice. The huge sacrificial array appeared again in the sky above the divine realm. A full 12 billion elite life forms, the locusts were shattered in an instant and transformed into countless life energies that poured into the array. Wait until the magic circle absorbs the last bit of life energy. 3 options appeared before Han Wu. Option 1. 5 giant warriors, extraordinary life forms. Option 2. Level 3 skill crystal, poison explosion. After loading into the god's domain core, the clan can master the elementary poison explosion. It can also be taught to heroic life forms, and the highest level is the ultimate poison explosion. Option 3. Decomposer. Break down matter and extract pure energy. Seeing these 3 options, Han Wu's eyes lit up. The death of these 12 billion elite life form locusts was worth it, and the things they got in exchange were really great. Option 1. 5 giant warriors. They are extraordinary life forms. and they are giant warriors known for their destructive power. Even if it is sold, a giant warrior can sell for at least 10 million divine power. Even if you don't sell it, it's still great to keep for yourself. As for option 2, the moment he saw it, Han Wu had the urge to choose it. Level 3 Poison Explosion plus Demonic Insect plus Level 1 Holy Artifact. Poison Mist Bead, it's a perfect match. Just imagine the scene of tens of thousands of demonic insects exploding collectively among thousands of legions. There will be absolutely no survivors for thousands of miles. The picture was so beautiful that Han Wu felt goosebumps all over his body just thinking about it. However, his divine core was currently only at level 3. After loading the level 2 relic, Law of Gluttony, broken, and a level 1 relic, Poison Mist Bead, there was no empty slot to load the level 3 Poison Explosion. Even if you get the Poison Explosion technique, it will take a long time before you can use it. As for option 3, the Decomposer. It looks ordinary, but from its brief introduction, Han Wu could see the extraordinariness of the decomposition machine. Decompose matter and extract energy crystals. Han Wu had heard of things like energy crystals. It is said to be the food of the magic side followers and is very valuable. If you choose the decomposition machine, you can earn divine power by lying down every day. After thinking about the 3 options for a while, Han Wu made a decision. Choose the decomposition machine and make money without doing anything. After making the decision, the decomposition machine appeared in front of Han Wu. In order to verify the performance of the decomposition machine, Han Wu first found 5 tons of iron ore for experiment. The iron ore was put into the decomposition machine, and the decomposition machine started to run frantically. 5 hours later, 3 fist-sized energy crystals fell. It's iron spar. It can be used as food for certain special races, and can also be used as a forging material. Each piece is worth 5 points of divine power. Not bad, not bad. It's a long-term way to make a fortune. Han Wu was very satisfied with the decomposition machine. Suddenly, a voice of prayer came into Han Wu's mind. This is a level 1 building. The function of the temple is to convey the believer's thoughts to Han Wu. The content of the prayer is, when the red furnace dwarves were mining, they were attacked by the undead, resulting in 3 of them being injured. The red furnace dwarf's chief, God Hammer, was fighting against the undead. He hoped that the gods would grant him grace and save the red furnace dwarves. Han Wu's heart suddenly tightened. How could there be undead spirits in his divine domain? Chapter 21, Lord Skeleton. Immediately, Han Wu used his consciousness to check the situation. After finding the exact location of the red furnace dwarf chieftain's divine hammer, Han Wu's divine clone descended. Then I saw God's hammer fighting with a skeleton. The God hammer holds a weapon of faith modeled after the infernal hammer and swings it with great force. His opponent was a small skeleton only 1 meter tall. The skeleton's bones were as white as jade, crystal clear, and looked like a work of art. This reminded Han Wu of the skeleton lords that appeared in the 21st wave in the unified examination. The little skeleton and the skeleton lord are simply carved from the same mold. After watching the fight between the 2 patiently, Han Wu discovered that the little skeleton's fighting power was terrifyingly strong. When the small bone claws collide with the hammer of faith, the weapon of faith, they can easily leave claw marks on the hammer. But its bone claws were not damaged at all. Awesome! Han Wu subconsciously used the authority of God to check the information of the little skeleton. The result failed. The system prompts that the little skeleton is not Han Wu's believer, and Han Wu has no reconnaissance means and cannot view his information. Han Wu was helpless. Seeing that the divine hammer was no match for the little skeleton, he quickly issued an oracle and summoned Jianfeng Zhantie to fight. Jianfeng Zhantie is worthy of being a heroic life form. With a whirlwind slash, he smashed the little skeleton into pieces. But in a flash, the scattered skeletons recovered again, and the little skeletons jumped and killed towards Jianfeng Zhantie again. The sword wind cut through the iron with another strike of the sword, and the little skeleton was shattered, but it would soon return to its original shape. Han Wu discovered that it took the little skeleton 1 second longer to recover the second time than the first time. He guessed that the little skeleton was not without damage after being smashed. Sure enough, as the little skeleton was broken again and again, its recovery speed was gradually slowing down and its strength was weakening. Han Wu took the opportunity to persuade him. Submit to me, believe in me, and you will be reborn. The little skeleton used his bone claws to scratch Han Wu's divine clone to show his resistance. Hanwu snitted it. As long as the divine domain was not broken, his divine clone would last forever. Keep fighting until it surrenders. Hanwu issued an oracle. The sword wind cuts through the iron, and the hammer is strictly enforced. 3 days later, Jianfeng Zhantia and Xinshui came to the temple with a pile of lusterless bones. A faint female voice, praying, sounded in Han Wu's mind. I will submit to God. Han Wu's divine incarnation appeared in the temple, and he patted the little skeleton's bald head with satisfaction. You know what? It feels pretty good. Use the authority of God to view the believer's information. The information of the little skeleton appeared in front of Han Wu. Family name, skeleton family. Family level, Lord Undead weak, incomplete, seal. Family talents, crystal bone, resuscitation. Faith level, general believer. Power of faith, 1,000,000/day. Han Wu blinked his eyes vigorously. Hey, where's the life cycle of the little skeleton? But if you think about it carefully, the skeletons are undead. They are dead things and have no life cycle at all. What Han Wu couldn't believe was that the little skeleton in front of him was actually a Lord's life form. Although it is in a triple negative state, the essence of the Lord's life form is still there. With training, perhaps the little skeleton can regain the style of the Lord's life form. Just as Han Wu was thinking about the little skeleton's future, the little skeleton's prayer voice came into his mind again. God, I'm hungry. Han Wu hesitated. The little skeleton was crying out for hunger, but it definitely couldn't eat normal flesh and blood. After all, the little skeleton is inside the chest cavity, and it is clearly visible that it does not even have any digestive organs. I want bones. The little skeleton's prayer is more specific. Han Wu clapped his hands and said, if you want bones, just tell me earlier. He issued an oracle, asking the locust to bring a large number of bones of flesh and blood demon puppets. The little skeleton rushed over, hugged the bones, and absorbed the bone energy contained inside. It took a minute to absorb a leg bone that was longer than it. The bones turned into dry bones, but the skeleton of the little skeleton had a little more light. Han Wu frolnid. If he continued to suck like this, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the little skeleton to recover to its previous level, let alone improve its strength. Han Wu immediately ordered that a large number of the flesh and blood puppet's bones be put into the decomposition machine to extract pure bone crystals. Soon a bone crystal was delivered. The soul fire in the little skeleton's eye sockets was beating wildly. If the bone just absorbed was a steam bun, then the bone crystal in front of him was a full banquet. God, give me, I want. The little skeleton prayed impatiently. Han Wucai ordered the bone crystal to be handed over to the little skeleton. Holding the fist-sized bone crystal, the little skeleton absorbed it with all its strength, and the bones that made up its body quickly regained their luster. Follow me. There will be more bone crystals for you to absorb in the future. Han Wu said. The soul fire was beating wildly in the little skeleton's eye sockets. He was promoted from a casual believer to a true believer in an instant. The power of faith he offered every day increased tenfold to 10 million, which is 1/10 of the divine power. Han Wu couldn't help but sigh that the Lord life form was still very powerful. Even if it was a Lord life form in a triple negative state, its faith was enough to crush 10 million sky demon insects. After settling the little skeleton, Han Wu noticed that when Jianfeng Zhantia and Xinshui looked at the little skeleton, there was an inadvertent look of envy in their eyes. These two guys are envious of the little skeleton for having bone crystals to absorb. As a god, Han Wu must care about every member of his family. So Han Wu waved his hand and went to the mall to buy wind attribute and fire attribute, or buying 100 million divine powers. Let the decomposition machine continuously produce energy crystals with wind and fire attributes. If the family can't use up all the items, just sell them. You won't lose money anyway. Han Wu kept the remaining divine power to buy flesh and blood magic puppets for the locusts. After finishing everything, Han Wu looked at the time. It was 7:59 in the real world. It's time to go to school. The next moment, Han Wu's figure was teleported to the classroom. A minute later, the head teacher, Tianwen, walked into the classroom and announced, "Students, are you ready for new challenges?" Chapter 22, Demonic Abyss Plane. All the students present sat upright and listened carefully to what Tianwen continued to say. The unified examination is over. Once again, congratulations to the students who stayed. You are all elites. The next assessment will be the key to truly widen the gap between you. It may even affect which college or university you will be admitted to in the future. When he heard about the college admissions, Han Wu raised his eyebrows. His grandfather's last wish asked Han Wu to go to the Chaos Star Sea of the Imperial Capital Academy to look for his missing parents. The Imperial Capital College is one of the top universities in the Divine Realm civilization. This test will be held in a group of microplanes controlled by the school. It is relatively less dangerous, but it does not mean there is no danger. You will be teleported to the C793826 plane of the Demon Abyss. The specific test content will be sent to you by email after the arrival. Tianwen looked around at the students. Then he said loudly, "You still have 1 hour to prepare." As soon as the words were spoken, the students in the classroom went wild. The plane of the demonic abyss. It is said that it is filled with demonic energy all year round. If the clan enters, there is a great possibility that they will be corrupted by the demonic energy and become irrational demonic creatures. Only monsters and undead can survive normally. I also heard that the undead plague often breaks out there, and the undead crazily attack any living creature. Who can withstand this? Which classmate's family is a monster? I want to ask for your help. The moment Zhang Xiaolong heard Tianwen announce that the assessment plane was in the Demon Abyss, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Because his core family members are monsters, they have an innate advantage. This kind of assessment of invading a plane is quick and fast. Zhang Xiaolong has already predicted that he will rise in this assessment. By then, all those damn Han Wu and Su Sun will be gone. His era, Zhang Xiaolong, is coming. Just when Zhang Xiaolong wanted to find Qin Shuang to show off and invite him to form a team, a private communication came in. The caller's name is not shown above. Zhang Xiaolong took it with some doubts. Lu Lishan's voice came out. "Xiaolong, it's me. Teacher Lu. What do you want to talk to me about?" Zhang Xiaolong asked in a low voice. "I need you to help me get rid of someone." Lu Lishan's voice was full of hatred. "Is it Han Wu? I will deal with him without you telling me." Zhang Xiaolong knew it very well. He heard a few days ago that because of Han Wu, Lu Letian lost to Tian, won by 5 points of divinity in the unified examination. That's 5 points of divinity. It is enough to cultivate a lowest-level demigod. You are worthy of being my valued student. You help me with things, and I will not treat you unfairly. Lu Letian said, and sent an email to Zhang Xiaolong. This is the financial aid from the teacher. Please accept it first. It will be useful for your exams. Zhang Xiaolong received the email and opened it. It turned out to be a card that sealed a supernatural life form, the Demon Dragon. Extraordinary life form, Demonic Dragon. This is a powerful race comparable to heroic life forms. Zhang Xiaolong said excitedly, and hurriedly released the demonic dragon into his own divine domain. Most of the other students were contacting their families, collecting various props that could resist the invasion of evil spirits, and trying their best to improve their safety index. In a blink of an eye, the 1-hour preparation time was up. At Tianwen's signal, the transmission began. The students in the class were teleported to the C793826 plane of the Demon Abyss and randomly assigned to various areas of the plane. After arriving on the plane, they also received an email regarding the content of the exam. After opening the email, Han Wu took 3 minutes to read the message. I just shouted, "Oh my God!" It's because this assessment is too cruel for the students whose clans are trash. Examination requirements. 1. The candidate has 1 chance to descend as a clan avatar. If the clan avatar dies, the candidate will descend as a real body. The death of the real body means real death. 2. Reference students have 1 chance to summon followers every day, and the number of followers they can summon each time is limited to 100. Just based on these 2 points, the difficulty of the assessment for the weak students in the clan has been raised to hell level. 3. The assessment ranking adopts the task point system. Completing the task will earn you corresponding points and rewards. The tasks are listed as follows. Mission 1. Destroy the skeleton barracks. Content introduction. A huge skeleton clan barracks is stationed in the Basin of the Dead. Eliminate more than 90% of the skeletons and destroy the skeleton clan's flag. Tip. The number of skeleton soldiers in this barracks ranges from 8,000 to 10,000. The lowest level is ordinary undead, and the highest level is extraordinary undead. Mission reward. 60 assessment points and a random level 1 holy relic. Mission 2. Han Wu saw nearly 500 tasks on the task list. Some are to destroy a certain ethnic group, some are to collect certain resources, and some are to establish power in a certain place, etc. In short, There are all kinds of tasks, and students can choose the areas they are good at to take on relevant tasks. When all tasks are completed or the reference students are cleared, the assessment ends. In addition, at the end of the email, the reward for this assessment is printed to motivate students to achieve good results. First in the grade, a little divinity. Second place in the grade, 1,000 class points. Third place in the grade, 500 class points. Top 10 in grade, 200 class points. Top 50 in the grade, 100 class points. Top 100 in the grade, 50 class points. Han Wu became excited when he saw such a generous reward. Since the unified examination, the various rewards for the examination have been visibly generous. It's just an ordinary assessment, but the reward is comparable to that of a unified examination. Of course, Han Wu also understood that a generous reward meant a more dangerous situation. The plane of the demonic abyss is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die without knowing how. In everything, caution comes first, and it is better to be careful. Please choose which clan incarnation to descend as. A prompt voice came into Han Wu's mind, urging him to make a choice. 4 options emerged before him. Seeing these 4 options, Han Wu thought to himself, this is a sure thing. Chapter 23, Mission in Progress. Option 1, Locust Incarnation. Option 2, Red Forged Dwarf Avatar. Option 3, the Incarnation of the Sword Wind Clan. Option 4, Skeleton Lord Incarnation Weak, Incomplete, Seal. The clan incarnation was actually an option given after counting all the clan races in Han Wu's divine domain. The Locust Incarnation was eliminated first by Han Wu. The incarnation of the Locust can only self-destruct. Choosing it is to seek death. The Red Furnace Dwarf Incarnation is much better than the Locust Incarnation, but it is far inferior to the Sword Wind Incarnation that comes later. Han Wu was struggling over which one to choose between the incarnation of the Sword Wind Clan and the incarnation of the Skeleton Lord. The incarnation of the Sword Wind Clan, a true heroic life form with superb combat capabilities, is a truly terrifying existence that can defeat 1,000 enemies alone. But the Skeleton Lord incarnation in Option 4 is at the Lord level, higher than heroic level. Moreover, it is an undead spirit, which can avoid the invasion of evil spirits in the abyss. Although the 3 negative states that come with it seriously affect its strength, its overall advantage is still higher than that of the Sword Wind Clan. Han Wu thought about it again and made a choice. Just choose the Skeleton Lord incarnation. The next moment, his body shrank to 1 meter, his flesh and blood disappeared, and only white, jade-like bones remained. Han Wu now looks like a little skeleton. Han Wu touched his bald head, and in his empty eye sockets, the fire of his soul burned silently. The evil energy floating in the air had no adverse effect on him, but instead made him feel very comfortable. The Demon Abyss is indeed a paradise for the undead and monsters. Han Wu sighed in his heart. After choosing his incarnation, Han Wu began to summon his clan members. The examination requirements stipulate that candidates can only summon their followers once a day, and the number of followers summoned each time is limited to 100. Therefore, Han Wu summoned 100 elite life forms, the gluttonous locusts, to test the waters first. After the 100 gluttonous locusts were teleported to the demonic abyss plane, they were immediately eroded by the demonic energy. Within an hour, 94 out of the 100 gluttonous locusts died. Among the remaining 6, 3 were half dead, and the other 3 were infected by the evil spirit and mutated into demonized locusts. Han Wu had already anticipated this result. Demonic energy is like poison to living things. If you want to avoid being corroded to death by evil spirits, transforming into a demonic creature is the best option. But after becoming demonized, creatures often lose their sanity and become extremely brutal. But this has no effect on locusts, because locusts themselves have no intelligence. Even after being demonized, they will still loyally obey the instructions of the god Han Wu. After waiting for the 3 locusts to complete their mutation, Han Wu officially began his assessment journey. By observing the surrounding environment and combining it with the map included in the exam content, he roughly determined his current location. Calling up the task list, Han Wu quickly picked out the surrounding tasks. Mission 49, collect 100 bone demon fruits. Reward, 20 assessment points. Mission 280, clear out the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppet. Reward, 60 assessment points and a random level 1 holy object. Mission 423, mine 100 pieces of demon flame, or reward, 50 assessment points, and a random piece of faith equipment. Among the 3 tasks, collecting bone demon fruit is the easiest, so Han Wu decided to pick the simple one first. Following the map, Han Wu brought 3 demonized locusts to a dark forest. The fruit on the black tree, with a skull pattern on the black peel, is the bone demon fruit mentioned in the mission. Han Wu is now a small skeleton, and it is not convenient for him to climb trees, so he lets 3 demonized locusts pick fruits for him. Compared with ordinary locusts, demonized locusts have sharper teeth. They were very fast and bit off 100 bone magic fruits. Han Wu piled them together, sealed them into a card, and was about to submit the task. Low roars came from underground. Han Wu looked down and saw corpses crawling out of the ground. Some of them were severely decomposed, leaving only piles of dry bones, while others had a little rotten flesh left and were surrounded by a green stench. Fortunately, Han Wu, in the incarnation of the Skeleton Lord, had no nose, otherwise he would have been stinking to death from these rotten corpses. These corpses have no intelligence and only retain the instinct to attack. They walked slowly towards Han Wu. Han Wu was just about to test the power of this incarnation of his clan. He raised his small bone claw, rushed forward with one step, and pierced directly through the chest of a rotten corpse. A corpse is an undead spirit, and even if you remove its heart, it is equivalent to nothing to it. It still had the strength to wave its arms at Han Wu, trying to fight back. How could Han Wu let the little rotten corpse get its wish? He used his bony claws to blow its head off. Without its head, the corpse died. Han Wu followed the same method and easily killed the 20 corpses that crawled out of the ground. And finally, he got a moment of peace. Really? It's so troublesome to get 20 assessment points. How difficult is the task with the highest score of 100 points? Han Wu put the bone demon fruit into the card, submitted the task, obtained the points, and then searched according to the task list. Finally, a task worth 100 assessment points was found. Mission 500. Kill the Dark Frog Demigod. Reward, 100 assessment points, 1 point of divinity, 1,000 class points. It's about killing a demigod. I'm so scared. I'd better just do the tasks and earn points. Han Wu admitted. Even the weakest demigod possesses 5 points of divinity and has at least tens of thousands of believers under his command. But Han Wu, who currently only has 3 demonized locusts, cannot afford to provoke them. After closing the task list, Han Wu saw 3 demonized locusts gnawing on the corpse of a rotten corpse. He suddenly felt nauseous, although he doesn't even have a stomach now. Looking back at the forest, there are still many bone magic fruits on the black trees. Han Wu's mind raced, and a plan came to mind. He immediately gave orders to the demonized locusts to pick all the bone demon fruits in the forest. The 3 demonized locusts had to give up eating temporarily and work hard to do the tasks assigned by Han Wu. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and all the bone demon fruits in the woods were concentrated in Han Wu's hands. He sealed every 100 bone magic fruits into a card, and finally harvested 40 cards in total. Looking at it from another angle, this might be 800 assessment points. Mission 49 is a repetitive mission that everyone can complete once. Han Wu could no longer submit, but other students can. I believe other students would be willing to exchange some supplies for 20 assessment points. Thinking of this, Han Wu called up the communication interface and opened the class communication group. Is anyone interested in buying the 100 bone demon fruits needed for Mission 49? Barter is also acceptable. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire group fell into deathly silence. After waiting for 10 seconds, no one received any warning from the class teacher Tianwen. The group immediately exploded. You can still play like this? Is this cheating? This is cheating. You know nothing. This is called resource integration. Master Han, I want a bone demon fruit. I will pay 50 divine power. I'll have one too. I'll give you 50 divine powers. You are only allowed to use the resources obtained in this plane for trading. Violators will be warned once. After 3 warnings, they will be disqualified from the assessment. The class teacher Tianwen finally responded. Suddenly, the group became more lively. Many classmates traded with Han Wu, and Han Wu answered them one by one. 30 Dark Frogman skins for 1 bone demon fruit. Would you like to trade? Yes. 100 zombie fangs for 1 bone magic fruit. Exchange. 20 black death grasses in exchange for 1 bone demon fruit, please. Get lost. Looking at the communication interface, Zhang Xiaolong, who had transformed into the demon dragon, sneered in his heart. I was just worrying about how to find you, and you actually dared to reveal your location. I want to see how you die this time. After saying that, Zhang Xiaolong rushed towards Han Wu's direction. Behind Zhang Xiaolong, 100 hellhounds followed closely behind. Chapter 24. Subjugating the Skeleton Tribe. 40 bone demon fruit cards in exchange for a lot of other materials. After integrating these materials, Han Wu submitted 2 more tasks and obtained 60 assessment points. Currently, he has a total of 80 assessment points. Among more than 400 students in the entire grade, I am ranked 18th and am temporarily in the lead. But Han Wu knew that his advantage could not last long. The main reason is that the clan is too rubbish. Today's 3 demonized locusts can't cause any trouble at all. Trying to use the Skeleton Lord's incarnation to clear out the nearby flesh and blood puppet nests is nothing but a pipe dream. There are 8,000 to 10,000 flesh and blood puppets. Even if they just stand there and allow Han Wu to kill them, they can still tire him out. It would be great if we could release all the clansmen in the divine realm. Han Wu sighed. 3 demonized locusts gnawed on the corpse, and after they were full, they began to lay eggs. A demonized locust can produce hundreds of eggs, but under the erosion of demonic energy, the survival rate of the eggs is not high, probably only 1%. Relying on this reproduction rate, it is also a problem to build a legion of demonized locusts. Just as Han Wu was worried, a troop of skeleton soldiers appeared around him. Bone demon fruit is an important material used by skeleton soldiers to enhance their strength, and they come here just to pick the bone demon fruit. When they arrived, they found that all the bone demon fruits on the tree had been picked. The soul fire in the skeleton soldier's head trembled, and he seemed very angry. If they return empty-handed, Lord Skeleton Knight will surely be furious and smash their skulls open, dig out the fire of their souls, and light sky lanterns. Just as the skeleton soldiers were getting anxious, Han Wu slowly walked out of the woods. When the skeleton soldiers saw Han Wu, the incarnation of the Skeleton Lord, they were so frightened that their bones began to tremble. The aura revealed by the soul fire is visible to the naked eye. All the skeleton soldiers prostrated themselves on the ground tremblingly, performing a kneeling ceremony to express their submission to Han Wu. This is the suppression of racial hierarchy and the awe that comes from the soul. Feeling the awe of the skeleton soldiers, information about the skeleton soldiers suddenly popped up in front of Han Wu's eyes. Family name: Skeleton Soldier. Family race: Skeleton. Family level: Ordinary Undead. Family talent: Hard Bones. Faith level: True Believer. Power of Faith: 500/day. Han Wu was shocked and exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my god! This is fucking possible!" For no apparent reason, there appeared more than a dozen true believers of the skeleton soldiers. Obviously, this group of skeleton soldiers regarded Han Wu as the real Skeleton Lord and revered him. Han Wu was worried about not having any relatives, so he just went with the flow and accepted this group of skeleton soldiers. Seeing that Han Wu accepted his surrender, the skeleton soldier's soul fire jumped, and he seemed very excited. Han Wu said that he wanted to go to the skeleton soldiers' camp. The skeleton soldiers lead the way. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at a valley. In the valley, thousands of skeleton soldiers used this as their stronghold and guarded it. Han Wu's presence has a soul-deterring effect on these skeleton soldiers. Han Wu easily gained the faith of these skeleton soldiers without even making a declaration. When the skeleton knights saw Han Wu, the incarnation of the Skeleton Lord, he was confused as to why Han Wu looked so short, but he still chose to surrender. After all, the spiritual deterrence cannot be faked. Han Wu was ecstatic. Skeleton Knights are extraordinary life forms, and their combat power is absolutely incomparable to that of skeleton soldiers. This will gain the faith of a group of skeleton soldiers without costing a single soldier. Han Wu once again felt that choosing the Skeleton Lord's incarnation to descend was the most correct choice he had made in this assessment. After the Skeleton Knight surrendered, Han Wu could also see its information clearly. Family name: Skeleton Knight. Family race: Skeleton. Family level: Extraordinary Undead. Family talents: Iron Bones, Skeleton Summoning. Faith level: True Believer. Power of Faith: 50,000/day. The Skeleton Knight recognized Han Wu as his leader and began to explain the team's current situation. It's just a silent communication of the soul. Han Wu could hear it clearly. This Skeleton Knight is not having an easy life either. He was once a member of a skeleton legion, and his immediate superior was a heroic life form, the Bone Controller. As a result, during a confrontation with the flesh demon golem, the team it led got separated from the main force and had no choice but to stay here. But it is not safe to stay here. Every day, they have to deal with the invasion of corpses, zombies, and flesh puppets. The number of skeleton soldiers under their command is decreasing day by day, so the Skeleton Knight will send skeleton soldiers to find bone magic fruit to improve the strength of the skeleton soldiers. Otherwise, they wouldn't last more than a few days. After hearing this, Hanwoo fell into deep thought. Now that this skeleton team has surrendered to him, he has the obligation to make this team stronger. Hanwoo quickly came up with a plan for this. A day later, Hanwoo's assessment score was still 80 points, and his ranking dropped from 18 to 179. Many students in the class group were already sighing that Hanwoo's era was over. Hanwoo was dismissive of this and ignored it completely. He hasn't exerted his strength yet. When the time came to midnight, Hanwoo got the opportunity to summon his followers for the day. Hanwoo communicated with the divine realm and summoned 100 locusts again. He also brought out a large amount of equipment and bone crystals from the divine realm. Feeling the pure bone energy emanating from the bone crystal, the Skeleton Knight was extremely obsessed. He stood in place, the soul fire in his head leaping wildly. General Hanwoo divided the bone crystals among the Skeleton Knights, giving one to each of the skeleton soldiers. After absorbing the energy from the bone crystal, the Skeleton Knight's bones became more textured, and its momentum was greatly improved. However, it was still far from becoming a higher-level heroic life form. However, after absorbing the bone crystals, dozens of skeleton soldiers evolved and became iron bone skeletons, elite life forms. Afterwards, Hanwoo distributed more equipment, and the combat effectiveness of the Skeleton Legion equipped with weapons increased greatly. Hanwoo finally reached the time of harvest. He gave orders, commanding the skeleton team to march towards the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppet. Chapter 25, The Most Correct Decision. According to the mission content, there are about 8,000 to 10,000 flesh and blood demon puppets in the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppets. It is absolutely impossible to fight head-on with only the skeleton team of a little over 1,000 under Hanwoo. But Hanwoo was smart. If he couldn't win by force, he would resort to guerrilla warfare and gradually erode the opponent's advantage. The flesh demon puppet's brain, which is filled with muscles, would definitely not be able to guess such a shallow plan. Immediately, Hanwoo ordered an iron skeleton to stroll in front of the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppet. The flesh and blood demon puppets really couldn't stand other races wandering around their territory. More than 100 flesh and blood demon puppets chased out, determined to smash this bold iron skeleton into bone fragments. The iron skeleton followed Hanwoo's instructions and trotted to lead the flesh and blood demon puppet to the trap location. Then thousands of skeleton soldiers jumped out and attacked more than 100 flesh and blood demon puppets. 10 against 1, plus they were armed. Soon the flesh and blood puppets were all wiped out by the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the Skeleton Knight stood up and used his ability to summon skeletons on the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets one by one. Then, one by one, cute little skeletons broke away from the corpses of the flesh and blood puppets and became members of the skeleton soldiers. Hanwoo couldn't help but sigh that the skeleton tribe's way of adding new members was really unique. After doing this dozens of times, the number of the Skeleton Legion grew to as many as 7,000. There are only about 3,000 flesh and blood puppets left in the nest. Hanwoo felt that it was time to launch a general attack. However, before launching the general attack, Hanwoo once again distributed some bone crystals, prompting the skeleton army to add another 800 elite life forms, the Iron Skeletons. The skeleton soldiers, whose strength had been enhanced, rushed into the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppets and carried out organized looting and smashing. In less than 3 hours, all the flesh and blood demon puppets were eliminated. The Skeleton Knight searched the lair of the flesh demon puppet and found a heart of flesh and blood, which he presented to Hanwoo. Hanwoo looked at the heart covered in blood and flesh, but still beating, feeling a little disgusted. But no matter what, this is also a level 1 holy object. Its function is to enhance the physical strength of the core family members. Although it was useless to Hanwoo's core clan, the Locust, he still gritted his teeth and accepted it. Submit the task and get 60 assessment points. Hanwoo's ranking rose to 108. But Hanwoo was not in a hurry. By the time the Skeleton Knight has transformed all the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets into skeletons, The total number of troops under his command will be over 10,000. With enough followers, do you still worry about not completing the mission? Zhang Xiaolong, transformed into a demon dragon, rushed to the woods where people were picking bone magic fruits and ordered his 200 hellhounds to search around, but they only found a few locust eggs. Damn it, where on earth did that kid Han Wu go? Zhang Xiaolong cursed. Then he discovered that Han Wu's ranking had changed, and his assessment score instantly increased by 60 points. Combining the information in the task list, Zhang Xiaolong calculated where Han Wu was. Relying on the locust's restraint on the flesh and blood demon puppets, we have completed the task of conquering the flesh and blood demon puppet's nest. Han Wu, you really exceeded my expectations. But your good luck has come to an end, Zhang Xiaolong muttered, and according to the instructions on the map, he turned around and rushed towards the direction of the flesh and blood demon puppet's nest. Soon, he arrived at the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppet and found that there were many skeleton soldiers stationed there. Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. Wasn't it Han Wu's locust that defeated the flesh demon puppet? Why were there skeleton soldiers stationed in the flesh demon puppet's lair? When he saw the skeleton lord transformed by Han Wu, everything became clear. Damn you, Han Wu. You actually secretly raised a family of skeletons. You want to use this to get good grades in this assessment? Dream on. Zhang Xiaolong muttered in his heart, and immediately issued an oracle, asking the hellhounds to attack. The hellhounds were already very powerful, but in the environment of the demon abyss, their strength was enhanced, far exceeding that of ordinary elite life forms. The 100 or so ordinary skeleton soldiers outside the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppet didn't even have time to resist before they were torn to pieces by the hellhounds that rushed over. The hellhound took advantage of the situation and pounced on Han Wu. The surrounding skeletons would not allow their leader to be attacked, and they all stepped forward to stop him. Ordinary skeleton soldiers formed a wall of bones to block the attack of the hellhound for Han Wu. The iron skeletons and skeleton knights in the nest heard the noise outside and rushed out in a swarm. Thousands of elite life forms, iron skeletons, plus an extraordinary life form, skeleton knight. This scene made Zhang Xiaolong shocked. It was only the second day after arriving in the demonic abyss plane, and Han Wu had gathered so many troops. If it was a few days later, who could stop Han Wu? Realizing the endless troubles that would follow, Zhang Xiaolong made up his mind that he must kill Han Wu today and not give Han Wu any room to continue growing. Immediately, the demon dragon transformed by Zhang Xiaolong rushed out. The iron skeleton of the elite life form was easily crushed by the collision of its body covered with thick scales. Only the skeleton knight, a supernatural being, can withstand this attack. But the skeleton knight's abilities were limited, and after being hit several times in a row, his bones were severely broken. Zhang Xiaolong suffered some counter-injury, but still retained most of his combat effectiveness. He took the opportunity to repel the skeleton knight and face Han Wu directly. Han Wu had already recognized that this was his classmate Zhang Xiaolong. Student Zhang Xiaolong, we have no grudges against each other. Why did you attack my family? Han Wu asked. Zhang Xiaolong replied coldly. I simply don't like you, Dai. The demon dragon incarnation swung its thick dragon tail across with such force that all the rocks along the way were crushed into powder. Han Wu's bone claws resisted, but could not withstand the huge force, and his jade-like skeleton scattered to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong thought that Han Wu's skeleton incarnation was dead. After that, Han Wu's true body did not appear for a long time, so Zhang Xiaolong thought that Han Wu was afraid of the death of his true body and chose to withdraw from the exam. He couldn't help but let out a roar to express his excitement. Without their leader, the skeleton soldiers' soul fire beat violently. The whole group was like crazy, fearlessly charging towards the incarnation of the devil dragon. Although they're skeletons, they have loyal souls. When a leader dies, the only way to pay tribute to his soul is to kill all his enemies. Zhang Xiaolong is not afraid of the skeleton soldiers, but there is no point in fighting with them. These skeleton soldiers are not required for the mission and are not of much value, so there is no point in killing them. Zhang Xiaolong charged again, broke through the layers of obstruction of the skeleton soldiers, and retreated to a distance. His core clan, the Hellhounds, also broke free from the skeleton soldiers' blockade and followed the god away. The skeleton soldiers who could not catch up had no choice but to return to their nest. The soul fire of the leading skeleton knight burned silently in his eyes, as if he was mourning for Han Wu. Although the skeleton knight's surrender was not long, his faith in Han Wu was particularly firm. After all, in this demonic abyss, there is no other skeleton lord who will give his subordinates pure bone crystals to help them improve. But at this moment, Han Wu's bones suddenly trembled. There seemed to be some kind of suction between them, and they gathered together again. This is exactly one of the skeleton lord's abilities, resurrection. The revived Han Wu once again sincerely sighed that his decision to choose the skeleton lord's incarnation to descend to the demon abyss plane was absolutely correct. The skeleton knight, who was still mourning, stood there in silence. If he had a face, his expression would definitely be one of disbelief. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take all your troops and escape from here as soon as possible. Han Wu knew that he couldn't defeat Zhang Xiaolong's powerful demon dragon incarnation. If you want to continue the assessment, you have no choice but to hide. Hide in a place where Zhang Xiaolong can't find you, cut off all communications, and accumulate strength. Wait until I have enough troops under my command, and then find an opportunity to take revenge. Zhang Xiaolong, the next time we meet will be the day of your death, Han Wu said coldly. On the other side, Zhang Xiaolong completely shook off the pursuit of the skeleton soldiers before he pulled up the assessment rankings. Students who drop out or die will fall to the bottom of the list and appear in gray. On the second day alone, 10 students in the entire grade dropped out of the exam or died. Perhaps their clans were too weak to survive in the demon abyss, or perhaps they were attacked by native life forms and died unexpectedly. But Zhang Xiaolong did not find Han Wu's name in it. He returned to the main list and found that Han Wu's name was currently ranked 163rd. In other words, he did not withdraw from the exam. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaolong came to his senses. The reason why Han Wu did not descend in person was probably because the skeleton that Han Wu incarnated into was not dead at all. Damn it, Han Wu actually faked his death. Zhang Xiaolong quickly turned around and returned to the lair of the flesh demon puppet. This time, even if he wasted time and killed all the skeleton soldiers, he would never let Han Wu escape again. But when Zhang Xiaolong rushed back to the nest with the hellhound, he found the nest was empty. There wasn't even a complete bone left on the ground. There is no doubt that Han Wu must have expected that he would return and ran away in advance. Search for me. Don't let go of any skeleton within 100 miles. Zhang Xiaolong issued the oracle angrily. The hellhounds carried out their duties faithfully, dispersing around to look for any traces of the skeleton soldiers. But who is Han Wu? He has been attacked once, so how could he give Zhang Xiaolong a chance to attack him a second time? At this moment, Han Wu was leading the skeleton team to flee in the opposite direction of Zhang Xiaolong. I have run 50 kilometers so far. After the battle with Zhang Xiaolong, the skeleton team suffered heavy casualties, and their numbers dropped from over 10,000 to 5,000. Han Wu had no choice but to take out more bone crystals to help the skeleton soldiers recover. After absorbing pure bone energy, the skeleton soldiers not only recovered from their injuries, but also evolved into iron skeletons. One iron skeleton even won the lottery and evolved into a skeleton knight. Han Wu felt relieved when he was protected by two extraordinary life forms, the skeleton knights. However, this amount of wealth still could not satisfy Han Wu's desire to get good grades and attract the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy. I have to find a way to develop the skeleton army. Chapter 26, another big gamble. Calling up the task list, 60 of the 500 tasks are in gray, indicating that the tasks are unique and have been completed. Han Wu searched among the unfinished tasks and soon found a good target. Mission 64. Wipe out the fallen demon tribe. Reward, 80 assessment points, level 2 skill crystal, continuous fireballs. The fallen demon is a native creature of the abyss plane. It is insidious and vicious, but has mediocre strength. They were once ranked by the Divine Realm civilization as the 8th most common cannon fodder race in the Outer Realm. However, such an inferior race was given an assessment score of 80. After reading the mission content, Han Wu realized that this was not a misjudgment, but because the tribe was very large. According to incomplete statistics, the number of hordes fallen is at least 1 million, and there are several complete life transition routes. From the most common fallen demon minions, to the elite life forms of fallen demon warriors and fallen demon magicians, to the extraordinary life forms of fallen demon prayers who have the ability to resurrect fallen demons. It's difficult to chew this bone, but Han Wu didn't care whether the mission was completed or not. His real purpose is to use the fallen to mass-produce skeleton soldiers. After selecting the target, Han Wu headed towards it. In the blink of an eye, 80 days have passed since we arrived at the demonic abyss. Nearly 300 students dropped out of the exam. Those who did not drop out basically established their own forces and took root in the planes belonging to their classes. The class teachers who were checking the data in the background were very concerned about who would get first place in this assessment. Huang Fei from our class has already established a team of over 100,000 demonized goblins, and his assessment score has reached 3,200 assessment points, firmly ranking first. This time, the divinity belongs to him. Student Lu Mo is also good, with 3,010 assessment points, currently ranking second in this assessment. He also found a life transition route for demonized goblins. With a little effort, he may be able to compete for the first place. Teacher Tianwen, why are you silent? Is it because the students in your class don't perform well and don't live up to the title of top class? A teacher joked. They were very envious of Tianwen's class's title of top class. This title means that the class can get a larger share of resources from the school. Tianwen glanced at the head teachers around him and said, "Does our class need to say more?" Zhang Xiaolong scored 2,890 points, Su Sun scored 2,870 points, and Qin Shuang scored 2,830 points. They're all in the top 10 in the grade. What's the point of being in the top 10? What we care about is being the top one in the grade. The destination of divinity is the most important thing. Don't you have a classmate named Han Wu in your class who ranked first in the unified exam? Why didn't he work this time? Let me look for Han Wu. His current assessment score is 140, which ranks him last. Haha, Teacher Tianwen, this is the genius student in your class. I heard that he sold the 1 point of divinity he gained from the unified examination. How short-sighted he is. How can he sell a scarce resource like divinity? I've told you a long time ago that Han Wu relied on cheating to get the first place in the unified examination. He was always the last in our class, but a certain blind teacher treated him like a treasure. Lu Letian mocked in public. Although he didn't mention anyone by name, everyone knew that he was scolding Tianwen. In the final analysis, the core Locust clan does not have much competitive advantage. It is a miracle that Han Wu has been able to survive in the demon abyss for 80 days. The class teacher also made an objective evaluation. Winning is the bottom line. What the divine realm civilization values is never the process, but the result. Han Wu is now ranked last and has no chance of turning the tables. Staying in the demon abyss plane is just a way to survive. Maybe he wants to take advantage of the benefits of being in the top 100. Lu Letian said sarcastically. Tianwen couldn't just pretend he didn't hear anything when his students were being slandered like that. Teacher Lu, please be aware of your identity. As a teacher, you should at least have some moral ethics. Tianwen retorted. Teacher Tian, am I wrong? Han Wu is a waste. No matter how many resources you give him, he is useless. Lu Letian argued. He had lost too much to Han Wu, and his hatred for him had reached its maximum value. He would not miss any opportunity to scold Han Wu. Tianwen's face turned even colder. How about we make another bet? I bet with you that the student who wins the championship this time will still be Han Wu. Lu Lishan's face was filled with more sarcasm. The first place is Han Wu? Teacher Tian, are you kidding me? How did Han Wu get first place? With his pathetic 140 assessment points? Huang Fei's assessment points are even more than his. Tianwen said very seriously. Just tell me, do you dare or not? Idare. What's there to be afraid of? I bet with you. 10 points of divinity at stake. Do you dare? Lu Letian couldn't find a reason not to bet. Okay, but I have a question. I can take out 10 points of divinity, but can you? Tianwen looked at Lu Letian with a joking look. Lu Letian was speechless. Ever since he lost 5 points of divinity last time, he no longer had any extra divinity cards. If he loses again, he will have to give up his own divinity. As a demigod, Lu Letian currently has only 14 points of divinity. If he gives up 10 points of divinity, he will fall from demigod. There was no way he would do that. But Lu Letian would not be willing to give up such a good opportunity to make a profit if he did not take the gamble. I don't have 10 points of divinity, but I have a priesthood, and I'll bet my priesthood with you. Lu Lishan's tone was almost crazy when he said this. The teachers around him looked at Lu Letian in shock. They don't understand, it's just a bet. Is there any need to make it so big? The priesthood is where demigods make their living and is a more precious resource than divinity. Even the lowest level of priesthood can be sold for 2 points of divinity. The higher the level of the priesthood, the price will increase exponentially. Don't fool me with low-level priesthoods of level 1 or 2. Only a priesthood of level 3 can be equivalent to 10 points of divinity. Tianwen declared, Level 3 priesthood, healing, may be acceptable to you. Lu Letian said angrily. Tianwen Kai nodded in agreement and said, Okay, in that case, the bet is established. This time I must get back everything I lost with interest, Lu Letian said fiercely. Tianwen sneered. Teacher Lu, as a demigod, you must not be fooled by the false scene in front of you. I can tell you responsibly that my student is working on a task with an assessment score of 80 points, and he is about to succeed. When these words were spoken, all the class teachers present were shocked. They know the routine of this assessment best. The division of assessment points indirectly reflects the difficulty of the task. A task with an assessment score of 80 is extremely difficult for a high school student. Once completed, it will surely attract the attention of top universities. Even if I don't get good grades in the end, it's worth it to be able to show my face in front of a top university. So, what if it's an 80-point assessment task? What we're competing for is whether he can win first place. Lu Letian replied sourly. He also hopes that there will be students in the class who can complete the task of 80 assessment points. However, the most difficult task completed by Lu Mo in their class was only worth 60 assessment points. Do you think that if he can complete the task of 80 assessment points, will those tasks with lower value be difficult for him? Tianwen asked in return. All of a sudden, the class teachers showed a look of understanding. They began to wonder what Hanwu had done in the demonic abyss plane. However, considering the students' privacy, Tianwen did not publish Hanwu's test interface. He just signaled everyone to wait for the test results. Chapter 27, Slaughter List. In the C-793826 plane of the Demon Abyss, the Fallen Demon Camp. There were originally millions of fallen demons, but now there are less than 100,000 left. The camp was surrounded by skeleton soldiers. Seeing such a huge disparity in troop strength, Hanwu knew that it was time to launch a general attack. He issued an oracle, and nearly 900,000 skeleton soldiers launched a final general attack on the fallen demon camp with a triple siege. The surviving fallen demons rose up in resistance under the command of the extraordinary life form, the fallen demon prayer. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by a large number of skeleton soldiers. The three extraordinary life forms led by the skeleton knights rushed into the group of fallen demons and started killing them. For every fallen demon that falls, a skeleton soldier stands up. Although the fallen prayer has the ability to resurrect the fallen, it cannot keep up with the speed at which the skeleton knights summon skeleton soldiers. The final extraordinary life form, the fallen prayer, died under the siege of 3 skeleton knights. The mission of clearing out the fallen demon tribe has been accomplished. Under the joint summons of the 3 skeleton knights, a mutated skeleton clan extraordinary life form was unexpectedly summoned from the corpse of the fallen demon prayer, the skeleton resurrector. Hanwu had a full view of the information. Family name, skeleton resurrectionist. Family race, skeleton. Family level, extraordinary undead. Family talents, hard bones, skeleton resurrection. Faith level, general believer. Power of faith, 500,000/day. As extraordinary life forms of the skeleton clan, the skeleton resuscitator has a higher status than the skeleton knight. This is intuitively reflected in the power of faith provided daily. As soon as the skeleton resurrector appeared, it first respectfully expressed its submission to Hanwu, who had a higher racial status, and then stretched out its bone claws to point at a skeleton soldier that had just been smashed into pieces. The next moment, the skeleton soldier's bones condensed again. The dead skeleton soldiers were resurrected. The fire of Hanwu's soul suddenly jumped in the small head of the skeleton lord's incarnation. This skeleton resurrectionist is something. As the fallen prayers died, the remaining fallen were quickly surrounded and killed. After searching the fallen demon tribe, the skeleton knight handed over all the valuable items he found to Hanwu. Apart from a large number of worthless cheap goods, Hanwu got 3 pretty good trophies. Level 1 relic, Fireball Staff. Function. After being loaded into the God's Domain core, it can allow some of the core members to gain the ability to release level 1 fireballs. The destructive power of the fireball is related to the strength of the core members themselves. It can also be used as a divine weapon. Hero Template Fragments. 1/4 of a hero template. Gathering a complete hero template will allow the clan to merge and upgrade to a hero life form. Source of Destruction. Grants the race the power of destruction. Effect. No fear of demonic erosion. and all negative resistances are increased. Han Wu stared at the last piece of trophy, the soul fire in his head burning fiercely. This is actually a prop that can trigger a life transition. However, whether it is suitable for Locust clans still needs further testing. After collecting these spoils, Han Wu looked at the millions of skeleton soldiers around him and felt a sense of heroism in his heart. With the skeleton army, what else does he have to fear? Zhang Xiaolong's threat was completely eliminated in the face of millions of skeleton soldiers. Han Wu no longer needed to endure. He submitted the task immediately. With 80 assessment points and the level 2 skill crystal, continuous fireball, his total assessment points rose to 220. Although he was still at the bottom of the ranking list, it meant that Han Wu had sounded the clarion call to top the list. Select a native race of the Demon Abyss that is not far away and has an assessment score of 70 points. Han Wu issued an oracle. The army is marching. Millions of skeleton soldiers rushed towards the target in a mighty force, destroying all races that stood in their way like a wave. Behind the scenes of the assessment, all class teachers were keeping an eye on the changes in the list. An hour ago, Han Wu's assessment score changed and increased to 220. Half an hour ago, Han Wu's assessment score changed again, increasing to 290. 2 hours later, Han Wu's assessment score changed and increased to 420. 4 hours later, Han Wu's assessment score changed and increased to 690. 1 day later, Han Wu's assessment score reached 1180, ranking 54th in the grade. 2 days later, Han Wu's assessment score reached 2090, ranking 18th in the grade. 3 days later, Han Wu's assessment score reached 2990, ranking 4th in the grade. In just 3 days, Han Wu jumped from the last place to 4th in the grade. Such a terrifying promotion speed left all the class teachers speechless. Only Lu Letian was stubborn and said, "So what if he was promoted to 4th in the grade? He's not first." As soon as the voice fell, the announcement of the Dean of Studies, Su Mei, rang in the minds of all the class teachers. First Class University, Mad War College sent a message for consultation. They want to arrange a meeting with Han Wu after the assessment. First Class University, Qianlong College sent a message for consultation. They want to arrange a meeting with Han Wu after the assessment. Second-rate University, Qingshan College has sent a notice that as long as Han Wu agrees, he can be admitted directly without taking the college entrance examination. Second-rate University, all the head teachers swallowed their saliva at the same time. The assessment is not even over yet, but I have received so many invitations from universities. My future is so bright. Lu Letian couldn't bear to hear any good news about Han Wu, so he shouted, "Director Su, I protest. Why did you only report Han Wu's college invitation, but not other students' college invitations?" Dean Su Mei was silent for a long time before she replied, "There are currently no college invitations for other students." "How is that possible? Han Wu is only ranked 4th, and there are 3 outstanding students ahead of him," Lu Letian retorted. Su Mei replied, "The prerequisite for the university to send an invitation is that the total assessment score reaches 3,000 points, and it also requires at least one task with more than 80 assessment points to be completed. Currently, only Han Wu has achieved this." Now Lu Letian was speechless. The other class teachers were speechless. Any task requiring more than 80 points was a tough one to tackle, which will be accomplished easily. Just when all the class teachers were silent, Qin Shuang, who ranked 8th in the grade, saw his total assessment score increase by 90, and his total assessment score just exceeded 3,000. Immediately afterwards, Su Mei received an invitation from a university. First Class University, Crazy Battle College. Qin Shuang's operation was just the beginning. After her, several other geniuses in the school submitted tasks with assessment scores ranging from 80 to 90 points. Su Mei has received more invitations from universities. Lu Letian felt better. In the following days, he kept a close eye on the task list belonging to Tian Wen's class. Seeing each unique task being completed and submitted, he felt extremely happy. Because all the tasks were completed, Han Wu could not obtain more assessment points to improve his ranking. If Han Wu does not get first place, Lu Letian will be able to get 10 points of divinity. There are 3 tasks left, and Tian Wen's class assessment is about to end. Xiaolong, you must work hard to complete the tasks and never let Han Wu get ahead of you. Lu Letian secretly communicated with Zhang Xiaolong and instructed, "Understood. I will complete the task of 90 assessment points before Han Wu arrives." Zhang Xiaolong said seriously. Chapter 28, Stomp It with One Foot. Looking at the task list, there are only 3 unfinished tasks left. The soul fire in Han Wu's head paused. His current total assessment score is 3,480, ranking third, 130 points away from the first place of 3,610. However, there were only 3 tasks left on the task list, namely, killing the Dark Frog Demigod, which was worth 100 assessment points, and wiping out the Bull Demon Tribe, and eradicating the Evil Treeman Forest, which were worth 90 assessment points. All 3 tasks are tough nuts to crack. But for Han Wu, it is not difficult. Because now, after many days of fighting, the number of skeleton soldiers under his command has increased sharply to 20 million. Among them, the high-end combat forces include 2 heroic life forms and 190 extraordinary life forms. A force of this size is no less powerful than that of some demigods. Let's go and wipe out the Bull Demon Tribe first. It's closer. Han Wu looked at the map and made a decision. After the oracle was issued, 20 million skeleton soldiers advanced towards the target like a sea of bones. In the Bull Demon Tribe, the sound of war was deafening. The strong Bull Demon waved the stone pillar totem to repel the attacking hellhounds and lizardmen. Zhang Xiaolong's Demon Dragon incarnation and Su Sun's Lion Tiger incarnation are fighting with a Bull Demon heroic life form. This Bull Demon heroic life form is truly powerful. Holding a stone pillar totem as thick as a bucket, he fights 1 against 2, resisting the attacks of 2 extraordinary life forms without losing the upper hand. You know, the combat power of the Demon Dragon and the Liger is not inferior to some heroic life forms, and their combined attack is even more powerful. But after a long time of unsuccessful attack, Zhang Xiaolong became anxious. Han Wu has been rising rapidly in the past few days, and no one is afraid of him. If Han Wu gets first place again, the resources he will get will crush everyone else. There is no chance for Zhang Xiaolong to succeed. Therefore, Zhang Xiaolong specially contacted Su Sun, who also had some conflicts with Han Wu. The 2 joined forces to grab points and were determined to stop Han Wu's upward momentum. Su Sun readily agreed and joined the battle with his core group of lizardmen. However, the Bull Demon Tribe is too powerful. Every Bull Demon possesses the strength of an elite life form when it grows up. They are also thick-skinned and have immense strength, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The attack has been going on for 4 hours. Although Niu Mo has suffered some injuries, he is getting stronger and stronger. Instead, the joint team of Zhang Xiaolong and Su Sun suffered heavy casualties. If they continue fighting, the team they have worked so hard to build up might be gone. In desperation, the 2 looked at each other and chose to retreat. They tested it themselves and found that the Bull Demon Tribe was a tough nut to crack. They couldn't even crack it together, so they believed that Han Wu would not be able to do it either. With this idea in mind, the 2 issued an oracle, calling on their clans to evacuate. As soon as the clan took action, Zhang Xiaolong and Su Sun realized that something was wrong around them. At some point, a circle of skeleton soldiers gathered outside the Bull Demon Tribe. Looking into the distance, this group of skeleton soldiers seemed endless, spreading to the horizon. Zhang Xiaolong and Su Sun looked extremely ugly. An idea arises in everyone's mind. Could it be that I was unlucky enough to encounter the undead plague? The skeleton soldiers and the bull demons, hellhounds, and lizardmen started a battle. The scene was extremely intense, and large numbers of skeleton soldiers were smashed into pieces. The combat power of any of the 3 clans can easily challenge the skeleton soldiers, which are hundreds of times stronger than the original ones, as if the skeleton soldiers were made of mud. Zhang Xiaolong and Su Sun's faces look better now. They were just about to take advantage of the momentum to break out of the encirclement of the skeleton soldiers. However, Han Wu, who is commanding the skeleton soldiers to fight, will not let them get their wish. Under Han Wu's command, a heroic life form, the Bone Controller, stood up. It raised its hand and waved, and countless broken bones gathered towards it. In just a moment, it turned into a 20-meter-tall skeleton giant. The skeleton giant strode into the battle group, and just a simple stomping and punching could cause considerable damage. The dead life forms were summoned by the skeleton knights and transformed into the fighting force of the skeleton legion. The more skeleton soldiers were killed, the more desperate the scene became. Zhang Xiaolong and Su Sun gritted their teeth and made a decision. They planned to abandon their clan and break out of the encirclement with their own strength. But as soon as they started to move, the skeleton giant seemed to have guessed their intentions and blocked their escape route. Amidst the fear, the 2 heard a familiar voice coming from the shoulder of the skeleton giant. Hello, Zhang Xiaolong and Su Sunday. The two's pupils were shocked and unbelievable. When they looked up, they found that on the shoulder of the skeleton giant stood a small skeleton with bones as white as jade. Looking more closely, Han Wu's figure appeared on the small skeleton. Han Wu! Zhang Xiaolong's demon dragon incarnation let out a low roar, as if he wanted to bite off all the sharp teeth in his mouth. Su Sun's lion tiger incarnation widened his eyes, unable to believe that the little skeleton was Han Wu. Aren't your core followers locusts? Han Wu did not answer, but commanded the skeleton giant to raise his giant foot and step down, directly crushing the demon dragon incarnation transformed by Zhang Xiaolong. After stepping on it, he said, "Goodbye, classmate Zhang Xiaolong." Su Sun, who was not far away, was completely frightened. Although the demon dragon incarnation possesses combat power comparable to that of a heroic life form, the skeleton giant transformed by the bone controller has the strength of a top heroic life form. The difference in strength between the two is too great. The devil dragon incarnation's death was not unjust, but he stepped on the person to death before he even finished saying hello. How deep is the hatred and resentment between the two of them? After the death of the devil's incarnation, Zhang Xiaolong's real body has not yet appeared. Han Wu guessed that Zhang Xiaolong had withdrawn from the exam. After looking at the ranking list, I saw that Zhang Xiaolong's name had turned gray. Zhang Xiaolong must have known that even if he came in his true form, he would never be a match for Han Wu, so he just gave up. Han Wu snorted coldly and looked at Su Sun below. He remembered very clearly that Su Sun once tried to cheat away his divinity at a low price. Student Su Sunday. When Han Wu said this, the skeleton giant raised his foot again. Seeing this, Su Sun no longer had any arrogance as a son of a divine family and shouted, "Student Han Wu, there is no big conflict between us. I can apologize to you for the previous misunderstanding, but if you kill me, it will not benefit you at all." The skeleton giant stopped in midair. Han Wu's voice came. "It seems that letting you go will do me no good. I will give you 30% of the treasures I got in this plane. I only ask you to spare my life." Su Sun shouted. Han Wu said disdainfully, 30% can't buy the life of a supernatural life form, a lion-tiger beast. 50%, I'll pay 50%. Su Sun added. His lion-tiger incarnation absorbed a lot of treasures after arriving in this plane. As long as he can be teleported back alive, he will surely evolve into a heroic life form in time. For the sake of a heroic being, Su Sun felt that it was acceptable to give out 50% of his income. After a little thought, Han Wu agreed to Su Sun's conditions. Su Sun was not like Zhang Xiaolong, who had any intention of harming him, so he could be let off. Besides, it's not for nothing. Su Sun's assessment score is 3,020, and 50% of the income will not be less. Seeing Han Wu agreed, Su Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Exchanging 50% of his income for the life of the lion-tiger beast was secondary. His main goal was to complete the assessment alive. This assessment will have some impact on the college selection. Leaving the assessment alive and withdrawing from the assessment are two completely different concepts in the eyes of colleges. Then let's sign the contract, and no one should go back on their word. Su Sun took the initiative to speak up, fearing that Han Wu would go back on his word. Han Wu did not believe Su Sun's contract, so he drafted a contract himself using the function of the God Landing module. Both parties signed their names on the contract. Su Sun paid 50% of his income and left in a hurry with the rest of his family. Han Wu continued to control the Skeleton Legion to besiege the Bull Demon Tribe. Chapter 29, The Ultimate Mission. 5 hours later, more than 80% of the Bull Demon Tribe were killed or injured. However, the number of the skeleton army is increasing due to the ability of another skeleton hero, the Bone Restorer, Range Resurrection. The chief of the Bull Demon Tribe, the only heroic being in the tribe, chose to give up resistance in such a desperate situation, only hoping that Han Wu could leave a glimmer of hope for the Bull Demon Tribe. He was willing to lead the remaining Bull Demon Tribe to surrender. Han Wu thought about it again and chose to agree. The mission requirement is that Han Wu must kill more than 90% of the members of the Bull Demon Tribe before he can submit the mission. In response to this, the Bull Demon Tribe quickly gave an answer. Thousands of wounded bull demons walked out of the tribe and voluntarily died at the hands of the skeleton soldiers. It will not stop until Han Wu completes his mission. Han Wu kept his promise and incorporated the bull demon race. After submitting the task, his total assessment score reached 3,570, 40 points away from the first place. There are still 2 tasks left. There are choices, Han Wu exclaimed. But as soon as he finished speaking, another task worth 90 assessment points turned gray. It was Qin Shuang. Like Han Wu, she completed and submitted the task almost at the same time, and her total assessment score reached 3580. There is only one task left in the task list. Mission 500. Kill the Dark Frog Demigod. This task is too difficult. Han Wu was a little worried. Even though he had an army of over 20 million skeletons under his command, he was unwilling to challenge a demigod, let alone a local demigod who had the home field advantage in this plane. But under the temptation of the huge reward for first place, Han Wu couldn't suppress his desire. In his divine domain, there are a large number of locusts to be raised, as well as many ordinary followers waiting for resources. He also wanted to compete for the first place to attract the attention of the top university, Kyoto College. Therefore, Han Wu must accept this task. After making up his mind, Han Wu issued another oracle. The skeleton army marched towards the area where the Dark Frogmen were located. In the background, the class teachers are compiling statistics. 11 of the classes have completed the assessment. However, among these 11 classes, no one was able to complete the ultimate mission on the mission list, killing the demigod. This situation is normal and has been the case over the years. After all, for the students who are divine creatures, it is not easy for them to survive in the outside world under various restrictions. Challenging a local demigod who has a geographical advantage is almost the same as committing suicide, and only a fool would do that. The class teachers also believe that no student would attempt that task. After all, the risk index is too high and the cost is too great. If one is not careful, the clan incarnation will die at the hands of the demigod, and everything gained from this assessment will be in vain. Teacher Tian, there are only 3 students in your class who have not returned yet, a famous teacher said while looking at the ranking list. The second-ranked student Qin Shuang has 3,580 assessment points. The third-ranked student Han Wu has 3,570 assessment points. And the 7th-ranked student Su Sun has 3,320 assessment points. What happened that has prevented them from returning yet? After being questioned by the class teachers, Tianwen thought again and released the assessment interface for the 3 people. For a moment, the expressions on the faces of the class teachers around him became very interesting. You 2 students are so bold that you dare to set your sights on a demigod. I can understand Qin Shuang's side. She now has the 4-headed heroic life form Thunderbird, and she barely has the strength to compete with the demigods. But this Han Wu, how did he organize this group of skeleton legions? Isn't his core family a locust? Classmate Han Wu actually has 3 heroic life forms. A bone controller, a bone restorer, and a bull demon who is famous for its brute strength. It's really shocking. Look at the incarnation of classmate Han Wu. Who can tell what level this incarnation is? Oh no! A class teacher with the ability to detect couldn't help but cursed. That's actually the incarnation of the skeleton lord. Lord life form? Are you kidding me? Damn it, it's true. All the head teachers exclaimed. Now they finally know why Tianwen dared to bet 10 points of divinity on Han Wu to win first place. If they had known earlier that Han Wu possessed the skeleton lord incarnation and a skeleton army of more than 20 million, they would have also bet on Han Wu to take first place. Teacher Tianwen, congratulations. You have made it this time, a level 3 priesthood. A head teacher congratulated in advance. Tianwen's face was full of joy, and he couldn't stop smiling. Look, Han Wu's assessment score is only 40 points away from the first place student Huang Fei. In other words, if he can complete the task of killing the demigod, Han Wu will truly be the first place. A class teacher shouted. More class teachers began to congratulate Tianwen, as if Tianwen had won the bet. Only Lu Letian, with a sullen face, still said stubbornly, "Don't be too happy too soon. Even if Han Wu has the skeleton lord incarnation, so what? Han Wu's chance of taking first place is not as great as you think. Don't forget that he has a rival, Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang is a descendant of the true god family. Who among you knows how many cards she has in her hand?" This made the class teachers fall into deep thought. Judging from Qin Shuang's inhumane performance in the unified examination, she must have a lot of tricks up her sleeve. In terms of the possibility of winning the championship, Qin Shuang should have a higher chance. Look, Qin Shuang is the first to lead his clan to the territory of the Dark Frogmen. A famous class teacher shouted. On the interface, Qin Shuang's golden Thunderbird incarnation was hovering above the Dark Frogman territory. Tens of thousands of thunderbirds gathered into a thundercloud. In an instant, countless thunders descended on the territory of the Dark Frogmen. In that scene, thousands of thunders were dancing wildly, and the entire sky was illuminated by lightning. Countless Dark Frogmen were killed by lightning. Such a natural disaster immediately attracted the attention of the demigods in the Dark Frogman territory. The Dark Frog demigod immediately cast his magic, condensing the power of darkness into a black barrier that enveloped the entire Dark Frog territory. Naturally, the thunder could no longer hurt the Dark Frogman below. At the same time, the voice of the Dark Frogman demigod also reached the sky. "If you dare to destroy my tribe and kill my people, I will curse you and curse you to die a miserable death." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of black light came out from the Dark Frogman territory and directly hit the golden-crowned thunderbird that Qin Shuang had transformed into. Qin Shuang was unable to dodge and was hit by the black light. She suddenly felt dizzy, and waves of weakness oppressed every nerve, making her unable to stay awake and falling from a height of 1,000 meters. Chapter 30: Cooperation. The Dark Frogman demigod used magic to successfully curse Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was so weak that he could hardly control the golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation and fell from a high altitude. Before he landed on the ground, a holy golden light flashed on his body. The curse is cleansed. This is one of the self-defense trump cards given to her by Qin Shuang's family. The purification magic, which can purify the negative state of the body. Qin Shuang, who was purified, regained her strength. She flapped her wings, condensed a huge thunderball, and smashed it into the protective shield rising above the Dark Frogman area. Tens of thousands of thunderbirds under his command followed Qin Shuang and spit out powerful thunderballs. After 3 waves, the protective shield was broken. The Dark Frogman territory appeared before Qin Shuang again. Qin Shuang was proud. In this battle, she has all the advantages and will surely come out on top. But at this moment, the Dark Frogman demigod showed his power again. He cast a summoning spell, and a mountain-eating frog as big as a mountain was summoned. As soon as he appeared, he spit out a 1,000-meter-long tongue and stuck to Qin Shuang, who was flying high in the sky. The huge force from the tongue pulled her into the belly of the mountain-eating demon frog. Qin Shuang struggled in the belly of the mountain-swallowing demon frog, trying to release lightning, which burned and numbed the internal organs and skin of the mountain-swallowing demon frog, but to no avail. The mountain-devouring demon frog is too large, and this amount of electric current is not enough to cause fatal damage to it. Instead, it was the squeezing of the mountain-swallowing demon frog's internal organs and the digestive fluid it secreted that made Qin Shuang very uncomfortable. The Thunderbird clan belonging to Qin Shuang let out bursts of wailing and released thousands of lightning bolts, but they were unable to blast open the thick skin of the mountain-devouring demon frog. On the contrary, the heroic life forms of the Dark Frogmen were able to use dark mystical techniques to shoot down large numbers of Thunderbirds. Without Qin Shuang's command, Lei Ke was in an extremely passive situation. If the current situation continues to develop, all the Thunderbirds will be slaughtered by the Dark Frogmen within 3 hours. Qin Shuang was trapped in the belly of the mountain-devouring demon frog and couldn't help feeling despair. Am I going to fail in this test? She obviously still has a lot of cards that she hasn't used yet. It's really frustrating to die in the belly of the mountain-eating demon frog. At this time, a prompt came from the communicator. Han Wu requested a call. Qin Shuang hesitated a little, wondering whether he should answer it. Through the task list and ranking list, she was able to guess that Han Wu had emerged as a dark horse and possessed extremely strong strength. This communication is most likely seeking cooperation. Qin Shuang was not opposed to cooperation. She just didn't want Han Wu to see her embarrassing side. But the communicator kept beeping, showing Han Wu's determination. Qin Shuang finally answered the call under the urging of the communicator. Han Wu's skeleton lord incarnation appeared on the communication interface. It's small and quite cute. Where are you? Han Wu couldn't tell where Qin Shuang was at all through the black and red flesh and skin on the interface. None of your business. Qin Shuang replied unhappily. Han Wu had long been accustomed to Qin Shuang's bad temper, so he asked directly, "Want to cooperate?" Qin Shuang said stubbornly, "Why should I cooperate with you?" Han Wu replied, "If you don't cooperate with me, your Thunderbirds will be killed in 10 minutes. Qin Shuang wanted to say so what in a tough manner, but in the end he didn't say it. These tens of thousands of Thunderbirds have all been carefully cultivated by her, especially the 3 iron-crowned Thunderbirds that have been promoted to heroic life forms. If they all died in the demonic abyss plane, it would be a huge blow to her. Let me make it clear first. If I win, I want the body of the Dark Frogman demigod. The rest can be yours. Qin Shuang said. She came from a wealthy family, so she really didn't care about other things. Okay, then you should quickly issue the oracle and let your Thunderbird come to pick up my elite troops. En vue de plaide. His current situation is revealed on the interface. The Dark Frogmen live in a swamp, so the Thunderbirds flew over there without being affected. But Han Wu's skeleton army relies on walking. Currently, more than 1 million skeleton soldiers are trapped in the swamp. Han Wu had no choice but to seek cooperation from Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang originally wanted to say, "As long as you agree to be my slave, I will send Lei Ke to pick you up." But now her situation is not much better than Han Wu's. She herself was still waiting for Han Wu to rescue her. Helplessly issuing an oracle, the surviving Thunderbirds broke away from the battle with the Dark Frogmen and rushed towards the skeleton army in the distance. Han Wu commanded a group of iron skeletons to climb onto the body of the Thunderbird, and when they flew above the Dark Frogman tribe, they landed in free fall. Many iron skeletons were smashed into pieces, but Han Wu didn't care. Before it was possible to send the skeleton army in, these iron skeletons were the source of bones for the bone controllers to condense skeleton giants. The Dark Frogmen then realized that there was an invading army of skeleton soldiers outside. The Dark Frog demigod once again issued an oracle, attack and destroy the skeleton army. Millions of Dark Frogmen rushed out of the swamp and fought with the skeleton soldiers. Han Wu didn't care at all. He has now arrived above the Dark Frogman tribe on the iron-crowned Thunderbird, a heroic life form. Beneath him, there was a layer of bones several meters thick, which made it easier for him to proceed to the next step. Under Han Wu's command, the heroic life form bone controller arrives. Countless broken bones were controlled by the bone controller and integrated into its body, condensing the weakest heroic life form, the bone controller, into a skeleton giant with the combat power of the strongest heroic life form. When the skeleton giant took shape, the Dark Frogman demigod noticed this transcendent existence. Immediately, the 5 Dark Frogman heroic life forms joined forces to cast dark mystical arts in an attempt to restrain the actions of the skeleton giant. But what they didn't know was that standing on the shoulders of the skeleton giant were 2 other heroic life forms. Skeleton Tribe, Bone Restorer, and Bull Demon Tribe, heroic life form Bull Demon Shaman. The 2 jumped off the skeleton giant, and the Bull Demon Shaman waved the stone pillar totem to smash the large number of Dark Frogmen that surrounded him. The Bone Restorer activates his ability to resurrect a large area. Large groups of white skeleton soldiers crawled out from the corpses of the Dark Frogmen. The newly born skeleton soldiers fought with the Dark Frogmen again. The Thunderbirds in the sky fully cooperated with the Skeleton Legion and launched thunder attacks continuously. The situation gradually showed signs of reversing. But the Dark Frog demigod is still a demigod after all. Seeing that its own tribe was no match for the combined forces of the Skeleton Legion and the Thunderbird, it once again launched its divine magic. Dark magic, dark night falls. At this moment, endless darkness enveloped the area, and everything was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. Dark Frogmen are not affected by the dark night and can gain the blessing of darkness, making them even stronger. A large number of skeleton soldiers were killed, and the Bull Demon Shaman and the Bone Restorer were also besieged. If they don't find a way to solve the current dilemma as soon as possible, there is only one outcome waiting for Han Wu and Qin Shuang. That's failure. Chapter 31. Hope for the Holy Fire. Han Wu was in mixed emotions, and the soul fire in his head was beating wildly. He had no way out of this predicament. He could only hear the skeleton soldiers being shattered one by one, and could only vaguely see the soul fires being extinguished. Lost, completely lost. It is ridiculous for 2 divine creatures to join forces and try to challenge a demigod. But Han Wu was unwilling to admit defeat like this. He felt extremely aggrieved. In Han Wu's divine domain, the sky was covered with thick dark clouds due to the gods' changing moods. The Sword, Wind, and Iron and Red Furnace dwarf tribes gathered in the temple and prayed devoutly. The voices of the believers crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and entered Han Wu's mind. God blesses believers, and believers worship God. If it can relieve the worries of the gods, believers are willing to give up their lives and fight for the gods. Sword Wind cuts iron, please fight. All the red-forged dwarves, please fight. Billions of locusts are flying around restlessly. They have no wisdom, but are willing to sacrifice their humble lives for the gods. Even if there is no return, believers are willing to sacrifice their lives to clear the haze for the gods. It was just after midnight, and a new day had arrived. A portal opened in Hanwu Divine Realm. Jianfeng Zhantie took a step forward with 4 storm swords in his hands. The entire tribe of Red Furnace dwarves were fully armed. The leader, Godhammer, struggled to lift the infernal hammer. His entire arm was burned red, but he was unwilling to let go. There are also dozens of huge, extraordinary life forms, the sky demon insects. They followed closely behind the red-forged dwarves and flew into the portal. Until the quota is 100. No, it's not over yet. Billions of locusts are flying in the divine realm, and their vitality is particularly strong. They use their unintelligent actions to express an idea to Hanwu. God, please sacrifice us? The voice of pure faith echoed over and over again in Hanwu's mind. A familiar life-sacrificing formation appeared in the divine realm. The lives of billions of locusts turned into threads and merged into the formation. Hanwu, who was far away in the demon abyss, had options before him. Unlike in the past, this time there is only one option. Holy Fire of Hope, a special item that dispels darkness, sweeps away negative states, and gives positive energy to the clan. A gift from believers to the gods, hoping that miracles will come. General Han hopes that the sacred fire can be taken out. In an instant, the darkness in the entire area was dispelled, and all the negative states attached to the clan members were swept away. Every member of the family is filled with holy light. Even the undead like the Skeleton Clan and the monsters like the Bull Demon Clan are no exception. The Dark Frogman demigod's exclamation echoed throughout the area. How is this possible? How is this possible? A divine creature can dispel my dark magic. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Hanwu didn't answer. He holds the holy fire of hope in his hand, making all enemies of the Dark Frogman tribe nowhere to hide. Especially the mountain-eating demon frog that was as big as a mountain, with electric sparks flashing on its body from time to time. Hanwu guessed that Qin Shuang must have been swallowed by the mountain-swallowing demon frog. Go and kill that mountain-devouring frog. Yes, as you wish. Sword Wind Cut's iron and red furnace dwarf hammer were dispatched. The iron cutting style, accompanied by the endless heat waves of the infernal hammer, smashed a big hole in the belly of the mountain-devouring frog. The swallowed incarnation of the golden-crowned Thunderbird finally managed to escape. After she came out, she threw a huge black thunderball and blew the mountain-devouring demon frog into charcoal. Seeing the return of the god, the Thunderbird clan became more motivated to fight and had greater momentum to kill the Dark Frogman. Dozens of extraordinary life forms, poisonous sky demon insects that flew out from Hanwu's divine domain on their own, also found their targets and flew towards the Dark Frogman hero. Boom, boom. After dozens of explosions, all the Dark Frogman heroes were blown to death. Without the restraint of the Dark Frogman hero, the skeleton giant showed his great power. Countless Dark Frogmen were turned into meat paste under its trampling. The situation was completely reversed. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Dark Frog demigod wanted to abandon his believers and escape. But it is hoped that under the illumination of the holy fire, no living being can escape detection. Even demigods are no exception. After finding the figure of the Dark Frogman demigod, Qin Shuang's golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation rushed forward and launched a lightning strike. Although the Dark Frogman demigod was a demigod, his own strength was average. Especially after launching several divine arts in succession, his divine power was consumed too much, and he had no strength to resist the heavy attack of the golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation. Qin Shuang tortured Hanwu to the point of dying. Qin Shuang stopped and turned to Hanwu and said, "It's your turn next. According to the previous agreement, I only want the divine body, and the rest are yours." Qin Shuang knew clearly that if it weren't for Hanwu, she would have failed long ago. Hanwu walked slowly to the Dark Frogman demigod. The Dark Frog demigod begged weakly, "Let me go. I am willing to give up everything I have in exchange for my life." Hanwu felt no wavering in his heart. He signaled Jianfeng Zhantie to step forward and chop off the head of the Dark Frogman demigod with one sword. Then he said, "Even if you die, everything you have will still be mine." But the dark frog demigod could no longer hear Han Wu's answer. It fell. With the fall of the dark frog demigod, the fighting spirit of the dark frog tribe dropped to freezing point. In the group battle of the skeleton soldiers, all the dark frogmen were killed and then transformed into skeleton soldiers. All the property of the dark frog tribe was also looted and piled into a small hill. Of course, most of them are cheap and worthless. Only 5 things can catch Han Wu's eye. Put 5 items in front of Qin Shuang. Don't you really consider taking 1 or 2 of these things? The golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation that Qin Shuang transformed into stared at one of the holy objects that looked like jewelry. He liked it in his heart, but he said stubbornly, "We have already agreed that except for the divine body, everything else is yours." How could Han Wu not see that Qin Shuang had taken a fancy to the holy object that looked like jewelry? He picked up the holy object and put it on the head of the golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation. "You lent me 150 divine powers before. This is my interest payment." Qin Shuang was defeated by Han Wu's logic. This holy object was worth at least tens of thousands of divine powers, but it was treated as interest for 150 divine powers. Is she a loan shark? This interest rate would make even Warren Buffett, the stock god, cry and kneel down to kowtow to the ancestors. But since Han Wu gave it to him sincerely, Qin Shuang said he was not happy about it, but he was very happy in his heart and did not return it. The task list is cleared and the assessment is completed. Han Wu was planning to condense all the skeleton soldiers' families into cards and bring them back to the divine realm. The voice of his homeroom teacher, Tian Wen, rang in his mind. "Student Han Wu, you have done a good job. The school leaders and admissions officers from top universities plan to meet you. What about my clansmen?" Han Wu was afraid that it would delay his recovery of his clansmen. After many wars, there are as many as 30 million skeleton soldiers here. I'll keep them all for you. The school won't treat you unfairly. The head teacher Tian Wen urged. Han Wu nodded and teleported into the classroom. Qin Shuang was also teleported back. The head teacher Tian Wen was very happy and asked the 2 of them to go to the teaching office together. Chapter 32, Enrollment Conversation. On the way, Tian Wen repeatedly warned the 2 not to talk nonsense and offend the admissions teachers of the top colleges. These teachers are all true gods. Han Wu and Qin Shuang nodded repeatedly. The 2 of them almost lost when they teamed up to fight a demigod, so naturally they didn't dare to say anything rude to the real god. When they arrived at the teaching office, Han Wu and Qin Shuang were asked to sit down. Opposite them sat 3 school leaders and admissions officers from 3 top universities. These are the 2 students who performed most outstandingly in this assessment, Han Wu and Qin Shuang, said Director of Studies Su Mei. The 3 admissions teachers looked at the 2 of them. They are all true gods, and even without the ability to detect, they can easily see through some of the information of the 2. Han Wu felt a little uneasy, wondering whether these 3 admissions teachers would see that he possessed unique divine talent and the ability to sacrifice his life. After seeing the situation of the 2, the 3 of them looked at each other and seemed to be communicating. Then the admissions teacher, sitting on the left, spoke. "We already understand your situation, but we still have a few questions to ask. Let's start with classmate Qin Shuang. Your family is a true god family, so you don't have to worry about resources. In this exam, you obtained a divine body. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to use this divine body to create a Lord life form." Qin Shuang nodded. The 3 admissions teachers nodded and marked something on the forms in their hands. The school leaders standing by were completely dumbfounded. Qin Shuang has not yet been promoted to demigod, but he is already preparing to cultivate a Lord life form. It seems that the probability of success is still very high. This news is really explosive. These school leaders have been promoted to demigods for many years, but no one has been able to cultivate a Lord life form, and there are only a handful of heroic life forms. After living half my life, I'm still not as good as a little girl. It's really sad. Then the admissions teacher continued to ask, "Qin Shuang, would you mind telling us your current divinity value? We can't easily see this information on you." 4 o'clock. Qin Shuang replied. Han Wu was amazed at the sidelines. How could Qin Shuang, a girl with bright eyebrows and big eyes, secretly accumulate 4 points of divinity? Excluding the initial point of divinity, there are 3 points of divinity remaining, and 1 point of divinity is worth 150 million divine powers. In other words, at least 450 million divine powers have been invested in her. It's totally inhumane and outrageous. The true God family is willing to invest money to cultivate their descendants. The three admissions teachers all nodded with satisfaction. Student Qin Shuang, your conditions fully meet the admissions requirements of our three colleges. After you complete the training of your Lord Life form, you can apply to any of our colleges, go through the preparatory student procedures, and experience college life in advance. Thank you. Qin Shuang thanked politely. His eyes were full of joy, and he glanced at Han Wu, as if to say, "It's not too late for you to choose to be my slave now." The three admissions teachers turned to Han Wu, and their expressions became somewhat serious. Student Han Wu, we have read your information. Your core race is Locust, right? Yes. En vous confirmez. The fact that his core family members were Locusts was something he couldn't escape. But Han Wu did not think it was shameful that the core members of the clan were Locusts. On the contrary, he thought it was great that the core members of the clan were Locusts. Without the Locust's extraordinary reproductive ability, he would not be sitting here today, answering questions from admissions teachers from top universities. After hearing this, the three admissions teachers made 2 strokes on the paper, and it looked like they were making a cross. Then the three admissions teachers asked again, "Your current divinity value is 1 point. Is that correct?" "That's right." Han Vu replied. The three admissions teachers were a little disappointed and put a cross on it again. "One last question. We are very curious about how you obtained the Sword Wind Clan hero in your divine domain and the weakened version of the Skeleton Lord incarnation that you showed in this assessment." Han Wu frowned. It seemed that the three admissions officers did not see his divine ability. In this case, Han Wu naturally would not rush to make this matter public. Whether people believe it or not is aside. The key point is that the ability to sacrifice lives is Han Wu's trump card, and it would be better for him not to expose it. "How can I not answer this question?" Han Wu said. The three admissions teachers looked at each other and said, "Of course, every outstanding person has his or her own secrets." As they spoke, they drew another cross on the paper. Looking at the 3 crosses on the paper, the three admissions teachers gave a consistent reply. "Sorry, Han Wu, although you're already excellent, you still cannot meet our requirements in some aspects. If you are still willing to apply to any of our 3 universities, please maintain this excellence and see you in the college entrance examination." The 3 school leaders looked regretful. They could see Han Wu's excellence, but the 3 admissions teachers obviously looked down upon Han Wu's background and potential. "I understand. I will work hard, and the results will be revealed in the college entrance examination." Han Wu looked at the admissions teacher of Kyoto College and replied with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. "I hope your wish comes true." The admissions teacher of Kyoto College naturally felt Han Wu's emotions, but his answer was perfunctory. After all, there are so many young geniuses who boast every year that they will be admitted to Kyoto Academy. But only a handful of people can pass the exam, and candidates like Han Wu, who have basically no hope of being shortlisted, are not worth paying attention to. Immediately afterwards, the 3 admissions teachers teleported away. Tianwen, the head teacher, patted Han Wu on the shoulder and consoled him. "It is generally acknowledged that the threshold of top colleges is high, and it is normal that you cannot get in. If you are willing, there are several first-class universities that would like to invite you to become their preparatory student." "Teacher Tian, that's not necessary. I'll only go to the Imperial Capital College," Han Wu said firmly. He also had to fulfill his grandfather's last wish and find his parents. He had to go to the Imperial Capital College. Seeing Han Wu's firm attitude, Tianwen did not try to persuade him any further. He just thought that Han Wu was just angry and would change his mind after a while. At this time, 3 school leaders spoke. "Student Han Wu, there is still a long time before the college entrance examination, so you can consider further studies later. There are some things at school that I would like to discuss with you." The director of studies, Su Mei, said in a friendly tone. Han Wu was flattered by this. When it comes to school matters, can't we just let the school leaders agree on it? Why should we discuss it with him? Chapter 33. Changes in the Divine Realm. After some discussions with the school leaders, Han Wu had 2 more contracts in his hands. The first one is a contract for the employment of 30 million skeleton soldiers. The school wants to hire these 30 million skeleton soldiers to stay in the original plane and mine minerals for the school. Although the skeleton soldiers are weak and stupid, they are not tired, consume little energy, and can work 24 hours a day. She is simply the dream lover of the black-hearted boss. Originally, the school leaders planned to buy these skeleton soldiers directly from Han Wu. But Han Wu considered the long-term interests and only rented it instead of selling it. The school leaders had no choice but to sign an employment contract, giving Han Wu a share of the daily mining revenue. As for the second contract, it is a purchase and sale contract for the demonized locusts. The demonic abyss plane is not suitable for the survival of weak life forms such as locusts. But Han Wu's locusts are an exception. After being summoned to the demonic abyss plane, they not only adapted to the environment of the demonic abyss plane, but were also able to reproduce normally. According to statistics from the school's back end, in less than 100 days, the number of demonized locusts has multiplied to more than 30,000. Although these demonized locusts are not as powerful as the skeleton soldiers, they can eat and reproduce. As long as they are trained properly, the principals on the front line will no longer have to worry about the contamination of the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets. And 30,000 demonized locusts were no problem at all for Han Wu. There are billions of locusts in his divine domain. 30,000 demonized locusts are just a drop in the bucket. These two contracts initially brought Han Wu 300,000 divine powers, and subsequently valuable divine powers would be transferred into Han Wu's account every day. Now, Han Wu can barely be said to have a mind at home. Walking out of the meeting room, Han Wu saw Qin Shuang standing outside the door waiting. It seemed like she was waiting for him. After I cultivate a Lord life form, I will go to a top university as a preparatory student. The resources there are more suitable for my growth. Qin Shuang said suddenly. Congratulations. Han Wu replied. Will you go to Imperial Capital College in the future? Qin Shuang asked. Yes, I will definitely go to Imperial Capital College. Han Wu said firmly. He was going to the Chaos Star Sea of Imperial Capital College to look for his lost parents. Well, I also choose Imperial Capital College. But I will definitely get a lot of resources and be promoted quickly if I enter Imperial Capital College as a preparatory student. When we meet again, you may not be my opponent, Qin Shuang said with a hint of meaning. So, you could be my slave now while I am not a student of Imperial Capital College yet. When you arrive at Imperial Capital College, I will protect you and prevent you from being bullied by others. Han Wu smiled bitterly. Can we not talk about slaves? With my current wealth, I can live well without being anyone's slave. Qin Shuang was a little disappointed. Okay. The two of them had nothing more to say and walked down the aisle. Han Wu said, I still have to sort out the harvest this time, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qin Shuang was a little reluctant. Watching Han Wu's figure going away, she let out a long breath. He is really silly, but his little skeleton appearance is still quite cute. As she spoke, she called up the interface. The screensaver of the interface was the little skeleton image of Han Wu, the incarnation of the skeleton lord. On the other side, Han Wu was teleported back to the demonic abyss plane again. Because of the contract, the skeleton army has to stay in open mines. Han Wu could only take some elite troops back to his own divine domain. Among them, the heroic life forms Bone Controller and Bone Restorer must be taken away. The skeleton knights who can summon skeleton soldiers must also be taken away. The bull demon tribe was also taken away. With a lot of harvest, Han Wu returned to his own divine realm. The assessment reward has been sent to Han Wu's account. The divinity card is gleaming and extremely noble. Han Wu did not hesitate this time and immediately absorbed the divinity contained in it. His message changed accordingly. Name, Han Wu. Level, divine creature. Divine talent, the chosen one, only one. Divine abilities, accelerated growth, life sacrifice, unique. Divinity, 2 points. Divine power, 3.5 million, self-generated divine power, /76 million, other generated divine power. Power of faith, 79.03 million. Core level, level 3. Level 2, Holy Relic Law of Gluttony, broken. Level 1, Holy Relic Poison Misbead. Core Clan, Locusts, 219 Extraordinary Life Forms, 49.08 million Elite Life Forms, 2.38 billion Ordinary Life Forms. Affiliated Families. Swordwind Clan, Heroic Life Form, Swordwind Cuts Iron. Red Furnace Dwarves, Heroic Life Form. Godhammer, 2 Extraordinary Life Forms, 58 Elite Life Forms. Skeleton Tribe, Skeleton Lord, 2 Heroic Life Forms. Bone Controller, Bone Restorer, 190 Extraordinary Life Forms. The Bull Demon Clan, Heroic Life Form. Bull Demon Shaman, 14 Extraordinary Life Forms, and 2,589 Elite Life Forms. Divine Domain Buildings. Level 1 Furnace, Level 2 Insect Nest, Level 1 Temple, etc. Special Facilities. Fountain of Life, Decomposer, Flame of Hope, etc. Han Wu smacked his lips. After adding a little divinity, it seemed that there was no difference from before. Perhaps it's because there is too little divinity at present. Without thinking about the issue of divinity, Han Wu integrated all the gains from this assessment. With the grade rewards and the mission rewards, Han Wu received a total of 1,800 class points, a number of holy objects, a number of skills, and a number of weapons. There were also a lot of gains collected from the tribe. 2 of the 3 hero templates were used on the skeleton tribe, and 1 was used on the red furnace dwarf hammer. More than 10 extraordinary seeds have not been used. There are also many skills, relics, weapons, and special facilities that can cause life transitions. Overall, Han Wu gained more from this assessment than from the unified examination. But this does not mean that Han Wu's life will be easy, because he has more relatives to support. The divine domain of nearly 200 square kilometers is too crowded to support 5 races with different living habits. Han Wu waved his hand and directly spent 1 million divine powers to expand his divine domain to 1,000 square kilometers. This is the limit of the divine realm at this stage of divine creatures. Of course, it wouldn't take so much divine power just to purchase the land in the divine realm. Most of this expenditure is used to transform the environment of the divine area to make the various clans live more comfortably. As long as the clans need things like extraordinary seeds, holy objects, skills, weapons, etc., Han Wu will never be stingy and can give them to them. After sorting out the remaining resources that no one wanted, Han Wu put them in the mall for sale. Income 500,000 divine power. After finishing all this, Han Wu still had 2 jobs left. One is to strengthen the strength of the hero's life. For example, buy suitable skill crystals for sword, wind, slashing iron, and replace them with 4 powerful divine weapons. For example, find special totems for bull, demon, shaman. Another example is to restore the skeleton lord, provide a lot of resources, and add life-saving methods for bone controllers and bone restorers. This step cost Han Wu 30 million divine powers. But Han Wu didn't feel sad. Instead, he felt it was worth it. Once the life forms of these heroes are strengthened, their strength in all aspects will at least soar several times, and will be of greater help to me in the future. As for the second thing, it is to continue to build a path for life transition for the core clan, Locusts. Although the Locusts are weak, they are still Han Wu's core clan and the foundation of his survival. More resources are needed. In addition, Han Wu obtained several special props related to life transition in this assessment. He decided to give it a try and allow the Locusts to develop in more directions. After investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, Han Wu lived up to his expectations and created 2 life transition routes suitable for Locusts. A road called the Fallen Road by Han Wu. With the Heart of the Fallen obtained from the Fallen Demon tribe as the guide, it gives Locusts the ability to ignore the erosion of demonic energy and enhance resistance. The success rate is as high as 95%. The Locusts that pass through this life transition path will be directly promoted to the ranks of elite life forms and are called sinking insects by Han Wu. The sinking bug has stronger resistance, stronger vitality, and significantly improved resistance to negative states and magic attacks. In general, it is an evolution in the direction of protection. The other one uses the harvest from the Dark Frogman tribe as the core, giving Locusts the ability to blend into the darkness and carry curses, with a success rate of 90%. Han Wu called it the Dark Curse Road. The Locusts that pass through the Dark Curse Road will also be promoted to elite life forms, able to fly stealthily and bring various negative effects to the enemy, taking the assassination route. Han Wu called it the Dark Curse Worm. In addition, the demon worm has horns on its head, has extremely strong piercing power, and takes an offensive route. The 3 types of insects cooperate with each other based on their respective advantages, which greatly enhances Han Wu's overall combat power. Chapter 34. I love helping others the most. On this day, Han Wu was observing the development of newborn locusts. An anxious prayer entered his mind. God, please forgive the stupidity of my people. When he was decomposing the ore, he accidentally dropped the sacred staff given by God into the decomposition machine. God, please forgive his sins. The series of prayers made Han Wu's eyes widen. What happened? The holy relic staff fell into the decomposition machine. If I remember correctly, that holy staff can be regarded as a holy object and can be used as a weapon. It is a good treasure and is very valuable. It's such a pity that it fell into the decomposition machine like this. Han Wu frowned and lowered his divine incarnation to the decomposition machine. Next to the decomposition machine, a red furnace dwarf, a supernatural being, lay on the ground, shivering. He is the fool who dropped the holy relic into the decomposition machine. He is the younger brother of God Hammer, and his name is Iron Hammer. When Tietue saw Han Wu's divine incarnation coming, he immediately knelt down, apologized to Han Wu with a trembling voice, and begged for forgiveness. Han Wu smiled bitterly when he saw Tietue's look. Back then on the battlefield of Demon Abyss, Tietue was a ruthless man. He didn't even blink when he was stabbed and blood was gushing out. But now in front of Han Wu, he was trembling like a little chicken. This also shows that Tietue is in awe of Han Wu and his faith is very pure. Han Wu could only sigh in his heart. What could he do in the face of such a pure believer? Of course I forgave him. Raising his hand to pick up the hammer, Han Wu said, "Remember this mistake and do things more seriously in the future." When Tietue heard that there would be no punishment, his eyes were immediately filled with tears, and he kowtowed several times in gratitude. The state of belief jumped from a true believer to a fanatic. He has become the second fanatic of the Red Furnace Dwarves. Han Wu smiled bitterly. Tietue became a fanatic, and the extra faith he gained made up for his losses. Then he looked at the decomposition machine that was still running frantically. Han Wu was a little curious. What could be decomposed after the holy object was put in? He had had similar ideas before, but had never tried them out. After all, holy objects are extremely expensive. Even the lowest level and most useless first-level holy object can be sold for 300 divine powers. Han Wu knew that his family was of average means and his wealth was limited, so he did not dare to squander it. After waiting for 10 minutes, the decomposition machine finally stopped. Then there were clanging sounds and something was broken down. Han Wu hurriedly took out the things inside. There are 2 fire crystals and a golden crystal with a hint of strange power. Han Wu immediately checked the information of the golden crystal block. Source of holy relics. It is the root of the formation of holy relics. It can be used to upgrade and repair holy relics. Han Wu held the source of the holy object, but was thinking about the level 2 holy object placed in the core of the divine domain. The law of gluttony broken. That is a broken holy object, and perhaps it could be repaired with the source of holy objects. With the idea of giving it a try, Han Wu took out the law of gluttony and brought the source of the holy relic into contact with it. A magical scene happened. The moment the source of the holy object came into contact with the law of gluttony, it turned into silk threads and merged into the law of gluttony. A glimmer of light flashed on the law of gluttony. Han Wu felt that the function of the law of gluttony had changed. In the past, ordinary life forms could evolve into elite life forms after consuming 1,000 times more energy than their own. Now it has become 999 times the energy, which is slightly lower than the previous requirement. Han Wu's eyes lit up. This is good news. If there are enough sources of holy relics, can the law of gluttony be completely restored? What functions will the complete holy relic law of gluttony have? Han Wu is looking forward to it. However, the source of the holy relic needs to be decomposed from the holy relic, and a level 1 holy relic of good quality can only decompose into one source of the holy relic. It would certainly take a lot to completely restore the law of gluttony. Even if Han Wu spent all his money, he might not be able to afford it. Is there any way to obtain the holy object at an extremely low price? With these thoughts in mind, Han Wu opened the internet to see what netizens had to say. After browsing through the answers, I found that netizens' answers were varied and none of them were reliable. However, there was a post that caught Han Wu's attention. The post is engraved with the true God mark, indicating that the poster is a true God. However, this true God is currently facing a difficult problem. During a battle in a foreign land, the weapon in his hand, which is both a divine artifact and a holy object, was damaged. Without the magic weapon, his fighting power was greatly reduced. So he posted on the internet, seeking talented people from the divine realm civilization to help him repair the artifact. As for how much divine power it would take to do this, he didn't care at all. As long as he can help him repair the artifact, he would be willing to sell everything he has and go bankrupt. Below this post, there are numerous messages from forging masters, most of which are meant to make this true God give up. Because the true God's artifact was created by a nearly extinct civilization in the outside world. The method of crafting has been lost. If you have the resources to repair a magic weapon, it would be better to create a new one. The true God who posted the message said that the artifact was of great significance to him and must be repaired. After reading the post, Han Wu had an idea in his mind. Perhaps the source of the relic can repair this weapon that is both an artifact and a holy relic. Immediately, Han Wu left a message under the post. Maybe I can help you. If you need, please contact me privately. Within a few minutes, someone contacted Han Wu. Can you really help me restore my weapon? There was a hint of doubt in the other party's tone. Han Wu replied, I can only say give it a try. After all, you have been posting for such a long time and still haven't found a good solution. There is not much loss in trying one more time. The other party waited for a minute before replying. I will trust you this once, but I have to make it clear in advance that my artifact is not allowed to leave my sight. Han Wu replied, I don't need to touch your artifact. My method is a little special and requires the consumption of holy objects to refine. If you trust me, send me a few holy objects first, and I will reply to you as soon as possible. The other party hesitated for a while before replying, I have downloaded the Divine Domain Anti-Fraud Center app. Don't try to deceive me. Tell me what level of holy relic do you need? I can give it to you now if it's below level 4, but it will take some time if it's above level 4. Han Wu couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of this true god. Level 1 is good enough. Han Wu replied. The true god on the opposite side hesitated for a minute, feeling that his artifact had been offended. How can a first-level holy object be worthy of his powerful artifact? But since it was the master's request, the true god reluctantly agreed and casually took out 100 first-level holy objects from the divine realm, packed them, and sent them to Han Wu. Han Wu, who received the package, was extremely shocked when he saw that there were 100 top-grade first-level holy objects inside. Otherwise, block him and run away? After spending 3 seconds to calm his restless heart, Han Wu finally gave up his greed. He didn't want to be targeted by the Divine Realm Anti-Fraud Center. With an expression of deep regret, Han Wu threw the 100 holy objects into the decomposition machine. The decomposition machine was running wildly. 2 hours later, a large amount of crystals gushed out. There are as many as 400 energy crystals of various kinds and 109 holy sources. I guess I won't be discovered if I take 9 pieces. Han Wu muttered as he picked out 100 pieces of the holy source and packed them up to send back. After waiting for 10 minutes, he received news from the other party. Master, you're my second parents. I am Yuan Zhong, please help me. Yuan Zhong? A resentful person. This name really lives up to its reputation. Han Wu muttered. He glanced at the 400 energy crystals behind him and the 9 holy sources he had greedily taken. He quickly replied, You are so kind. What I like most is helping others. Chapter 35 Bloody Arena. At school, in the presence of many class teachers, Lu Letian reluctantly offered up the level 3 priesthood, healing. Tianwen happily accepted the priesthood. This time, he made a fortune. Teacher Tian, the road ahead is long. Let's just wait and see. Lu Letian said hatefully, then got up and left. The other class teachers shouted at Tianwen to buy them drinks, and they had to be good and expensive. Tianwen readily agreed. After eating and drinking, Tianwen returned to his teacher's apartment. Looking at the level 3 priesthood, healing in my hand, I feel a little excited. While in college, he majored in logistics. Healing is an indispensable part of logistics. This healing priesthood is level 3, which is far from the highest level 5, but it is still of good quality. After all, each of the level 5 priesthoods is a rare existence, and Tianwen knows his own strength and dares not to have any unrealistic thoughts. Absorb. After some thought, Tianwen absorbed the priesthood for his own use. Soon the priesthood was completely absorbed, his own strength was enhanced, and he was one step closer to becoming a true god. Tianwen was happy. And of course he did not forget the reason why he had obtained so many scarce resources in just a few days. All this is thanks to Han Wu. Tianwen was a grateful person. He would repay even a drop of favor with a spring of gratitude, let alone the great favor he received from Han Wu. Just when he was about to apply for communication with Han Wu's communication application was first transmitted to him. Tianwen answered the call and asked curiously, Student Han Wu, what do you want to talk to me about? Han Wu said, Teacher Tian, I have nothing important to ask you. I just want to ask if you know how to obtain the resources to upgrade the core level of the God Realm. I searched online, but couldn't find anything. Tianwen smiled. Scarce resources like priesthood, divinity, core fragments, etc. would never flow onto the internet. Because as soon as they are put on the shelves, they will be bought by big conglomerates, and it will never be the turn of ordinary people like Han Wu to patronize them. Moreover, the price of this kind of materials is very high. Even if Hanwoo has tens of millions of divine powers, he cannot buy much. I personally have some collections, and you can exchange them with me using your class points, Tianwen said generously. With his demigod strength, he is no longer able to look down upon the things in the class treasury. The reason why he was willing to exchange was mainly to repay Hanwoo's favor. Thank you very much, Teacher Tian. Hanwoo then transferred all his class points to Tianwen, a total of 1950 class points. In exchange, he obtained 13 pieces of divine domain core fragments of varying sizes. After integrating these fragments into the divine domain core, Hanwoo's divine domain core was upgraded by 2 levels to level 5. It's barely enough for now, but Hanwoo wanted to raise the core level of the divine domain to a higher level so that he could load more holy objects in the future. After learning about Hanwoo's needs, Tianwen thought of a way. When he was in college, he was unable to load a holy object with good attributes because the core level of the divine domain was too low. An older classmate with whom he had a good relationship suggested that he take him to a dimension called the Bloody Arena and let him participate in the competition. The winner of each competition will receive a divine domain core fragment as a reward from the organizer. However, Tianwen majored in logistics. After participating in several competitions, he never won and his family suffered heavy losses. I had no choice but to give up. Later, I gradually forgot about it. Today, Hanwoo lacked the core fragment of the divine realm, which evoked his dusty memories. Student Hanwoo, if you were asked to fight against other citizens of the divine realm or even races of other civilizations, a large number of your clansmen might die, but if you win, you will be rewarded with divine realm core fragments. Can you accept this kind of competition? Tianwen asked. Han Wugong had spent a lot of money to train his clan and was thinking of finding an opportunity to test the strength of his clan. He immediately said, "No problem. I lack everything except my clan." "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." Tianwen immediately contacted his former senior and obtained the current coordinates of the Bloody Arena. Tianwen then called Han Wu to school, and using his teacher's authority, he used the school's teleportation station to input the coordinates. After 15 minutes of transmission, the two finally arrived at their destination. The Bloody Arena was built on a super large plain and belonged to one of the outer civilizations. It is said to be the property of a divine king. It does not exclude any race or civilization from entering, but requires that each race and civilization must obey the regulations of this place after entering the Bloody Arena. The most important one is, fighting is prohibited outside the arena. Violators will be expelled by the Bloody Arena Master. Han Wu had never been to such a new and strange place. He looked around curiously, like a mountain kid who had just arrived in a big city. Tianwen smiled. When he first came here, he was no different from Han Wu. But now Tianwen has become a veteran. For safety reasons, he took out 2 masks that he had prepared long ago from the Divine Realm, wore one himself, and gave the other to Han Wu. This mask can block the detection of demigods and those below. This is the outer realm after all, so we'd better be careful. Han Wu obediently put on the mask and followed Tianwen into the largest building on this plane, the Bloody Arena. Tianwen took Han Wu to the registration office and got a registration form for Han Wu. Han Wu needs to fill in some basic information about himself to facilitate the background matching of opponents. While Han Wu was filling in the form, Tianwen introduced the rules here to him. The competitions here are divided into 3 types according to the level of the competitors. They're the competitions of divine creatures, the competitions of demigods, and the competitions of true gods. Unless competitors specifically request it, cross-level competition generally won't occur. Also, there is no limit on the number of clansmen in the competition. But if you want to admit defeat in the competition, the death rate of your clansmen must reach 50% or more. Stubborn contestants will persist until the death rate reaches 100%. After filling out the registration form, Han Wu had a general understanding of the rules here. Because he was a newbie, Han Wu received the matching notification just 5 minutes after he submitted the registration form. Then, the feeling of teleportation appeared. The next moment, Han Wu was teleported to a stadium covering thousands of square kilometers. There were sporadic discussions coming from the audience in the stands, which could be clearly heard by Han Wu even from dozens of kilometers away. It's obvious that this kid is a rookie and has no experience. After being beaten a few times, the flowers in the greenhouse will realize the dangers of the outside world. It's pitiful that he has to face cruel rats in the first battle. From the audience, Hanwoo learned that the first opponent he faced was named Shutu. He seems to have a bad reputation and is a cruel guy. Chapter 36, Plague of Locusts. While thinking, a line of big words appeared in front of Hanwoo. Please release your clansmen. The competition will officially begin in 3 minutes. At the same time, Hanwoo saw his first competitive opponent. The guy was short, dark-skinned, hunchbacked, and laughed from time to time. Boy, although I can't see through your information, I dare to conclude that you are a novice. Don't worry, Master Rat takes the best care of newcomers, and the game will be over soon. As he spoke, the rat disciple smiled sinisterly and summoned his own clan. Ratmen only half a meter tall were summoned one by one, and there were about 300 million of them in total. Boy, I guess you have never seen so many clansmen, so you must be scared. If you are scared, just give up resistance. After Master Rat kills all your clansmen, he will let you go. There was a hint of cruelty on the rat's twisted face. In response, Hanwoo smiled and called out his core clan, Locusts. Suddenly, a large number of locusts flew out and covered the entire sky. Seeing this scene, not only the rats, but also the few sparse spectators in the stands were dumbfounded. What the hell? So many of them. Locusts. Can this thing fight? Elite life forms of locusts, quite interesting. This is a battle of numbers, and it's hard to say who will win or lose. When the rat man noticed that the followers released by Hanwoo were locusts, his expression froze. He thought that his Ratman clan could not lose in a battle of numbers, but he did not expect that the opponent's clan was actually a larger number of locusts. Hee, your core clan members are actually locusts, how pitiful. Don't worry, Rat Master, keep my word and guarantee that the competition will be over soon. Rat Disciple was more confident about this competition. It's just a locust. How strong can it be? It's just a sitting duck. As the 3-minute countdown ended, the competition begins. The Ratmen summoned by the Rat Killer put their hands behind their backs and took out a small crossbow. Pulling the trigger on the crossbow, arrows shot at the swarm of locusts in the air. A total of 300 million arrows were shot at the locusts like a rainstorm. Hanwoo made a prompt decision and issued an oracle. Sinking insects protect. From among the large number of locusts, a group of larger sinking insects with thick shells flew out, blocking the way of other insect swarms and meeting the first wave of arrows. Some arrows hit their shells, but more were bounced off by the shells. The locust army suffered minimal losses. The first wave of arrow rain attacks did not achieve any obvious results. The rat man was a little annoyed, and he ordered his troops to continue the attack. The rat men began to skillfully fiddle with their crossbows and load arrows. Hanwoo continued to issue the oracle. Dark Curse Bug, sneak attack. The dark curse bug flew, blended into the shadows, sneaked silently behind the rat man, and unleashed a curse. Curse of slowness, curse of weakness, curse of blindness. Almost all the rat men were affected by the curse at the same time, and the arrows could not be loaded successfully. Hanwoo continued to issue the oracle. Demon worm, charge and kill. Countless sky demon insects flew over the defenses of the sinking insects, vibrated their wings, raised their long horns, and stabbed at the ratmen. In an instant, a large number of ratmen were stabbed by the demon insects. Just stabbing is not enough. Most of the demon insects have been affected by the level 1 holy artifact, the poison mist bead, and are poisonous themselves. The toxin merged into the blood and flowed into the ratmen's internal organs. Within 5 seconds, a large number of ratmen were killed. The whole process takes less than 20 seconds, but the casualties are quite horrific. All viewers can see that Hanwoo's family survival rate remains at 99.99%. The survival rate of the rat followers dropped sharply to 42.73%. It is clear who is strong and who is weak. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The rat couldn't believe what he saw. How could his ratman army be defeated so easily? This is the army of ratmen that he cultivated with a huge amount of divine power. The locusts don't know how to restrain themselves, and they are still fighting. The survival rate of the rat hunter's followers had dropped to 31.45% in the few seconds that the rat hunter hesitated. I give up. I surrender. The rat cried out in pain. In the past, he would always feel sorry for his family members when he saw others doing so. But he never expected that today, he would be the one to feel sorry for himself. As the rat man announced his surrender, protection was lowered in the arena. In the end, only 31% of the ratmen were teleported back to the ratman's domain. The locusts were also all teleported back to the divine realm. Han Wu looked at the rat corpses all over the ground and couldn't help but want to summon the skeleton knights and call all the corpses present into skeleton soldiers. But the next moment, Han Wu gave up this idea, because a giant magic circle appeared on the ground of the arena, and the pattern of the magic circle was somewhat similar to Han Wu's life sacrifice ability, but it was more powerful. The corpse of the rat man on the ground was absorbed by the magic circle and eventually condensed into a fragment of the core of the divine domain and fell into Han Wu's hands. That is Han Wu's reward for winning the competition. After being teleported out of the arena, Han Wu was shocked beyond words. It was the first time he had seen an ability similar to life sacrifice. While he was amazed, Tianwen came over, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him. "Student Han Wu, you did a good job. You easily won the first competition, which earned me a lot of divine power. Since your clan didn't suffer many casualties, are you interested in continuing to participate in the second round of competition? If you can win consecutive games, you will get 10% more God's Domain core fragments than this time." Upon hearing this, Han Wu immediately agreed. "Then continue. My clan is in need of experience." After submitting the application, Han Wu registered for the second round of competition. 10 minutes later, the competition began. 20 minutes later, the third round of competition began. On the 32nd day, Han Wu paid the price of self-destructing 100 million sky demon insects and won the 184th competition with great difficulty. The whole place was boiling with countless audience members shouting the word Locust Plague. This is the code name given by the audience based on Han Wu's family. This victory was Han Wu's 89th consecutive victory. The obtained Divine Domain Core fragment is 8.9 times larger than usual. As the Divine Core is upgraded by one level, more core fragments are required. To upgrade from level 5 to level 6, Han Wu used 69 pieces of God's Domain Core fragments of various sizes. After absorbing all the fragments of the God's Domain Core he had just obtained, the level of his God's Domain Core was barely raised to level 7. As for upgrading to level 8, the amount of core fragments required will be more than the total amount of core fragments used for upgrading to level 6 and 7. It's becoming increasingly difficult to become stronger. Han Wu couldn't help but sigh. "My lucky star. What are you sighing about?" Tianwen came over with a smile. In these 184 competitions, Tianwen invested a lot of his divine power in Han Wu. Han Wu was very competitive, losing only 3 out of 184 games. Tianwen also won a lot of divine power because of this, and even the way he looked at Han Wu changed. It's like looking at a golden boy who brings wealth. I'm lamenting that the speed of upgrading my divine domain core is getting slower and slower. Han Wu replied. Tianwen smiled at this and said, "In fact, with the current strength of your clan, you can try to challenge the demigod." Han Wu was slightly stunned and asked, "If I challenge a demigod as a divine creature, will I get more rewards?" "It's 10 times what you would get after winning a normal competition," Tianwen said without exaggeration. "For example, if you win the next round against a demigod, you will get the benefit of 90 consecutive wins multiplied by 10, which is 90 times the amount of ordinary God Domain core fragments." After hearing Tianwen's explanation, Han Wu was immediately moved. He looked inward into the divine realm and saw that there were nearly 4 billion Locust followers left. Han Wu felt that he needed to try to challenge himself. What if I win? Chapter 37, Cross-Level Challenge. Submit an application for a higher-level challenge. The receptionist at the registration office took the application and confirmed it several times before he believed that there would actually be people who would choose to challenge a higher level. At Han Wu's repeated request, the receptionist uploaded the application. The top management of the Bloody Arena approved and selected a demigod from the participating demigods to be Han Wu's opponent. Divine Creatures versus Demigods. This competition was not advertised but caused a huge response. The audience gathered like cats smelling blood. "I've heard of this kid named Locust. He's a newcomer who has only been in the Bloody Arena for 30 days. He thinks he can do whatever he wants in the Divine Creatures competition. He's too arrogant. Let the demigod teach him a lesson. I bet on the demigod to win this time." Demigods have higher levels of divine cores and can load higher-level holy objects. Moreover, demigods have priesthood and can use divine arts. Who gave Locust Plague the courage to challenge the authority of a demigod? I think that kid Locust is just too confident. He thinks he is invincible in the divine creature competition. I checked his statistics, and he has lost 3 games. The audience completely scoffed at Han Wu's challenge to the demigod, thinking that Han Wu was too arrogant. Some viewers said that this competition was just a waste of divine power. Betting big on the demigod will result in an easy win. Han Wu's odds suddenly increased to 1 to 100. As a participant in the competition, Han Wu became interested after learning about his odds. As a contestant, he cannot participate in gambling. But Tianwen can. Han Wu asked Tianwen to buy 10 million divine powers and bet on himself to win. For a moment, Tianwen was a little confused as to who was the teacher between the two. Even for a demigod, 10 million divine powers is a huge sum of money. How come it's as easy as having 1,000 points of divine power for Han Wu? But no matter what, it's a good thing that Han Wu has confidence in himself. After Tianwen bet 10 million divine powers on behalf of Han Wu, he squeezed out another 5 million divine powers from his teeth and bet on Han Wu to win. This 5 million divine powers represented Tianwen's trust in Han Wu. Even if he lost, Tianwen would still be able to bear it, although it hurt. But if you win, you will gain 500 million divine powers. For a demigod, 500 million divine powers is by no means a small amount. After placing the bet, Tianwen rushed to Han Wu and patted him on the shoulder. "Student Han Wu, the teacher's hopes are all pinned on you. You must win. When you win, the teacher will buy you a magic weapon as a reward." Han Wu replied, "Thank you, teacher." But then he reacted. Tianwen bought the magic weapon as a reward for himself, and it has nothing to do with Han Wu. But I was excited. Ignoring Tianwen, Han Wu used the God's Domain login device of the Bloody Arena to enter the God's Domain again. After the core of the Divine Domain was upgraded, he had not yet had time to add holy objects. There are currently 2 holy relics loaded into the core of the Divine Domain. Level 2 relic, the Law of Gluttony broken, and Level 1 relic, Poison Mist Bead. Han Wu also has 4 high-quality Level 1 holy objects and 2 Level 1 skill crystals. Just as he was about to load these things into the core of the Divine Realm, the true God Yuan Zhong sent a message asking whether today's source of the holy objects had been refined. Han Wu handed over the 100 refined holy sources and then asked, "You said before that holy objects below level 4 can be found, right?" Yuan Zhong replied, "Master, I have a lot of holy objects below level 4 in my divine domain. If you need them, feel free to contact me." "Okay then, next I need a powerful level 2 holy object. It's best if it has the 4 attributes of poison, earth, dark, and fire," Han Wu said bluntly. Yuan Zhong replied, "Wait a moment." Soon, 50 level 2 relics were packaged and sent over. Han Wu opened it and checked it out, and found that these 50 level 2 holy objects all had good attributes. I couldn't help but sigh again in my heart that the real God is indeed rich. With better options available, why would Han Wu still value those level 1 holy objects? He carefully selected from 50 holy objects and found 2 that matched the attributes of locusts. Level 2 relic, Earth Fire Flowing Slurry Ball. It has earth and fire attributes, and can enhance the clan's defense and resistance, and improve the clan's recovery ability. It is very suitable for the sinking insects that the locusts evolve into after the life leap. Level 2 relic, Shadow Nail. A dark relic, after being loaded into the Divine Domain core, can allow the compatible clan to comprehend the level 2 skill, Shadow Nail. Shadow Nail can achieve a freezing effect by nailing the opponent's shadow, restricting the opponent's actions. It has a high degree of compatibility with Dark Curse bugs. Load 2 level 2 relics into the Divine Core. Instantly, within the Divine Realm, all the locust swarms were struck by the source of life. Some locusts did not change at all, but some locusts have undergone physical mutations as a result. 80% of the fallen worms are affected by the level 2 holy object, Earth Fire Plasma Ball, and their outer shells turn fiery red and become thicker. 76% of Dark Curse worms were affected by the level 2 relic, Shadow Nail, and learned the level 2 skill, Shadow Nail. The strength of the 4 billion locusts in Han Wu Divine Domain has once again been greatly improved. Now Han Wu is more confident about the upcoming battle. Before he could look at the locust data in detail, a prompt sounded. "Please enter the arena and prepare." The next moment, Han Wu was teleported into the arena. This time the arena is much larger than the arena for the Divine Creature Competition, a full 10,000 square kilometers, with a length and width of 100 kilometers. The audience cheered from all directions. "Lord Elephant, crush him! Lord Elephant, show your great strength as a demigod. Locust Plague, you must hold on for 3 seconds, otherwise I will lose miserably." Various voices reached Han Wu's ears, most of which did not have any confidence in him. The person standing opposite Han Wu was his opponent in this competition, the demigod codenamed Elephant Lord. The elephant owner was not wearing a mask. He had blonde hair, fair skin, strong limbs, and was very tall, at least 2.2 meters tall. Compared with Han Wu, he looks like a little giant. Today must be my lucky day. I can actually meet a newbie like you who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth in the bloody arena. Rookie, are you ready to die with your clan? The demigod Elephant Lord said proudly. It looked like he didn't consider Han Wu as his opponent at all. Han Wu didn't answer. He prefers to speak with facts. Rookie, I admire your courage in challenging a demigod. But courage is not strength. Today I will let you deeply understand how terrifying a demigod is. The demigod Elephant Lord said loudly. Come out, my giant mammoth army. Behind the Elephant Lord, a huge portal appeared. Leading the way was a heroic life form, a giant thunder mammoth, 10 meters tall and 5 meters long, with fine electric sparks flashing all over its body. After the giant thunder mammoth, there are 250 giant war mammoths that are 9 meters tall, each of which is an extraordinary life form. The rest are all giant mammoths, elite life forms, totaling 740,000. The entire earth shook as the giant mammoth army moved forward. The audience who supported the Elephant Master let out shrill screams. The demigod Elephant Lord enjoyed the enthusiasm of the audience. After waving to all around, he said to Han Wu, Rookie, it's your turn. Do your best to please me. Chapter 38, Giant Mammoth Legion. Han Wu was not willing to be outdone. He opened the portal, and countless locusts swarmed out of it. There are so many that they block out the sun. The demigod Elephant Lord marveled at the number of Han Wu's locusts. Being able to cultivate so many locusts, it could be seen that Han Wu must have put in a lot of effort and invested a lot of resources in it. However, large numbers do not mean strong. As both are elite life forms, 100,000 locusts may not be a match for a giant mammoth. Is this just garbage? The demigod Elephant Lord said with some disdain. In his opinion, these elite life forms, the locusts, released by Han Wu alone, could not pose any threat to his army of giant mammoths. Han Wu smiled and said nothing. After the elite life forms, such as the sky demon worms, sinking worms, and dark curse worms, flew out, the extraordinary life forms, the locusts, which were at the back, appeared. The poisonous sky demon insects bred by insect nest plus law of gluttony plus poisonous fog beads. The earth-exploding sinking worms bred by the insect nest plus the law of gluttony plus the earth fire plasma ball. Shadow dark curse bugs bred by insect nest plus law of gluttony plus shadow nails. The total number of the 3 types of extraordinary life forms, locusts, is as high as 18,000. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Supernormal life forms? They really are supernormal life forms, and there are so many of them. Is this still a locust? What kind of evolution and mutation did the locust go through to become this powerful? I seriously suspect that this kid locust was sent out by a big family for training. How many resources must it take to raise locusts to this state? Even the demigod Elephant Lord straightened his attitude after seeing this and no longer dared to look down on Han Wu. The fact that the most ordinary locusts can be cultivated into extraordinary life forms is enough to show how talented the cultivator is. Han Wu was thinking that if he could be given one more day, he could increase the number of the extraordinary life forms, the locusts, tenfold. What will the scene be like then? Is this your true strength? I'm starting to look forward to it, the demigod Elephant Lord said with a bit of excitement. Han Wu still didn't answer. The preparation time is over, and the competition officially begins. The Elephant Lord issued an oracle at the first opportunity, and a heroic life form, the giant thunder mammoth, released skills. Level 3 skill, intermediate thunder breath. Endless arcs of electricity spewed out from the giant thunder mammoth's nose and hit the flying swarm of insects. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, and a large number of locusts were killed by electric arcs. Han Wu refused to be outdone and launched an attack with the dark curse bud. Level 2 skill, primary shadow nail. Shadow spikes made entirely of dark elements pierced into the shadow of the giant thunder mammoth. The power of each dark curse worm is low, and the shadow nails it releases cannot achieve the effect of immobilizing the body. But when the number of shadow spikes reaches tens of thousands, the movement of the giant thunder mammoth will be severely slowed down. When the number of shadow nails reached 100,000, Every movement of the giant thunder mammoth became extremely strenuous. When the number of shadow spikes exceeds 1 million, the giant thunder mammoth will be like a statue, standing still and motionless. It was finally pinned down by the shadow nail. Han Wu hurriedly gave the order, and the extraordinary life form, the poisonous sky demon worm, attacked. The poisonous sky demon insect flapped its wings, raised the horn on its head, and stabbed the giant thunder mammoth. The fur of the giant thunder mammoth is very thick and tough. Even if the poisonous explosion demon worm, a supernatural life form, tries its best, it can only penetrate it to a depth of 1 finger. This depth is just like scratching an itch for the giant thunder mammoth. The demigod elephant lord immediately laughed arrogantly. Even if you can cultivate locusts into extraordinary life forms, so what? Even if my giant thunder mammoth stands still, you can't hurt it at all. After hearing what the elephant master said, Han Wu finally responded, "Are you sure?" As it spoke, the poisonous sky demon worm exploded with a loud bang, and a large amount of poisonous mist burst out of its body, covering the surroundings. Even the horn penetrated deeper because of the explosion. The toxin was successfully injected into the body of the giant thunder mammoth. The toxin contained in a poisonous sky demon worm is limited and cannot poison the huge thunder mammoth at all. But Han Wu has 6,000 poisonous sky demon insects. If 1 isn't enough, try 2. If 2 isn't enough, try 4. As long as the giant thunder mammoth cannot break free from the shadow nail, it will be continuously attacked by the poisonous sky demon worms. The elephant master guessed Han Wu's idea and immediately issued an oracle, ordering the giant mammoth army to stop Han Wu's plan and rescue the giant thunder mammoth. Han Wu countered the opponent's move and commanded a large number of locusts to attack the giant mammoth army. Those giant mammoths of elite life forms are easier to deal with than the giant thunder mammoths of heroic life forms. Amid the explosions, the giant mammoth army suffered casualties. The elephant master watched this scene with a serious expression. He thought he had overestimated Han Wu, but he didn't expect that he had underestimated him. Although it was a bit unkind to use the power of a demigod to fight a divine creature, the elephant master could not just watch his family get seriously injured. He communicated with the divine power in his body and performed magical arts. Savage magic, thick armor. Savage magic, blood. Savage magic, healing. After performing 3 divine arts in succession, the Lord Elephant consumed most of his divine power. But the results are very obvious. The injured giant mammoths were nourished by the divine arts, their wounds healed quickly, and a thick layer of blood and energy shell condensed on their body surface. The locust self-explosion could only weaken the thickness of the blood shell, but could not hurt the giant mammoth at all. On the contrary, giant mammoths can defeat a large number of locusts by simply swinging their long trunks. Even if the locusts fly high and out of the attack range of the giant mammoth's proboscis, the giant mammoth can inhale through its proboscis and pull a small number of locusts in front of it and smash them to pieces. Han Wu's situation became very unfavorable. The fact that you can force me to use magic has already proved your strength. Once I kill 50% of your clansmen, I will allow you to admit defeat. The Elephant Lord had all the advantages, but he did not intend to kill them all. A genius who could cultivate ordinary locusts to this level would never stop at becoming a divine creature. The Elephant Master wanted to leave a good impression before Han Wu rose to power. But in Han Wu's dictionary, there is no word give up. What's more, he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Listen to my command, Bull Demon Tribe, move out! Han Wu suddenly made a divine sound, and a portal opened behind him. The bull demons in the divine realm received the oracle and entered the arena in high spirits. The leading heroic life form, the bull demon shaman, let out a furious howl. The other bull demons that followed suit. A total of 2,604 bull demons bravely rushed into the enemy's 740,000 giant mammoth army. The sudden change made the elephant owner lose consciousness for a few seconds before he reacted. The opponent actually keeps the bull demon in captivity. It was an extremely powerful monster among the demon abyss race, and it was willing to obey the orders of its opponent. It's really shocking. But Han Wu's attack was not over yet. He stared at the direction of the bull demon's attack, and soon a giant mammoth died under the totem of the bull demon shaman. Han Wu immediately issued another oracle. Skeleton Tribe attack. Behind him, the portal opened again. 190 skeleton knights carried a sedan chair made of bones out of the portal. The skeleton lord sat on the seat of the sedan chair. Despite his funny size, he appeared in a very majestic posture, giving the impression of a child playing with a big gun. Next to the skeleton lord stood two heroic life forms, the bone controller and the bone restorer. They are like two servants, ready to serve the skeleton lord at any time. This scene simply stunned all the audience. Someone said in disbelief, "I seem to have seen the famous heroic life form of the skeleton clan, the bone controller. It must be an illusion. Is there anyone who can help wake me up? Brother, I am also hallucinating. Let's fight and see if we can break the illusion. Fuck it, refund the ticket. How the hell are we going to play this?" A demigod only has one heroic life form, but a divine creature summoned 3 heroic life forms and a special existence that looks like a lord life form. Is this reasonable? The person in charge of the bloody arena, come out and explain. It must be a shady deal. I understand. They did this to defraud us of our money. There is no morality in the bloody arena. I advise you to be careful. Han Wu never dreamed that the skeleton tribe he summoned would actually cause the audience to point their spearheads at the bloody arena. But it's none of his business what the audience does. His goal now is to defeat his opponent using as few cards as possible. Bone Restorer, it's up to you. Han Wu jumped onto the sedan chair, lifted the little skeleton from the seat, and sat on it himself. The skeleton lord, who looked like a little skeleton, was very angry about Han Wu's occupation of his throne, but he could do nothing about it. Who made Han Wu the god who takes care of food and drink? Heroic life form. The Bone Restorer received the order and first saluted respectfully to the god Han Wu, then jumped and, with the help of the locusts, floated above the giant mammoth army. It used its group resuscitation ability on the dead giant mammoths below. In an instant, a skeleton mammoth broke free from the constraints of flesh and blood from the corpse of the giant mammoth and stood up. Without flesh and blood, it lost its flexible long nose, but the 2 long tusks at the corners of its mouth became sharper. The skeleton mammoth, whose race had changed, immediately waved its long tusks and stabbed at its former companions around it. After a while, another giant mammoth died. Chapter 39. Fear dominated by the bone controller. When a giant mammoth dies, a skeleton mammoth stands up. With the revival of the Bone Restorers, the number of skeleton mammoths has grown rapidly. The demigod elephant lord then realized the crisis. Damn skeleton, a piece of sticky candy that can't be shaken off. But don't think that this can make a demigod surrender. The elephant lord muttered and issued an oracle. Giant war mammoth. Activate the ability. War trampling. The eyes of 250 giant war mammoths suddenly turned red, and they charged with all 4 legs, trampling the ground. The skeleton mammoths standing in front of them had their bones shattered by the shock waves brought by the war, turning into broken bones on the ground. Even the giant thunder mammoth was affected by the war's trampling, allowing Shadow to break free from the shadow spikes and regain the ability to move. This time, the elephant owner's advantage returned. The elephant lord is mighty. Crush them, crush these skeletons. The audience was infected by the momentum of the giant mammoth army and cheered for the elephant lord. Han Wu asked the bull demon clan to retreat. The bone controller took the initiative to fight. Its body is tiny, but with every step it takes, its size grows larger. The broken bones of those skeleton mammoths were all absorbed by the bone controller. Soon, a 20-meter-tall skeleton giant took shape. The huge body, which was twice as tall as the giant thunder mammoth, silenced all the audience. They seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by the bone controllers in the promotional video of the demonic abyss battlefield. When the elephant master saw the huge body of the skeleton giant, cold sweat broke out on his head. The combat effectiveness of the strongest heroic life form is not just talk, but the experience summarized by the divine civilization after hundreds of millions of wars. He now regretted why he did not destroy the bone controller at all costs the moment he learned that Han Wu possessed the heroic life form, the bone controller. It was too late to say anything now. The elephant owner had no choice but to fight. He gathered the last of his divine power and cast his spell once again. Savage magic. Multiplication. The multiplication magic consumes too much divine power, so the elephant lord can only use the magic on his only heroic life form, the giant thunder mammoth. With the blessing of divine power, the giant thunder mammoth suddenly increased in size. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a huge monster with the same height as the skeleton giant. In order to prevent the fight between the giants from affecting them, Hanwoo and the Elephant Master tacitly asked the rest of the clan members to stay away from the central battlefield to make room for the two of them. The two of them acted without any scruples and attacked recklessly. The giant thunder mammoth launched a thunder charge, and its two tusks were covered with lightning, piercing into the body of the skeleton giant at an extremely fast speed. Two large holes suddenly appeared on the skeleton giant's body, and there were faint flashes of electricity on the holes. But this little damage is nothing to the skeleton giant. Instead, the skeleton giant seized the opportunity to attack. It grabbed the giant thunder mammoth's trunk and threw it over its shoulder in front of all the spectators. This shoulder throw is not an ordinary shoulder throw, but a skill that comes with damage bonus. It is one of the 10 first-level melee skills that Hanwoo purchased for the skeleton giant in order to enhance the skeleton giant's melee ability. After mastering 10 melee skills, the bone controller's body is still weak, but after gathering into a skeleton giant, its strength increases dramatically and its destructive power increases exponentially. The giant thunder mammoth is the first test subject for the bone controller to prove his strength. The bloody shell of the giant thunder mammoth that fell to the ground was shattered, but the main body was not seriously injured. It wanted to stand up and continue to fight the skeleton giant, but it didn't expect that the skeleton giant would not give it any chance at all. The skeleton giant actually rode sideways on the giant thunder mammoth and smashed the giant thunder mammoth's head with his huge fist. What is used is still skills. Level 1 skill, Heavy Punch. After being hit several times, the giant thunder mammoth gathered enough strength, rolled over, and stood up, intending to take advantage of the moment when the skeleton giant was thrown off his body to launch a small thunder trampling combo. However, they did not expect that the skeleton giant was so cunning. After being thrown to the ground, he used another first-level skill, rolling to escape the attack range of a giant thunder mammoth, and then kicked the giant thunder mammoth to the ground again with a powerful kick. Then he rode on the giant thunder mammoth and punched it in the face. After a few punches, the skeleton giant broke off one of the large tusks that represented the giant thunder mammoth's identity. The elephant owner was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the heroic life form he had cultivated with great effort, the giant thunder mammoth, would be so fragile in front of the skeleton giant. The giant thunder mammoth was also dumbfounded. As a heroic life form, it already has its own wisdom. Having its tusks broken is a disgrace to an elephant. It tried to resist like crazy, but the skeleton giant dodged by rolling over, then found an opportunity to kick it down again and continued to punch it in the face. Moreover, every move was aimed at its other tusk, as if it wanted to break its other tusk as well. This fight was simply a success. Hanwoo himself did not expect that the bone controller had such a thorough understanding of close combat skills. Not only can they apply what they have learned flexibly, but they can also add their own unique insights. He turned close combat into highway robbery. While fighting, don't forget to steal something from your opponent. It's great. Hanwoo was quite satisfied with this. At the same time, he looked at another heroic life form of the skeleton clan. At the beginning, he asked both of them to improve their means of self-preservation. The bone controller learned close combat skills, while the bone restorer learned protective skills. I wonder how the bone restorer is doing? Hanwoo was somewhat looking forward to it. While Hanwoo was thinking, the other tusk of the giant thunder mammoth was finally broken by the skeleton giant. The giant thunder mammoth once again broke free from the control of the skeleton giant with its brute force. But it did not continue to attack, but ran back to the elephant owner like a bullied young wife. It has thick skin and tough flesh, so the wounds on its body are not serious. But both tusks were broken, leaving the giant thunder mammoth humiliated and refusing to continue fighting. The elephant master did not expect such a situation. While comforting the giant thunder mammoth, he commanded the giant mammoths to besiege the skeleton giant to avenge the giant thunder mammoth. In a one-on-one situation, if you can't win, you can only use the dumbest but simplest method, which is siege. Even if we have to consume them, we have to consume the skeleton giants to death. Chapter 40, Successor of the Bloody Arena. Faced with the attack of a large number of giant mammoths, the skeleton giant was not afraid at all. Perform all the skills you have learned. What kind of shoulder throw, back throw, lower leg kick, sweeping kick, use them all. The giant mammoth, which is only 7 or 8 meters tall, is just a toy compared to its 20-meter height. One slap can send several heads flying. But there is a saying that goes, many ants can kill an elephant. After all, there is only one skeleton giant, while the giant mammoth legion has nearly 740,000. 15 minutes later, after dealing with 20,000 giant mammoths, the skeleton giant ran out of energy and his body shattered. This was the opportunity that the elephant lord had been waiting for. He ordered the giant mammoth to use all means necessary to crush the bone controller that had separated from the skeleton giant. It must be killed to avenge the giant thunder mammoth. Han Wu was not willing to be outdone and ordered the bull demons, who had recovered some strength, to rush into the encirclement of the giant mammoths and rescue the bone controller. There was another melee between the two sides. The scene was in chaos, with the most primitive bloodiness being played out. Some mammoths were torn apart, some bull demons were crushed, and countless locusts were smashed into minced meat. All the clansmen are fighting with their lives for the glory of their gods. The audience felt their blood boiling. They had not seen such a fierce war for a long time. Some viewers who originally did not think highly of Han Wu, after seeing the bravery of Han Wu's family, turned from haters to fans and began to cheer for Han Wu. Locust Plague, come on! Locust, use your skulls to crush those giant mammoths. Locust Plague, your family is so handsome. I want to give birth to monkeys for you. When Han Wu heard someone cheering for him, he smiled calmly and continued to watch the progress of the battle. More than 2,600 bull demons had no advantage against 720,000 giant mammoths. But when the skeletons joined the fray, things changed. After being resurrected by the group of bone restorers, the dead bull demons and giant mammoths turned into skeletons who were not afraid of death and attacked the giant mammoths. Giant mammoths killed by skeleton mammoths will be transformed into new skeleton tribes. As the cycle went on, Han Wu's military strength not only did not decrease, but increased instead. The Elephant Lord commanded 250 giant war mammoths to release several war tramples. The shock waves crushed a large number of skeleton tribes, but could not prevent the mass revival of the bone restorers. So much so that in the subsequent 3-hour melee, the elephant owner became more and more depressed. Originally, it was 740,000 versus 2,600. Then it became 720,000 versus 22,600. And then later, it was 680,000 versus 60,000. The more enemies we fight, the more we gain. What's the point? The owner of the elephant has a mental breakdown. He swore that when he returned to school, he would definitely absorb a priesthood that could restrain the resurrection of the undead. He will get angry with anyone who doesn't let him absorb. Finally, at the 5th hour and 37 minutes of the competition, the survival rate of the Elephant Master's giant mammoth army fell below 50%. The elephant owner decisively announced his surrender. A challenge across levels ended with Han Wu's victory. Then, a huge magic circle emerged in the arena, and all the flesh and blood on the ground was recovered by the magic circle. Those newly born skeleton soldiers did not escape the rules either. They were taken into the magic circle and transformed into energy to construct the core fragments of the divine realm. Han Wu sighed that the bloody arena really played by the rules strictly and didn't give him any chance to find loopholes. After taking the fragment of the divine domain core condensed by the magic circle, Han Wu was about to leave the arena. Suddenly, a reminder sounded beside my ear. Student Han Wu, the bloody arena management invites you to meet. The next moment, he was teleported into a magnificent room. Don't be afraid. We are the managers of the bloody arena and will not hurt you. A majestic voice sounded beside Han Wu, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Han Wu pretended to be calm and asked, "What do you want to do by pulling me here?" "We watched your match. Although there were some tricks involved, it also proved your ability. You are qualified to be the successor of the bloody arena," said the majestic voice. Han Wu had a strange expression on his face and didn't understand what he meant. The majestic voice continued, "The bloody arena is a test for the master to select a successor. Any contestant who can win a higher level challenge is eligible to become the successor of the bloody arena. Are you willing to be the heir to the bloody arena?" After asking this question, Han Wu's heart started beating wildly, and he began to calculate the value of the bloody arena unconsciously in his mind. The bloody arena was built on a super large plane, and this super large plane alone was worth thousands of divinities. What's more, many races come and go in the bloody arena every day. Some come to compete, and some come to gamble. The divine power earned from these people every day is not a small amount. But would such a big pie fall on one's head so easily? Although it is difficult to challenge a higher level, Han Wu absolutely does not believe that he is the only one who has accomplished it. There must be something fishy going on here. Han Wu took a deep breath and said, "Before I decide whether to become the heir of the Bloody Arena, I need to know how many heirs there are in the Bloody Arena, what treatment I will get after becoming the heir of the Bloody Arena, and what responsibilities I will have to shoulder." Student Han Wu, you are not deceived by the immediate benefits. This is beyond our expectation. Since you asked sincerely, we will explain it to you. There are currently 349 heirs to the Bloody Arena. Among them, there are 221 divine creatures, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and 1 main god. After becoming the successor, you will obtain the eternal coordinates of the Bloody Arena and can teleport to all planes included in the Bloody Arena without any equipment. Each teleportation consumes 1 million divine power. You will also receive authorization for the Bloody Arena and can build a special Bloody Arena in the Divine Realm to train your clan. As for the responsibility you need to shoulder, when the number of heirs reaches 500, the Bloody Arena will start the inheritance ceremony and select the best one from the 500 heirs to become the master of the Bloody Arena. At that time, you must come to participate in the ceremony. The majestic voice explained in detail. Han vu nid subconsciously. Given the nature of the Bloody Arena, the inheritance ceremony is definitely not a simple ceremony. It is very likely that 500 heirs will fight each other, and the one who survives will become the master of the Bloody Arena. However, even if he became the heir, the number of heirs would only be 350, which is still a long way from 500. By the time the 500th successor appears, he might have already become the God King. After analyzing the pros and cons, Han Wu made a decision. I am willing to be the successor of the Bloody Arena. A majestic voice congratulated. Congratulations on becoming the 350th successor to the Bloody Arena. Immediately, a beam of blood shot towards Han Wu's arm, leaving a mark on the skin of his arm that was unique to the Bloody Arena. This is the eternal coordinate of the Bloody Arena. From now on, as long as you are in a plane included in the Bloody Arena, you can teleport to the Bloody Arena without any equipment. The next moment, Han Wu was teleported back to the hall. Tianwen sensed Han Wu's presence and hurried over, saying excitedly, "Student Han Wu, you are really my lucky star. We're going to make a fortune this time." As he spoke, Tianwen handed Han Wu a card containing 1 billion divine powers. This was what Han Wu won by betting on himself. Han Wu's hand holding the card was shaking a little. He had never seen such a huge fortune in his previous life or this life. What should I do with such a large sum of money? Han Wu was trapped in the distress of a rich man for a while and couldn't extricate himself. Chapter 41. The Elephant Lord Repays Evil with Kindness. When Tianwen saw Han Wu's expression, he could guess what Han Wu was thinking. As Han Wu's teacher, Tianwen gave Han Wu his own suggestions. Student Han Wu, 1 billion divine powers are too huge for you. You simply cannot use that much at the divine creature stage. I suggest that you keep a little for the development of the divine realm, and use the rest to buy a divine weapon that suits you. Divine weapon? Han Wu repeated. He knew that the equipment of the divine realm civilization was divided into 4 types: ordinary equipment, faith equipment, divine power equipment, and divine equipment. Among them, the divine equipment is the artifact which only gods are qualified to control. I am still a divine creature, not even a demigod. Can I control a divine weapon? Han Wu asked doubtfully. No problem. Just choose a mild artifact that can control even divine creatures. The teacher knows a store that sells artifacts and will definitely be able to help you find one that suits you. Tianwen assured, patting his chest. Okay, let's go now, Han Wu said impatiently. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly rushed towards him and shouted, "Locust, I finally found you." Seeing someone coming, Han Wu quickly asked Tianwen for help. "Teacher, save me." Because the person who came was none other than the demigod Elephant Lord whom he defeated in the competition. Han Wu could think of only one reason why the Elephant Master came looking for him, and that was to avenge the loss of half of his clan members. When Tianwen saw the Elephant Master, he also thought that the Elephant Master came to seek revenge on Han Wu, so he immediately protected Han Wu behind him and said, "With me here, who dares to hurt my students?" The elephant owner had a very sullen expression. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to take revenge on you," the Elephant Master explained. Seeing that the Elephant Master's expression did not seem fake, Han Wu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Then why are you looking for me? I can't possibly compensate your family for their losses." When the matter of the loss of his clan was mentioned, the Elephant Master's face darkened. "I thought being chosen to fight against the divine creature was an advantage, but I didn't expect it to be a tough call. Not only did he lose people, but half of his clan was also wiped out. Who the hell can I go to for justice? The depressed elephant master said. I came here just because I think you are quite capable and want to make friends with you. I am a freshman at Kyoto College, and my real name is Xiangming. As he spoke, Xiangming took the initiative to extend his hand. I'm sorry, I'm a student of Kyoto College. Hanwoo also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xiangming. You look young, and you probably haven't taken the college entrance examination yet. Which college are you a preparatory student for? Xiangming asked. Hanwoo touched the mask on his face, a little confused as to how Xiangming could tell his age. I'm not a preparatory student of the college. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Hanwoo replied. What? Xiangming couldn't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are kidding me, right? Why would I lie to you? The person next to me is my teacher. He can testify for me. Hanwoo pointed at Tianwen. Tianwen said, Han? Ahem, Student Locust is indeed not a preparatory student. Although many colleges have invited him, Student Locust has lofty ambitions and only wants to join Imperial Capital College. However, the teacher in charge of admissions at Imperial Capital College is not interested in Student Locust. I see. Xiangming suddenly realized, then smiled and said, I didn't realize that you have a good eye. Imperial Capital College is the most powerful of the 3 top colleges. Just for your vision, I will also let you become my junior. I will report your matter to the academy, and the academy will most likely give you a test. After you go back, improve your core clan as much as possible. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity and enter the list of reserve students of the Imperial Capital Academy. Hanwoo looked surprised and asked, Will you really help me? After all, according to normal people's thinking, Hanwoo wiped out half of Xiangming's relatives, and Xiangming did not come to take revenge. So Hanwoo should be thankful, let alone repay evil with kindness. Xiangming laughed loudly. Don't get me wrong. The reason why I am willing to help you is not only because I see that you have potential and want to make friends with you, but more out of selfish motives. The road to becoming a god is long, and having a few companions to rely on is naturally easier than fighting alone. You are qualified to be my friend. Besides, I've recommended you to the academy. As long as you pass the test, the school will give me some resources as a reward. Why wouldn't I want a free reward? Also, only if you become my junior will I have a chance to get back from you the loss of half of my clan being wiped out. If you go to another academy, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to ask you to compensate me for this loss in my lifetime. Ha ha ha. After listening to Xiangming's reasons, Hanwoo suddenly felt that this was reliable. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Ming. Hanwoo said gratefully. It's no big deal, but a blacksmith must have strong tools. You should invest more resources in your core clan in the near future. It would be best if you can cultivate heroic life forms. It's not easy to pass the test of the Imperial Capital Academy. Xiangming instructed. Since Xiangming mentioned the core family many times, Hanwoo understood that his top priority next would be to enhance the strength of the core family. After bidding farewell to Xiangming, Hanwoo followed Tianwen and was teleported to a street called Marlborough. There are shops selling equipment on both sides of the street. From the lowest level ordinary equipment to the highest level divine equipment, we have everything. Under the guidance of Tianwen, the two came to a shop that looked very quaint. Hanwoo looked up at the store sign. Treasure House. Well, the name is classic and retro, but a bit rustic. Come on, let's go in. Tianwen pushed open the shop door and walked in. A beautiful female demigod receptionist greeted the two men warmly and did not treat them differently just because Hanwoo was still a divine creature. Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. What grade of equipment would you like to buy? Or which forging master would you like to meet? Please help me contact Master Tony and tell him that old Tian is here to visit. Tianwen said with ease. Hanwoo frowned and said, Master Tony, is he professional in making magical weapons? The female demigod contacted Master Tony through the treasure chamber's communication. Soon, a portal appeared. Tianwen called Hanwoo to go through the portal and come to Master Tony's forging room. Hanwoo saw a fat, strong, bald man with a face full of flesh, holding a hammer in one hand and pliers in the other. He turned to the two and asked, Old Tian, is the fat sheep you brought this time fat enough? For a moment, a thought came to Hanwoo's mind. Is it too late to run now? Chapter 42, Artifacts of a Lost Civilization. Tianwen coughed awkwardly twice. Tony, be serious. This is my student. Master Tony stood up and touched his bald head. Old Tian student, Let me explain to you the service tenet of our store. We are honest and fair to everyone, so there is no student price. Han Wu exclaimed in his heart, "Oh shit. Is this how the principle of honesty and integrity is used? Student prices should be available. It is not easy for students to make money. They fight hard in a game to earn 1 billion divine power." Tianwen hurriedly explained to Han Wu. "Classmate Han Wu, Tony has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. His words are harsh, but the equipment he makes is really good. Old Tian, after all these years, I finally heard some human words from you." Master Tony sighed. Tianwen wanted to leave immediately. It was better not to have this friendship of more than 10 years. After calming down for a while, Tianwen reluctantly swallowed his anger. If he could beat Master Tony, he would have attacked Master Tony long ago. "I'll show you his works," Tianwen said, and walked into Master Tony's exhibition hall with ease. There are hundreds of artifacts on display in the exhibition hall, each of which is engraved with Master Tony's mark, indicating that he made them personally. After Tianwen sorted the prices, there were still 30 artifacts of various types left for Han Wu to choose from. Afterwards, Tianwen skillfully introduced the advantages and disadvantages of each artifact to Han Wu. The professional attitude and detailed introduction made Han Wu suspect that Tianwen was a teacher in the school, perhaps as a deputy position, just to get Social Security. His real job was as a salesman in Master Tony's shop. After introducing the 30 artifacts, Tianwen Kai asked Han Wu, "Student Han Wu, which one do you like best?" Han Wu listened carefully to Tianwen's introduction and selected 3 artifacts from the 30 artifacts that were more suitable for his current situation. Gu Pod, a 2-star artifact, function 1, Gu Refining. Contains space, can receive up to 100,000 Zerg for Gu Refining Ritual. The Zerg inside will fight, and the only one who survives has a certain chance to achieve a level upgrade. It can refine up to a heroic life form Zerg. Function 2, Attached Magic, Attract Insects. Can attract surrounding Zerg to come closer. The magic range depends on the amount of magic power invested. The Order of 10,000 Races, a 3-star artifact, function 1, Deterrence. It has its own pressure, which can make life forms below the hero life form feel fear. Function 2, Majesty. It stores the faith of all races. The more faith races it contains, the stronger the artifact is. Function 3, it comes with Divine Arts, Domination. It can force a life form to act. The strength of the divine arts depends on the strength of majesty and the amount of divine power invested. Undead Banner, 2-star artifact. Function 1, Additional Magic, Undead Strengthening. The strength of the magic depends on the amount of magic power invested. Function 2, Additional Magic, Undead Command. The strength of the magic depends on the amount of magic power invested. No matter which of the 3 artifacts Han Wu chooses, his strength will be greatly enhanced. But Han Wu took into consideration that he might have to face an assessment from Kyoto Academy, so he focused his attention on the 2-star artifact, the Gu Pot. This Gu Pot is worth 4 divinities, which is less than 600 million divine power. From the perspective of long-term development, it is definitely a business that is sure to make a profit. Han Wu gritted his teeth and said, "I want a 2-star artifact, the Gu Pot." Tianwen smiled with relief. 2-star artifact. The Gu Pot does not have great power, but it is the most suitable artifact for Han Wu. Master Tony was also very happy when he learned that Han Wu had chosen the artifact and showed the payment code. 4 divine powers or 580 million divine powers. How do you want to pay? Tianwen pulled Master Tony aside and had a long conversation. When the conversation got heated, they were about to start a quarrel. In the end, Master Tony gave Han Wu a small amount of money for Tianwen's sake and took 600 million divine powers, and gave him a sporadic artifact, the Eye of Detection. Odd artifact. Eye of Detection, which has only one function, that is, to detect biological information. Basically, all life forms that do not have divinity can be detected. It is a very popular artifact, and the official price is 50 million divine power. Overall, Master Tony's package processing saved Han Wu 30 million divine powers. This shows that Tianwen's face still has some value. After putting away the 2 artifacts, Han Wu was about to leave. Master Tony stopped him and said, "Please wait a moment, dear guest." Han Wu was speechless. Before the consumption, Tony ignored him, but after the consumption, Tony changed his tone and called him a distinguished guest. Master Tony changes his expression very quickly. "Dear guest, I have created a new special artifact based on the fragments of a lost civilization. I think it suits your temperament very well. Master Tony said as he took out the artifact he recommended. It is a golden ball, golden in color, as if it were made of gold. Tianwen also came over curiously and used his demigod abilities to investigate the function of the artifact. As a result, he discovered that this spherical artifact had no effect at all. He lost his temper on the spot. You are so good, Tony. I treat you as a friend, but you treat me as a sucker. Do you really think that I dare not do anything to you? Tianwen said angrily. He felt that Master Tony was a little disrespectful to him. He actually cheated his own student, and in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Master Tony shook his head. Listen to my explanation patiently. Okay. Tianwen calmed down decisively. Han Wu next to him was stunned. Teacher Tianwen was too obedient. This artifact is called Greedy Wolf. It comes from a long-lost civilization. It grows by devouring artifacts. This aroused Han Wu's interest. Master Tony, please elaborate. Master Tony saw that Han Wu was knowledgeable and patiently told him information about the artifact. Tanlang. Tanlang comes from a lost civilization where looting was rife and artifacts were often robbed. As we all know, divine artifacts recognize their masters. Before a god dies, his artifacts cannot be used by other gods. Seeing the priceless artifact being treated as scrap metal, the ruler of that civilization was particularly distressed and called on the skilled craftsmen of the entire civilization to create the artifact after several epochs of research. Greedy Wolf. Artifact. Tanlang can grow by swallowing artifacts and inherit the abilities of the swallowed artifacts. Also, because the artifact, Tanlang, is too powerful, it has aroused the anger of dozens of civilizations. In the end, that civilization disappeared forever in the long river of history under the joint attack of dozens of civilizations. Master Tony was talking in a trance and suddenly said, Dear guest, we are having a big sale in our store right now. You can get this artifact of a lost civilization for only 1 billion divine power. What are you still hesitating about? 1 billion divine powers? Tianwen was shocked by the price. Not too expensive, but too cheap. How could a divine weapon that caused the destruction of a powerful civilization be worth only 1 billion divine powers? What a joke! Facing the gazes of Han Wu and Tianwen, Master Tony finally told the reason. Because what I got was a fragment. This artifact, Greedy Wolf, has a tiny flaw. It can still grow by swallowing artifacts, but the growth efficiency will be 10 times slower. After swallowing an artifact, it can only inherit some passive effects, but cannot inherit the attached divine arts. Isn't this just waste? Tianwen said bluntly. Compared with the authentic artifact, Greedy Wolf, this incomplete version of Greedy Wolf is simply useless. Not to mention 1 billion divine powers. Tianwen wouldn't even want it even if it was given to him for free. I believe that no sane god would choose this kind of artifact with high investment and low output. Master Tony was a little angry. Old Tian, you can insult my personality, but you can't insult my work. You did such a bad job, and yet you don't allow anyone to say anything. Tianwen argued. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Han Wu immediately said, I will buy this artifact. I will pay 400 million divine power. Tianwen quickly pulled Han Wu to stop him, saying, Student Han Wu, please don't buy this junk just because of the teacher. Han Wu wanted to say that he was attracted by the ability of the artifact, Tanlang, to swallow artifacts. Original artifact. Tanlang can swallow artifacts to grow and inherit abilities, and his advantages are indeed amazing. But who dares to say that this overlooked ability of swallowing artifacts is ordinary? Imagine that you have seized a powerful weapon from the enemy that cannot be easily destroyed. At this time, if you hand the weapon over to the Greedy Wolf to devour it, wouldn't it still be able to weaken the enemy's power? The most important thing is that Han Wu feels that the ability of the artifact, Tanlang, is somewhat similar to his decomposition machine. Buy it and keep it for future research. Han Wu, who had made up his mind, immediately replied, Teacher Tan, you misunderstood me. I really admire the artifact created by Master Tony. He was able to create the artifact, Greedy Wolf, with only the fragments of the scroll. Just based on this, I am willing to use all my divine power to support his forging. But I am too poor and only have 400 million divine powers left. I wonder if Master Tony is willing to give it up. Master Tony touched the big bald head, feeling a little touched, but also a little skeptical. Do you really appreciate this artifact? Really? Han Wu said firmly. Master Tony saw sincerity in Han Wu's eyes. He touched his big bald head and said, "All right, 400 million divine powers is 400 million divine powers. A true friend is worth a lot of money. The artifact, Greedy Wolf, is yours." Han Wu handed over the card with 400 million divine powers and took the artifact, Tan Lang's golden ball. Then, under Tian Wen's escort, he was teleported back home. He will not be able to feel at ease until he completes the ritual of recognizing the master of the artifact. Chapter 43. Development of Divine Realm. Enter the Divine Realm through the Divine Realm landing pod. Han Wu followed the instructions that came with the artifact, expended a small amount of divine power, and condensed it into a master recognition array. Afterwards, he placed the artifacts inside the circle and dripped blood on them one by one. Han Wu's blood seeped into the artifact and turned into tiny blood threads that spread on the surface of the artifact. The first artifact to recognize its master was the scattered artifact, the Eye of Detection. Its spirit transformed into a flying firefly and finally landed on Han Wu's earlobe. If you want to detect the information of any living being in the future, you just need to communicate with it using divine power. The next to complete the recognition of its master was the 2-star artifact Gu Hu. The spirit of the Gu Pot is a big-bellied toad, croaking. In order to test the effect of the Gu Pot, Han Wu ordered 100,000 locusts of elite life forms to fly into its mouth to refine the goo. The results are expected in a day. The last artifact. After absorbing Han Wu's blood, Tan Lang was still unable to recognize his master, and kept conveying to Han Wu the message that there was not enough blood. Han Wu had no choice but to increase the amount of blood transfusion to Tan Lang. It was not until Han Wu felt darkness in front of his eyes that Tan Lang finally recognized his master. After recognizing its master, the artifact, Tan Lang transformed into a little wolf cub and appeared in front of Han Wu. This wolf cub transmitted its consciousness to Han Wu as soon as it was born. It wants to eat the artifact. Han Wu frolnid. He is penniless now. Where would he get the magic weapon? After the wolf cub's request was rejected, the wolf cub was visibly unhappy. It sniffed, and its wolf eyes lit up. It made its request again. It wanted to eat pure energy crystal. There are quite a few energy crystals in Han Wu's divine domain, which the little wolf cub can eat some of. After randomly finding a few energy crystals for it, the little wolf cub started chewing them happily, like a puppy. The energy crystal, which was harder than iron and stone, made a crackling sound under the wolf cub's teeth. Han Wu now believed that the little wolf cub could really chew the divine weapon. After doing this, Han Wu will count the source of the holy relics obtained by decomposing the level 2 holy relics. 48 level 2 holy relics, decomposed into 428 holy relics in total. Han Wu packed up 400 of the money and sent them to Yuan Zhong so that he could continue repairing the artifact. Han Wu invested the remaining 28 pieces into the level 2 holy relic, the Law of Gluttony, broken. After repairing a large number of holy relic resources, the level 2 holy relic, Law of Gluttony, has undergone significant changes. After absorbing 28 sources of holy relics, the level 2 holy relic, Law of Gluttony, suddenly emitted a ray of light. Han Wu hurriedly checked and found that the Law of Gluttony had been automatically upgraded. Level 3 relic, Law of Gluttony, incomplete. After being loaded into the core of the God Realm, the core members gain the ability to gluttony. If the total energy of food consumed by ordinary life forms exceeds 100 times their own energy, they can evolve into elite life forms. If the total energy of food consumed by elite life forms exceeds 1,000 times their own energy, they can evolve into extraordinary life forms. The main body of the relic is incomplete and can only act on ordinary life forms and elite life forms. Han Wu was almost stunned. It's too powerful. The effect of the level 3 relic, Law of Gluttony, is really too powerful. It is enough to realize the evolution from ordinary life forms to extraordinary life forms. In this way, if there is sufficient food, all of his locusts can be promoted to extraordinary life forms. Han Wu felt excited when he thought of the billions or even tens of billions of extraordinary life forms. Although locusts have evolved into extraordinary life forms, their strength is still very weak. But no matter what, it is still an extraordinary life form. The benefits of increasing life energy, extending lifespan, providing increased faith, etc. are simply too numerous to mention. At that time, it will be combined with the Gu Pot's Gu refining function. Han Wuning could foresee that in the near future, he would create a powerful locust army at the heroic life form level. Just as he was envisioning a bright future, a crisp clucking sound suddenly came from the core of the divine realm, attracting Han Wu's attention. He hurried to check. It turned out that due to the upgrade of the Law of Gluttony, the divine realm core, which could only load level 7 energy, was forced to load level 8 energy. This results in energy overload. If it is not resolved in time, the core of the divine realm will explode over time. But Han Wu did not dare to take down the Law of Gluttony, because he was only a divine creature now, and logically could not load a level 3 relic. The reason why the Law of Gluttony can be loaded is because it is already in the core of the divine domain. Once it is removed, it may take until Han Wu is promoted to demigod before it can be reloaded. Rounding it off, it was equivalent to Han Wu enjoying the effect of the level 3 holy relic in advance. But there was a small bug. In order to eliminate the hidden danger and make room for the Law of Gluttony, Han Wu took out the level 1 sacred object, the Poison Mist Bead, and prepared to reload it after the divine domain core had extra levels. However, he did not expect that the sacred Poison Mist Bead would shatter directly after leaving the core of the divine realm. Han Wu, not knowing why, lost a sacred object out of nowhere. He was a little confused and immediately searched the internet. The result is that when the core of the divine domain exceeds level 5, the holy objects loaded on it cannot be dismantled at will. Once removed, the sacred object will be damaged. Han Wu suddenly realized what was going on. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he chose not to take down the Law of Gluttony or the other 2 level 2 relics. Otherwise, the loss would be even greater. Han Wu casually threw the fragments of the Poison Mist Beads into the decomposition machine and felt the changes in the divine realm. The locust swarm is affected by the Law of Gluttony and is eating like crazy. Locusts are evolving every moment. The other 4 ordinary family members also live a fulfilling life. Zhan Tai Jian Feng is comprehending skills. The Red Forged Dwarves are mining and forging iron. The Bull Demon Clan is creating a new type of totem. The Skeleton Clan is wildly showing off the bone crystals. After a long period of nourishment by bone crystals, the little skeleton who is the Skeleton Lord's 3 negative states on his head have been reduced to 2. His strength has been improved to the level of a heroic life form, and he has also unlocked an ability, Summoning Skeleton Knights. This means that the little skeleton can summon a skeleton knight directly from the corpse of a supernatural being. This skill will definitely have a good effect on the battlefield. Han Wu nodded with satisfaction, then frowned. He discovered that there was an extra building somewhere in his divine domain. He quickly sent down his divine incarnation to check. It turns out that this building is actually a bloody arena. Compared with the authentic bloody arena that occupies the entire super-large plane, the bloody arena in front of us may not have been weaned yet and covers an area of only 10 square kilometers. Family members may be allowed to enter and compete. The winner has a certain chance of evolving. There is even a small chance that extraordinary life forms can skip the guidance of the heroic template and directly be promoted to heroic life forms. This effect made Han Wu's eyes light up. Han Wu immediately issued a divine oracle, encouraging all the extraordinary life forms and their families within the divine realm to come here to compete. If a heroic life form could be born, wouldn't that be a win? Chapter 44, New Species, Locust Man. Life in the development god's domain is simple and fulfilling. Han Wu attends classes during the day and enters the divine realm at night to continuously release his growth-accelerating ability. A few days later, the number of locusts in the divine realm suddenly increased to 14 billion. Among them, 10% are ordinary life forms, 30% are elite life forms, and 60% are extraordinary life forms. If word got out about such a high percentage of extraordinary life forms, it would definitely shock countless gods. Not to mention demigods, even true gods may not be able to come up with 8 billion extraordinary life forms. But raising so many extraordinary locusts costs Han Wu a lot every day. Just the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets that serve as feed every day would cost at least 1 million divine power. Moreover, the supply of demonic abyss flesh and blood demon puppets' corpses has decreased recently, and the price has been slightly increased. This made Han Wu's already poor life even worse. Having spent all his savings, Han Wu had no choice but to harden his heart and sacrifice his life. Only 1 billion extraordinary life forms of locusts were left as a precaution, and the remaining 13 billion locusts were all sacrificed. A huge sacrificial formation covered the entire divine domain. Countless locusts transformed into streams of life, energy, and flowed into the magic circle. 3 options appeared before Han Wu. Option 1. 10,000 night demon hunters, extraordinary life forms. Option 2. 3-star artifact, hegemony steel blade. Effect 1. It is both an artifact and a holy object, and can be used as a level 3 holy object. Effect. It enables the core members to gain the ability to summon a steel blade as a weapon. Effect 2. Increases the damage to wild beasts by 15%. Effect 3. Attaches the divine spell, hegemony. Option 3. Level 2 relic, enlightenment stone. After loading into the god's domain core, the core members have a certain chance of being enlightened into a semi-human form. The core members must be non-humanoid or non-subhuman races. Han Wu's eyes fell on option 3. When he first saw the words, level 2 holy relic, he thought he had seen it wrong. How could the reward be a level 2 relic after sacrificing 13 billion locusts? I'm afraid there's a bug. But after checking all the information about the level 2 holy relic, enlightenment fossil, Han Wu called it a pervert. Compared with the third option, the first 2 options are not competitive at all. The ability to transform core members of a clan into semi-human form through the Enlightenment Stone sounds quite ordinary. Because in the divine civilization, half-human races are very common. For example, minotaurs, lizardmen, and even ratmen are all semi-human races. But common does not mean half-human garbage. On the contrary, the half-human form brings a huge boost to the race. The most intuitive manifestation is that the semi-human race can use weapons like humans. If locusts could also use weapons, and had the racial characteristic of being able to fly, that's definitely an air force. The more Han Wu thought about it, the more impatient he became. Without hesitation, he decided on option 3, level 2 relic. The attunement fossil falls into his hands. Han Wu instantly came to the core of the divine domain and thought for a while, then took out the level 2 holy object, Earth Fire Lava Ball, and replaced it with the Enlightenment Stone. After the underground fire plasma ball was removed, it broke into several pieces. Han Wu didn't care at all. He now focused all his attention on the 1 billion locusts in the entire divine realm. He sensed that among 1 billion locusts, 1,000th, or about 1 million locusts, were affected by the Enlightenment fossils and began to transform into semi-human forms. This takes time. Han Wu's mind was locked on a locust, a transcendental life form that was undergoing transformation, and he was paying attention to its every change. In the divine realm, a month passed. The transformation of 1 million locusts is completed. They became a new species. Family name, locust people. Family level, extraordinary creature. Family talents, flying low-level intelligence, humanoid body. Faith level, fanatic. Power of faith, 50,000/day. Reproduction capacity, 5/time, produces higher quality locust eggs. Life cycle, 10 years. Looking at the information about the locust people, only 2 words remained in Han Wu's mind. Awesome. After the locust transformed into a locust man, it unexpectedly became an extraordinary life form. Not only does it have a human-like body, but it also possesses low-level intelligence. The low-level intelligence is probably at the level of a 3 or 4-year-old child, but for Han Wu, this is already a huge improvement. You know, locusts used to be unintelligent and so stupid that they only acted on instinct. Let's look at the 2 key factors in judging racial quality: the power of faith and the life cycle. After calculation, a locust man can provide Han Wu with nearly 180 million faith power in its limited life, even if it does not get other promotions. Converted into divine power, it is 1.8 divine power. Han Wu has always cultivated locust clans, numbering in the billions. Even if the conversion rate is 1,000th, it is still 10 million. Tens of millions of locust people can generate 1.8 million divine powers in one day, 18 million in 10 days, and 1.8 million in 100 days. Han Wu seemed to see the divinity waving at him. Not bad, not bad. Life is getting more and more promising. Becoming a demigod is just around the corner. Han Wu mutteriet. At this time, a video request came. It's the class teacher Tianwen. The class teacher Tianwen told Han Wu that Kyoto College had issued a notice to retest Han Wu. Tomorrow, an admissions teacher will come to the school to test Han Wu. Let Han Wu prepare in advance. Han Wu said that he knew about this, and then continued to devote himself to the great cause of cultivating locust people. The next morning, Han Wu was teleported to the classroom on time for class. Han Wu's arrival attracted the attention of several classmates. After all, Han Wu got the first place in the grade twice, and in the eyes of other classmates, he was already a genius. Han Wu's eyes fell on Qin Shuang's position and found that there was no one there. It is not known whether Qin Shuang is cultivating the Lord Lifeform at home or has already gone to the preparatory class of Kyoto College. "Good morning, Han Wu." Su Sun came over and greeted Han Wu enthusiastically. Ever since he witnessed Han Wu's strength in the last exam, Su Sun completely put aside his arrogance as a descendant of a quasi-true god family in front of Han Wu. Han Wu nodded toward Su Sun. "Student Han Wu, how is the development of the divine realm recently? If you are short of resources, you can tell me. Some scarce resources cannot be bought online. I have many demigods in my family, so I do have some connections." Su Sun took the initiative to mention. He has already determined that Han Wu is the kind of gifted child who will definitely be admitted to a first-rate university or even a top-tier university. It is better to curry favor with them and make good connections as early as possible. It will not be bad for your future development. Han Wu was just trying to get some more Divine Realm Core fragments. The fragments of the Divine Core he won from the Bloody Arena had been used to repair the core cracks. It would be best if we could get some more and raise the core level of the Divine Realm to level 10, the maximum limit for divine creatures. Can your family obtain the core fragments of the Divine Realm? Han Wu asked tentatively. Su Sun did not expect that Han Wu would ask for such scarce supplies right away. But on second thought, if the supplies were not scarce, Han Wu would not take the chance with him. It could be obtained, but the price of the core fragment of the Divine Realm is a bit expensive. Even at the cost price, it is not a small amount. Su Sun said, "It's good to be able to get it. I now need a certain amount of God's Domain core fragments to upgrade from level 7 to level 10. Ask your family to estimate how much divine power is needed." Han Wu first asked for a price. After some communication with Su Sun, a price was quoted: 400 million divine powers. This is the cost price. Han Wu was a little worried, for 100 million divine powers was not a small amount of money. Even if he has now cultivated the locust people as a cash cow, he will not be able to produce so much divine power in a short period of time. Su Sun added, "My family told me that if you can sell me 1,000 skeleton knights of extraordinary life forms, they can be used to offset this divine power." In the last assessment, Su Sun personally experienced the perversion of the skeleton tribe. I believe few people can withstand the feeling of despair that grows more and more as the fight goes on. The family wanted to acquire the skeleton knights, but in fact they also wanted to train a group of skeletons for use in foreign wars. Skeleton Knight's ability, summon skeletons, which is very strategically valuable. A skeleton knight, who is a supernatural being? Han Wu asked with a slightly surprised tone. That's right, it's the skeleton knight, a supernatural life form. If you are willing to sell the bone controller, a heroic life form, I can negotiate with the family and give you a more favorable price for the fragments of the Divine Realm Core. Su Sun replied. Compared to the skeleton knight, he prefers the bone controller. The skeleton giant transformed by the bone controller is the strongest fighting force at the heroic life form level recognized by the Divine Realm civilization. Even a demigod would drool at the sight. However, the skeleton clan has always been tough, and it is rare for them to surrender and recognize their master. The reason why Han Wu was able to gain the loyalty of the skeleton clan was entirely because he was suppressed by the blood of the skeleton lord. Otherwise, even if Han Wu smashed the skeletons into powder, he would not be able to gain their loyalty. Seeing that the admissions teacher from Kyoto College had not arrived yet, Han Wu thought about completing the transaction of the God Realm Core fragment first. Don't even think about the bone controller. I can sell some skeleton knights who are extraordinary life forms. But I have a condition. What are the conditions? You tell me. Su Sun said excitedly. If he could facilitate the transaction with the skeleton knight, he would definitely receive a reward from the family. I need your family to provide the corpses of extraordinary life forms. Han Wu said. Wait a moment. I'll communicate with my family. Su Sun made a video call directly to his family. Soon Su Sun brought a card that sealed the corpses of 1,000 extraordinary life forms. Han Wu took the card, entered the Divine Realm through the Divine Realm login device on the desk, and handed the card to the Skeleton Lord. The Skeleton Lord followed Han Wu's order and quickly transformed 1,000 corpses of extraordinary life forms into skeleton knights of the same level. Han Wu sealed these 1,000 skeleton knights into a card and returned it to Su-san. Soon Han Wu got the core fragment of the divine realm that he wanted. Just as Han Wu was preparing to upgrade the divine domain core, the homeroom teacher Tian walked into the classroom and shouted to Han Wu, "Student Han Wu, come out for a moment." Han Wu guessed that it must be the admissions teacher from Kyoto College who had arrived. Chapter 45, Foreign Civilization, Duolong City. Follow Tian went all the way to the teaching department. The admissions teacher from Kyoto Gakuen is waiting here. It's still the same as before. When the admissions teacher saw Han Wu, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Han Wu actually had connections with Kyoto College. Since he failed the audition, he planned to go the internal recommendation route. Then he sneered in his heart. So, what if I can take the path of internal recommendation? The tests at Kyoto Academy were much more difficult than those at high school, and in order to reduce external influences and prevent cheating, the tests were restricted to core family members only. For students who are not good enough in the core family, this test is a disaster and few can pass it. Student Han Wu, I will test you on behalf of Kyoto College. Do you have any questions? The admissions teacher asked in a formal manner. No, Han Wu replied. Okay then, I'll explain the content of the test to you. The admissions teacher continued in a businesslike manner. This test involves invading an outer realm. Your target is a small city on the outskirts of a large civilization called Duolong City. This civilization has a sound system of grades and professions. Once you enter the civilization, you and your clan will be affected and identified as catastrophic monsters by the system. The professionals in Duolong City will take the initiative to attack you and hunt you down until you are completely destroyed. As for your mission, there is only one, which is to kill at least one hero guarding Duolong City. As long as you complete this mission, you will pass the assessment and can choose to return immediately. Teacher, I would like to ask, how many soldiers and heroes are there in Duolong City? Han Wu wanted to judge the strength of the heroes by the number. Although Duolong City is a small border city of this civilization, it has a population of tens of millions. The probability of professionals is over 10%, and there are a total of 5 heroes, said the admissions teacher. This information gave Han Wu some understanding of the target city. How amazing are the 5 people who can stand out among millions of people. In addition, he could only mobilize the core locus, so one could imagine how difficult this task was. For the rest of the information, you will need to explore on your own after arriving at the civilization. You have 1 hour to prepare, said the admissions teacher. Han Wu did not hesitate and immediately found Tian 1. He used the class points he had recently earned to exchange for 3 fairly good level 1 holy objects and returned to the divine realm with the help of the divine realm landing capsule. After the fragments of the God's Domain core were integrated into the God's Domain core, the core was upgraded, and in a blink of an eye it reached the maximum level that a divine creature could have, level 10. There was new space in the core of the divine domain, and Han Wu decisively loaded the 3 holy objects he had just obtained into it. Level 1 Relic, Poison Gland. After being loaded into the divine domain core, there is a certain chance that the core familiar will acquire the poison attribute and grow a poison gland. Level 1 Relic, Earth Core. After loading into the God's Domain core, there is a certain chance that the core clan will gain Earth attributes and improve their defense. Level 1 Relic, Fairy Shortbow. It is both a relic and a divine weapon. After loading it into the God's Domain core, there is a certain chance that the core members will gain the ability to summon the shortbow as a weapon. The host god will gain the ability to summon the fairy shortbow itself. Once the 3 holy objects were loaded, the entire divine realm and 5 billion locusts were affected. Among them, 60% of the demon insects mutated, acquired poisonous properties, and grew poison glands. 50% of the fallen insects mutate, gain earth attributes, and their defense is improved. 90% of locust people have the ability to summon shortbows to fight. Han Wu felt that his core family had once again been slightly strengthened, and he felt more confident about this test. As the preparation time ended, Han Wu appeared in front of the admissions teacher again. Teacher, I'm ready. The admissions teacher took out a small ball and placed it in front of Han Wu. Hold it, and you and your core family will be teleported to the outskirts of Duolong City. Han Wu did as he was told, and the next moment, he was teleported to a forest. Around him were his 5 billion core followers, so densely packed that they almost covered the sky. Suddenly, a rapid reminder sounded in my head. Intruder detected. Please leave the current plane quickly. Otherwise, you will be labeled as a monster and eliminated. The invaders refused to leave and were identified as monsters, codenamed the King of the Demonic Locusts. Calculating monster levels. Open the monster interface. After a series of prompts, Hanwoo found that he had an extra panel where he could view his personal information. The panel base color is black. Code name, the King of Locusts. Level, 80, 60 level family members, highest level plus 20 level divine creature level. Occupation, none. Talent, chosen one only. Equipment, Goo Pot, 2-star artifact. Eye of Detection, sporadic artifact. Greedy Wolf, special artifact. Skills, growth acceleration, life sacrifice, unique, summon fairy shortbow. Other clans also have their own panels. Hanwoo scanned the panels of countless locusts and discovered some patterns. Ordinary life forms, locusts have a very low level, between 0 and 9. Elite life forms, locusts, levels range from 10 to 29. Extraordinary life forms, locusts, levels between 30 to 59. After many days of training, Hanwoo created 2 new heroic life forms, the Locust People, which are level 60 and are also the highest level beings in his current clan. The information panel content is as follows. Race, Exploding Demon Locust Man. Level, 60. Occupation, none. Equipment, none. Talents, Magma Explosion, Brutality, Gluttony, Flight, Low Intelligence, Humanoid Body. Skills, Lava Spewing, Summon Shortbow. What does level 60 mean? It's hard to judge without any reference. I need to collect more information to have a comprehensive understanding of this civilization. Hanwoo Mutteriet. At this time, an ordinary locust man came to report. There are creatures attacking them. Hanwoo jumped onto the body of a supernatural life form, the sinking worm, and went to check it out. Chapter 46. Professional Adventurers in the Outer Realm. Monsters. So many monsters appeared out of nowhere. A warrior holding a big sword looked at the seemingly endless locusts in front of him, his expression a little nervous. His name is Thorn, and he is a professional adventurer. He formed his own team last year and makes a living by hunting monsters and harvesting magic crystals. There are 4 people in his team, except for him, who is a 2nd-level professional dragon blood warrior. The other 3 are 1st-level professional. They are the Fire Mage, the Rage Fist, and the Water Sage. The 3 of them used their professional advantages to kill the approaching locusts. Thorn, you should be happy. With more monsters, we will get more bounties. When we have saved enough money, we can also do the 2nd transformation and improve the strength of our team. The Angry Fist said, and smashed a flying locust with a casual punch. The locust was an elite life form, at level 13, but it could not withstand the power of the Angry Boxer's punch. Its body was shattered and turned into black mist and dissipated. A thumb-sized magic crystal fell and was picked up by the elf summoned by the Water Sage in the back and put into the package. Weak locusts, I will kill as many as you come. The Fire Mage waved his staff, releasing flames, instantly burning dozens of locusts to ashes. When Thorn saw his companions deal with the locusts so easily, his worries were alleviated a little. Little did they know, in the sky above them where they were not paying attention, Hanwoo was watching them. The detection eye sees through all the information of the 4 people and forms an information panel that conforms to the current civilization. The background color of the information panel is white. Name, Thorn Evans. Level, 37. Occupation, Dragon Blood Warrior, 2nd job. Equipment, Steel Cutting, Great Sword, Divine Power Equipment. Protective Armor, Faith Equipment. Talents, Fighting Will, Great Sword Mastery, Dragon Blood. Skills, Shattering Slash, Giant Slash. Hanwoo also noticed that the 4 of them were wearing the same type of badge. The difference is that Thorn's badge is made of silver, while the badges of the other 3 are made of bronze. This may be a key information to distinguish strength. Hanwoo analyzed all the information he could see. The number of locusts killed by the 4 people below has reached thousands, but the number of locusts swarming over continued to increase, which made Thorn feel that something was wrong. There are too many monsters. We can't kill them all. Let's prepare to evacuate now, Thorn shouted. The 3 team members nodded in agreement and prepared to retreat. But Hanwoo in the sky couldn't let the 4 people leave so easily. He still hoped to get more information about this civilization from them. Immediately, Hanwoo ordered a heroic life form, the Locust Man, beside him. Go and test their strength. The Locust Man obeyed the order and flew down, blocking the retreat of Thorn and his 4 companions. Thorn felt the suffocating pressure from the Locust Man and exclaimed, "It's actually a third-level monster. Run away. Everyone, run away separately. I will buy you some time." As he spoke, Thorn rushed forward and smashed down with the steel-cutting sword in his hand with tremendous force. It was one of his skills, the Giant Slash. However, facing the level 60 Locust Man, the power of the Giant Slash was still lacking, and it only cut a small cut on the Locust Man's skin. This isn't even a minor injury. Thorn's eyes were filled with despair. The monster was too powerful, and there was nothing he could do. The Locust Man casually waved and threw Thorn and his steel-cutting sword away. The other three adventurers didn't run far before they were easily captured by the surrounding Locust people. After tying the four people together, Han Wu appeared. When Thorn and the other three saw Han Wu for the first time, they all trembled as if they had seen some terrifying beast. Han Wu frowned. He guessed that the way Thorn saw him might be different from his real appearance. "Don't come over here. You ugly monster. Don't come near us." As Han Wu approached, the angry fist master cursed. This aroused Han Wu's curiosity even more. What did he look like in the eyes of these natives? "If you want to leave alive, just answer my questions." "What do you think of me?" Han Wu asked. "I won't answer a monster's question," said the angry fist. Then he was gone. Han Wu strangled his neck himself. The Fire Mage and the Water Sage were two girls. When they saw this scene, they were so frightened that they became insane and screamed. Han Wu disliked their noise, so he gave them a quick death. Seeing his three teammates die tragically in front of him, Thorn's eyes were filled with anger and fear. "Now I ask you, what do I look like in your eyes?" Han Wu asked again. Thorn replied with a trembling voice. "Big eyes, long tentacles." From Thorn's description, Han Wu had a rough idea of himself in his mind. It looked like an enlarged Locust Man. This should be a deliberate attempt by the local people to vilify the image of the invaders. "Very good, continue to answer my question. What does the badge on your chest represent?" Han Wu continued to ask. 3 hours later, Han Wu asked all the questions he wanted to know. Thorn answered all of them in order to save his life. The information he provided also gave Han Wu some understanding of the rules of this world. "Okay, that's all I want to ask. You can go now," Han Wu said as he untied Thorn. Thorn seriously suspected that Han Wu was playing a trick on him. It was not until he ran a long way carefully and still did not see any pursuers that he believed that Han Wu really let him go. While feeling grateful for having saved his life, Thorn also mourned the death of his three companions. If they had chosen to cooperate, the three of them would not have died. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Thorn reminded himself that now was not the time to mourn his dead friend. He had to hurry and report the news of the monster army to the Adventurers Guild. Little did he know that in the sky above where Thorn couldn't see, Han Wu, riding on a supernatural life form, the sinking worm, was watching the route he ran. Seeing that there was indeed a town ahead of Thorn's running route, Han Wu gave up chasing him, summoned the fairy shortbow, and shot a fatal arrow at Thorn. The invasion process is brutal, and any carelessness can lead to the destruction of the entire army. Han Wu would not allow his information to be exposed prematurely before obtaining enough information about the enemy. Chapter 47. Recruiting Soldiers and Professional Power. Playing with the professional fragments that fell from the 4 dead professionals in his hands, Han Wu was thinking about his next plan. From the information revealed by Thorn, Han Wu learned that most of the professionals here belonged to the Adventurers Guild. There are at least millions of professional adventurers registered under the Adventurers Guild of Duolong City. Level 0 to 9 professionals are novice adventurers with basic professions and wear Blackstone badges. They're the largest in number. Professionals at levels 10 to 29 are first-level adventurers who change their basic professions, have diversified development directions, and wear bronze badges. Professionals at levels 30 to 59 are second-level adventurers. They change their jobs again based on the previous job change, deepen their professional enhancement, and become powerful. They are the backbone of the Adventurers Guild and wear silver badges. Professionals at levels 60 to 99 are third-level adventurers. They are even more powerful and are often the core members of some large and medium-sized adventurer groups. They wear gold badges. As for professionals above level 100, they are fourth-level adventurers. They are even more powerful, and they can fight against large adventurer groups of tens of thousands of people with their own strength. They are called heroes. It is also Han Wu's mission goal for this test. Currently, the entire city of Duolong is guarded by 5 heroes. Han Wu's current military force should not be underestimated either. He has a total of 5 billion locusts under his command. Among them, there are 500 million locusts equivalent to novice adventurers, 3 billion locusts equivalent to first-turn adventurers, and 1.5 billion locusts equivalent to second-turn adventurers. There are 3 of them, including him, who are equivalent to the combat power of a third-level adventurer. Such a force is 5,000 times the number of adventurers, and should be enough to overturn the entire city of Duolong. But Han Wu was very clear about the actual combat effectiveness of his core Locust clan. Except for the Locusts with the ability to self-destruct and have some destructive power, the combat power of the rest of the Locusts is just rubbish. A team of adventurers with average overall strength can easily kill thousands of Locusts, not to mention the millions of adventurers in Duolong City. We have to find a way to increase our high-end combat power. We have to have at least a third turn level 60 or above before we can show it off. Han Wu analyzed with some headache. But how easy is it to find such high-end combat power? Han Wu thought about it and came up with an idea. Go back to your old job and recruit other monsters to expand your forces. Han Wu has 5 billion locusts under his command, and their combat effectiveness is poor, but they are capable of one thing. That is to act as an eyeliner to explore intelligence. Han Wu immediately issued an oracle, ordering the 5 billion locusts to disperse and explore the surroundings, looking for monsters with strength reaching level 60, the third level. The Locust army received the oracle and carried it out faithfully. After a while, news came. 35 miles to the south, a goblin tribe was discovered, led by a very powerful goblin leader. Han Wu went there in person and easily defeated the goblin leader with his super strength of level 80. He also conquered the entire goblin tribe with absolute force and military strength. All 1,200 goblins in the goblin tribe chose to surrender. After using the Eye of Detection, Han Wu discovered that the strength of these goblins was also very poor. The level of an adult goblin is around level 20 and can barely compete with a first-level professional. The only exception is the goblin leader of the tribe, whose level has reached an astonishing 62. By checking the information of the goblin chief, Han Wu discovered that the goblin chief actually had a profession like the adventurer and had reached the third level. After some questioning, Han Wu learned that the goblin leader accidentally obtained his profession because he had taken a large number of profession fragments left behind by dead adventurers. This gave Han Wu a novel idea. He wanted to give it a try to see if his own Locust tribe could also gain the blessing of professional power like the goblin leader. Afterwards, Han Wu instructed the Locusts scattered in various places to pay attention to the whereabouts of the adventurers. Once you encounter a weaker group of adventurers, report to him as soon as possible so that he can send a group of Locust people to hunt them. After 3 days of hard work, Han Wu had hundreds of career fragments in front of him. After checking with the Eye of Detection, Han Wu was able to tell which profession these professional fragments belonged to. Put the fragments of the same profession together and then infuse them with a small amount of divine power. The career fragments began to automatically come together to form complete careers. After the combination, Han Wu obtained 4 different basic professions, namely warrior, mage, boxer, and archer. Han Wu chose the archer profession from them and gave it a heroic life form, the Locust Man. After the Locust people absorbed the profession, the information changed. Race: Exploding Demon Locust Man. Level: 60, up to level 65, requires absorbing magic crystals to upgrade. Occupation: Shooter. Equipment: None. Talents: Lava Explosion, Brutality, Gluttony, Flight, Low Intelligence, Humanoid Body, Aiming. Skills: Lava Spewing, Summoning Shortbow, Charged Arrow. It succeeded, it really succeeded. After the Locust people absorbed the profession, the level cap was raised and new talents and skills were added. This is just a basic profession. If the Locust Man can absorb a first-level profession corresponding to the archer, the level cap will definitely be increased again. If we can maintain the Locust Man's absorption of the third or even fourth job, Han Wu's own level will also be affected by the feedback from the Locust clan and will rise accordingly. Breaking through level 100 is not a dream. By then, even without relying on the power of his clan, his own level alone would be enough to face a 4th-level hero. However, higher-level professional fragments are difficult to obtain. Even if you get it, it all depends on luck to put together a complete career. Han Wu could only hope that more adventurers with the same profession would come forward and help him find a higher-level profession. While collecting career fragments, recruiting continues. On this day, Han Wu received a report from his locust men. They found a cave, but the pressure emanating from the cave made them dare not approach. Han Wu immediately became interested. Chapter 48, Black Dragon Elphus. The locust led the way and flew for hundreds of kilometers until they arrived at a small cave. Han Wu looked at the cave entrance, which was only 1 meter high and half a meter wide, and sighed in his heart. That is, his locusts, which are numerous, small in size, and cover a wide area. Otherwise, the hole could easily be overlooked. He ordered the locust people who followed him to widen the entrance of the cave, and Han Wu walked into it. Walk forward 100 meters, and the road suddenly opens up. At the same time, Han Wu felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from the depths. This aura is very strong, mixed with a hint of divine power. It's worth investigating. Han Wu muttered and continued to move forward. After walking a few thousand meters further in, the terrifying atmosphere became even stronger. The locusts that came with Han Wu were all intimidated by this aura and instinctively did not dare to move forward. Only 2 heroic life forms, the locust people, had the courage to follow Han Wu. Han Wu asked his family members who dared not move forward to wait here, while he and 2 heroic locust people continued to go deeper. After going another 1,000 meters deep, they finally arrived at the source of the terrifying aura. It was a huge stone cave, as big as 10 football fields, with the top of the cave being 100 meters high. And in the center of this stone cave, a giant black dragon curled up there. 13 pitch-black chains bound the black dragon layer by layer. The black dragon was unable to move. The terrifying aura emanating from the black dragon spread along the cave for thousands of meters, and was still able to frighten the locusts, which was enough to show how powerful this black dragon was. Han Wu's face lit up with joy. He had heard from his teacher in class that some foreign civilizations often sealed enemies that could not be easily killed. I think the black dragon in front of me is a poor creature that was sealed here by a strong man. Using the eye of detection, Han Wu checked the information about the black dragon. The result left him somewhat disappointed. The detection, I only found out some information about the black dragon. But even this piece of information was enough to shock Han Wu. The background color of the information panel is black, indicating that the black dragon is a monster. Name: Black Dragon Elphus. Level: 103, sealed. Original level 149. Occupation: Rebelle, spécial racial occupation. Equipment: Divinity. Talent: Dragon Bloodline. Skills: Dark Breath. When Han Wu was checking Black Dragon's information, Black Dragon felt that he was being monitored. It opened one eye, and the completely black pupil seemed to have the magical power to suck away souls. The 2 heroic life forms, the Locust Men, were caught and took the initiative to walk towards the black dragon's mouth. Fortunately, Han Wu stopped them in time to avoid them becoming food of the black dragon. Seeing the food being taken away, the black dragon shouted angrily, "How dare you interrupt the great rebel black dragon Elphus from eating? I will corrode your soul and devour your flesh." As it spoke, the black dragon opened its mouth with great effort, and rich dark energy gathered in its mouth. This devastating blow was not something Han Wu could bear at the moment, so he decisively called on 2 heroic life forms, the Locust People, to fly away. After the black dragon released the dark energy, Han Wu returned. "You insignificant scum! How dare you play tricks on the great rebel black dragon Elphus? I will never forgive you." After saying that, another ball of dark energy appeared. Han Wu ran again and came back after a while. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, the black dragon no longer had the strength to release its dark energy. The pitch-black chains bound it tightly, and the more it moved, the stronger the seal became. Seeing that Black Dragon was no longer furious, Han Wu said, "I came here not to provoke you, but to help you." The Black Dragon didn't believe Han Wu's lies and said coldly, "The great rebel Black Dragon Elphus has seen through your trick. Leave here while I am not angry yet, otherwise I will devour you." Han Wu couldn't help but sneer. "You are trapped here. Do you still have the ability to devour me completely?" As he spoke, Han Wu summoned the fairy short bow and shot an arrow at the black dragon. The arrow hit the black dragon's scales and bounced off without even making a scratch. The black dragon couldn't help but laugh. "You lowly bug, the great rebel black dragon Elphus's defense is invincible. You can't hurt me at all." Han Wu smiled and pulled out the magical weapon he had seized earlier, the steel-cutting sword. He raised the steel-cutting sword and smashed it on the black dragon with all his strength. Now, a tiny scratch finally appeared on the black dragon's scales. But for the huge body of the black dragon, this scratch is not even a minor injury. Seeing this, Han Wu's expression became serious. If he doesn't hurt the black dragon, it's obvious that the black dragon won't talk to him nicely. Han Wu once again raised the steel-cutting sword and injected 10,000 points of divine power into it. The infusion of divine power made the divine weapon, the steel-cutting greatsword, glow with golden divine light all over. 10,000 points of divine power have exceeded the limit it can bear. It can only maintain this state for 3 seconds. But these 3 seconds are enough for Han Wu to launch a powerful attack. Whirlwind. This was a skill that Han Wu had learned from Zhantai Jianfeng when he was in the Divine Realm. Although it could not cause the damage bonus effect of the skill, it could still cause decent damage. Sure enough, with this slash, the black dragon scales as hard as fine steel were cut, revealing a huge wound, from which black dragon blood continued to flow. The intense pain stimulated the black dragon to resist. But the blockade of 13 pitch-black chains prevented it from moving. The black dragon could only rage helplessly, roaring, "You lowly reptile, how dare you hurt the great rebel black dragon Elphys?" Before he finished speaking, Han Wu threw away the broken divine weapon, the steel-cutting sword in his hand, and took out a dagger, which was also a divine weapon, and pointed it at the black dragon's eyes. "You might die." The warning was very soft, but the black dragon heard it clearly. At this moment, the great rebel black dragon Elphys felt that death was very close to him. Chapter 49, 100 Years of Service Contract. Seeing that the black dragon stopped roaring, Han Wu knew it was time to discuss cooperation. "I have a dream, which is to kill a hero of Duolong City. But my own strength is not enough to fight against the hero, so I need your help," Han Wu said bluntly. The black dragon snorted coldly, with a hint of sadness in his tone. "The great rebel black dragon Elphys has been sealed here for hundreds of years and still cannot leave. How can he help you?" Han Wu's eyes fell on the 13 black chains. He swung the divine weapon, the dagger, and chopped it hard. As a result, the divine weapon dagger shattered, but the chain was not damaged at all. Han Wu didn't believe it, so he took out another magical weapon, infused it with 10,000 points of divine power, and slashed it down. The heavy blow that was enough to break the black dragon Elphys's dragon scale defense landed on the black chain, but still did not leave any trace. There seemed to be some kind of indestructible blessing on the black chain. The black dragon sighed and said, "It's useless. This chain is a divine weapon specially made by the Adventurers Guild to seal me. Even my dark power can't erode it in the slightest, let alone your weapon." Han Wu's eyes lit up when he heard what Black Dragon said. "You tell me, this chain is a divine weapon?" "That's right, the great rebel black dragon Elphys disdains to lie," said the black dragon. "Then I have an idea," Han Wu said happily. As he spoke, he took out a golden ball. It was his magic weapon, Greedy Wolf. The ball was placed on a pitch-black chain, and it turned into a golden fluid, wrapping the pitch-black chain. Then one could hear a crackling sound coming from the golden fluid. 50 minutes later, the black chain broke. The black dragon Elphys widened his eyes, looking at the chain that fell to the ground in disbelief. His mouth opened in surprise. One of the divine chains that trapped it was actually broken. Unable to contain its excitement and joy, it ordered Han Wu, "Quick, help me break the other chains. The great rebel black dragon Elphys orders you to do so." At this time, Han Wu took back the sacred weapon Tanlang. Stare at the black dragon. The black dragon was a little anxious. After hundreds of years of imprisonment, it longed for freedom. Now the opportunity is right in front of it. "Unchain me quickly. The great rebel black dragon Elphys orders you to do so." The black dragon roared again. Han Wu said calmly, "Great rebel black dragon Elphys, I helped you unlock a divine chain to show my sincerity. But you didn't make any promises to me, but instead ordered me. Doesn't this look like begging for help?" The black dragon was eager to escape, so it asked, "What do you want the great black dragon Elphys to do for you? Kill a hero? I agree. Now help me unlock the chains." Han Wu looked at Hei Long's anxious look and added, "I have changed my mind now. I want you to serve me for 100 years as a reward for my rescue of you." "You despicable trash, you are dreaming. I am the great rebel, the black dragon Elphys." The black dragon roared loudly, and the entire cave shook. Without the restraint of a divine chain, its strength recovery speed increased a lot. Han Wu said calmly, "If I can save you, I can also kill you. If you are unwilling to agree to my request, then you can only be a stepping stone for me to improve my strength. I heard that dragons are full of treasures, but I wonder if your bones can provide me with some good weapons." The black dragon was once again intimidated by Han Wu. Trapped here, even if it regains some strength, it still cannot change its status as a living target. Moreover, Han Wu has just proved that he has the power to kill it. Faced with the choice between death and enslavement, Black Dragon thought for more than 10 seconds and finally chose to compromise. "The great rebel Black Dragon Elphus is willing to serve you for 100 years. Please help me untie the chains on my body as soon as possible. I don't want to stay tied up by chains for even a second longer," replied the Black Dragon. "Don't be impatient." Han Wu naturally would not completely trust Heilong's verbal promise. No matter what civilization or what life form, there is always the possibility of breaking one's promise. Thus, the contract was born. Han Wu spent a huge amount of money this time, consuming 100,000 divine powers, and drafted a contract for the Black Dragon to serve him for 100 years. In addition to stipulating the Black Dragon's responsibilities and obligations, this contract also has extremely strong restrictions. The party that violates the contract will suffer extremely severe backlash, which even a powerful dragon cannot bear. As long as you sign this contract, I will help you get rid of it. Han Wu passed the contract to Black Dragon. After reading the contract, the Black Dragon felt that his dignity as a dragon was greatly insulted. Because there is a stipulation in the contract that Black Dragon must unconditionally obey any orders from Han Wu during the contract period. Isn't this just being a slave? Its great rebel, the Black Dragon Elphus, would rather be killed here and trapped to death by the chains of the divine artifact than be enslaved. It was about to tear up the contract and fight Han Wu to the death. But the next second, it saw Han Wu take out a dark crystal from his pocket. The dark crystal was crystal clear and contained pure dark energy, which was easy to absorb at first glance. The Black Dragon, who hadn't eaten for hundreds of years, couldn't help but drool. "I can feel that you are very weak now. After you sign the contract, this dark crystal stone will be given to you as a snack." Han Wu deliberately tempted. He was well aware of the allure of this high-purity energy crystal to living things. Even the Skeleton Lord was once tempted by the energy crystal and worked for him honestly, let alone a black dragon that had not eaten for hundreds of years. Sure enough, under the temptation of the dark crystal, the Black Dragon completely forgot the dignity of being a dragon and signed the contract quickly. The contract was concluded, and it turned into two golden lights that flowed into the eyebrows of the two. Anyone who breaches the contract will be severely punished. Han Wu was satisfied and threw the dark crystal in his hand into the Black Dragon's mouth. The Black Dragon enjoyed the taste of the dark crystal stone very much. Humming comfortably, Han Wu released the artifact again, Tan Lang, and ordered it to bite off the remaining 12 artifact chains. Tan Lang finally got his hands on the divine weapon and happily carried out Han Wu's orders. 10 hours later, all the chains broke. The Black Dragon's strength was recovering rapidly, and the energy in the air was gathering towards it. The great rebel Black Dragon Elphus is back. The Black Dragon roared to the sky, and a black beam of light rose from its body, shattering the entire cave. The overwhelming power made all the monsters within 100 miles fall to their knees and tremble in fear. Even the adventurers in Duolong City felt the pressure from the Black Dragon. 5 heroes gathered in the meeting hall of the Adventurers Guild in Doran City. Their purpose in guarding the city of Doran was to guard the Black Dragon and prevent it from escaping the seal. I thought it was a retirement job, but I didn't expect the Black Dragon to really break free from the seal. The Black Dragon has just been freed from its seal and must still be in a weak period. "Let's work together to destroy it," suggested the hero Ji Wuxing. "Once the Black Dragon breaks free from its seal, it will definitely find a secret place to hide and recover its strength. The area outside the city is very large. If we want to find it, we will need the help of all the adventurers in Doran City," said the heroic Rose Saint. Heroic ice and fire swordsman. The dark power emanating from the Black Dragon will cause a large number of monsters to become stronger. Before the monsters start a riot, we must take action first and take the dominant position. Young hero. Windrunner thinks the first 3 heroes are too cautious. It's just a Black Dragon that just escaped from the seal. Is it worth your being so nervous? Don't you think so, Brother Dragon Slayer? The most powerful hero among the 5 heroes, the Dragon Slayer, said proudly. It's just a giant dragon, it's not worth making a fuss about. I once killed a wind-type green dragon by myself. Although it was difficult, it was not enough to disrupt the formation of all the adventurers in Duolong City. But this black dragon is different. According to historical records, it is a rebel of the Dragon Clan. Jiwoo Saint wanted to persuade the Dragon Slayer to pay attention to the Black Dragon. The Dragon Slayer, however, felt that the martial saint had exaggerated the power of the Black Dragon and underestimated his own strength. Everyone trust me. My 4th job is Dragon Slayer. My purpose of existence is to slay dragons. I will take care of this black dragon that escaped from the seal. You just need to do a good job of defending Duolong City. Dragon Slayer, Brother Dragon Slayer, I support you. Can you let me watch you slay the dragon? I can clear other obstacles for you and prevent those blind monsters from disturbing your pleasure of slaying the dragon. Feng Xingzhi said. Yes. The Dragon Slayer replied. Thank you, Brother Dragon Slayer. I will issue the mission right now and ask the adventurers to find the black dragon's hiding place. After saying this, Windwalker turned into a gust of breeze and left. The Dragon Slayer also left the meeting room directly. The 3 heroes who stayed behind sighed in unison, but there was nothing they could do. Who makes the Dragon Slayer the strongest in the city of Dolan? Chapter 50, Monster Alliance and Black Dragon Warrior. The news that the Black Dragon had escaped from the seal spread not only in Duolong City. It is also widely spread in the monster circle. Monsters have always respected the strong. They followed the aura released by the Black Dragon and came here, vying to visit the king of monsters. The Black Dragon Elphys has no interest in monsters that are far inferior to himself in strength. In its eyes, these monsters are only fit to be its food. But after tasting the dark crystal stone provided by Han Wu, the Black Dragon Elphys could no longer stand any other taste. In order to obtain more dark crystals, it could only follow Han Wu's command and patiently endure the visits of other monsters. At this time, Han Wu stood up and led the monsters with strength above the 3rd level to unite. Adventurers have been oppressing monsters for a long time, and monsters have long wanted to rise up in resistance. It's just because of the lack of trust between different races that they have never united. But today is different. Under the call of the great rebel Black Dragon Elphys, many monsters gathered together and realized the first monster union in history. The Black Dragon Elphys squatted on the main seat, releasing the majesty of a black dragon. Under this terrifying majesty, the monsters below did not dare to resist in the slightest, even the strongest of them, the Treeman Sage who had reached level 105. Han Wu became the leader of this meeting. Han Wu was in a very good mood as he glanced at all the monsters present. Although it is impossible to make them recognize their master in a short period of time, it is still easy to make them work for themselves under the oppression of the Black Dragon. Therefore, Han Wu called on all monsters to unite and establish a monster alliance to fight against the Adventurers Guild. The alliance's philosophy is to hunt adventurers. When the monsters heard this, they were no longer sleepy. Adventurers have been riding on their heads for more than a year or 2. Which race has not had its own kind slaughtered by adventurers? However, adventurers are blessed with professional power and protected by the will of civilization, so their strength far exceeds that of monsters. Wanting to overthrow, it is almost like a dream. In response to this, Han Wu made a response. As an advocate of the Monster Alliance, he is a way to help monsters break through the bottleneck of racial strength and achieve rapid improvement. As he spoke, Han Wu took out an energy crystal. The pure energy crystal exuded an extremely sweet smell, causing the monsters present to swallow their saliva repeatedly. If the Black Dragon had not shocked the scene again, they would have rushed forward and snatched the energy crystal from Han Wu's hands. The Black Dragon glanced at the monsters present and sneered in his heart. A piece of energy crystal makes you lose your composure like this? The great rebel Black Dragon Elphys has more than 10 of them here? TSK, a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Han Wu began to talk about the Monster Alliance system he had compiled. The Monster Alliance rewards energy crystals. Monsters of all races can exchange energy crystals with Han Wu by killing adventurers and obtaining equipment and professional fragments. In order to make these monsters work harder, Han Wu gave each of them an energy crystal with corresponding attributes in advance. After absorbing the energy crystals, these monsters had a unified reaction. It's delicious, and they want another one. Many low-level monsters were actually upgraded on the spot after absorbing an energy crystal, and their strength reached a new peak. After witnessing the power of the energy crystal, the monsters, under the pressure of the Black Dragon and bound by their own interests, agreed to join the Monster Alliance and actively hunt down adventurers. In the next few days, Han Wu counted money until his hands were tired. His Locust followers have become an information network for exchanging supplies between him and various monsters. Every day, swarms of locusts would come to Han Wu with large amounts of professional fragments and captured equipment. Han Wu will also allocate an appropriate amount of energy crystals as rewards for monster hunting adventurers. There was harmony between the two sides. Of course, the basis for this relationship is the protection of the powerful Black Dragon. If there were no Black Dragon, the monsters would have lost their patience and would have chased Han Wu to obtain more energy crystals. After all, monsters that dare to take risks to kill adventurers are not good people. Han Wu is also cultivating his own clan through the weapons and career fragments he obtained. After cultivating a large amount of resources, the strength of the Locust clan has been greatly improved. The two heroic life forms, the Locust Men, have obtained appropriate third-level professions, and their levels have soared to level 85 and are still continuing to improve. There are also 32 Locust people who have broken through level 60 with the help of their professional power. Han Wu himself received support from his clan, and his level jumped to 105. With such strength, Han Wu felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful and could break a century-old tree in half with a single blow. But Han Wu knew very well that he was still lacking compared to the adventurers of the same level in Duolong City. It is mainly reflected in the application of skills. Professional adventurers have honed their skills through thousands of times and have perfect control over strength, angle, and timing. But Han Wu's skills are his weaknesses. Growth acceleration is for assistance, and life sacrifice can only be used once a day, and it is stipulated that it can only be used for his own clan. The only attack skill, summoning a fairy short bow, is just like carrying a long-range divine weapon. Han Wu thought about it and made a decision. He also wanted to use his professional strength to improve himself. According to his own situation, Han Wu chose warrior as the basic occupation and obtained the talent. Fighting will. Effect: improve physical performance by 10%. Skills: heavy blow, giant slash. Choose a magic warrior as your first job and gain the talent. Elemental sensing. Effect: increase resistance to each element by 20%. Skills: fire attachment, ice attachment, light attachment, dark attachment. Choose Dragon Blood Warrior as the second job and get the talent. Dragon Blood. Effect: increase physical performance by 20%, increase resistance to various elements by 20%, and increase strength. Master the skill, Tyrannosaurus Slash. As for the third-level profession, Han Wu didn't have it. The main reason is that among the adventurers killed, there are too few professional adventurers who can reach the third level, and there are simply no more complete third-level professional adventurers. However, the Black Dragon sensed the faint scent of dragon blood emanating from Han Wu and offered to help Han Wu. But the prerequisite is that Han Wu needs to pay 1,000 dark crystals. Han Wu didn't have so many dark crystals, so after some bargaining, he settled the deal at 500 dark crystals, which he could pay in installments. Even so, Heilung was still very excited and felt that he had made a lot of money. After the terms were agreed upon, Heilung began to help. What it does is to find a big pot, fill it with its own blood, and then let Han Wu soak in it for a whole day. At that time, the black dragon blood will replace the thin dragon blood in Han Wu's body, enabling Han Wu to gain power comparable to that of a third-level profession. Han Wu did as he was told. Han Wu soaked in the black dragon blood, which had a more or less fishy smell, for a whole day. During this period, Black Dragon added fuel to the fire under the cauldron in the name of speeding up absorption. Han Wu truly experienced what it meant to stew oneself in an iron pot. Although the process was a bit funny, the effect was quite good. After completely replacing the thin dragon blood in his body with black dragon blood, Han Wu's second-class profession was automatically promoted to a third-class profession. Black Dragon Warrior. Gain talent, Black Dragon Blood. Effect: increases physical performance by 50%, increases resistance to elements by 50%, greatly increases strength, and gains dark attribute affinity. Control skills, Black Dragon Transformation. When the skill was activated, Han Wu heard the bones all over his body crackling, his muscles felt swollen and painful, and his skin gradually turned darker and harder. After 3 seconds, the changes in the body stopped. Han Wu completely transformed into a human-shaped black dragon. His entire body was covered with highly defensive black dragon scales, and he had a pair of solid and powerful dragon wings growing from his back. His muscles swelled, as if he had the power to destroy everything. Han Wu felt this power, and his information panel appeared in front of him. The panel background is black. Codename: Demon Locust King. Level: 125. 85 highest clan, level plus 20 divine creature, level plus 20 professional power level. Occupation: Black Dragon Warrior, 3rd job. Talents: Chosen One only, Fighting Will, Dark Element Sensing, Black Dragon Blood. Equipment: Goo Pot, 2-star artifact. Eye of Detection, sporadic artifact. Greedy Wolf, 1-star artifact. Skills: Growth Acceleration, Life Sacrifice, unique. Summon Fairy Shortbow, Heavy Blow, Giant Slash, Darkness, Tyrannosaurus Slash, Black Dragon Transformation. Han Wu looked at his current template with satisfaction. He felt that he was now fully capable of going to Duolong City to challenge a hero alone. Chapter 51 Mission completed. After several days of investigation, tens of thousands of professional adventurers were sacrificed. The Adventurers Guild finally discovered the current location of the Black Dragon. After the heroic Dragon Slayer learned the information, he immediately called upon the heroic Windrunner, rushed out of Duolong City, and attacked directly where the Black Dragon was. Han Wu was honing his skills when he felt a violent gust of wind blowing from the sky above. Then, Dragon Slayer and Wind Walker appeared in his sight. The Black Dragon felt the powerful pressure from the two men, stood up, and roared angrily. That's the smell of the hero of Dolan City. It also smells like hatred. When the Dragon Slayer saw the Black Dragon, his face was filled with joy. You are indeed a black dragon of pure blood. After hunting you, my career as a Dragon Slayer will surely reach a higher level, the Dragon Slayer shouted. Then he turned to Windwalker and instructed, shield the surroundings for me, and don't let other monsters disturb me. Windwalker worshipped and said, Brother Dragon Slayer, don't worry, I will never let any monsters disturb you. After saying that, Windwalker raised his hand and released his skill. Hero's Secret. Storm Barrier. Endless violent storms gathered together and turned into a barrier that reached straight into the sky, encircling an area of 10 kilometers around it. The violent wind was like a wall, blocking all the monsters coming to support. For the time being, they simply couldn't break through. In the barrier, the Black Dragon and the Dragon Slayer confronted each other, and violent energy turbulence collided with each other. The weak monsters simply cannot survive the residual power of the two. But there are exceptions, namely Han Wu and Feng Xingzhe. The two of them are of a high level and can ignore the residual power. Windwalker looked at Han Wu, and what was reflected in his eyes was an enlarged version of the image of the Locust Man. Han Wu realized that Feng Xingzhe was trying to find out his information. A level 125 Demon Locust King. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful monster outside the city of Duolong. Windwalker exclaimed, but I won't let you get in the way of Brother Dragon Slayer's fight. Han Wu snitted it. He originally wanted to practice his skills and then go to Duolong City to kill a hero. But I didn't expect that a hero would come to me. Through the Eye of Detection, Han Wu also found some information about Windwalker. Name Carl Smith. Level 131. Occupation: Windwalker, 4th job. Equipment: Wind God's Blade, 1-star artifact. Divinity. Talents: Dagger Mastery, Wind Affinity, Light Body, Storm Incarnation. Skills: Hero's Secret Technique, Storm Barrier, Backstab, Wind Blade Slash. Although he couldn't see all of Windwalker's information, Han Wu was very sure that Windwalker was very strong. In an instant, the battle between the two began. Han Wu directly activated his strongest skill, Black Dragon Transformation. It transformed into a humanoid black dragon, holding 2 giant swords, which were divine weapons, and smashed towards Windwalker. Windwalker's figure was strange, and a figure completely condensed by the storm appeared beside him. It was his gift, the Storm Incarnate. The Storm Incarnate possesses all of Windrunner's skills except the heroic secrets, and is an elemental body, fearless of any harm. As long as Windrunner is alive, the Storm Avatar will launch attacks endlessly. With the cooperation of Windwalker and Storm Incarnate, Han Wu quickly fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Han Wu had a body covered in solid black dragon scales, which gave him high resistance to elements, so he was able to withstand a few attacks. But this is not a long-term solution after all. While Han Wu was being beaten, he secretly issued an oracle to the Locust clan outside the storm barrier, trying to find a way to break the barrier and come to the rescue. On the other hand, Black Dragon's situation was even worse than Han Wu's. The heroic secret of the Dragon Slayer, the Dragon Slayer field, is extremely restraining to the Dragon clan. As the domain expands, all the dragons he slaughtered will be summoned out to fight for him. The Black Dragon was being besieged by dozens of sub-dragons at this moment, and a green dragon, also a member of the dragon family, was spewing powerful wind blades at it. The wind blade containing the power of dragon can easily shatter the scales of the Black Dragon. The Dragon Slayer holds 2 emerald green swords, both made from dragon teeth, which also have the ability to break through the defense of dragon scales. Every hit from the sword hit the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon had been unsealed not long ago, and had not yet recovered to its peak strength. Now he was restrained by the Dragon Slayer's attributes and was seriously injured and defeated after just a few rounds. The Dragon Slayer held a blood-red sword in his hand and stepped on the head of the Black Dragon, feeling ecstatic. If he can absorb the soul of the Black Dragon, his heroic secret, the dragon-slaying realm, will be sublimated. However, this requires a specific ritual to accomplish. The Dragon Slayer had already thought about this. He commanded the dragon souls in the dragon-slaying field, pulled up the Black Dragon, flew high into the sky, and prepared to bring it back to Duolong City. He will hold a dragon-slaying ceremony in front of all the professional adventurers in Dolan City to publicize his own strength. Before leaving, the Dragon Slayer looked at Feng Xingzhe, who was still fighting Han Wu, and asked, "Do you need my help?" "No, I can handle it myself." "Brother Dragon Slayer, you go first, I will catch up soon." Windwalker replied confidently and opened a gap above the storm barrier for the Dragon Slayer to leave. Watching the Dragon Slayer leave, Feng Xingzhe continued to attack Han Wu while saying enviously, "If only I could be as powerful as the Dragon Slayer." Han Wu became even more anxious when he saw the Black Dragon being taken away and issued a death order to the Locust clan. Break the storm barrier at all costs. He must escape from danger and find a way to rescue the Black Dragon as soon as possible. Outside the storm barrier, countless locusts gathered rapidly. The other monsters that arrived did not dare to touch the storm barrier for fear of being strangled by the turbulent force of the storm. But the locusts who received Han Wu's oracle rushed into the storm barrier without hesitation. Each locust consumed the energy of the storm barrier with its flesh and blood. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, 30 million. The bodies of the dead locusts were shredded by the storm, and their remains formed a thick layer on the ground. But the remaining locusts still rushed into the storm barrier fearlessly, just because their god is calling them. Until the 1.3 billionth locust hit the storm barrier, the barrier made a crisp sound, shattered and dissipated, revealing Feng Xing and Han Wu inside. At this moment, Han Wu was covered in blood, but he still stood stubbornly. The locusts buzzed, and their nest exploded. To harm the gods is the greatest provocation to them. Immediately, countless locusts launched a fatal attack, killing Windwalker, who had injured Han Wu. Charge archery, skills, self-destruction. The locusts will try every possible way to cause harm, even at the cost of their lives. At first, Windwalker didn't take the weak locusts seriously at all. But as more and more locusts swarmed over him, Windwalker's energy was rapidly consumed, and he became a little scared. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Countless locusts blocked his retreat. The Olof Todi. Windwalker roared and swung the wind god's blade in his hand. His energy was drained, and his strength was exhausted. He was already exhausted, but the locusts still kept attacking, taking the opportunity to devour Windwalker's body bit by bit, until all of Windwalker's flesh and blood was eaten up. During this process, another 2.4 billion locusts died. As Feng Xingzhe died, the voice of the admissions teacher of Kyoto Academy rang in Han Wu's ears. "Student Han Wu, congratulations, mission accomplished. Now I'll open the return channel for you," etc. Han Wu covered his wound, stood up, and said seriously, "I can't go back now." Chapter 52, Monster Attacks the City. Han Wu's answer surprised the admissions teacher of Kyoto College. "Student Han Wu, do you want to rescue the captured Black Dragon?" "Yes, I must save it. It is my contracted partner," Han Wu said seriously. After being unsealed by Han Wu, the Black Dragon has always abided by the contract, and when Han Wu needed professional help, he resolutely donated his blood for Han Wu to improve. For Han Wu, Black Dragon is not only a contractor with whom he has a vested interest, but also a good friend. Student Han Wu, you have to think carefully. If you go to save the Black Dragon, you will not only face Wind Walker, but 4 heroes who are more powerful than him, plus millions of professional adventurers and tens of millions of civilians who can become soldiers by picking up weapons. With this force, even if you are a demigod, there is a high chance of failure, not to mention that you are just a small divine creature now. The admissions teacher of Kyoto Academy warned. I know, so I formally propose to you that you release all the clansmen in my divine domain to fight together. Han Wudao. In exchange, I am willing to take the initiative to increase the difficulty of the mission and change it to conquering the entire Duolong city. What a dare! The admissions teacher of Kyoto College couldn't help but exclaim. He remembered that the last time he met such an interesting student was more than 10 years ago, and now that student has surpassed him, been promoted to the main god, and became the youngest deputy director of Kyoto College. What I admire most is students like you who are brave enough to challenge themselves. I agree to your request. Thank you, teacher. Han Wu thanked. The admissions teacher at Kyoto College had no obligation to take his feelings into consideration, but still agreed to his request. This is favor. Finally, the teacher will tell you one more thing. You have come here in your true form, so please do not die here. As soon as the words were spoken, a huge portal appeared. Han Wu's 4 major clans walked out of the portal. As the 4 major clans entered this civilization, their information also changed along with the local will. Sword Wind Clan. Sword Wind that cuts through iron. Heroic life form. Level 132. Red Furnace Dwarves. Divine Hammer. Heroic life form. Level 106. Bull Demon Clan. Bull Demon Shaman. Heroic life form. Level 128. Skeleton Tribe. Skeleton Lord. Lord life form. Incomplete. Sealed. Level 127. Bone Controller. Heroic life form. Level 70. Bone Restorer. Heroic life form. Level 80. The remaining family members were all below level 60, and many were stuck at level 59. Han Wu immediately took out a large number of equipment and professions for these clansmen to choose from. After gaining the blessing of professional power, the levels of these clans have seen a surge. Among them, the biggest change is Zhan Tai Jianfeng. He changed his basic profession, warrior, to the first-level profession, swordsman, and then to storm swordsman after the second transformation, and his level soared to level 140. The pressure he exudes is enough to rival that of a black dragon that has not fully recovered. After obtaining professional power, other heroic life forms have their levels more or less improved and their strengths enhanced. But Han Wu still felt that the combat power to attack Duolong City was insufficient. There are more than 1.3 billion locust swarms left. Although the number is staggering, their actual combat effectiveness is very touching. All he could take out was a few 100,000. It is no match for the city of Duolong at all. In this case, Han Wu will need to find other fighting forces to join in order to fight against the entire Duolong city. The first thing Han Wu thought of was the monster alliance that had just been formed. Immediately, Han Wu ordered the Locust to convey his intentions to all members of the monster alliance. But the news sent back made Han Wu angry. Among these monsters, a small half found excuses to refuse, while the other half simply rejected Han Wu's proposal. Only a few hours had passed since the Black Dragon was captured, but the news had already been known by most monsters. Without the Black Dragon to maintain order, the Monster Alliance would be in disarray. Especially after these monsters absorbed the energy crystals, their strength became stronger and their ambitions became bigger. They even thought of taking the opportunity to mobilize the tribe and imprison Han Wu, so as to obtain more energy crystals. Good, very good, extremely good. Han Wu was so angry that he said it sarcastically. Since those monsters are going to destroy the bridge after crossing it, don't blame Han Wu for breaking the rules. Immediately, Han Wu issued an oracle: defeat those monster tribes that refuse to fight. With the current size of Han Wu's clan, it is almost impossible to successfully fight against Duolong City. However, it is easy to deal with these monsters that have enclosed themselves in their own territory. Several heroic life forms under his command, led by the Locust, marched towards the various monster tribes. In just one night, 73 ethnic groups were wiped out, including some large ethnic groups with tens of thousands of people. Now the monsters have witnessed Han Wu's strength, and due to the threat to their lives, they have no choice but to agree to Han Wu's plan. With the arrival of dawn, countless monsters, under Han Wu's command, advanced towards Duolong City together. In the city of Duolong, everyone was joyfully preparing for the dragon-slaying ceremony. The powerful black dragon was tied up in the square of Doran City for all adventurers to see. The dragon slayer sat proudly on the platform, drinking fine wine while overseeing the progress of the ceremony below. At this time, a third-rank adventurer wearing a golden badge trotted over to the dragon slayer and said, "Sir Dragon Slayer, Lady Rose Saint wants to ask you why Lord Windwalker failed to come back with us." The dragon slayer frowned slightly. 12 hours had passed since he returned to Duolong City. Windwalker has not returned yet. Could it be that he encountered trouble on his way back? However, due to his trust in Feng Xing's ability, the dragon slayer did not think too much of the bad things and only replied, "Maybe he was delayed on the way. Tell the Rose Saint not to worry. After the dragon slaying ceremony, I will go and find Feng Xing myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon slayer felt the ground tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, a rapid horn sounded in the city of Dolan. Alarm! It's an alarm! A large number of monsters are attacking Doran City. All adventurers, prepare to fight. The monsters are attacking the city. Women and children are retreating to the underground shelter. All adventurers and men are taking up arms and heading out of the city to fight. Defend the city of Dolan. The loud roars echoed in the streets and alleys of Duolong City. For large groups of adventurers received orders to lead scattered adventurers to set up defenses outside the city first. Ents, goblins, giant monsters, all these monsters are out. There are also a large number of flying monsters. They are locusts. They are flying over here. Mage, use magic to shoot down these flying monsters quickly. Before he could finish his words, a wave of arrows rained down, and a large number of adventurers were shot into sieves. It was an attack by the locust people. They received Han Wu's order to eliminate the adventurers blocking the front and clear the way for the monsters coming from behind. The adventurers were not to be trifled with either. After one wave of adventurers died tragically, more adventurers were driven out of the city and launched magical attacks on the monsters flying in the sky. The locust people had already found a way to crack the problem. They flew high into the sky to escape the range of the magic attack and reduce casualties. At this time, armies of monsters from other races arrived. The killing began, and thousands of adventurers and monsters died every minute and every second. Outside the city of Duolong, it became a battlefield. The years of hatred between monsters and adventurers began to be settled on this day. Han Wu stood on a locust, a supernatural being, and looked down at the situation on the battlefield. Because the incident happened suddenly, the adventurers were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses without adequate preparation. But adventurers are ultimately more disciplined than monsters. After timely adjustments, the adventurers began to get rid of their disadvantages and showed signs of counterattack. How could Han Wu let these adventurers get their wish? Little skeleton, bone restorer, get ready to go. Then the little skeleton and the bone restorer each flew into the battlefield, riding on a supernatural locust. The moment the two appeared, a large number of adventurers' corpses began to mutate. The snow-white bones separated from the flesh and turned into skeleton soldiers or skeleton knights. They picked up their old weapons and attacked their former companions. Such a strange scene was played out everywhere on the battlefield, catching the adventurers of Duolong City off guard. The advantage that the adventurer had just established was instantly overturned. With the tenacious fighting of the skeleton soldiers, the monster army took one step forward and directly broke through the gate of Dolan City. The four heroes who were in charge of commanding from behind finally couldn't sit still anymore. The Rose Saint took action resolutely. She activated her own heroic skill, Rose Forest. Endless rose vines grew and entangled together, forming an extremely thick rose wall, blocking the way of the monster army that had just broken through the city gate. The monster army also wants to destroy the Rose City wall. On the hero's side, the ice and fire swordsman took action. One skill, Flowing Fire Slash, ignites the Rose City wall. The flames that shot up into the sky burned countless monsters to death and kept the monster army out. This move bought the adventurers in Doran City time to prepare. A large number of adventurers followed the command and deployed their troops. Many mages gathered together and cast spells together. Meteorites falling from the sky, blizzards, thunderstorms. Various powerful combination magics are formed with the cooperation of adventurers to kill a large number of monsters. Moreover, in the square of Duolong City, the dragon-slaying ceremony is about to be completed. The dragon slayer held 2 blood-red dragon-tooth swords in his hands, ready to kill the black dragon at any time and complete the dragon-slaying ceremony. In this situation, Han Wu could only use his most powerful weapon. The Bone Master attacks. The short bone controller was thrown onto the battlefield. Very inconspicuous. The broken bones on the ground became active because of the appearance of the bone controller. Countless broken bones flew towards the bone controller and became part of the skeleton giant. As a large amount of broken bones gathered together, a 20-meter-tall skeleton giant took shape. Han Wu was able to check the information of the skeleton giant through the Eye of Detection. Skeleton Giant, level 149. The strongest heroic life force. The newly formed skeleton giant rushed towards the burning rose forest. The endless flames could not cause any effective damage to its skeletal body. However, it was able to grab the rose vines, exert its strength, and uproot a large number of rose vines. The road to Dolan City is open. Among the group of monsters, Han Wu and his heroic life forms took the lead, rushed in front of the 4 heroes. Elphus, I'm here to save you. Han Wu halted loudly. At the center of the ceremony, the dying black dragon weakly opened his eyes and tried to see, as if trying to confirm whether he had auditory hallucinations before dying. It saw the familiar figure, as tall as a mountain under the morning sun. Chapter 53, The Name of the Great Rebel. The 4 heroes glared at the intruding monster. Although Duolong City is a small border city with a history of only 100 years, it has never had a situation where the city gates were breached by monsters. But now, this history has been broken. A shameful record of being attacked by monsters will be permanently added to the resumes of the 4 heroes. You are just a mere monster. How dare you act so presumptuously in Duolong City? I will beat you into a paste. The extreme martial saint roared, his whole body filled with explosive power. He jumped and rushed towards Han Wu, who was in the lead. He had already seen that Han Wu was the leader of this monster riot. As long as Han Wu was killed, the monsters attacking the city would be leaderless. But the family members around Han Wu are not vegetarians. The bull demon shaman stepped forward and blocked the fist of the extreme martial saint with his newly made steel totem. Whoever insults my gods must be killed. The bull demon shaman roared in a muffled voice and swung the iron totem, knocking the Jiwu saint away. Then it rushed forward and fought with the Jiwu saint. The bull demon, blessed with the power of his profession, is now at level 139. In terms of level alone, he is comparable to the extreme martial saint. The other 3 heroes were equally unwilling to lag behind. The Rose Saint summoned a large number of vines to wrap around Han Wu. The Red Furnace Dwarf Hammer stimulated the power of fire contained in the Purgatory Hammer, transforming it into a Purgatory Hydra and burning the vines to ashes. The Ice and Fire Swordsman used a powerful skill, Ice and Fire Cross Slash, which was offset by the Iron Sword Wind's Whirlwind Slash. Both of them were masters of swordsmanship, and they understood each other's intentions after exchanging glances. For a while, it was hard to tell who was better. The Dragon Slayer looked at Han Wu with resentment. He was almost able to complete the ritual. If Han Wu could appear for 1 minute at night, he would never hate Han Wu as much as he does now. All of you die. The Dragon Slayer unleashed his most powerful heroic skill, the Dragon Slaying Realm. In the area, dozens of sub-dragons and the soul of a green dragon appeared and launched a fierce attack on Han Wu and others. The skeleton giant jumped out and tripped the strongest green dragon among them. The little skeleton touched his bald head, and 2 balls of soul fire flickered inside. It jumped onto a dragon's soul, opened its mouth, and bit it. Yalong's soul instantly became weaker, and his body became lighter. It was obvious that his soul had been severely damaged. Soon, the soul of a dragon was eaten up by the little skeleton. It touched its bald head and jumped onto the next dragon's soul to gnaw it frantically. When the Dragon Slayer noticed the skeleton's behavior, he realized that he had met his nemesis. He swung the bloody sword at the little skeleton, and the little skeleton couldn't even withstand a single blow and shattered into pieces of bones. The Dragon Slayer breathed a sigh of relief, but had no time to change his target. The bones of the little skeleton came together again and pieced together into its original appearance. After being revived, the little skeleton continued to gnaw on Asian Dragon's soul with an arrogant look of, "What can you do to me?" The Dragon Slayer was so angry that he was fuming. He had never seen such a tough opponent. On the other side, Han Wu took advantage of the fight between the four heroes and their clansmen, and hurried to the Black Dragon, drew out a divine weapon, a great sword, and slashed at the chains that bound the Black Dragon. Who knew that this chain was actually a divine weapon? Han Wu had no choice but to take out Tanling again and order it to gnaw on the artifact. As Black Dragon listened to the clucking sound, his gratitude towards Han Wu became even stronger. It thought that after being captured and brought to Duolong City, it would surely die. But he didn't expect that Han Wu would come to the rescue with an army of monsters. Reliable partner, the great rebel Black Dragon Elphys will always remember you. The Black Dragon said weakly. Then serve me for a few hundred more years to repay my kindness. Han Wu said unhappily, and stuffed a few dark crystals into the Black Dragon's mouth to help the Black Dragon recover from its injuries faster. At the same time, Han Wu was always paying attention to the battle between his clan and the four heroes. The results were, without exception, all at a disadvantage. The weakest Red Furnace Dwarf Hammer has been severely damaged. Han Wu hurriedly ordered two heroic life forms, the Locust Men, to go and assist. But this is not going to work. If Han Wu does not get out of his current situation as soon as possible, the entire army will be destroyed. The Black Dragon tasted the delicious dark crystal, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Dear friend, the great rebel Black Dragon Elphys has decided to give you a gift. Han Wu was anxious. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about giving gifts. If we don't find a way to break the impasse, all our family members will have to stay here. The Black Dragon spoke again. The great rebel, the Black Dragon Elphys, will give you the title. My dear friend, from now on, you are the great rebel. As he spoke, two rays of black light shot out from the Black Dragon's pupils and pierced into Han Wu's eyes. An ancient and mysterious voice echoed in Han Wu's mind. He couldn't hear it clearly, but he understood the meaning of the sound. The voice told him that he had become the new rebel. In an instant, Han Wu felt a powerful force awakening in his body. His level started to soar rapidly from level 125 and directly broke through to level 149 before stopping. The profession also changed from the original 3 transfers to a special profession, Rebel. Also gains the talent, Rebellion, effect. Han Wu had no time to care about why he couldn't see through the effect of his talent. He felt the violent power in his body, picked up the great sword, a divine weapon, and slashed at the dragon slayer closest to him. Transform into a black dragon, possess darkness, and slash like a tyrannosaurus. 3 skills work at the same time, coupled with the powerful strength of level 149. With this strike, Han Wu wanted to kill with one blow. Chapter 54, Stable Portal. The Dragon Slayer was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Facing Han Wu's attack, he reacted extremely quickly and raised his blood-red sword to resist. Han Wu's powerful strength of level 149 was fully poured in, causing the Dragon Slayer to tremble all over and burst his blood vessels, but the blade never fell on him. However, the little skeleton seized the opportunity and nimbly jumped behind the Dragon Slayer. Its crystal-like bone claws easily pierced into the Dragon Slayer's back, crushing the Dragon Slayer's heart in one fell swoop. The Dragon Slayer died with an unwilling look on his face. The hero's secret technique, Dragon Slaying Field, was instantly shattered. Han Wu didn't have time to think about it and turn around to help other clansmen fight against the other 3 heroes. The little skeleton stayed where it was, quietly using its tiny bone claws to carve out a strange magic circle on the Dragon Slayer's body. Then it activated its ability, summoning skeleton knights. The Dragon Slayer's body trembled, and all his flesh and blood instantly dried up. The bones that had absorbed the energy of flesh and blood separated from the dry body. They were blood red and as crystal clear as red crystals. If you look at the information of the skeleton clan, you will find that this is no ordinary skeleton knight. It is a mutated heroic life form, the Blood Skeleton. With Han Wu's timely arrival, the other 3 regiments won victories one after another. Among them, the Rose Saint and the Ice and Fire Swordsman were killed on the spot. The Supreme Martial Saint even cut off one of his arms and fled in a panic. The little skeleton who had just arrived volunteered to take the Blood Skeleton and the Bone Controller to chase and kill them. The defeat of the hero boosted the fighting spirit of the monster army, and they slaughtered the adventurers of Dolan City even more crazily. Seeing that Duolong City was doomed to be conquered, the four major groups of adventurers simply abandoned the city and fled. The monsters won the final victory. The surviving monsters are enjoying the joy of victory. After fighting with adventurers for so many years, they finally turned the tables. After treating the injuries of his family members, Hanwoo gave orders to the monster army to clear out Duolong City. Any equipment, professional fragments, rare treasures can be brought to him in exchange for energy crystals. Now the army of monsters went completely crazy. Energy crystals allow them to break through racial level restrictions, and more is never too much. Immediately, a large number of monsters rushed into the houses and shops in Duolong City and carried out a sweep. After a while, the spoils piled up into a small hill. Most of them are equipment, a small number are rare treasures, and there are also some valuables such as gold coins and gems. As for the career fragments, Hanwoo put them in a bag and stored them separately. The Black Dragon regained its freedom, but because it gave the title of Rebel to Hanwoo, its level dropped to level 100. It would take a long time to recover to its peak combat power of level 149. After waiting for another 2 hours, the little skeleton returned with the bone controller and the blood skeleton. It threw the body of the extreme martial saint onto the ground. All four heroes were finally dealt with. Hanwoo glanced at his tired clansmen and lamented that they had grown in battle. At the same time, he was thankful that these heroic life forms that had accompanied him until now had survived tenaciously even after experiencing such a difficult battle. Hanwoo, congratulations, mission accomplished. You have created a miracle. The voice of the admissions teacher of Kyoto College came into Hanwoo's mind at the right time. It is not difficult to imagine that the admissions teacher has been paying close attention to Hanwoo's situation. Thank you, teacher, Hanwoo said sincerely. The transmission channel is ready. You will be given 3 hours to sort out the spoils, said the admissions teacher. Hanwoo's eyes wandered around Duolong City, his brain working rapidly. Teacher, I have an idea. Can I build a stable portal here leading to my divine realm? Hanwoo said bluntly. The hierarchy and professional power here allowed him to see a new path for the advancement of his clan. Moreover, this civilization is rich in equipment of all levels. If a stable portal could be established and long-term communication could be established, it would definitely be of great help to the development of the Hanwoo clan. There was a sound of the admissions teacher tapping his fingers on the table. It was obvious that he was thinking. The development of any civilization is inseparable from invasion and plunder. Hanwoo is like most gods in the divine realm civilization. When we see a good civilization, we want to take root there and reap long-term benefits. Doing so can bring considerable benefits, but it also has many hidden dangers. It is easy to establish a stable portal, but what if foreign civilizations counterattack the divine realm through the portal? If you are not careful, the core of the divine realm will be breached. The admissions teacher thought about it again and again, explained the pros and cons, and finally left the decision to Hanwoo himself. Since Hanwoo made this request, he was determined to do it. He insisted on his choice and built a stable portal in Duolong City to facilitate future travel. The admissions teacher respected Hanwoo's decision. However, the divine power required to build a stable portal must be borne by Hanwoo himself. The total price is about 1.5 billion divine power. Hanwoo naturally did not have such a huge sum of money, but he has quite a few artifact trophies. There are 5 heroes in Duolong City. Each of them has a magic weapon in his hand. Now that they have died in battle, the artifact has become ownerless and is very valuable. After pawning their artifacts to the admissions teacher promised to help Hanwoo build a stable portal within 10 days and give him a set of early warning devices. As long as a strong person from an outside civilization uses the portal to teleport, an alarm will be sounded at the other end of the portal. The entire process, from the time the alarm is issued to the time the transmission arrives, takes about 10 minutes. This gives Hanwoo some time to prepare to resist foreign enemies. Hanwoo once again thanked the admissions teacher for his thoughtful consideration. In 10 days, Hanwoo actively dealt with various problems and completely turned Duolong City into a city of monsters. The Monster Alliance replaced the Adventurers Guild and became the core force of the city. Before leaving, Hanwoo specifically left behind the Skeleton Tribe, the Bull Demon Tribe, and a large number of Locust Tribes to guard this place to prevent a counterattack by the professional adventurer team. He repeatedly told the little skeleton that if the city of Duolong could not be saved, he should be teleported back to the divine realm as soon as possible so as not to lose too many of his clansmen. The little skeleton raised his bald head and replied with the voice of his soul, "I understand." Only then did Han Wu feel at ease returning to the divine realm with all the spoils, as well as the red furnace dwarves, the iron-slashing sword wind, and the black dragon that wanted to rest. After returning, Han Wu did not have time to sort out his harvest and was teleported back to school first. The preparatory student quota for Kyoto College is the most important thing at the moment. He appeared in front of Tian and the admissions teacher again. When they saw Han Wu's current appearance, they were both shocked. "Student Han Wu, what's wrong with your eyes?" Tian asked hurriedly. Han Wu picked up the mirror and looked at it in confusion. The completely black pupils seemed to have a magical power that could draw souls into them. Could it be because of the special profession, rebel? Han Wu hurriedly checked his current information. Chapter 55, A Little Divine Nature Stumps a Hero. Because we returned to the main world, the information panel changed back. Han Wu's information was displayed. Name, Han Wu. Level, Divine Creature. Divine Talent. Chosen one, only one, rebellious. Divine Abilities, Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice, Unique. Skills, Giant Slash, Darkness, Tyrannosaurus Slash, Black Dragon Transformation. Divinity, 3 points. When self-generated divine power reaches 100 million, 1 point of divinity will be condensed. Divine Power, 200,000, self-generated divine power, /500, 000, other generated divine power. Power of Faith, 24.03 million. Core level, level 10, level 3 Relic Law of Gluttony, incomplete, level 2 Relic Fossil, level 2 Relic Shadow Nail, level 1 Poison Gland, level 1 Relic Earth Core, level 1 Relic Fairy Shortbow. Core Family. The content displayed on the information panel is slightly different from before. By comparing his eyes with previous ones and checking them one by one, Han Wu determined that his eyes should be related to the extra talent, Rebellion. He clicked on Rebellion tentatively to see what effect it had. However, he was reminded that he needed to reach the demigod level to be qualified to view this talent. Han Wu had no choice but to give up. Although Tian and the admissions teacher didn't know the purpose of the changes in Han Wu's eyes, they could conclude that it was a good thing. As for the specific effects, they will be revealed after Han Wu becomes a demigod. Student Han Wu, you have completed the test of Kyoto College with excellent results. You have been awarded a place as a preparatory student at Kyoto College, but in order to enroll, you still need to meet certain conditions, said the admissions teacher. What conditions? Han Wu asked puzzledly. To become a candidate for Kyoto Academy, you need to have special talents and meet at least 2 of the following 4 conditions. First, the core family members are born elite life forms. Second, cultivate a heroic life form. 3. Your own divinity must reach 4 points or more. Fourth, have a saint. Your current situation has already met the second condition. You need to meet 1 more condition before you can enter Kyoto College as a preparatory student, said the admissions teacher. This is too difficult, Han Wu said worriedly. The first condition is the potential of the core clan. Although he is confident that his Locust clan will not be worse than the natural elite life forms after training, it cannot be considered that the condition has been met. Condition 3 seems easy to achieve, but in fact it requires sufficient financial resources. 1 point of divinity is worth 145 million divine powers, and there is still no demand for it. Even Han Wu, without special opportunities, could not muster any divinity. As for condition 4, it is the most difficult of the 4 conditions. Saints are the highest level of believers and are the most loyal subordinates of God. It requires not only the most devout faith, but also extraordinary wisdom. Although Han Wu has countless fanatical followers, none of them can reach the level of a saint. Student Han Wu, work hard. The door of Kyoto College is open to you. The admissions teacher encouraged him, left a contact number, and left. Han Wu looked at his class teacher Tian with some worry. Teacher, do you have any way to help me get some divinity as soon as possible? Tian frowned and said, in the next assessment, the school will give out a little divinity as a reward. But there are still 28 days until the next assessment. Then how about you lend me some, teacher? Han Wu negociated. Tian spread his hands and said, it's too late. If you had said this a day earlier, I could have spared you some divinity, but now I have used up all my divinity. Student Han Wu, put away your suspicious look. I swear on my honor that I am telling the truth. Han Wu sighed and said, then I'll figure it out myself. After being teleported back to the divine realm, Han Wu began to make statistics. Han Wu's biggest gain from this test was earning a black dragon. Although the black dragon is not a believer yet, and cannot provide Han Wu with the power of faith. But Han Wu believed that as long as the black dragon stayed in his divine domain, he would sooner or later train it to become a believer. The second biggest gain was the establishment of a stable portal with the city of Dolan. From now on, Han Wu will have a good place to train his clan and acquire resources, which is a long-term investment. The third biggest gain was Han Wu's rebellious talent that he could not understand. Its specific role is currently unknown. However, a title that can make the Black Dragon proud should not be bad. The fourth harvest was the spoils in Han Wu's hands. These are things of limited value. Han Wu asked the Qilu dwarves to pick out some to arm their clansmen, and the rest were all put up for sale in the online mall. A total of 23 million divine powers were purchased, which was also a considerable fortune. But compared to a little bit of divinity, there is still a big gap. Han Wu couldn't help but feel a headache when he looked at the balance of divine power in his account. Do I really have to wait until 28 days before I can enter Kyoto Academy as a preparatory student? The resources of Kyoto College are by no means comparable to those of current schools. Even if we enter it one day earlier, it will be better than the current situation where we are not hungry, but not full. Han Wu had no choice but to focus on cultivating his clan. Continuously release the growth acceleration ability to accelerate the growth and development of locust families. One day in the main world time, the locust horde reached 8 billion. Han Wu decided to try his luck and offer a life sacrifice. 7 billion locusts transformed into life energy and merged into the sacrificial array. 3 options appeared in front of Han Wu, and there was no divine option. He could only choose the most valuable steel golem design from the 3 options. The next day, the sacrifice continued. There was still no divine option, so Han Wu chose the level 2 sacred object, the poisonous gland. Day 3. For 7 consecutive days, Han Wu's luck seemed to have run out, and he never encountered the divine option. Han Wu was extremely depressed. He felt a little regretful. He once had a divine card in his hand, but he didn't cherish it and traded it for 150 million divine powers. It was only now that he regretted it. If God gave him another chance, he would definitely hold on to that divine card tightly and would never sell it even if he died. At this time, Han Wu received news from his old customer, Yuan Zhong. He asked for the source of the holy relic for today. Han Wu suddenly woke up. Yuan Zhong was a true god. If he asked him to borrow some of his divinity, he would not be without it. If it really doesn't work, borrowing 120 million divine powers is also okay. Immediately, Han Wu sent a message to Yuan Zhong, requesting to borrow divinity or divine power. Yuan Zhong responded with a series of, "The two are netizens and have never met." Yuan Zhong always thought that Han Wu was not much different from him. Even if he is not a true god, he should be a senior demigod. As long as Han Wu mentioned a big number, such as 5 points of divinity or 10 billion divine powers, Yuan Zhong would lend it to him. But Han Wu only needs a little divinity or 120 million divine powers. Yuan Zhong was really worried that Han Wu would not return. Although Yuan Zhong did not take this divine power seriously, it was still his property after all. Giving it away for free doesn't suit Yuan Zhong's character. So after thinking for a moment, Yuan Zhong did not lend it but mailed a ticket to Han Wu. Han Wu picked up the ticket and looked at the information on it with a frown. Ruins of Shinha. What does this mean? Han Wu was a little confused. Chapter 56, Shinha Ruins and Gene Stone. After searching on the internet, Han Wu finally understood what the Shinha Ruins were all about. The Shinha Ruins originated from the Shinha civilization. It was a civilization at the top. Even the Divine Realm civilization had to admit that the Shinha civilization was the most advanced among the known civilizations. The Shinha Ruins are an engineering project abandoned during the development of the Shinha civilization. Due to excessive research, the mineral structure of this plane has changed and it carries a certain amount of radioactivity. Various life forms living in this plane are affected by radiation, and more than 90% of them mutate and become monsters with genetic disorders. In order to survive, these monsters can only swallow more radioactive minerals to strengthen their mutation and fight poison with poison. If too much radioactive mineral is taken, it will aggregate into stones in the mutant monster's body that can induce targeted gene mutation. This stone is also called Gene Stone. The Gene Stone has a special function and is very effective in cultivating clan members. Even the lowest level gene stone is comparable to a level 3 holy object and is worth millions of divine power. He is quite popular in the circle of demigods and even true gods. After reading this information, Han Wu finally understood what Yuan Zhong meant by mailing him a ticket to the Shinha ruins. This requires one to go to the Shinha ruins to collect gene stones in exchange for divine power. Han Wu held the ticket, feeling like crying but without tears. He, a divine creature, went to compete with demigods and true gods for the gene stone. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch even a single hair. Han Wu was thinking about selling the tickets online in exchange for some divine power. A piece of news about the ruins of Shinha attracted Han Wu's attention. Because a certain god king purchased inferior radioactive ore, his artificial mutant beast breeding farm, which had invested hundreds of billions of divine power, went bankrupt. Han Wu raised his eyebrows. He has limited ability to go to the Shinha ruins to snatch the gene stone. But if one could learn from a certain bankrupt god king and open a farm for breeding artificial mutant animals, Han Wu felt that he was somewhat confident. Because he possesses a treasure that even the god king does not have, a decomposer. With the decomposition machine, even the lowest quality radioactive ore can be purified into high-purity radioactive crystals. After the mutant beasts take it, they will mutate faster and condense more powerful gene stones. However, this is just Han Wu's personal opinion. If he wants to verify this hypothesis, he needs to go on a field trip. With this idea in mind, Han Wu contacted his class teacher Tianwen and obtained access to the school's teleportation station. Through the coordinate mark on the ticket in his hand, Han Wu was teleported to a small town outside the Shinha ruins. The town was filled with players from the divine realm rushing around. Han Wu put on the mask that Tianwen had given him before and tried his best to conceal his identity information. After all, we are unfamiliar with the place, and personal safety must be put first. Then he noticed a figure approaching him. Respected God, I guess this is your first time to visit the Shinha ruins. I guess you need an honest and reliable guide. The visitor was a middle-aged man with dark skin and looked honest and simple. Han Wu coughed and said in a deliberately thicker voice, "Give me a reason to hire you." The guide replied respectfully, "I know there are 18 mutant beast gathering places in the Shinha ruins. The mutant beasts in each gathering place have their own special features. I also know the information of each supply point in the town. I know who is honest, who is cunning, and who likes to play tricks. I know it all. I guarantee that the Lord God can sell the gene stones he hunted for a good price. I also know—" Stop. Han Wu hurriedly stopped the guide from boasting. "I just want to know if there are any vendors selling radioactive ore here." The guide frowned. "The Lord God came here for radioactive ore. You may not know that recently a Lord God King bought low-quality radioactive ore, which caused the mutant beasts to fail to complete the enhanced mutation in time, and all died. The breeding farm that invested hundreds of billions of divine power was ruined." The guide said this to remind Han Wu that it is best not to touch radioactive ore. Even the gods and kings have fallen into this trap. Could it be that he has more capital than the God King? Just answer whatever I ask you, Han Wu said in a rough voice, with deliberate dissatisfaction in his tone. The guide cursed the Han armed forces in his heart, but he said respectfully, "I am sorry for talking too much. If you really want to buy radioactive ore, I have a recommendation." As he spoke, the guide rubbed his index, middle finger, and thumb together, meaning, "This recommendation is paid content." Han Wu asked unhappily, "How much?" "Not much, just 10,000 divine powers," the guide replied. Han Wu almost swore. Just a piece of information requires 10,000 divine powers. Is this robbery? Even robbery is not this fast. My Lord God, the candidate I recommend is the owner of the largest mine in the entire Shinha ruins. He is absolutely worth the money. Seeing that Han Wu was reluctant to use up his divine power, the guide urged. Han Wu had to pay 10,000 divine powers. My Lord God, please follow me. The guide led the way. After passing through the streets and alleys, the two soon came to an inconspicuous little shop. The guide introduced Han Wu. My Lord God, this is Mr. He, the owner of the largest mine in Shinha ruins. Mr. Black, this is my guest, and he wants to buy some radioactive ore. The mine owner, respectfully called Mr. He, looked Han Wu up and down. As he was only a demigod, he was unable to detect any information about Han Wu who was wearing a shielding mask. But judging from Han Wu's temperament, Mr. Hay concluded that Han Wu was definitely not very old. Brother, I'm not bragging to you. I, Heizi, am the largest radioactive ore dealer in the entire Shinra ruins. More than 70% of the radioactive ore in the entire Shinra ruins comes from me. Heizi said, patting his thick chest. Han Wu frowned and said, the God King went bankrupt recently. Did he buy low-quality radioactive or from you? Heizi immediately waved his hand to deny it. Brother, please don't talk nonsense. I, Heizi, have always been fair and just in doing business, and I will never pass off inferior goods as good ones. Those low-quality radioactive ores were produced by small mines, and their purity varies. Coupled with the fact that the God King was greedy for small profits, this tragedy occurred. Don't worry, I don't have any low-quality stuff here. Han Wu would never easily believe what Heizi said. Before trust is established, he needs to test it himself. I need some samples to take back to the divine realm for testing. Give me 10,000 divine powers for each purity of ore. Chapter 57. Radiation is risky, mutation requires caution. Pay 40,000 divine powers and get 4 levels of radioactive or sample cards. Afterwards, Han Wu specially found a hotel with a divine landing capsule. After all, he is still just a divine creature. Under normal circumstances, he needs the assistance of the divine realm landing capsule to return to the divine realm. After returning to the divine realm, Han Wu checked the quantity of radioactive ores in the 4 cards. 10% pure radioactive ore, 80 units. 15% pure radioactive ore, 40 units. 20% pure irradiated ore, 20 units. 25% pure radioactive ore, only 10 units. For almost every 5% increase in purity, the price of radioactive ore doubles. But none of this matters. The productivity of the disassembler is the top priority. Han Wu first dismissed the surrounding clansmen, then took the radioactive ore out of the card and stuffed it into the decomposition machine. The decomposition machine rumbled as it decomposed 4 portions of radioactive ore of different purities. From low to high purity, 8, 6, 4, and 3 transparent green radiant crystals were produced respectively. This result is enough to show that the lower the purity of the radioactive ore you buy, the more cost-effective it is. After putting the 21 radioactive crystals he had collected into cards, Han Wu left the divine realm. He also wants to test the effectiveness of the radioactive crystal. Han Wu spent 1,000 divine powers to buy a detailed map from the hotel and headed straight for the Shinra ruins outside the town. Not long after he walked out of the town, he encountered a mutant beast. Through the detection eye, this mutant beast was found to be just the most common first-level mutant beast. The original body should be a wild wolf with ordinary life form, but due to genetic disorder, 2 20-centimeters-long saber-tooths grew at the corners of its mouth, and the hairs on its body stood up, just like the thorns of a hedgehog. Moreover, due to genetic influence, its lifespan becomes very short, with a life cycle of only 20 days. If you want to continue living, you have to eat radioactive minerals to increase your mutation. When the mutation reaches level 2, its lifespan will be extended due to its increased strength. But still not too long. Only by continuing to strengthen mutations and increasing strength can you live longer. It feels like a race with death. If you don't become stronger, you will die. Han Wu tentatively took out a radioactive crystal and threw it near the wolf. The wild wolf could sense the scent of the radioactive crystal and turned around to look for it. When it discovered that it was an extremely pure, fist-sized radioactive crystal, the wolf became excited. It happily stuck out its tongue and licked the radioactive crystal. The energy attached to the radiation crystal stimulates the intensification of the mutations in its body. The 2 saber-tooths grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the thorn-like hairs on their bodies were coated with a layer of shiny black metallic luster. With just 1 bite, the wild wolf reached the 2nd level of mutation. Although it is still an ordinary life form in essence, the combat power it can unleash is no different from that of weaker extraordinary life forms. The wolf felt the changes in itself, and liked the radioactive crystal in front of it even more. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the whole radioactive crystal. Under the influence of strong radiation, its entire body exudes a mutated aura. The 2 saber-tooths continued to grow, the hair became long and hard, and an eye inexplicably grew on its forehead. A green stone emerged from the center of the eyebrows below the eye. At first it was only the size of a grain of rice, But as the wolf absorbed the energy released by the radioactive crystal, the green stone grew larger and larger, until it grew to the size of a peanut, and then its growth rate slowed down. Han Wu watched from afar, his breathing slightly rapid. He was absolutely certain that the green stone between the wild wolf's eyebrows was the gene stone. However, it is still unclear what effect this gene stone has. With the birth of the gene stone, the wild wolf successfully entered the third level of mutation. The aura he exudes is comparable to that of a powerful supernatural life form. From a level 1 mutant beast to a level 3 mutant beast, the strength increased by at least 100 times, and it only took 10 minutes. Han Wu hid in the dark and was shocked by the terrifying speed of his strength improvement. The radioactive crystal is so powerful that it has created a powerful fighting force in such a short period of time. Just as Han Wu was considering whether to conduct related experiments in the divine realm, he heard a bang. The wolf exploded. It exploded on the spot, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The newly generated gene stones and the undigested radioactive crystals happened to fall not far from Han Wu. There was still some flesh and blood stuck on it. Han Wu stared at the scene in a daze, and the idea of doing an experiment that had just occurred to him was immediately dispelled. Radiation is risky and mutation requires caution. Maybe he would be like this wild wolf, which would explode on the spot before having the chance to enjoy the happiness of becoming stronger. Isn't it sad? Fortunately, a gene stone was recovered. Han Wu picked up the gene stone that fell to the ground and washed it with clean water. View information through the eye of detection. Gene stone. Fong loading into the divine realm requires level 3 authority. Effect. Can induce genetic mutation of the teeth of the followers, making the teeth larger and longer. Side effect. The life cycle of the mutated followers is reduced by 3 years. Han Wu proved slightly. It seems that gene stones cannot be used casually. Not only is it targeted, it also has extremely strong side effects. For a short-lived clan like locusts, once the gene stone is loaded, the life cycle is directly shortened. Born stillborn. It will do no good, but only harm to the development of the clan. However, the experiment on the radioactive crystal has achieved some initial success. A small half of a radiation crystal can catalyze a gene stone. This discovery is also a big gain. Just as Han Wu picked up half of the radioactive crystal to recycle it, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Boy, if you know what's best for you, hand over the gene stone and the green stone in your hand, or don't blame me for being rude. Han Wu turned his head in confusion and saw a familiar face riding a wolf. Demigod Zhonggang. I didn't expect to meet him in the ruins of Shinhe. However, because he was wearing a shielding mask, Han Wu's appearance and information were not seen through by the demigod Zhonggang. What if I don't? Han Wu asked back. Then you can die, Zhonggang said, waving his hand and giving the order. The gate of the divine domain opened wide, and thousands of wolf cavalrymen walked out of the divine domain, rushing towards Han Wu with great momentum. Chapter 58. Lost in the ruins of Shinhe. Han Wu also wanted to summon the divine clan to fight. He has made a qualitative leap now compared to before and is completely fearless of Zhonggang's wolf cavalry corps. But when he was communicating with the divine realm, he suddenly realized something. He is still a divine creature, and he needs the assistance of a divine landing capsule to enter the divine realm. The ability to summon followers directly from the divine realm is a privilege that can only be unlocked after being promoted to demigod. Seeing that the wolf cavalry corps had surrounded him, Han Wu had no relatives to use and had no choice but to take action himself. Fortunately, he is not helpless now. The power of communication profession. Activate skill, Black Dragon. Black dragon scales covered his entire body, and a pair of mini dragon wings spread out from behind him. There also erupted a faint dragon's majesty. Wards are wild beasts, and wild beasts are naturally afraid of the power of dragons. The aura of Han Wu made the wolf afraid to approach. Han Wu, however, did not show any intention of being polite. He is now a humanoid black dragon, and possesses strength comparable to the strongest heroic life form. Han Wu rushed into the group of wolf cavalry like a cannonball. With a wave of his hand, dozens of wolf cavalrymen, including their wolves, were knocked away. Zhonggang quickly issued an oracle, ordering the wolf cavalry to launch a violent attack, and cast violent magic on the wolf cavalry. The violent magic made the wolf riders' eyes turn red, and they forgot their fear and just charged forward. Even if he couldn't cause any harm to Han Wu, he would try his best to consume Han Wu's strength. This is a common tactic used by the Legion of lower-level life forms against heroic life forms. Han Wu had long seen through Zhang Gang's plan. After fighting with hundreds of wolf cavalrymen, Han Wu simply flapped his dragon wings and flew high into the sky. The wolf cavalrymen who were still rushing forward below were completely dumbfounded. On the ground, they can be brave and courageous, but when facing opponents in the air, they can only stare blankly. Han Wu stood high in the sky and taunted Zhang Gang below. "Are you stupid? I can fly." Zhang Gang's face was solemn, and his divine power was activated. Divine art, no fly. Han Wu suddenly felt his whole body sink, and Dragon Wing could no longer maintain flight and fell from the sky. Fortunately, he was agile and landed safely without falling flat on his face. The wolf cavalry charged again at an extremely fast speed. Han Wu could only run. With the help of his professional power, his physical fitness was excellent, and his running speed was no slower than that of a wolf. Zhang Gang took a fancy to the gene stone and radiation crystal in Han Wu's hand, and naturally did not want to give up. He ordered the wolf cavalry to chase after Han Wu and was determined to capture him. Han Wu fled, and Zhang Gang chased him. Han Wu couldn't fly away even if he had wings. In his panic of fleeing, Han Wu didn't even have time to study the route. As he was running, he saw a sign in front of him that said, "Keep out of the way." But there were too many wolf cavalry chasing from behind, so Han Wu had to ignore the warnings and rush in. Zhang Gang hesitated a little, but driven by interest, he resolutely ordered the wolf cavalry to enter the danger zone. In the dangerous area, the number of mutant beasts visible to the naked eye has increased. Han Wu ran while paying attention to his surroundings. He saw a monkey with a dog's head, a rabbit with 6 legs, and a crow with 4 heads. Some species even have characteristics of multiple organisms, making it difficult to identify the original species. Moreover, these mutant beasts are very xenophobic. Sensing the aura on Han Wu that was not that of a mutant beast, they attacked him in groups. The dragon power that the black dragon inadvertently exuded was nothing to them. Han Wu's entire body was covered with solid dragon scales, which blocked the attacks of the mutant beasts. Seeing that they could not cause any harm to Han Wu, the mutant beasts changed their targets and rushed towards the wolf cavalry that were chasing them from behind. Wolf riders are a combination of blue orcs and mount wolves. Both are elite life forms, and when they work together, they are even more powerful. However, under the fierce attack of a large number of level 2 mutant beasts, the wolf cavalry could not withstand it. Fortunately, Zhang Gang took the initiative to jump out and drove away the mutant beasts with his powerful strength, thus saving the lives of these wolf cavalrymen. But Han Wu had disappeared. Zhang Gang cursed angrily and led the wolf cavalry back. As I walked, I found that the surrounding environment was different from when I came here last time. This gave Zhang Gang a bad feeling. On the other side, Han Wu ran to a small river. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no pursuers behind him. The whole journey of running away made him a little thirsty. He walked to the stream, bent down, and prepared to drink some water to restore his strength. At this time, a fish swam past where he was going to drink water. Han Wu was stunned for a moment. In the main world, he had seen fish of all kinds. But this was the first time he had seen a fish with legs and the ability to swim breaststroke in the river. How much radioactive minerals must this fish have eaten to have such a serious mutation? I'm afraid this river water is diluted nuclear waste. Han Wu, feeling frightened, stood up decisively and moved away from the river. Even if Han Wu died of thirst, he would never drink a sip of suspicious river water. Without supplies, Han Wu could only take out the map, identify the direction, and think about returning to the town as soon as possible. However, he searched for a long time, but could not find the river on the map. It was as if this river appeared out of nowhere. Han Wu tried to go back along the same route. But after walking for half a day, he miraculously returned to the place where he was about to drink water. After several such experiences, Han Wu had to admit that he was lost. If you get lost in the Shina ruins, staying there and waiting for rescue will not work. Because what you are waiting for may not be rescue, but plundering bandits. Even more tragically, you may encounter mutant beasts that eat people without leaving any bones. Walk around, and maybe you'll be lucky enough to find a way out. This is what Han Wu did. He walked in one direction along the stream. When he encountered groups of mutant beasts along the way, he would find obstacles to hide behind. But when encountering a lone mutant beast, Hanwoo would enthusiastically throw out a radioactive crystal for the mutant beast to enjoy. Although the mutant beasts look ferocious, they are actually very simple-minded. Seeing the radiation crystals made me very happy. It was also very exciting when I was blown up by the radiation energy. In this way, Hanwoo obtained 3 gene stones equivalent to level 3 holy relics and 1 gene stone equivalent to level 4 holy relics. By selling these gene stones, one can obtain at least tens of millions of divine power. But for Hanwoo, it is still not enough. It is still far from the divine power required for divinity. As the sky gradually darkened, more mutant beasts began to come out in search of food. Hanwoo urgently needed to find a secret place to hide. He was considering breaking off a few trees with his bare hands to build a makeshift shelter. But I accidentally discovered that on the other side of the river, under the moonlight, the outline of a pointed roof building was reflected. Hanwoo thought he was dazzled and rubbed his eyes hard. The building's outline is more distinct. The Shinha ruins are a project abandoned by the Shinha civilization. This building may be a relic of the Shinha civilization. Hanwoo said to himself, "It's better to be able to rest in a building than to be frightened in the wilderness." Hanwoo immediately activated his professional power, transformed into a black dragon once again, and flew towards the building. Soon, Hanwoo arrived above the building. Just as he thought, this was indeed a building left over from the Shinha civilization. Traces of Shinha civilization can be seen everywhere in the building. Hanwoo gently landed in the largest courtyard. The yard was quiet and seemed safe. But Hanwoo did not let down his guard. After all, this place has been abandoned for a long time, and there might be mutant beasts living here as their nest. He walked carefully into a room in the yard. In the moonlight, he saw a lot of papers scattered on the floor of the house. He picked up a piece of paper with data on it that he couldn't understand. After searching everywhere, no mutant beasts were found. Hanwoo felt a little relieved. It seems that this place is safe. Let's rest here tonight. Just as he finished speaking, he heard light footsteps coming from outside. He quickly hid in the closet in the room. Look outside through the gap in the cabinet. He saw several people in black robes land in the yard and start making arrangements, as if they were going to perform some kind of ceremony. Chapter 59. The Source of the Mutation. Hanwoo tilted his ear to listen and could hear the conversation of the men in black robes. The God King, bearing the infamy of a failed investment, spent hundreds of billions of divine power to create this opportunity for us to hold this ceremony. This operation must succeed, not fail, said the leading black-robed man. Understood. The other men in black robes echoed. I have already set up a no-entry warning sign at the edge of this ruins. Any player from the divine realm with a bit of common sense would never dare to come in and cause trouble, said a man in a black robe. I have cast a spell of confusion within the ruins. It will last for 3 days. Even a demigod will get lost if he comes in. Only a true god can remain unaffected, said another man in black robes. I tampered with the maps sold in various inns, so players in the divine realm can't find this area at all. The third man in black robes recounted the work he had completed. After all the black-robed people finished their reports, the leading black-robed person nodded and said, You have done a great job. When we bring the things back, the Divine King will definitely reward us handsomely. The time is almost up. Let's get ready to start the ceremony. A man in black robes suggested. The leading man in black robes nodded, took out a large number of gene stones, and placed them on the ground in order. These priceless gene stones are important props for the opening ceremony. Midnight arrives. An inexplicable energy burst out from the courtyard as if awakening. After being amplified by the ritual composed of gene stones, a green beam of light shot straight into the sky. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, completely covering the entire ruins. The 6 men in black robes were extremely excited. They had actually successfully touched the seal left by the Shinha civilization. It is said on the internet that the Shinha ruins are an engineering project abandoned by the Shinha civilization. This information is correct, but not complete. To be more precise, the project being researched on the Shinha ruins was abandoned by the Shinha civilization and sealed because it was too dangerous. The idea of the top leaders of Shinha civilization is to restart this project when conditions permit in the future. However, this secret was discovered by a bankrupt God King. So, he openly set up a mutant beast breeding farm, but secretly studied the ritual to unlock the seal. After investing hundreds of billions of divine power, the deciphering work was finally completed. If it weren't for the restrictions on the Shina ruins, which limit entry to life forms with divinity no more than 10 points, this God King would have been eager to come here himself and take away the good things sealed there by the Shina civilization. The magic circle slowly rotated, indicating that the seal of Shina civilization was being lifted. Soon, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded in the minds of all living beings within range. The source of the mutation of Shina civilization project is being unsealed. The man in black robe became excited after hearing this. In order to successfully lift the seal, they did countless small things, both overtly and covertly. All this hard work finally paid off. Just when they thought everything was going to go smoothly, a shrill alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! The unblocker is not a super soldier of Shina civilization. He is considered an intruder, and the unblocking is suspended. Activate anti-theft mode and release the 6th level mutant beast, Gamora. The activation of the mode is hindered. The source of the mutation has forcibly escaped from the seal and is being suppressed. Ban! The ear-piercing explosion sounded in the minds of all living beings within the range. The men in black robes covered their heads with their hands, blood gushing out of all their orifices, and their expressions were extremely painful. The chaotic notification sounds made them a little confused about the current situation, until a teasing voice sounded in their minds. Hello! A group of lovely players from the God Realm. Who is it? The men in black robes looked around, but couldn't find anyone. My name is the Source of Mutation. To thank you for weakening the seal and helping me break free, I decided to give you a gift, which is to become my carrier. However, there is only one person who can be lucky enough to become my carrier. Who among you can obtain this honor? Why don't we play a little game? The sound echoed in the minds of all living beings within range. Then, the scenery in front of everyone changed. They were teleported to a place of nothingness. Before their eyes was a green figure. It resembles a human, but is not a human. Its body can change shape like slime. It has an anthropomorphic face with a smile of exaggerated proportions. It opens and closes its mouth, making sounds. The content of this minigame is to train a mutant beast that can defeat the 6th level mutant beast, Gamora head-on. Each person is limited to 10,000 units of high-purity radioactive ore. I will use your clan as test subjects. Whoever finishes first will be lucky enough to become my carrier. I'm not interested in being some shitty carrier. If you don't let me go, I will release my followers in the divine realm and raise this place to the ground, said a man in black robe dissatisfiedly. But then he discovered that he was unable to communicate with the divine realm. It was as if there was a barrier separating him from the divine realm. The first person to give up appears. The source of the mutation joked. Then, a mutant beast that exuded a terrifying aura and looked somewhat like a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared out of nowhere and bit the dissatisfied man in black robe. This mutant beast is the 6th level mutant beast mentioned in the source of the mutation, Gamora. As a demigod, the man in black robe was unable to even exert the strength to resist and became food in Gamora's mouth. The other men in black robes all felt a chill all over their bodies. Without using the divine domain, the difference in their strength is not much. Even if they united, they were no match for Gamora in one move. At this time, Han Wu, who was also pulled in, asked weakly, "Well, I can't communicate with the divine realm by myself, and I can't summon my clan." The remaining 5 men in black robes all looked in the direction of the sound, and were all startled. They didn't notice at all that there was a stranger here. "Little guy, I certainly won't let you down," the source of the mutation said, jokingly. It simulated human behavior and snapped its fingers. A small portal opened beside Han Wu. However, this portal is one way, allowing only family members to teleport in, but not Han Wu to teleport back. This immediately cut off Han Wu's idea of escaping back to the divine realm. After the 5 men in black robes tried many times in secret without success, they could only do as the source of the mutation required. They communicated with the divine realm and ordered their followers to consume high-purity radioactive ore. While the radiation energy causes the clan members unbearable pain, it is also causing their genes to mutate uncontrollably. It's just the result of mutation a mess. More than 40% of the family members died suddenly on the spot. 30% of the clan members were paralyzed and unable to move after mutation. The strength of 20% of the clan members was weakened. The strength of less than 10% of the clan members has not changed much, and the mutation characteristics are not obvious. Only a few of the clansmen gained increased strength after the initial mutation. But the extent of enhancement is limited, and it is impossible for it to be a match for the 6th-level mutant beast, Gamora. The 5 men in black robes instantly looked worried and didn't know what to do. If they continue in this situation, even if all their followers die, they will not be able to create a mutant beast stronger than Gamora. Unlike the 5 men in black robes, Hanwoo's progress was pretty good. Chapter 60. The Short Life of Mutated Locusts. After receiving 10,000 units of high-purity radioactive ore, Hanwoo directly used a decomposition machine to decompose and purify it. A total of 6,000 radioactive crystals with a purity of nearly 100% were decomposed. The radioactive crystals contain sufficient radiation energy, which can more easily induce genetic mutations in living organisms. However, mutations are extremely uncertain. In order to obtain more favorable mutation samples, Hanwoo directly summoned 100 million extraordinary life forms, locusts, to cooperate with the experiment. The void land where they are currently located is isolated from the divine realm, so Hanwoo is not worried that the radiation will affect other clansmen. The experiment begins. Hanwoo took out 2,000 radioactive crystals and divided them into 100 million portions for all the locusts to eat. Locusts are small in size and are easily affected by radiation, causing genetic mutations. The results came out in less than an hour. 42 million locusts could not survive the mutation and died on the spot. 30 million locusts suffered from genetic disorders and were unable to carry out normal life activities and could only wait to die. 18 million locusts developed genetic defects, their bloodlines degenerated, and they were reduced to elite life forms, with their lifespans greatly shortened. The remaining 10 million locusts mutated successfully and became level 1 mutant beasts. However, the mutation characteristics of 7 million locusts were not obvious, and their strength did not increase. Only 3 million locusts had favorable mutations, and their strength was enhanced. In response to this situation, Hanwoo once again took out 1,000 radioactive crystals for these 10 million first-level mutant beasts to take. 3 hours later, the results came out. Among the 10 million level 1 mutant beasts, 2 million were upgraded to level 2 mutant beasts. Among them, 400,000 had significantly increased strength. After letting these 2 million level 2 mutant beasts eat some food and rest for a while, Hanwoo continued to feed them radioactive crystals. Another 1,000 pieces were distributed. Among the 2 million locusts, 50,000 became level 3 mutant beasts and produced gene stones. Among them, 1,000 have undergone powerful mutations, and their overall strength has reached the level of heroic life forms of the Locust clan. In response to this, Hanwoo specifically picked them out and checked the specific circumstances of the mutations one by one. Among these 1,000 third-level mutants with different shapes, Hanwoo accidentally discovered an extremely special locust. This locust mutation manifests itself as super strong resilience. As long as it can absorb enough energy, it can grow a new head even if it falls off. Hanwoo saw hope in this locust, so he took out the locust alone. First, cut off 1,000th of the radioactive crystal and feed it. Locusts are voracious eaters and will eat anything, whether it is raw or hot. Even something as deadly as radioactive crystal was eaten without hesitation, crunching it up. Soon, the radiation energy took effect on the locust. It began to destroy the locust cells, causing necrosis in many parts. But the locust managed to survive thanks to its extraordinary recovery ability. Even until the radiation energy was exhausted, it was unable to do anything to the locust. Instead, it further enhanced the locust's recovery ability and made it recover even faster. Hanwoo was extremely surprised. After feeding the locust some food, he increased the amount of radioactive crystals it fed. The locust used its strong recovery ability to heal the necrosis symptoms caused by radiation. And with repeated radiation torture, its strength has undergone a qualitative leap. The locust grew bigger and bigger. When it was promoted to a level 4 mutant beast, its body length reached 2 meters. Even the locust people, which are heroic life forms, are not as big as it. As the locust grows stronger, it is able to withstand stronger radiation energy. Hanwoo stuffed half of the pill into its mouth, but within half an hour, it had consumed all the radiation energy. Hanwoo continued to increase the amount of radiation crystals he fed, increasing it to 1, 2, 5, 10. During the feeding process, Hanwoo was always able to control the radiation energy, just right to be slightly lower than the locust's recovery ability, so that it was always in a strengthened state and would not be stuffed to death. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The 5 men in black robes used up all their clansmen and could only take out a 4th-level mutant beast. This 4th-level mutant beast was originally a heroic monkey. After multiple mutations, the ape is 10 meters tall, has 4 pairs of arms, and is extremely destructive when it goes crazy. Strength exceeds that of most heroic life forms. But even such a powerful mutant ape could only last 3 minutes when facing Gamora, and was eaten in batches by Gamora like a snack. The 5 men in black robes watched as the mutant ape was swallowed by Gamora bite after bite. Each of their expressions was as desperate as if their own son had died. That was their last hope. The source of the mutation showed no mercy or hesitation towards the losers, and directly ordered Gamora to devour the 5 men in black robes. Then the source of the change looked towards Hanwoo. Behind Hanwoo, a giant locust 20 meters long and 8 meters high is majestic and domineering. Its mutation level is as high as level 6, which is the same as Gamora. To increase the strength of this locust, Hanwoo embedded all the gene stones dropped from other mutant beasts he bred into the locust's body. This causes other genes in the locust to be induced, resulting in varying degrees of mutation in almost every part of the locust's body. The overall strength has exceeded the scope of heroic life form combat power. But this kind of enhancement at all costs also has a fatal flaw. That is, the lifespan of the locust is shortened to the extreme. It only survives 1 more day. Even if it doesn't fight Gamora today, it will die tonight. Go ahead and realize the greatest value of your life. Hanwoo encouraged before the locust set off. The locust was able to understand what the god meant, nodded, and flapped its wings to fly away. The terrifying aura was so overwhelming that Gamora on the opposite side couldn't even raise his head. However, as a 6th-level mutant beast, Gamora quickly cast aside his fear and started to fight with the locusts. Its huge mouth can tear off large chunks of flesh from the locust every time. But with the help of super strong recovery ability, the locust's horrible wounds can heal instantly. The locust can also accumulate energy by eating the flesh and blood of Gamora. The battle scenes were extremely bloody and brutal. Hanwoo couldn't bear to watch it. On the contrary, I enjoyed watching the source of the mutation. It has been sealed for a long time, so it likes to watch something bloody and exciting to calm down the dull time of these years. The battle lasted a full 18 hours. At the last moment of the locust's life, it successfully gnawed off Gamora's brain, causing Gamora's complete death. While the locusts won, they also saw the end of their lives. The only thing left was the gene stone equivalent to a level 6 holy relic, indicating that it had once been alive. What a wonderful duel. Don't you think so, my dear carrier? The source of mutation said, and its body turned into countless mucus and rushed towards Hanwoo, wrapping him up. At this moment, Hanwoo felt suffocated. Chapter 61. The Source of the Change, Hanwoo. After an unknown amount of time, Hanwoo woke up from his sleep. He stretched his body and found that there was no difference from before. He hurriedly checked his personal information. Name, Hanwoo, the source of the change. Level, Divine Creature / Level 1 Super Gene Warrior. Divine Talent, Chosen 1, Only 1, Rebellious. Divine Abilities, Directional Mutation, Life Sacrifice, Unique. Skills, Giant Slash, Darkness, Tyrannosaurus / Black Dragon Transformation. Divinity, 4 points. Gene Parasitism of the Source of Mutation, Divinity +1. Divine Power, 29.7 million, Self-Generated Divine Power, /22.5 million, Other Generated Divine Power. Power of Faith, 67.03 million. Core Level, Level 10, Level 3 Relic Law of Gluttony, Incomplete, Level 2 Relic Fossil, Level 2 Relic Shadow Nail, Level 1 Poison Gland, Level 1 Relic Earth Core, Level 1 Relic Fairy Shortbow. Core Family. The information in the Divine Realm did not change much, but the changes in the first few basic information made Hanwoo realize that things were not simple. Am I Hanwoo now? Or am I the source of the mutation? Hanwoo asked himself. A teasing voice answered him. You are awake, my dear carrier. You are? The source of the mutation. Avez-vous confirmé? Yes, I'm the source of your super gene mutation. You should thank me, because my parasitism has allowed you to possess the power that transcends the divine civilization. By the way, your ability to accelerate growth is good, but it has been covered by me. The ability of directed mutation is more suitable for you, isn't it? The teasing voice of the source of mutation echoed in Han Wu's mind. Han Wu was helpless. He was just a divine creature and had no way or ability to make changes at the genetic level. Dear carrier, you don't have to worry about your life safety. Now we live together as one. If you live, I live. Similarly, if I die, you will die too. So helping each other is the best way for us to get along, said the source of mutation. Han Wu could only accept it reluctantly for the time being. Don't feel like you've suffered a loss. I have a super gene that can be ranked in the first sequence in the Shinra civilization. You're marrying up if you could become my carrier. Do you understand? The source of the mutation was very dissatisfied with Han Wu's attitude. Stop talking nonsense. How should I leave here? Han Wu planned to return to the main world first. Perhaps there is a way in the main world to find out the current physical condition. It's very simple. I have complete control over that set of seals, and the only guarding level 6 mutant beast, Gemora, is also dead. We are free now, the source of mutation said, and the hand that controlled Han Wu snapped his fingers, and then teleported back to the courtyard of the ruins. The huge magic circle in the air was slowly dissipating, indicating that the seal of the Shinra ruins had completely disappeared. At this time, the source of mutation spoke up. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. When the seal was lifted, it caused a lot of noise, attracting many demigods and true gods to block outside the ruins. When the seal disappears completely, they will rush in. Han Wu exclaimed in his heart, "Oh shit! Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier?" When the seal disappears and the demigod true god breaks in, he finds that he is the only one in this treasure land. Who would believe him if he says he didn't take the treasures here? He is now just a divine creature, and in the eyes of demigods and true gods, he is just a small toy that can be manipulated at will. The most important thing is that Han Wu is sure that he has obtained the most precious treasure in the Shinra ruins, which is the source of mutation, and he has also completed the parasitism. It is definitely impossible to hand it in. If he fell into the hands of these demigods or true gods, who knows what they would do to him? So Han Wu now has only one choice: escape. To escape the ruins area, it is best to escape from the Shinra ruins to get away from pursuit. And Han Wu actually has a way to escape. It is the mark of the bloody arena. He decisively channeled 1,000,000 divine powers into the mark on his arm. Activate the permanent coordinates of the bloody arena. The teleportation array was automatically carved under his feet. The moment before the seal of the ruins completely disappeared, Han Wu teleported away. The demigod who broke and looked at the empty ruins and searched for it vigorously. Soon he found the void of the sealed space. But all the valuable things here have been taken away, and there is nothing to gain. The demigod Zhonggang was among this group of gods. He searched for a while and only found the corpses of some dead locusts. It brought back some bad memories. Although he instinctively felt that his idea was unrealistic, Zhonggang still collected some locust corpses as clues. In a palace in a certain dimension, a god king wearing a crown was extremely angry. He just received news that the seal of the Shinra ruins had completely disappeared, and the treasures sealed in it were nowhere to be found. All the spies sent out died, and no information was sent back. This result made the king of gods feel like a big grudge. He invested hundreds of billions of divine power, but got nothing in return. Damn it, trash, all trash. Who is it? Who on earth stole my treasure? The god of bankruptcy was helpless and furious. He did not give up and sent out signals again and again to search for any traces of the spy's presence. In the end, only a weak signal was transmitted back. That was the signal seed he buried in the divine domain of a spy, specifically used to locate the spy. However, the signal sent back is too weak to confirm the coordinates. I think it's the signal blockage caused by the destruction of the divine realm. The bankrupt god king immediately gave an order, asking his followers to release signals day and night without stopping, and they must locate the signal seed. Chapter 62. Directed Mutation Using Life as a Stake. Han Wu was teleported to the bloody arena. As he escaped, he felt a wave of heartache. It was such a waste of 1,000,000 divine powers, as I only bought one teleportation. I was preparing to teleport back to school from the teleportation array in the bloody arena. A challenge reminder popped up. Dear heir, you have been challenged by another divine creature, the dragon. Do you accept the challenge? If you refuse the challenge 3 times or fail, you will be stripped of your status as the heir of the bloody arena. Han Wu Frolnid. He didn't want to stay in the bloody arena any longer. But unfortunately, some people are looking for trouble. In that case, then agree to the challenge. Han Wu was feeling depressed because of the Shinhe ruins and wanted to vent. The competition between the two heirs attracted great attention from the managers of the bloody arena. The arranged venue was directly upgraded to the level of demigod competition, with an area of 10,000 square kilometers. Enough for 2 divine creatures to toss around as they please. Countless spectators stood in the stands, looking forward to the two's wonderful performance. Locust Plague, Locust Plague, Locust Plague. Let the Bone Controller come on stage, and let that evil dragon experience the fear of being dominated by a skeleton giant. Locust Plague, show your true strength and defeat the evil dragon. Some people also cheered for the opponent of this competition, the dragon. Evil dragon, use your half-dragon army to crush the Locust Plague. The followers of the Locust Plague are locusts. They are very easy to fight, and anyone can do it. Evil dragon, I bet 500,000 of my divine power on you. Don't let me down. The cheers that roared to the sky had no effect on the 2 people in the arena. They saw each other. Han Wu wore a shielding mask to prevent his information from being read. The same is true for dragons. His shielding mask looks more advanced. It is a dragon-shaped mask that covers the upper half of his face. It looks mighty and domineering, and is far more impressive than Han Wu. Facing an heir of the same level, the evil dragon still remains arrogant. Locust Plague, I've heard of you. Your core clan should be the Locusts, but you like to use the Skeleton Clan to take advantage of the situation. This time you met me, and you hit a wall. Stop talking nonsense, finish the fight early, and go home early. Han Wu didn't have time to chat with the evil dragon. The dragon smiled mockingly. Since you want to die, I will send you off. As they spoke, the 2 began to communicate with the divine realm and summon their clans. On Han Wu's side, a large number of locusts flew out, among which were many locust men. The evil dragon summoned a large number of half-dragons. Half-dragons are born elite life forms. In addition to being physically strong, they also have magical talents. They can randomly comprehend a racial skill after reaching adulthood. In the evil dragon's team, there are 300,000 half-dragons who are elite life forms, 40,000 half-dragon warriors who are extraordinary life forms, and 2 half-dragon heroes. I have to say that the lineup displayed by this legion is indeed strong enough. His strength is no weaker than that of some senior demigods. No wonder the evil dragon was able to complete the challenge of leapfrogging and become one of the heirs of the bloody arena. Are you looking down on me? The evil dragon was quite dissatisfied when he saw that Han Wu only summoned out the Locust Clan. He heard that Han Wu's trump card was the Skeleton Tribe, but now Han Wu could only summon the useless Locust Tribe. Isn't this clearly looking down on him? Defeat my Locust first, Han Wu replied perfunctorily. The Locust army flew towards the half-dragon army. The battle begins. At the moment of the battle, Han Wu's Locust army suffered a powerful blow. The fire, frost, lightning, wind blades, and other attacks spewed out by the half-dragon army can easily destroy large swarms of locusts. The attacked Locust army was equally unwilling to give in. The demon worm raised its horn and charged forward. The fallen worm acts as a meat shield to resist damage. The dark curse bug spits shadow spikes to hinder the enemy's movements and wait for an opportunity to launch an assassination. The Locust people summoned short bows and fired several waves of arrows at the half-dragon army. The half-dragon was injured, and the 2 half-dragon heroes could no longer sit still. One of them is a half-dragon wizard who is good at fire magic, and the other is a half-dragon archer who is good at shooting. The 2 of them were dispatched and easily broke the Locust offensive, and many Locust people paid the price of their precious lives. The dragon taunted, "Stop insisting on doing that. If you don't show your trump card, I will slaughter all of these garbage locusts of yours." Han Wu also felt that if they continued, the locusts would die in vain. Just as he was about to summon the heroic life form in the divine realm, the source of the mutation in his body uttered a mocking voice. "You can tolerate such an insult? Now I am beginning to doubt my vision in choosing a carrier." "What do you mean?" Han Wu asked. "Of course what I mean is to use the Locust clan to teach these stupid half-dragons a lesson," the source of mutation said jokingly. "But locusts are no match for half-dragons," Han Wu said weakly. He'd heard countless times since he'd taken over this body that his locusts were garbage. Even he himself began to think so. The locusts are weak? Have you forgotten who ate the level 6 mutant beast? Gemora, the locusts you thought were trash. Let me tell you, with me, the source of mutation, here, there are no weak races, only self-degrading races. Now immediately use the directional mutation ability I gave you to destroy this group of arrogant half-dragons. The source of mutation was almost ordering Han Wu. Although Han Wu was a little unhappy, he also wanted to try out his directional mutation ability. He called a sinking worm to his side and put his palm on it. Directed mutation ability is activated. Countless mutation options appeared before Han Wu's eyes. The teasing voice of the source of the mutation guided Han Wu. Carrier, you must first determine in which direction you want your clan to mutate. Han Wu said bluntly, the fallen worm is suitable for being a meat shield. I want to make it more resistant to damage and take on more attacks on behalf of other members of the same species. Han Wu then quickly screened the mutation options in front of him and finally left 3 choices. 1. The armor of the beetle mutates, making the carapace of the beetle thicker and stronger, enough to resist more than 10 times the physical damage. The cost is that the lifespan of the beetle is reduced by 50 days. 2nd, gland mutation. Guide the gland mutation of the fallen worm so that it can secrete a large amount of mucus to improve its resistance to elemental attacks. The cost is that the lifespan of the fallen worm is reduced by 90 days. 3. Overall mutation. Guide the overall mutation of the fallen worms, increase their size, and improve their strength in all aspects. The price is that the fallen worms have 24 hours left in their lifespan. The half-dragon's attacks were fierce, and a large number of locusts died every second. Han Wu made up his mind and directly chose the 3rd option, which was the most dangerous, but also the most powerful. Overall variation. With the introduction of the power of faith, the size of the fallen worm chosen by Han Wu increased rapidly, from the previous 40 centimeters to 2 meters in length. The sinking worm, whose size had grown rapidly, felt as if it had endless energy. It flapped its wings and flew towards a half-dragon who was casting magic. The half-dragon's magic exploded almost close to the mutated worm's body, but the worm was unharmed and accidentally knocked the half-dragon's mouth crooked. Han Wu noticed this gratifying result and decisively adjusted his tactics. A large number of fallen worms underwent targeted mutation, using their lives as a bargaining chip to exchange for powerful defense, and rushed into the half-dragon army. At the same time, the Sky Demon worms and Dark Curse worms were also undergoing Han Wu's directed mutation training. The 2 types of combat locusts born for war showed their fangs at this moment. Chapter 63. This is a fucking surprise. After a targeted mutation, the demon worm is 2 meters tall, with a 1-meter-long horn on its head, like a spear that can pierce through everything. The mutated Dark Curse bug shrank to 10 centimeters in size, but the dark attribute energy contained in its body increased several times. The shadow nail spit out by a single dark spell worm is enough to immobilize an ordinary half-dragon for 3 seconds. In such a fierce battle, being immobilized for 3 seconds means death. The locust's powerful reversal left the dragon dumbfounded. What happened? The locusts that were so weak just now suddenly became as if they had taken a powerful pill. They exploded and their strength increased by dozens of times. What the hell is going on? Can someone explain it to him? However, Han Wu's strongest attack was yet to come. 100 mutated locust men appeared on the battlefield. Each of them was 5 meters tall, exuding a tyrannical aura, holding a huge bow, and shooting at the half-dragons. Powerful arrows can often easily penetrate the body of a half-dragon and penetrate into the body of a second half-dragon. The half-dragon warriors, who were extraordinary life forms, would find it difficult to resist such attacks. Only 2 half-dragon heroes can resist. But there are too many locust people with such strength. There are a total of 100 of them, and each one is comparable to a lowest-level heroic life form. Each half-dragon hero was attacked remotely by an average of 50 low-level heroic life forms. This fight is simply unplayable. The gap was so obvious that the evil dragon understood the consequences of losing this competition. He could only decisively choose to surrender when more than half of the half-dragons were slaughtered. I can't beat him. I really can't beat him. As long as there is a slight chance of success, the dragon will not give up. But Han Wu's locusts were so strong that the evil dragon began to doubt his life. The end of the competition was expected by the audience. When one side is strong enough to crush the other, it would be idiotic to continue to resist. After confirming the competition was over, the remaining families of both sides were sent back to their respective divine domains. The corpses on the ground were covered by magic circles and became the raw materials for condensing the core fragments of the divine realm. The dragon no longer has his previous arrogance, but his ambition remains. He trotted over to Han Wu and said, "Locust Plague, although I lost this time, I will definitely win back next time." "I hope so," Han Wu replied indifferently. To be honest, he was also shocked by the power of the source of mutation. So strong. Incredibly strong. After learning about Han Wu's emotions, the source of the mutation jokingly said, "Carrier, calm down. It's just basic operation. Don't be crazy. You are so powerful. Which university are you from?" "I am Long Xiang, a freshman at the War Academy, a top university. Let's compete again if there is a chance." The evil dragon introduced himself. Han Wu raised his brows beneath the mask. It turns out that there is a difference between first-class universities and top universities. Xiang Ming, a freshman at Kyoto College, a top-tier university, has become a demigod. And the Long Xiang in front of him is a divine creature. Although the size of the clans is similar, Han Wu can be sure that Xiang Ming, with the use of his divine power, can crush Long Xiang's half-dragon army in just one encounter. "There's no chance. I haven't taken the college entrance examination yet." Han Wu refused directly. "What? You're still a high school student?" "No. You're so strong. You must be a candidate for a certain college." Long Xiang realized. "I've seen candidates for the War College, and none of them can surpass you in strength. I have to remind my future juniors to be careful when they meet you next time." Han Wu ignored Long Xiang's words, took the fragment of the divine realm core as a reward for the competition, and prepared to leave. But before he was ready to teleport, the bloody arena mark on Long Xiang's body fell off by itself, turned into a red light, and flew into Han Wu's mark. Han Wu felt it for a while, but didn't notice any changes. It was not until he returned to his own divine realm that he realized how powerful the effect of this red light was. In the divine realm, there is a special building, the Bloody Arena, where the clan members can hone their skills. The winner has a chance to be promoted, and there is a very small chance of skipping the guidance of the heroic template, allowing extraordinary life forms to be directly promoted to heroic life forms. Now, extremely small chance has become tiny chance. The specific detail ratio is increased from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 3,000, although the probability is still very small. But compared to the huge population of locusts, it is already very large. Han Wu had a premonition that the Bloody Arena in the future would bring him a large number of heroic life forms of the Locust clan. After seeing the changes in the Bloody Arena, Han Wu habitually came to the core of the divine domain. When he saw the mountains of radioactive or hundreds of gene stones, dozens of God's domain fragments, a large number of God's domain core fragments, as well as 6 incomplete demigod corpses, the corpse of the 6th-level mutant beast, Gamora, and the corpse of the 6th-level mutant beast, Super Regeneration Locust, he realized that the surprise just now was too early. This is what a surprise. "Hey, Carrier, are you bought off by this little profit? Compared to my value, they are just the tip of the iceberg." The source of the mutation said jokingly. What can Han Wu say? He could only say, Yes, I have never seen the world, boss. Whatever you say is what I accept." Looking at such a huge amount of resources, Han Wu felt that he could be extravagant and lay a good foundation. Chapter 64 Han Wu. It's great to be rich. Put the radioactive or into the decomposition machine for decomposition, and a total of 36,000 radioactive crystals will be decomposed. This is a considerable fortune, and if used conservatively, it is enough to cultivate 6 to 8 super regenerative locusts. However, they are not needed for the time being, so Han Wu stored these radioactive crystals in the form of cards. Hundreds of gene stones are of no use to Han Wu. The main thing is that these gene stones will have the negative effect of shortening the life cycle of the clan members when used, and the reduction is quite large. For creatures like locusts with a short life cycle, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Han Wu planned to wait until the incident at the Shina ruins had passed, and then sell this batch of gene stones, which would at least bring him hundreds of millions of divine power. Both the God's Domain Fragment and the God's Domain Core Fragment are good things, but Han Wu cannot use them in the Divine Creature stage. One needs to be promoted to a demigod before one can continue to expand the area of the Divine Domain and upgrade the core level of the Divine Domain. What remains is the highlight. 6 mutilated corpses of demigods. Level 6 Mutant Beast, Gamora's corpse. and the corpse of a 6th-level mutant beast, super regenerative locust. These corpses are just what Han Wu needs at the moment. The corpse of a demigod is a combination of divinity and flesh and blood. It can extract the divinity and reshape the flesh and blood on the body of the followers, helping the followers to ignore the template guidance and improve their life level. Back then, when fighting in the tiny plane of the Demon Abyss civilization, Qin Shuang had asked for the corpse of a dark frogman demigod, preparing to reshape the body of his heroic life form, the golden-crowned Thunderbird, to help it become a Lord life form. I don't know whether Qin Shuang succeeded or not. Now, Han Wu is ready to do the same. Refining the energy of a demigod's flesh and blood is a laborious task. Han Wu spent a full 6 months in the divine realm, working non-stop before he completely extracted the 6 demigod corpses. He gained 18 points of divinity and 4 balls of divine flesh and blood energy. These 4 groups of divine flesh and blood energy can replace the Lord template and help the heroic life form to be promoted to the Lord life form level. Immediately, Han Wu called on his heroic life forms to return. Wait one day. All the heroic life forms belonging to Han Wu stood in front of him. Sword Wind of the Iron Slashing Sword, Hammer of the God, Bull Demon Shaman, Skeleton Lord, Bone Controller, Bone Restorer, Blood Skeleton 3, Locust Hero, Life Form 5. The Black Dragon Elphus also came to join in the fun. Its information is affected by the divine realm, and it is only considered a heroic life form. When Han Wu gathered all the heroic life forms under his command together, he realized that the power in his hands had become so huge without him realizing it. Speaking of heroic life forms alone, both in quantity and quality, they have surpassed ordinary demigods. Even a senior demigod might not be his match. There are only 4 portions of divine flesh and blood energies in total. How should they be divided? Han Wu's eyes swept over these heroic life forms that followed him in his battles. Zhan Tai Jianfeng was the earliest heroic life form to follow him. With outstanding achievements, it was inevitable that he would be rewarded with a portion of his divine flesh and blood energy. God Hammer is a hero that he cultivated himself. Because of the influence of Purgatory Hammer, his strength is only average among heroic life forms. But his loyalty is the most fanatical among all heroic life forms, even more fanatical than the core family locusts. He must be given a share of the divine flesh and blood energy as a gift from God. The third divine flesh and blood energy. Han Wu's gaze fell on the skeleton clan. He was somewhat unsure whether the skeleton tribe could absorb the divine flesh and blood energy, and he was also struggling over who to give this divine flesh and blood energy to. Among the skeleton clan, the one who makes the greatest contribution is not the skeleton lord, but the bone controller. In almost every major war, the bone controllers have to deal with the hardest challenges. But if the bone controller is promoted to lord, the skeleton lord will definitely not agree. Although the skeleton lord is small in stature, he will never allow his subordinates to challenge his dignity. Han Wu thought about it again and finally asked the skeleton lord for his opinion. As a result, the little skeleton replied that their skeleton clan could not absorb the divine flesh and blood energy. Well, I was going to save the divine flesh and blood energy for the skeleton clan. The only ones left are the Bull Demon clan and their core clan, the Locust clan. The core Locust tribe is the most important race to Han Wu, and a portion of their divine flesh and blood energy must be given to them. As for the Bull Demon clan, Han Wu was still hesitant as to whether it was worth a share of divine flesh and blood energy. In many battles, the Bull Demon clan's performance was only mediocre, and their overall faith was not very high. However, in order to strike a balance between the various clans and avoid rifts, Han Wu decided to bestow a portion of divine flesh and blood energy upon the Bull Demon clan. In this way, 4 portions of divine flesh and blood energies are distributed to the users. They are Sword Wind of Cutting Iron, Hammer of Red Furnace Dwarf, Bull Demon Shaman, and the strongest of the Locust clan, the Locust Man who has the 3rd-level job of Dark Eclipse Archer. Han Wu named this Locust Man Dark Locust, and he will be the first Lord Life form of the Locust clan. As for the Skeleton tribe, Han Wu also tried his best to be fair. Since the Skeleton clan cannot absorb the divine flesh and blood energy, they are directly granted divinity. Give 2 points to Bone Controller and Bone Restorer respectively. The Skeleton Lord gives 3 points directly. As for the 3 newly born blood skeletons, Han Wu did not reward them with divinity, but only bestowed them with some equipment. After all, they had not made many contributions. The dragon Elphus, who was watching the fun from the side, saw that every heroic life form had a reward, except himself. I feel a little envious. Han Wu saw through the black dragon's little thoughts and gave it a little divinity with a smile. Just a token of my appreciation. Now the black dragon was excited, flying wildly in the divine realm. It doesn't matter how much the reward is, the key is to have it. Whatever others have, Black Dragon also has, so it has no shame. The clansmen who receive the rewards return to their own territories, either absorbing the divine flesh and blood energy to reshape their bodies and go into hibernation, or going into seclusion to absorb the divinity. When he comes out again, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. Han Wu felt very happy as he saw that he still had 10 points of divinity left. I sighed in my heart. It's so good to have money. Carrier, you need to take a long-term view and improve your perspective. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing for me to meet super warriors from other Shinha civilizations in the future. The teasing voice of the source of the mutation echoed in Han Wu's mind. Han Wu replied, "Okay, boss." The source of the mutation continued. "Give me 8 of these 10 points of divinity. I will use them to improve my gene level. You can slowly work on the remaining 2 points yourself." Han Wu's expression suddenly changed. "You shameless source of mutation. I treat you as my boss, and you treat me as an aide. There are 10 points of divinity in total, and you want to take 8 of them at once. What? Do I have to thank you for leaving 2 points for me? Too small, Carrier? Your vision is too small. We two are now one. My improvement is equal to your improvement. Think about it. Think about it carefully." The source of mutation began to PUA Han Wu. Han Wu had a determined look on his face and refused to accept any empty promises. 8 points of divinity in exchange for your Locust clan evolving from the root to a natural elite life form. Do you want to do it? The source of the mutation could only play its trump card to convince Han Wu. Han Wu was moved. His Locust clan has suffered from congenital deficiencies since its birth. Not only is the life level low, even if it is enhanced and amplified to the level of an extraordinary life form in various ways, its combat power is still poor. If the Locust could be upgraded to the level of natural elite life forms, at least the overall combat effectiveness level would take a big step forward. By this calculation, 8 points of divinity are definitely not a loss. Don't lie to me, otherwise I will go crazy, and even I will be afraid of it. Han Wu warned. The source of the mutation replied in a joking voice. "Carrier, you should trust me a little more. After all, we are one. I am you, and you are me." Immediately, the 10 points of divinity in Han Wu's hand dropped to 2 points. The only 2 points left cannot be divided any further. Han Wu just swallowed a little and absorbed it slowly. Chapter 65, 10 Little Strongmen. The divinity refined from a demigod is different from the divinity cards issued by the school. You can directly absorb the divinity card issued by the school, but the divinity that is refined needs to be slowly honed by one's own will. Because this divinity contains the will of the deceased gods, one needs to defeat the will of the deceased gods with one's own will in order to fully absorb this divinity. Although the process was difficult, Han Wu benefited a lot. He was able to see many of the battles that the deceased gods had experienced during their lifetime through their wills, learn some knowledge that only demigods could relate to, and at the same time sharpen his own will. At the current speed, Han Wu would need to continue honing his skills for 10 years before he could fully absorb the 2 points of divinity. In the main world time, that is 10 days. Han Wu is still a student, and it is impossible for him to stay in seclusion forever, so it will take him longer to completely absorb the 2 points of divinity. He is not in a hurry about this. After honing away 1/10 of his divinity, Han Wu looked at the time, and it was already 23:40 midnight. The number of locust swarms in the divine realm has once again multiplied to tens of billions. In order to reduce resource consumption, it is time to make a sacrifice. Immediately, Han Wu activated his life sacrifice ability. The huge magic circle enveloped the entire divine realm. Countless locusts transformed into pure life energy and flowed into the magic circle. Han Wu now had 3 more options. Option 1. Level 4 Relic, Storm Suit. After loading into the Divine Domain core, the clan can gain the ability to summon the Storm Suit. Option 2. Level 3 Building, Observatory. Built in the Divine Domain, it can clearly observe the situation 10,000 kilometers away. Option 3. Flesh Puppet Production Book. Use the flesh and blood of powerful creatures to create a flesh puppet with powerful biological characteristics. When a flesh puppet is created, its strength and ability are constant and it cannot be upgraded. Han Wu chose option 3 without hesitation, just because the first two options are completely useless to him now. He is now a divine creature and cannot load level 4 relics. The divine domain covers an area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers and is only 34 kilometers long. Standing at a high point, you can see the end of it at a glance, and there is no need for an observatory to observe it. So the flesh puppet crafting book is the best choice. Moreover, Han Wu had ready-made materials on hand. The corpses of the 6th level mutant beast, Gamora, and the 6th level mutant beast, Super Regenerative Locust. It's just right for practicing making flesh puppets. According to the method of making flesh and blood puppets, Han Wu divided the corpses of Gamora and the Super Regenerative Locust, extracted pure flesh and blood energy, supplemented it with various energy crystals, black dragon blood, refined gold, crystal bone chips, and other high-end materials, and finally invested 10 million divine powers to stabilize the form. In the divine realm, it took a full 10 months to complete the task. There are 10 flesh and blood puppets in this batch. Each of them is 2 meters tall, with a body covered with fine and solid black dragon scales, a pair of transparent insect wings behind them, a huge mouth full of rotatable sharp teeth, and 4 arthropod arms with infinite power. In addition to having a strong body, he also has extremely high magic resistance. After testing the performance of the 10 flesh and blood puppets, Han Wu was very satisfied. The strength of each flesh and blood puppet is equivalent to that of a stronger heroic life form. But the degree of difficulty is far beyond the level of heroic life forms. For this reason, Han Wu specially gave them a fitting code name, Xiaoqiang. Strong means powerful, and also tenacious. Its information is as follows. Name, Xiaoqiang. Race, flesh golem. Level, heroic puppet. Talents, super regeneration, gluttony, big mouth, sharp teeth, crystal bones, dragon scales. Han Wu has begun to look forward to the scene of 10 little cockroaches fighting the enemy. The enemy will probably be depressed to death. After doing all this, Han Wu found the contact information left by the admissions teacher of Kyoto College. After reporting his current information, the admissions teacher immediately decided to have Han Wu report to Kyoto College and called the school to transfer Han Wu's academic record. When the school leaders learned about the situation, they were happy for the school and even happier for Han Wu. For this purpose, the class teacher Tian went specially held a farewell banquet for Han Wu. Several school leaders, the principal Su Mei, and head teachers of other classes were invited. All the head teachers of other classes went, except Han Wu's original head teacher, Lu Letian. Everyone knows the reason. At the farewell banquet, after some encouraging words from the school leaders, the Dean of Studies Su Mei, on behalf of the principal who was unable to come in person to see him off, presented Han Wu with a divine card as a gift, hoping that Han Wu could make a name for himself at Kyoto College and bring honor to the school. Han Wu accepted it happily. I silently said in my heart, "Grandpa, I have already stepped into the gate of Kyoto College. Don't worry, I will definitely go to Chaos Star Sea and find my parents." Chapter 66. Entering the Preparatory Class. Early the next morning, Han Wu packed his luggage and used the school's teleportation station to teleport directly to the Imperial Capital College station. Walking out of the teleportation point, Han Wu saw countless aircraft flying across the sky and tall buildings everywhere. More than half of the passers-by exude the power of demigods. Han Wujing was shocked by this. A demigod man in a black suit walked up to Han Wu and asked, "Excuse me, are you Han Wu, the preparatory student of Kyoto College?" "I am," Han Wu replied. "Hello, classement Han Wu. I am sent by Kyoto College to pick you up. Please follow me onto the aircraft, and I will take you to complete the accommodation procedures," said the demigod man. "Okay," Han Wu replied, got on the demigod man's flying vehicle, and soared into the sky. After traveling for half an hour, it landed smoothly in a garden. "I'll take you to your dormitory." The demigod man got off the aircraft, led Han Wu, and led him into a villa. When Han Wu entered the villa, he thought there would be many students living here. But after the demigod man's introduction, Han Wu finally understood. This villa was actually prepared for him alone. In the imperial capital, where every inch of land is valuable, he lives alone in a villa. Only Kyoto College can offer such treatment. After settling Han Wu into the villa, the demigod man left on his own. Han Wu took out his luggage through the Divine Realm landing capsule in the apartment and made some arrangements for his room. He then sent a message to the admissions teacher, saying that he had moved into the dormitory. The admissions teacher sent him a message about the classroom location and told him to go directly to the classroom for class tomorrow. Han Wu thanked him and sank into the Divine Realm again to continue absorbing the divinity. The next day, Han Wu found the classroom according to the information given by the admissions teacher. Before he even entered the door, he heard faint sounds of discussion coming from inside. Have you heard? There will be a transfer student coming today. Transfer student? What's so great about that? He's just a piece of trash who got in through the back door. He must have relied on his family's power and connections to get in. I guess so. After all, students with real potential all go through the formal special recruitment procedures. People like this who come in through the back door simply lower the quality of our candidates. When he comes, I will make him suffer. Han Wu, who was standing outside the door, frowned as he listened to the discussion inside. Before he arrived, the suffering had already been arranged. Who says transfer students can't get in through their own abilities? At this time, a female god wearing a tight purple work skirt and with a curvy figure stood quietly behind Han Wu. You must be the transfer student Han Wu. A soft voice came out from the mouth of the female god. Han Wu was still shocked. He didn't notice at all that there was someone standing behind him. Han Wu. En vous replete. The female deity showed a gentle smile on her face. I am the teacher of the preparatory class. You can call me Teacher Lena. Now come with me into the classroom. As she spoke, Teacher Lena pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Han Wu curled his lips and followed him into the classroom. The moment he appeared, Qin Shuang, who was sitting in the classroom, stood up in shock. Han Wu! Qin Shuang's exclamation attracted the attention of all the students in the class. They had just been a class for a short time, but they had already experienced 3 small classes and 1 large class, and had some understanding of each other. Qin Shuang's core family is powerful and has a strong Lord life form. Their overall strength can rank among the top 5 in the class. Plus, Qin Shuang is beautiful. She has become the goddess in the hearts of many talented young men in the class. Judging from Qin Shuang's actions just now, Qin Shuang and the transfer student should know each other and seem to be very familiar with each other. This made some male classmates even more dislikeful of Han Wu, the transfer student. Teacher Lena smiled. She had read the information about Qin Shuang and Han Wu and knew that they had studied in the same school and had worked together to defeat a demigod from an alien civilization. Let me introduce to you all. This is our new classmate, Han Wu. He used to study in the same school as Qin Shuang. Teacher Lena introduced him to the students. I heard that Han Wu and Qin Shuang once studied in the same school. More boys have a sense of crisis in their hearts. Han Wu and Qin Shuang once studied in the same school, so they must know each other well. Now we are in the same class again, and after a while, we might end up together. Those talented young men who regarded Qin Shuang as their goddess would never allow this to happen. Suddenly, one of Qin Shuang's diehard admirers stood up and loudly questioned Teacher Lena. Teacher Lena, I want to know why he was able to be squeezed into the preparatory class. There was a hint of majesty on Teacher Lena's gentle face. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is wearing a purple work skirt and looks weak. In fact, she is a true god, and her major is invasion. Being questioned in public by a student who is a divine creature, where is her dignity as a true god? Student Sutai, I don't care what the school taught you before, but in my class, you must raise your hand before asking questions. If you don't understand, I can help you review it. Teacher Lena's voice was still soft, but her tone contained endless murderous intent. All the students in the classroom couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Sutai quickly apologized to Teacher Lena. Teacher Lena, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked such a rash question. Please forgive me. Teacher Lena's expression improved. Since you were so sincere in admitting your mistake, I will forgive you this time. As for why Han Wu came after the preparatory class started, you should ask Han Wu. Sutai's eyes fell on Han Wu. Student Han Wu, I don't care why you were put into the preparatory class. For the honor of the preparatory class, I want to challenge you to verify whether you are worthy of staying here. Han Wu turned to look at Teacher Lena. Teacher Lena, can I refuse? Sure. Teacher Lena replied. Then I refuse to accept the challenge. I came to Kyoto College as a preparatory student to study, not to be challenged. Han Wu actually found it troublesome. You're a waste, you rubbish. You don't even dare to accept my challenge. What kind of man are you? Sutai was a little frustrated when he failed to get what he wanted. Other talented young men also called Han Wu a coward and a coward. Han Wu simply ignored this level of abuse. But some people in the class couldn't stand it. Qin Shuang angrily shouted at the talented teenagers who were scolding Han Wu. That's enough. Han Wu never provoked you. What right do you have to slander him? The goddess has spoken. Who dares to disobey? Many talented young men shut their mouths, but their eyes looked at Han Wu more fiercely. Chapter 67 Challenge. A small lesson unfolds in this context. Today, the course they studied was Introduction to the Arcana. Teacher Lena took them to a Western fantasy dimension, where they studied with an old arcanist for half a year. The goal is to understand the basic principles of arcane operations, and it would be best if you can master 1 or 2 low-level arcane arts. After studying, Han Wu said it was an eye-opener. He had thought that arcane and magic were the same. But in fact, although the two appear similar, there is a huge gap in their roots. It's like a pistol. Magic is about making good use of the pistol, through techniques and other means, to deal the maximum damage that the pistol can cause. Arcane is to modify the pistol and increase the upper limit of the pistol's damage through structural changes and other means. After the class, Han Wu benefited a lot. Not only did he understand the principles of arcane magic, but he also mastered 2 low-level arcane magics, light magic and ignition magic. Although the effects of these 2 arcane arts are only equivalent to light bulbs and lighters. But the advantage is that it can be used in any plane that can communicate with the elements. It is not easy to master 2 basic mystical arts in just half a year. Teacher Lena praised Han Wu's performance and rewarded him with a first-level building, the Arcane Arrow Tower. The Arcane Arrow Tower can absorb free elements in the air and condense elemental arrows of various attributes on its own. Very good value. This made those talented young men who disliked Han Wu even more unhappy. After class, they all gathered around Han Wu's seat and surrounded him. How could Qin Shuang let them bully Han Wu? He immediately stood in front of Han Wu like an old hen protecting her chicks and asked the talented teenagers, "What are you going to do? If you want to bully him, ask me first." The leader, Su Tai, said angrily, "Student Qin Shuang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way." "Yes, classmate Qin Shuang, please don't interfere. We are looking for classmate Han Wu." "Student Han Wu, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman." Han Wu frowned and stood up. "Today is my first day in the preparatory class, and I'm being targeted like this. If this matter is not dealt with quickly, there is no telling what the future will be like. Tell me, what do you want?" Han Wu said, "You're a transfer student who got in through the back door. You're not qualified to sit in the same class with us. We want you to get out of the preparatory class." Su Tai took the lead. "What if I don't?" Han Wu said. "Then we'll beat you until you get out," Su Tai said, and the 7 or 8 talented young men behind him echoed him. Han Wu glanced at this group of talented young people. To be chosen as a preparatory student by the Imperial Capital Academy, one must have some strength. It just so happened that Han Wu was also planning to find an opportunity to test the fighting power of the 10 young warriors. How could he let go of this group of talented young men who came to him on their own initiative? "You can challenge me if you want, but let's make something clear first. If I win, you are not allowed to cause trouble to me for any reason in the future." Han Wu said seriously, "Since you have accepted the challenge, just be straightforward and solve the problem once and for all." "Okay, you can't win anyway. When you lose, you will automatically be kicked out of the preparatory class." Su Tai also stated his requirements. "No problem," Han Wu said confidently, his eyes sweeping over these talented young men. "Do you want to fight in a group or one-on-one? Are you worthy of our group fight? My clan alone is enough to beat you to the point of doubting your life." Su Tai naturally would not give up the opportunity to demonstrate his strength. Qin Shuang grabbed Han Wu's arm and advised, "Don't fight Su Tai. His core clan is the Iron Man, a rare elite life form. They are very strong. Even my Thunderbird may not be his match." "Tinma?" Han Wu's eyes lit up. He had only heard his teacher mention this strange clan during class before. But I never thought that there would be someone who could have the Tin Man as a core member of his family. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, your family will suffer a very heavy blow. Su Tai received affirmation from the goddess Qin Shuang with a hint of pride in his tone. "Give up? You think too much. I really want to see how powerful the Tin Man is," Han Wu said bluntly. Qin Shuang stomped his feet in annoyance, secretly cursing Han Wu for being so stubborn. I clearly told him not to be impulsive, so why did he accept Su Tai's challenge? Do you really think the skeleton tribe is invincible? Let's go to the martial arts arena. Su Tai led the way, and the other preparatory students followed behind, ready to watch the fun. Han Wu followed unwillingly. Qin Shuang walked behind with some worry, thinking about whether there was any way to prevent Han Wu from leaving. Inside the martial arts arena, 2 rows of specially made divine domain login devices were neatly arranged. It is specially used for preparatory students to compete and challenge each other. Han Wu and Su Tai each found a Xinyu login device and entered it. Relevant battle type options appeared in front of Han Wu's eyes. There are many options including Hero Battle, Extraordinary Battle, Elite Battle, Legion Battle, 5v5, 10v10, etc. Su Tai was very confident and just waved his hands. All options are based on Han Wu's choice, as if he is convinced that he can win no matter how he fights. Han Wu thought about it and decisively chose the 10v10 battle and set the terrain to random. Once all conditions are selected, the battle begins. The divine incarnations of both sides appeared above an area of 10 square kilometers. The 10 participating clans they chose were right below, waiting for them to issue the oracle to start the war. I don't know whether to say you are ignorant or arrogant. You didn't choose Legion War, but 10v10. You think your clan is very strong? Su Tai was about to laugh at Han Wu, but when he was halfway through his words, he saw the 10 strong men summoned by Han Wu. He was slightly startled. They turned out to be 10 heroic life forms emitting strange auras. And looking at the appearance of these 10 heroic life forms, they seemed to have some dragon blood. It's just that the breath is a little strange, not like a living thing. Although surprised, Su Tai didn't think he would lose. On his side, there are also 10 heroic life forms, the Iron Men. Among them are 9 10-man warriors and a 10-man mutant, Colossus. With such a large scale of combat power, even if they encounter a Lord-level life form, they can still deal with it for a while. The reserve students outside all entered the spectator mode. After seeing clearly the clansmen summoned by Han Wu, they were all confused, because none of them had ever seen such a clan. Even Qin Shuang looked puzzled, as she didn't remember Han Wu having such a family. He was a student with good detective ability and was the first to detect Xiaoqiang's information. That thing is actually a puppet, and it's a puppet equivalent to a heroic life form. If you use a heroic life form-level puppet to fight Su Tai's 10-man and it gets damaged, it will be heartbreaking. I wonder how the transfer student will cry later. He's really rich. He produced 10 puppets at the heroic level at once. The total value should be 30 million divine power. He is indeed someone who can spend money to get in through the back door. As the only person here who knows Han Wu's family background, Qin Shuang's head is full of question marks. However, she did not say anything, but patiently observed the battle that was about to begin. After the battle is over, she will find Han Wu to ask for clarification. Under the gaze of many candidates, the 2 men on the battlefield finally issued an oracle. Start the war. Chapter 68. The first battle of the 10 little warriors. The moment the oracle was issued, Su Tai's 10 Iron Man heroic life forms rushed towards the 10 little strong men like tigers out of a cage. They raised their iron fists as big as sandbags and smashed heavily on the 10 little strong men. A cruel smile appeared on Su Tai's face. He seemed to foresee the scene of the 10 little strong men being smashed into a paste. Then there was the sound of metal clashing. When Su Tai saw the result, the smile on his face froze. The scenario he predicted did not occur. The Iron Man's powerful punch landed on the 10 little warriors, but did not cause any damage. Even the most powerful steel warrior could not leave any mark on his opponent. What's going on? What did you do to them? The first thought that came to Su Tai's mind was that Han Wu had done some tricks to the 10 little strong men. Han Wu smiled and didn't explain. The 10 little strong men launched a counterattack. They seemed to be intentionally imitating the movements of the 10-man warrior, raising their insect claws and smashing down. There was a loud bang. The 9 iron warriors were knocked back several meters, and a clear fist mark appeared at the place where they were hit. Only Steel Warrior was able to withstand Xiaoqiang's punch. Fear. It was not only Su Tai on the battlefield who thought so. Even the candidates outside were shocked by Xiaoqiang's strength. The defense is stronger than that of the Tin Man, and the attack is more powerful than that of the Tin Man. It's a perfect match for the Tin Man. Do you want to continue? Han Wu asked considerately. After just one round of fighting, he knew that the performance of the top 10 was superior. Su Tai's face was gloomy. He couldn't accept the fact that the Iron Men of his clan were not as good as the 10 little strong men in both offense and defense. However, Su Tai has more than just these cards up his sleeve. Han Wu, don't be so proud. I still have my ultimate move to use. As he said this, Su Tai issued an oracle. Tin Man, Unai. The 9 tin warriors received the oracle and gathered towards the steel warrior. He used his hands and feet to wrap around Colossus. The scene can be summed up in 8 words. A strong man locking up a man, and then putting another man on top of him. Even a little bit eye-catching. But the aura exuded by the Iron Giant formed after the fusion was condensed into one, with a faint sense of transcending the category of heroic life form. The Iron Giant took a big step and rushed towards the 10 little strongmen. A fierce fist hit out with 10 times the force. The destructive power is simply invincible. The black dragon scales on Xiaoqiang's body could not withstand such a strong force. Large pieces of them shattered, black and red flesh and blood splattered, and he was knocked 100 meters away by a single punch. Su Tai shouted proudly, "With these guys, you have the guts to come to the Imperial Capital College preparatory class to make up the numbers. Today, I will let you see the strength of the genuine preparatory students." Han Wu looked at the 10 little strong men who were blown away by a punch, and in his heart he was marveling at the power of the Iron Giant after they merged. Enough to rival the Skeleton Giant. But if you think you can defeat the 10 little strongmen in this way, you would be underestimating their abilities. Under Su Tai's gaze, the 10 little warriors climbed up one after another. The torn flesh on their bodies healed quickly, and the shattered black dragon scales also grew out quickly. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their original state. After recovering, the 10 little strong men flapped their wings and flew out, rushing towards the combined Iron Giant at an extremely fast speed. The Iron Giant only had time to knock one cockroach away. The other 9 cockroaches pounced on it and opened their bloody mouths to bite it. The sharp teeth rotate in the mouth like a meat grinder. Even flesh and blood as hard as steel were easily chopped into pieces, swallowed, and stored as energy. The Tin Giant grabbed the cockroaches one by one in a panic. Fall to the ground, crush, and tear into 2 pieces. All kinds of cruel methods have been tried, but they still cannot stop Xiaoqiang's super regeneration. After regeneration, Xiaoqiang will still pounce on the Iron Giant and devour his flesh and blood. This situation lasted less than 3 minutes before the Iron Giant couldn't stand it anymore. A Tin Warrior died because too much flesh and blood was eaten away, and he fell off the Tin Giant. The Iron Giant's momentum weakened a bit. The 10 young warriors rushed towards the fallen body of the Iron Man warrior and devoured it completely in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a bone. A powerful heroic life form fell. Such a horrifying scene really stunned Su Tai. The reserve students watching the game outside were also shocked by this scene. They all thought about how to deal with them if they met the 10 little strongmen. The conclusion drawn is mostly, it is impossible to fight back. This made these young geniuses break out in cold sweats. They dominate the school and are selected into the preparatory class of the top university, Imperial Capital College. Which one of them doesn't have pride? However, the performance of Han Wu's 10 young warriors was so overwhelming that they dared not even breathe. Feeling the complete death of an Iron Man warrior, Su Tai could no longer bear the pressure. Each of these Iron Man warriors was carefully trained by him, which not only consumed resources but also took a lot of his energy. He couldn't let the Tin Man warrior die in such a meaningless way. So, he decisively chose to admit defeat. Han Wu waved his hand at the right time, signaling the 10 little warriors to stop talking and return to the Divine Realm. When he walked out of the Divine Realm landing site, no one in the class dared to call him a transfer student who came in through the back door. No one wanted him to leave the preparatory class anymore. The strength shown by Han Wu is enough to prove that he is better than most of the candidates present. Qin Shuang witnessed the entire battle and was more shocked than the other candidates, because she knew that what Han Wu used was not his full strength, and he still had several powerful heroic life forms under his command who had not yet appeared. Just when Qin Shuang wanted to find Han Wu to ask about his doubts, a figure broke into the martial arts arena. The man was very burly and was wearing the uniform of a formal student of Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as the man came in, he rushed straight to Han Wu and hugged him. "Locust, I was right about you. You really passed the test of the academy. It's worth my recommendation for your admission," Xiang Meng said excitedly. "Brother Meng, just call me Han Wu." Han Wu struggled to break free from Xiang Meng's warm embrace. The looks of the surrounding candidates towards Han Wu underwent a subversive change. They thought Han Wu had entered through the back door, so they targeted him deliberately. As a result, Han Wu went through the formal channel of internal recommendation. This made the preparatory students who had been hostile to Han Wu feel guilty. Student Han Wu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, Han Wu. The two preparatory students were the first to apologize, prompting other students to follow suit. Han Wu is not a stingy person, and these trainees have not done anything unforgivable to him. He chose to forgive generously. Xiangming guessed what had happened from everyone's conversation. He hugged Han Wu and announced to the students around him, I am Xiangming, a freshman at Imperial Capital College. Han Wu is under my protection. If anyone dares to cause trouble for him in the future, it will be against me. Do you understand? The preparatory students nodded one after another, indicating that they dared not cause trouble for Han Wu anymore. Only then was Xiangming satisfied. Then he turned to look at Han Wu and said, Come on, I'll take you to meet two new friends. Regardless of whether Han Wudong agreed or not, Xiangming grabbed Han Wu's arm and walked out. Han Wu struggled in vain and had no choice but to follow. Chapter 69, Senior's Request. The two came to a pavilion. Han Wu saw a man and a woman chatting in the pavilion. Xiangming hurried forward and said, Xia Tian, Yiling, I brought the boy here. The man and woman looked at Han Wu. The boy introduced himself. My name is Xia Tian. I'm a freshman at Kyoto College. Hello, little brother. The girl Yiling looked Han Wu up and down and asked doubtfully, You are the one who defeated Xiangming in the bloody arena? Hello, Senior Xia. Hello, Senior Yi. My name is Han Wu, and I'm a new preparatory student. As for defeating Brother Meng, I just took advantage of the situation. Han Wu said modestly. Taking advantage is also a form of strength. You are able to subdue the skeleton tribe and use them for your own benefit. That's your ability. Yiling commented. However, as someone who has experienced this, I advise you to focus on your core clan. Once an ordinary clan is gone, all previous investments will be wasted. You should understand this. I understand. Han Wu nodded. Seeing Han Wu's good attitude, Xia Tian said directly, Actually, I asked Xiangming to bring you here this time. Firstly, to get to know you, the junior who defeated Xiangming's giant mammoth army, and secondly, to entrust you to do something for us. Han Wu was puzzled. These freshman seniors, who were demigods, were there anything they couldn't handle themselves that required them to look for a junior student like him? Don't be nervous, I'll tell you in detail. The decision to do it or not is up to you. Xia Tian said calmly. You entered the preparatory class through internal recommendation, and you will definitely receive special training from the Imperial Capital Academy. We have heard that the next class for the preparatory students will be in the Imperial Capital Academy's treasured low-level secret realm, Zombie Town, to conduct a survival simulation in the foreign land. In this low-level secret realm, there is an extremely precious resource called Wisdom Fruit. Its function is to help non-human clans improve their wisdom. We would like to ask you to bring back at least one for us. This is a task we have entrusted you to do, and we will not let you do it in vain. We are willing to buy it at the price of 1 point of divinity per piece. You can check the official website of Imperial Capital College. The price is very reasonable. After saying everything he wanted to say, Xia Tian looked at Han Wu and said, Brother Han Wu, do you have anything you want to ask? Han Wu cleared his throat. I do have a question. Why don't the 3 seniors apply to go to the secret realm to get the wisdom fruit themselves? In response to this question, Yiling explained, Brother Han Wu, you don't know. Zombie Town is a low-level secret realm treasured by the school. It is not difficult for freshmen and can only be used for simulation of large classes for preparatory students like you. If it were put into our classroom, it would have been pierced countless times. Xiangming echoed, If you let me in, I can turn the whole town upside down. Okay, I understand. Han Wu nodded, thought about it, and replied, I am willing to accept this commission. Xiangming was pleasantly surprised and said, That's great. Han Wu, I was right about you. Xia Tian could not hide his joy. Then let us wish our junior brother Han Wu good grades in the next class in advance. Yiling took out a bag of seeds from her divine domain and handed it to Han Wu. Brother Han Wu, take these seeds. They will be useful for your next class. Han Wu took the seeds and chatted with the 3 seniors before returning to his dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, he found the introduction of the low-level secret realm, Zombie Town, as well as information about the Fruit of Wisdom on the college website. The market price of a Fruit of Wisdom is probably a bit of divinity, and Xia Tian did not fool him. Reassured, Han Wu entered his own divine realm again. His divine sense swept across the entire divine domain, and Han Wu saw the general situation of each area. Jianfeng Zhantia and other clan members are still rebuilding their bodies. The Skeleton Lords, Bone Masters, and Bone Reavers are merging their divinity. Han Wu had no choice but to focus his energy on supervising the reproduction of his core clan members. Then he remembered the promise of the source of the mutation. The source of the mutation once said that he would help General Han, the core Locust clan, to improve their essence and make the Locusts into natural elite life forms. At Han Wu's call, the source of the mutation responded impatiently. Explain the specific method to Han Wu, and let Han Wu use his directed mutation ability to do it himself. After learning the specific method, Han Wu felt like he had been cheated. Because this method is so simple. It's just a matter of one sentence. The basic operating principle is to carry out some benign directed mutations that will cause a slight loss in the Locust lifespan. After being inherited for dozens of generations, these benign mutations will be completely integrated into the essence of the Locusts. If you do this several times, the quantitative change will lead to qualitative change, and the Locusts will naturally become natural elite life forms. Han Wu had no choice but to work hard. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed in the real world. Han Wu attends classes during the day and makes changes at night. His life is simple yet fulfilling. With his painstaking cultivation, the Locust clan lived up to his expectations and was promoted to become natural elite life forms. After being promoted to a natural elite life form, the original Locust gained an additional ability called Speed. Its function is to increase the flying speed. The effect is not satisfactory. During this period of time, Han Wu completely integrated the two divinities into his own divinity. There was just a small problem along the way. Han Wu's original divinity had reached 4 points, and after absorbing the divinity card given by the school, his divinity reached 5 points. After the 2 points of external divinity were blended and absorbed, the divinity should have reached 7 points. However, the result was only 6 points. What's missing is a little divinity, worth 145 million divine power. Han Wu can't pretend not to see it. So he asked Teacher Lena this question. Teacher Lena gave a corresponding answer. When divinity reaches 6 points, you can prepare for the ceremony to become a demigod. However, the demigods who were promoted at the 6-point divinity stage were catalytic products and could only integrate the lowest level 1 priesthood in the future. Students of the Imperial Capital Academy will not waste their potential in this way, and will often continue to accumulate divinity. After reaching 6 points of divinity, the divinity value required for each increase in divinity is also different. The 7th divinity needs to absorb 2 divinity points to be condensed. At this stage, you will be promoted to a demigod, and in the future you can merge with the 2nd level and below. The 8th divinity needs to absorb 3 divinity points before it can be condensed. By analogy, in the divine creature stage, a maximum of 10 points of divinity can be accumulated. Demigods promoted at the 10-point divinity stage have the greatest potential and can merge with the highest level 5 priesthood in the future. The priesthood is the basis for demigod and even true god stages. After listening to Teacher Lena's explanation, Han Wu made up his mind. In the future, he must accumulate the highest 10 points of divinity and then be promoted to demigod. Not for anything else, just to be able to witness the power of a level 5 priesthood in the future. However, this decision also means that Han Wu needs to work hard to obtain more divinity to improve his own divinity value. The upcoming big class will be his chance. Chapter 70, Big Lesson, Outer Domain Survival Simulation. After getting up in the morning, Han Wu packed up a little and went into the classroom. Today is his first big class after entering the preparatory class. He needs to be fully prepared to deal with it. Han Wu's arrival attracted the attention of some students in the class. Han Wu, have you heard that in this class, we are going to conduct a survival simulation in the foreign land? We are going to the low-level secret place treasured by the Academy, Zombie Town. A boy named Sun Qingyin said. Han Wu nodded and replied, I have received the news. I also heard that some seniors are buying up the resources produced by the zombie town at high prices. Several people in the class have been called out for talks. Sun Qingyin said in a low voice, looking at Su Tai not far away. The meaning is very clear. Su Tai was commissioned by his senior. Su Tai looked at Han Wu, who was beside Sun Qingyin. He strode over and said, Student Han Wu, do you dare to make a bet with me in this class? What are you betting on? Han Wu said, Let's bet on grades. If my grades are better than yours, you can't get close to Qin Shuang anymore. If your grades are better than mine, I won't have any improper thoughts about Qin Shuang anymore. Su Tai said. Han Wu curled his lips and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Your bet is not equal at all. Besides, how can I use my friendship with Qin Shuang for a bet? The most important thing is that Qin Shuang hates you. You two can't be together. Whether you have any improper thoughts about her or not, the result will be the same." Su Tai was a little angry after hearing this, but he was also very clear that what Han Wu said was right, and every word made sense. So, he got even angrier. "I don't care. As long as I can keep you away from Qin Shuang, I'll pay any price," Su Tai said angrily. Han Wu snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention. However, Qin Shuang heard Su Tai and Han Wu talking about him, so he walked over. "Su Tai, you said that if Han Wu's grades were better than yours, you would stop pestering me, right?" Su Tai was very excited when the goddess asked him. "Classmate Qin Shuang, I really like you. Why don't you agree to my pursuit?" Qin Shuang frowned in disgust. "Just answer my questions." "Yes, Han Wu and I made a bet that as long as his grades are better than mine, I will never have any improper thoughts about you again." Su Tai zipli. Qin Shuang nodded and said to Han Wu, "Han Wu, agree to him and bet with him. Just think of it as helping me." Han Wu was a little surprised. Why would Qin Shuang make such a request to him? The preparatory students here are all geniuses. I have never participated in a large class, and I don't know my own strength. What if I lose? I believe in you. You will definitely win, Qin Shuang said firmly. Seeing Qin Shuang's firm attitude, Han Wu accepted Su Tai's bet. Then, Qin Shuang pulled Han Wu aside, took out a card from his pocket, and handed it to Han Wu. "These are some magical seeds that will be of great use in this big class." Han Wu refused and said, "You probably need this kind of seeds too. I got funding from my senior and already have a bag of seeds. The more guaranteed. You must help me get rid of Su Tai this time. These seeds will be my reward to you," Qin Shuang said in an almost pleading tone. "Okay, I'll take it." Han Wu guessed from Qin Shuang's expression that there must be some hidden story, but he didn't ask any more questions. After collecting the seeds, Teacher Lena just walked into the classroom. The candidates quickly returned to their seats. Teacher Lena explained what we need to pay attention to in this class. "I believe that all students have heard about this large class. This large class is a survival simulation in the outer realm, and everything strives to be realistic. Therefore, it will be more difficult than the previous small classes. But I believe that the students can cope with the challenges ahead. If everyone has no objection, let's start the class. I wish all students good luck in advance." As he spoke, all the candidates were teleported into the secret realm. When he opened his eyes again, Han Wu found that all the candidates were standing on a hillside in the wild. Looking into the distance, you could see a small town. A prompt sound came into their minds. The outer domain survival simulation is activated. In order to avoid being detected by the outer domain consciousness, all services related to the divine domain will be automatically blocked. The gods were affected by the aura of the outside world, and their physiques were reduced to the standards of ordinary humans. The standings are open. Scenario description. Zombie Town is a beautiful place, and the hospitable zombies will dig out the guests' brains and eat them to show their welcome. Whenever late at night, they will come out to party. End of prompt. Many of the candidates looked confused. After giving so many tips, what exactly are we telling them to do? Even students who have looked up information still have no clue. Because the information released by the Academy only includes the general information of the zombie town and the types of resources produced. As for the task information related to points, there is none at all. Just when all the preparatory students were at a loss, one of the students' stomach growled at an inopportune time. Gurgle. The student blushed immediately and quickly explained, "I didn't eat breakfast." This explanation made many candidates change their expressions. They are gods. They won't feel hungry even if they don't eat for 10 days or half a month. Could this be what the tip means when it says that the physical condition is reduced to the level of an ordinary person? My artifact space ring can't be opened. I put a lot of food in it. Another exclamation was heard. Many candidates check their own artifacts. The result is the same. The artifact fails. Han Wu suddenly remembered that the seeds were left in the divine realm and had not been taken out. But when he felt his pocket, he found that the seeds had moved into his pocket for some unknown reason. My divine abilities can be used. I can detect information. Really? I'll try it too. My ability can also be used, but my ability needs to be used on the followers to work. Han Wu also communicated his abilities, and both directed mutation and life sacrifice receive responses. The source of the mutation was busy absorbing divinity and just said a few perfunctory words before not replying. Hanwoo also tried to communicate the skills he had mastered. The result was also responded. This made Hanwoo excited. Even with the physique of an ordinary person, he has considerable combat power thanks to his skills. After understanding his current situation, Hanwoo looked towards the town in the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, they should go to the small town to find clues for the next mission. Without further ado, Hanwoo invited Qin Shuang. Let's go for a walk around the town. Qin Shuang nodded. She pressed her hands on the ground, and a special magic circle appeared. Then a huge goshawk was summoned. It seems that Qin Shuang also masters some skills that do not belong to the divine civilization. After summoning the goshawk, Qin Shuang looked a little tired. It seemed that the technique of summoning the goshawk consumed a lot of her energy. I'll take you there, Qin Shuang invited. Hanwoo waved his hand and directly activated the black dragon transformation skill. A pair of mini dragon wings grew out from behind. He flapped his dragon wings and his body quickly rose into the air. Seeing the two of them rushing towards the town, the other candidates began to display the skills they had mastered. Some summoned wolves, tigers, and leopards, some transformed into werewolves and bats, and some found a wooden stick nearby, tied a bunch of weeds on it, and rode on it to fly. The few remaining trainees who had no extra skills could only run towards the town on foot. Chapter 71. Seeds are really useful. As they approached the sky above the town, Hanwoo and Qin Shuang felt a huge pressure, forcing them to lower their flying altitude to 50 meters. Overlooking the whole town from above, Hanwoo found that the town was well planned. The roads are neat and the houses are arranged in an orderly manner. Some houses have signs saying shop, supermarket, restaurant, and cafe. A gurgling sound came from his ear, and Hanwoo looked at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang covered her stomach and blushed. Summoning the goshawk consumed a lot of her energy. Let's go to the restaurant downstairs first, Hanwoo said. Qin Shuang nodded. The two landed in front of the restaurant door, and Hanwoo reached out and pushed open the door. At the counter, a bearded man stared at them. Hanwoo looked up at the menu listed in the store. Steak 1 silver coin, fried rice 5 copper coins. It seems that copper coins and silver coins are the money of the zombie town. Since this is a survival simulation, Hanwoo thinks he should not casually reveal his identity as a divine domain player. He walked up and asked, "Boss, we are travelers from other towns, and we have run out of money." Before he could finish his words, the bearded man cursed in an angry tone. "Get out of my restaurant, poor bastards. Do you think you are those zombies parading at night? This is not the place for you to run wild." As he spoke, the bearded man took out a shotgun and pointed it at Hanwoo. It seemed that if Hanwoo didn't leave, he would shoot. Qin Shuang on the side was very angry and wanted to argue with the bearded man. From the time she was born till now, no one had ever dared to be so rude to her. Hanwoo hurriedly stopped Qin Shuang and told her not to be impulsive. Now everyone has the physique of an ordinary person and cannot withstand the damage of a shotgun. Moreover, he also hoped to extract some useful information from the bearded man. But this bearded man only cares about money and not people. Coincidentally, Hanwoo had no money. But then he remembered what Senior Jiangling said. Those seeds would be very useful in the zombie town. So with the mentality of giving it a try, he took out a seed from the bag and showed it to the bearded man. Sure enough, when the bearded man saw the seed, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He exclaimed, taking back the shotgun, and his tone became extremely respectful. "Dear guest, I didn't expect you to have such a precious seed. Please sell it to me. I am willing to pay 10 gold coins for it." Hanwoo thought to himself, these seeds are indeed very useful. He was not in a hurry to sell the seeds. Instead, he let the bearded man serve the food first, and then they talked about the seed trading after they had eaten. For the sake of the seeds, the bearded man served a large table of food to Hanwoo and Qin Shuang. After a hearty meal, the two men began to ask the bearded man for news about the town. Under the temptation of seed profits, the bearded man answered many of the two's questions seriously. The two have a full understanding of the rules and conditions of the zombie town. Zombie town is a magical place. Here, humans and zombies coexist. Humans hunt zombies to obtain money and other resources. Zombies gain power by eating human brains. Every night, nearly endless swarms of zombies parade through the streets. They will hunt down any living creature they see and will even break into people's houses to harvest their brains. The weapons that humans rely on for survival, in addition to swords, hunting rifles, etc., are magical and special plants. Some plants in the town are affected by special factors and become intelligent and slightly aggressive, and will only attack zombies that have death energy in them. Therefore, special plants have become the townspeople's favorite weapon against zombies. The seed that Han Wu took out was a third-level plant seed, a relatively scarce resource. That's why the bearded man was willing to pay a huge sum of 10 gold coins to buy it. Afterwards, the two also saw the special plants that the bearded man owned from his backyard. Through analysis and judgment of the plant's abilities, Han Wu had a rough estimate. First-level plants are equivalent to ordinary life forms. Second-level plants are equivalent to elite life forms. The third-level plant seeds in Han Wu's hand can grow a special plant with the strength of an extraordinary life form family. There are two ways to get more seeds. The first is to buy them from the town store. The second is to get them from the zombies you kill. The advantages of buying from small town stores are that it is convenient, the quantity is large, and you can buy it as long as you pay. However, the disadvantage is that the special plants are limited in variety and common. The advantage of getting seeds from zombies is that there are many types, and there is a chance to get extremely precious seeds, making you rich overnight. The disadvantage is that it is too difficult to obtain, and the probability is very low. Listen to the bearded man speaking this information. Han Wu and Qin Shuang were full of thoughts. The theme of this class is the survival simulation in the outer domain. To put it in detail, it is about surviving and thriving in the outer domain. They came here with nothing, and in the early stages they didn't have to worry about development. They just had to think about survival. But surviving in a small town is also a problem. It's okay during the day, and you can walk around the streets. Once night falls, countless zombies dance in the streets. If you walk around the streets at this time, you're seeking death. Therefore, in order to survive better, we must find a place to live at night as soon as possible. The bearded boss gave two suggestions. One is to go to the mayor of the town, buy a property in the town, and officially become a resident of the zombie town. Another option is to find a hotel to stay in and not go out at night. Of these two suggestions, Han Wu and Qin Shuang prefer the former. After all, they're different from other students in the preparatory class. They have seeds on hand, which can be exchanged for money to buy a house. After coming out of the restaurant, the two followed the direction indicated by the bearded man and went to the mayor to discuss the purchase of the house. On the way, I saw a trainee breaking into a yard. Before he could explain his purpose, the owner of the yard shot him in the arm. The candidate escaped in a panic. Soon sirens were heard in the street. Han Wu and Qin Shuang checked the list and found that the score of the preparatory student dropped directly from 0 to -500. The two couldn't help but feel lucky that the first place they entered was a restaurant and that they had seeds to pay for their meal. Otherwise, their fate might be as sad as that of this prep student who was wanted by the small-town police. Without further ado, the two need to find the mayor as soon as possible to go through the house purchase procedures and become official residents of the town. Chapter 72. Zombies are coming, plants mutate to fight back. Following the route, we arrived at the mayor's house. The mayor is named Schwarzenegger, a strong and heroic man. After he learned the purpose of Han Wu and the other man's visit, he received them warmly. After counting the seeds in the hands of the two, Mayor Schwarzenegger offered prices of 1,320 gold coins and 1,160 gold coins respectively. After completing the transaction, Mayor Schwarzenegger took out a list of houses for sale in the town for Han Wu and the others to choose from. The cheapest house requires 1,200 gold coins. The gold coins in Qin Shuang's hand were obviously not enough to pay for the house. Han Wu didn't mind lending Qin Shuang some gold coins. But after he saw another property on the list, he had a new idea. The property was one of the best in town, with an area twice the size of an average house. It was a 3-story building with a garden in the front yard and a swimming pool in the backyard. Moreover, the front and backyards are next to a wide road, and the geographical location is very advantageous. And its price is also very high, requiring 2,350 gold coins. Han Wu couldn't afford it alone, but if he cooperated with Qin Shuang, he would be able to buy the house. The two discussed it and decided to do so. At worst, one person is in charge of the front yard and the other is in charge of the backyard, and the points earned are calculated separately. There was just a small problem when processing the procedures. Mayor Schwarzenegger said it was impossible to fill in 2 names on one property certificate. But there is one exception, that is, the 2 people are husband and wife. Qin Shuang's face turned red. Time is running out. If we don't complete the formalities, it will be dark. She could only blush and agree to Mayor Schwarzenegger's actions. Mayor Schwarzenegger was very efficient, and after the two signed, the relevant documents were stamped with the mayor's seal. From then on, the two officially became legal residents of the town. The moment the two received the property certificates, a reminder tone sounded in their minds. Acquire property, become an official resident of the town, and gain plus 1,000 points. The two quickly climbed to the top two of the points list, tied for first place. Below are a group of zeros and a few unlucky guys with negative points. Qin Shuang was happy, but he fell into his old habit again and said to Han Wu, I had no choice but to admit that I had that kind of relationship with you. You can't take it seriously. I understand, but I won't take it seriously. Han Wu replied and walked towards the house with the property certificate. He couldn't wait to see his new house. Qin Shuang was so angry at Han Wu's behavior that he stamped his feet and complained in a low voice. I told you not to take it seriously, but you didn't. Are you an obedient insect? As soon as the two left the mayor's house, Su Tai arrived. He and Han Wu had the same purpose, which was to buy real estate. The relevant procedures were completed quickly, and Su Tai rushed to the first place on the points list with a good score of 1,500 points. Subsequently, several more candidates also bought properties and obtained points ranging from 600 to 1,300. The early advantages enjoyed by Han Wu and Qin Shuang were gone. But they don't care about this temporary dispute. They are now trying to find ways to strengthen the defenses of their residence to prevent it from being breached by zombies after dark. After buying the property, the two had a total of 130 gold coins left. With the gold coins, they went to the store and, following the recommendation of the store owner, bought the most cost-effective first-level seed, Archer P. 1 gold coin per piece, 130 pieces in total. Seeing that the two were new residents of the town, the shop owner gave them 50 first-level seeds, copper coin flowers for free. The copper coin flower has no fighting power. It grows copper coins by taking the dead energy emitted by zombies when they die. It is the lowest of all special plants. But it was given for free after all, so Han Wu and Qin Shuang accepted it with gratitude. When they got home, they divided the seeds and areas of jurisdiction. The front yard is large and is under the management of Han Wu, who took away 80 Archer pea seeds and 30 copper coin flower seeds. There is a swimming pool in the backyard, and the planting area is smaller. Qin Shuang planted a total of 50 shooter peas and 20 copper coin flowers. These special plant seeds grow very fast. 3 hours after being planted in the soil, sprouts appeared, and 5 hours later, it became a mature plant. Han Wu went closer to look at a shooter pea, and its information became known to Han Wu. Botanical name, shooter pea. Plant level, first level. Plant ability, pea shooting. Shoots out peas at a rate of 1 per second, causing damage to undead creatures. Plant life, 1 year. He nodded and looked at the newly grown copper coin flowers. Plant name, copper coin flower. Plant level, first level. Plant ability, grow copper coins. For every unit of dead energy absorbed, a copper coin grows. 10 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 10 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins equals 1 diamond. Plant life, 1 year. The effects of the two plants are simple and clear at a glance. By the time all the plants had grown, it was gradually getting dark. Han Wu stood on the wall of the front yard and heard bursts of low howls coming from the night. He wrote a few ancient characters in the air and said, "Light magic." A ball of light suddenly condensed on his finger, illuminating an area of 5 meters. Han Wu threw the ball of light in the direction where the low howl came from and saw countless zombies walking on the streets of the town with staggering steps. When they see a house along the way, they will try to break in. It's just that the residents of the town planted some special plants for protection. Faced with zombies invading the house, special plants are awakened and send out waves of powerful attacks. Because of the influence of the light magic released by Han Wu, a group of zombies walked towards his house. "Come on, let me see what you can do," Han Wu said expectantly. When the zombie arrived at the front yard gate, it was already within the shooting range of Shooter P. Sensing the breath of the zombies, the Shooter P was activated and began to spit pea bullets at the zombies. Han Wu saw that the pea-sized bullets hit the zombies, only making small holes. It often takes dozens of pea bullets to completely kill a common zombie. The fighting power is really touching. Han Wu, who was somewhat annoyed, had to find a way out himself. He uses professional power to release dark skills to the dozen or so archer Ps in the front row. The dark attribute is added to the P bullet, bringing great attack power. Just 3 or 5 of them are enough to kill an ordinary zombie. After zombies die, their bodies will quickly decay, turning into black gas and dissipating into the air. The copper coins will absorb the black air and slowly condense into copper coins. And after the zombie died, a prompt sound came from Han Wu's mind. Kill a first-level ordinary zombie and get +1 point. Kill a first-level flag-holding zombie, which will drop a small flag and give you +1 points. Kill a first-level corporate zombie and gain +1 point. Han Wu looked at the scoreboard and saw his points increasing little by little, but he was not happy. With such a slow growth rate, when will we be able to catch up with Su Tai? No, we must think of a way to speed up the killing of zombies. Han Wu thought so, and his eyes fell on a shooter P. Special plants are also considered living things. They should have genes and can mutate. Han Wu muttered, communicating his directional mutation ability, and focused on the archer P in front of him. The familiar directed mutation options appear again. Remove currently unavailable and deleterious variants. There are 4 options left. 1. Range mutation. Extend the range of the archer P. The cost is that for every doubling of the archer P's range, the lifespan is reduced by 1 month. The maximum range extension is 13 times, and the archer P's lifespan is 12 hours. 2. Shooting speed variation. Speed up the shooting speed of the shooter P. The cost is that for every doubling of the shooting speed of the shooter P, the lifespan is reduced by 2 months. The maximum speed increase is 7 times, and the lifespan of the shooter P is 12 hours. 3. Multiple head mutation. Increase the number of nozzles that the shooter P can attack. The cost is that for each additional shooter P nozzle, the lifespan is reduced by 3 months. The maximum increase is 5, and the shooter P's lifespan remains 12 hours. 4. Root mutation. Increase the size of the shooter P's root. The cost is that the lifespan of the shooter P will be reduced by 6 months for every doubling of the root. The maximum increase is 3 times, and the shooter P's lifespan will be 12 hours. They all look good. Let's try them all. Han Wu raised his hand, and his directional mutation ability covered all the shooter Ps. In an instant, the shapes of 80 shooter Ps changed. The firepower increased suddenly. Chapter 73. Fighting for the first place and bold ideas. Kill a first-level white-collar zombie and get +1 point. Kill a first-level Shamad zombie, which drops a bottle of hair dye and gives you +1 point. Kill a second-level ordinary zombie and get +2 points. Under the powerful firepower of the mutant shooter P, a large number of zombies were killed. A space was cleared on the road. When the zombie parade saw that Han Wu's family was not easy to bully, the first-level zombies retreated and the second-level zombies came on the scene. Compared with first-level zombies, second-level zombies have stronger defense and attack power. A second-level flag-raising zombie approached Han Wu's front yard and raised the flagpole in his hand and threw it like a javelin. Fortunately, its accuracy is poor due to its stiff limbs. The thrown flagpole did not cause any harm to the mutant plant, but instead it itself was riddled with P bullets. That flagpole also became Han Wu's trophy. Holding the flagpole in his hand, Han Wu raised his eyebrows. This flagpole is actually made of fine steel that has been tempered 100 times. With such good material, it can be used to make at least 3 high-quality swords. But the zombies used it to build a pole. It's really a waste of resources. Han Wu severely criticized this and confiscated it. Then, Han Wu turned his attention to the copper coin flower. Since the archer P can mutate in a directed manner, the copper coin flower should be able to mutate as well. Immediately, Han Wu used his directed mutation ability and focused it on the copper coin flower. All the mutation possibilities attached to its genes were displayed before Han Wu's eyes. After Han Wu eliminated all options of harmful mutations and lack of mutation conditions, only 2 favorable mutation options remained. 1. Prolific mutation. Increase the output of copper coin flowers. The cost is that for every doubling of copper coin flower output, the lifespan is reduced by 1 month. The maximum increase is 13 times, and the lifespan of copper coin flowers remains 12 hours. 2. Absorption variation. Increase the range of the copper coin flower's absorption of dead air. The cost is that for every doubling of the copper coin flower's absorption of dead air, its lifespan is reduced by 2 months. The maximum increase is 7 times, and the copper coin flower's lifespan has 12 hours left. Both of these variations are very good. Han-woo likes it very much. So, he decided to give it a try and attach both types of mutations to one plant at the same time. Han-woo did what he said. He first performed absorption mutation on the copper coin flower 3 times, increasing the range of the copper coin flower's absorption of death energy to 4 times the original range, and then performed a prolific mutation on the copper coin flower. As a result, Han-woo discovered that during the double mutation, the lifespan lost by the copper coin flower for every doubling of its output was not 1 month, but 2 months. After only performing 2 prolific mutations on the copper coin flower, Han-woo stopped. After undergoing 2 mutations, the copper coin flower has less than 2 months left to live. However, the output has increased more than tenfold. Copper coins fall on the copper coin flower every second. Han-woo nodded with satisfaction and carried out directed mutations on other copper coin flowers as well, all of which were double mutations. The output of copper coins has increased rapidly. Because Han-woo was killing so many people in the front yard, his ranking on the points list was soaring rapidly. It took him only 2 hours to reach the top of the points list, and his upward momentum was very strong, and he was showing a tendency to widen the gap with Su-tai, who was in 2nd place. Su-tai has been keeping an eye on the standings. When he saw Han-woo's points were catching up, he became extremely anxious. Han-woo, don't even think about surpassing me ever, Su-tai said in a deep voice, and took out a fiery red seed with dragon patterns on its surface from his pocket. This seed is obviously different from those 1st and 2nd level seeds, and its appearance is of a lower grade. This is also the biggest trump card in Su-tai's hand. 4th level plant, seeds of fire dragon grass. Even when buying the property, Mayor Schwarzenegger offered a sky-high price of 500 gold coins. Su-tai was able to resist the temptation and did not sell the seed. Now is the time for this seed to come into play. After planting the seeds, Su-tai waited anxiously. An hour later, a sprout broke through the soil. 2 hours later, the dragon grass took shape, reaching a height of 3 meters. The flower on the top was in the shape of a fiery red flying dragon. There was only a soft but tough stem connecting the flower to the roots on the ground. If Su-tai had not been sure that the fire dragon grass was planted by himself, he would have thought it was a real fire dragon. When the fire dragon grass took shape, the dragon-shaped flower sensed the overwhelming death energy around it and attacked on its own. The fierce fire dragon breath erupted, and large numbers of zombies were burned to ashes in an instant. A lot of reminders of gaining points rang in Su-tai's mind. 30 minutes later, Su-tai surpassed Han-woo in points and returned to the 1st place. Su-tai sneered and said, "Han-woo, I have already found out your information. How can an orphan without a father or a mother have the qualifications to fight against me, the descendant of the true God? This time, I will make sure you lose miserably." Elsewhere, students preparing to buy properties are also fighting hard. They received financial support from seniors and bought the property in advance, which gave them an early advantage. In addition, I have good talents and work hard, so the gains are quite considerable. But more of the preparatory students are poor souls who don't receive any funding. These trainees were penniless and had to pick up whatever simple weapons they could find to fight the zombies in the dark. If you are not careful, zombies will eat your brain. Often, even if you work very hard, you still can't get a few good things that drop. Such a sense of frustration made many of these talented young people want to give up. But geniuses are always stubborn. They will feel frustrated because of failure, but they will also continue to persevere because they refuse to admit defeat. Until the night ended, countless zombies disappeared in the first ray of sunlight. While these talented young people who had fought all night breathed a sigh of relief, they were also thinking about how to spend the days that followed. Go and seek refuge with a classmate who owns a property? Absolument impossible. Genius young men all have their own pride. Even if they starve to death, die outside, or have their brains eaten by zombies, they will never bow to other preparatory students. On a small road in a small town, the talented young man Sun Qingyan was sorting out the pitifully small spoils of this night's battle. He lamented that this was not a solution. Based on his current earnings, even if he worked for another 100 days, he would not be able to raise enough money to buy a house. What's more, in the Outland survival simulation, the final competition is about points. I can't even afford a property, so what's the point of talking about points? After thinking it over again and again, he touched his still handsome face and had a bold idea. He wants to be a son-in-law, bah. He wants to live off others, bah. He just wanted to find a kind woman who would take him in, preferably one who had no children, was over 80 years old, and could die of illness at any time. Okay, let's do it. Sun Qingyin said with determination. Chapter 74. Another young man doesn't want to work hard anymore. Survive one day and get plus 1,000 points. When the first rays of sunlight shone on the town in the early morning, all the zombies disappeared. It's like last night was a dream, but the various trophies scattered around the courtyard showed that last night was not a dream. Han Wu took some effort to collect all the spoils and sort them into categories. A large number of copper coins, a small number of silver coins, and a few scattered gold coins were piled together. The fallen seeds are collected in a small bag. Han Wu also collected and put away miscellaneous items such as small flags, hair dye, lighters, buckets, etc. These things are of little use to him. You can take it to the store and sell it. More or less, you can exchange it for some copper coins. Han Wu was still cleaning up patiently when Qin Shuang, who was guarding the backyard, came over. Seeing that Han Wu's spoils were piled up to 2 meters high, he immediately lost his composure. Living under the same roof and using the same plants, why is it that Han Wu's loot is more than 10 times more than hers? Look at the standings again. Qin Shuang's own points were 23,000, ranking 5th. Han Wu's points reached 128,000, ranking 2nd. The first place, Su Tai, had an even more exaggerated score of 201,000, ranking 1st. Qin Shuang felt like he had worked himself to death last night, and even fought in person for the last 2 hours, only to end up with nothing. Are they really competing in the same secret realm? Why is the gap so big? Han Wu, how did you do it? Qin Shuang asked directly. Han Wu did not hide anything from Qin Shuang and told him about his ability of targeted mutation, causing Qin Shuang to call him a pervert. This ability is absolutely perfect for this secret realm, and using it is just like cheating. Qin Shuang praised him and reminded him seriously. Although your ability is very strong, you still need to work hard. Su Tai's points are much higher than yours. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Han Wu replied confidently. His current situation is like a snowball. As long as he can persist, the benefits will continue to grow. After cleaning up, Han Wu and Qin Shuang dragged a large amount of spoils to the store to sell them. The seeds dropped by zombies have been identified. Among them is a 3rd-level sunflower seed and 2 2nd-level boxer cauliflower seeds. The rest were 1st-level seeds, which were not worth much and were sold to the store by Han Wu. After integrating all the properties, Han Wu had a total of 147 gold, 6 silver, and 5 bronze. Qin Shuang's earnings were much less than Han Wu's, only 21 gold for silver and 5 bronze medals. The two of them each bought some necessary seeds and stockpiled some food. After doing all this, they felt extremely exhausted. After all, their current physical condition is limited to that of ordinary people, so they will naturally be tired after being busy all night. After returning to the house, the two ate a little and went back to their room to sleep. Well, we went back to our respective rooms. After an unknown amount of time, Han Wu was awakened by shouting from next door. He stretched and walked to the window to see what was going on. Through the glass window, I saw my classmate's son Qingyan standing at the door of the neighbor's house next door, shouting hard. Is Mrs. Sal here? Mrs. Sal, the neighbor next door, came out. She was an old lady over 70 years old, and the years had left many marks on her body. After the two of them talked for a while, Han Wu saw in disbelief that Mrs. Sal put one hand around son Qingyan's shoulders and the other on his chest, kissing him as they walked until they returned to the room. Then he noticed that son Qingyan's points on the points list had increased by 1,000. Han Wu immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is fucking possible." Another young person who didn't want to work hard and took shortcuts. That night, before nightfall, Han Wu conducted directed mutations on all the newly purchased shooter peas and placed the 3rd-level sunflower in the center of the front yard. Plant name, sunflower. Plant level, level 3. Plant ability, solar aura. Effect 1, adds light and fire damage to plants within the aura. Effect 2, increases the activity of plants within the aura. Plant life, 1 year. After directed mutation, the range of the sunflower's halo expanded 12 times, enough to cover all the plants in the entire front yard, and its lifespan was shortened to less than 1 month. 2 2nd-level boxer cauliflowers were planted at the entrance. Botanical name, cauliflower. Plant level, level 2. Plant abilities, heavy punch, fast punch. Plant life, 1 year. There are 2 boxer cauliflowers. One has a directional mutation that increases its speed, affecting its fast punching ability, and is directly promoted to super fast punching. The other has a qualitative mutation that increases its size, affecting its heavy punching ability, and is promoted to super heavy punching. The life cycle of 2 boxer cauliflower plants was shortened to 12 hours. After making all the arrangements, Han Wu was full of confidence. Tonight's harvest will definitely be greater than last night's. While waiting for night to fall, Han Wu heard some noise next door. He climbed up the wall to look. Then I saw a classmate's son Qingyan, who didn't want to work hard, walking out of the house. His steps were light, and he seemed a little unsteady. But Han Wu saw joy on son Qingyan's face. Yes, son Qingyan is happy. After 6 hours of effort, he successfully put Mrs. Cao to sleep. He then gained command of the fight against the zombie invasion tonight. Mrs. Cao is a senior resident of the town, and the plants she grows are of much higher quality than those grown by Han Wu, who buy them just to make up the numbers. Han Wu lay on the wall and saw that the most conspicuous thing in Mrs. Cao's yard was a 3-meter-high wooden stake. There was also a special plant called the Archer Oak, which was at level 4 and had an attack power far beyond that of the Archer P. In addition, Mrs. Cao's yard also has 10 third-level plants with different functions and dozens of second-level plants. There are not many first-level plants, only dozens of them, which are used to fill the gaps in the yard. Student son Qingyan looked at the plants in the garden eagerly, his heart burning with excitement. With a plant of this size, he will surely rise tonight. Soon night fell, and a large number of zombies rushed onto the road and marched. The night war begins again. The special plants sensed the zombies' deathly aura and activated their combat mode on their own. In the front yard that Han Wu was in charge of, 140 shooter Ps were firing at full power. The P bullets had light and fire attributes attached to them, and their attack power was directly doubled. A first-level zombie can't even withstand 2 P bullets. Relying on its stronger defense, the second-level zombie wanted to rush into Han Wu's front yard and cause damage. But the 2 boxer cauliflowers guarding the door disagreed. With 1 super heavy punch and 1 super fast punch, all the invading second-level zombies were beaten into pieces. Han Wu's points kept rising, and various prompts appeared one after another. But Han Wu was more concerned about the battle next door. Because of the powerful plants, the battle next door is more exciting. The first-level zombies don't dare to get close at all, and the second-level zombies only act as cannon fodder to attract firepower. The third-level zombies are the main force of the invasion. Han Wu was lying on the top of the wall when he saw a third-level pole vaulting zombie trying to jump over a 4th-level plant. The sharpshooter oak, but was shot into a sieve. A large number of third-level night zombies could only barely withstand the powerful firepower of sharpshooter oak and get close enough to destroy some low-level plants. A 4th-level dancing zombie appeared. It used summoning magic to continuously summon second-level dancing zombies to serve as its own human shield, barely bypassing the attack range of the sharpshooter oak. But the next moment, it stepped on the second-level spring bean trap set by Mrs. Cao. His entire body was bounced 10 meters high and miraculously landed on his buttocks in Han Wu's yard. Han Wu was stunned when he saw this thrilling scene. A 4th-level dancing king zombie is nothing in Mrs. Cao's yard. But if it falls into your own yard, it will be a big boss. Immediately, Han Wu controlled all the shooter Ps in the yard and concentrated their firepower on this 4th-level dancing king zombie. In an instant, the 4th-level dancing king zombie was overwhelmed by the wave of P bullets. A large number of P bullets with light and fire attributes exploded on it, but failed to stop the 4th-level dancing king zombie from releasing its abilities. Many second-level dancing zombies were summoned to destroy the plants in Han Wu Academy. Han Wu realized that he had to take action. Otherwise, all the plants in the yard will be destroyed by this boss that came from the sky. He mobilized his professional power, activated the Black Dragon skill, transformed into a humanoid black dragon, and rushed towards the 4th-level Dance King zombie. The fist covered with dragon scales smashed hard into the body of the 4th-level Dancing King zombie, but it could only cause minor skin injuries. But Han Wu did not dare to relax. With his tenacious willpower, he punched the 4th-level dancing zombie thousands of times and finally killed the big boss. Kill the 4th-level Dancing King zombie to drop a 4th-level seed, a pair of crocodile leather shoes, a tap dance diagram, and points plus 500. Han Wu was too tired to complain. The 4th-level Dancing King zombie was so difficult to kill that he punched until his arms were sore, but he only gave 500 points. But fortunately, the dropped items are good. I'll take the 4th-level seeds to the store for identification tomorrow. The quality of crocodile leather shoes is equivalent to that of weapons of faith, which is pretty good. Han Wu was substituted on the spot. The tap dance diagram looked ordinary, so Han Wu threw it aside and planned to sell it tomorrow. However, the night is still long. Chapter 75, A Bet Between Freshmen. In the Imperial Capital Academy, Xiang Ming and the other two had just finished their classes and got together to drink tea. Xia Tian, do you think junior brother Han Wu can find the fruit of wisdom for us? Xiang Ming was a little worried. They have also experienced the low-level secret realm, Zombie Town, so they naturally know how difficult it is to obtain the fruit of wisdom. That depends on his progress in exploring the Zombie Town. If he thinks that the Zombie Town is just a place to grow plants and kill zombies to gain points, he will most likely not be able to obtain high-level resources like the wisdom fruit. Xia Tian said calmly. Oh, it really makes me curious. How will junior brother Han Wu perform? Xiang Ming muttered. Yi Ling listened to the two people's conversation and said bluntly, it's useless for you two to talk here. Why don't we go to Teacher Lena and ask for permission to watch and see how these preparatory students perform? When Xiang Ming heard the words Teacher Lena, his whole body trembled. Some terrible memories come to mind. Will Teacher Lena agree? Yi Ling glanced at Xiang Ming and said, I was Teacher Lena's favorite student. She will definitely give me this face. Xia Tian also said, then go and give it a try. At worst, we can send Xiang Ming over and let Teacher Lena beat him up. Hey, you are selling out your friends for fame. Xiang Ming once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Teacher Lena. The three of them quickly found Teacher Lena. When Teacher Lena learned that the three people had invested in Han Wu, a gentle smile appeared on her face. But this smile made the three of them tense up, and they dared not even breathe. There was no other way. The three of them were taught by Teacher Lena during their preparatory period. The fear of Teacher Lena runs deep into my bones. Especially when I saw Teacher Lena's gentle smile, the fear from the bottom of my heart was simply indescribable. I'll give you one permission. Teacher Lena agreed, and when she raised her hand, a screen appeared in front of the three people. This is exactly the battle scene Han Wu is facing now. In the picture, Han Wu is fighting a third-level night zombie. Han Wu's black dragon-like body was able to withstand the heavy blows of the night zombie and easily tear off the armor on the night zombie, exposing its body to a large number of pea bullets. After seeing it, the three of them were amazed. How could they not see that the archer peas planted in Han Wu's yard had been strengthened by special means, and their firepower was comparable to that of second-level plants? Such an offensive will definitely give us an advantage in the early stages. However, with the plant lineup in Han Wu Academy, it shouldn't cause an invasion by third-level zombies. Just as they were wondering, they noticed that a third-level butcher zombie fell from the sky and landed in Han Wu's yard. Han Wu himself rushed forward helplessly and started fighting with the third-level butcher zombie. The three of them tacitly turned the scene to the next door where the source of the problem was. The plant arrangement next door is several levels higher than Han Wu's, and the lineup is gorgeous. The most ingenious part is that behind the fourth-level sharpshooter oak, there is a second-level spring beam that has no attack power, but can bounce away objects weighing hundreds of pounds. This arrangement was quite unexpected. The zombies who thought they had passed the most dangerous area and had let down their guard were caught off guard. Soon, the three noticed that the person who controlled the attack rhythm of the plants in the yard next door was also a preparatory student, who sponsored this candidate to make him so powerful. Xiang Ming exclaimed. Yi Ling turned to look at Teacher Lena, seeking an answer. Teacher Lena smiled and said, the candidate's name is Sun Qingyan, and he is not sponsored by anyone. Impossible. Without funding, how could he have such a large lineup of plants? Xia Tian was the first one to disbelieve it. Yi Ling used her authority to look through the wall of the house and saw an old woman sleeping in the house. The old woman's clothes were disheveled and her face had an extremely unnatural blush. Although Yi Ling was still an innocent girl, she understood what was going on. She spat. There are all kinds of people among the preparatory students this year. They don't even care about their dignity for the sake of grades. Xia Tian and Xiang Ming also noticed the situation of the house, where Sun Qingyan was, and smiled knowingly. Although they disdained such behavior, it does not prevent Xia Tian and Xiang Ming from admiring Sun Qingyan. Those who achieve great things do not fuss about small details. Given Sun Qingyan's spirit of self-sacrifice, it would be unforgivable for him not to succeed. Hey, who's ranked first on the list? Su Tai. After seeing the ranking on the points list, Xiang Ming cut the screen to Su Tai. In Su Tai's yard, the fire dragon grass was spewing dragon breath wantonly. The large number of attacking zombies were directly burned to ashes. His points are accumulating rapidly and have now reached an exaggerated 314,000. The second place, Sun Qingyan, only had 213,000. As for Han Wu, he is currently in third place with 198,000 points. Fire Dragon Grass. It seems that Su Tai is the player sponsored by our mortal enemy. Xiang Ming affirmed. He recognized the powerful and special plant called Fire Dragon Grass. Among all the students of Imperial Capital Academy, there is only one person who possesses the seeds of Fire Dragon Grass. That person is their mortal enemy, named Huang Xingjun, who is also the top freshman at Imperial Capital College. Huang Xingjun once killed many people in the zombie town and obtained too many valuable things. He should want to take this opportunity to make more money from the trainee. Xia Tian analyzed. Teacher Lena replied, "That's true." Su Tai and Huang Xingjun signed a private agreement. Huang Xingjun will sponsor Su Tai, and Su Tai will give Huang Xingjun 70% of the profits from the zombie town. Yi Ling exclaimed, "This is too much. Teacher Lena, this is almost cheating behavior, and you don't do anything about it?" Teacher Lena had a gentle smile on her face, which made Xiang Ming and the other two feel uneasy. "This is no different from your sponsorship of Han Wu, except that both parties want a larger proportion," Teacher Lena replied. "Whether students are willing to rob Peter to pay Paul or drink poison to quench thirst, it is their own choice. As long as it is within the rules, I, as a teacher, have no right to interfere." Yiling wanted to say more, but before she opened her mouth, she heard a knock on the door. "Is Teacher Lena here?" The person who came was Huang Xingjun, the mortal enemy of Xiang Ming and his two companions. He glanced at Xiang Ming and the other two and smiled disdainfully. Then he turned to Teacher Lena and asked, "Teacher Lena, I want permission to watch the preparatory class." Teacher Lena casually gave Huang Xingjun an authority. Huang Xingjun saw that Su Tai, whom he sponsored, was currently at the top of the points list, 100,000 points ahead of the second place, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. "You three should also come and take a look at the preparatory students you sponsor. Are you interested in making a bet to see whose sponsored preparatory student will get a better ranking?" Huang Xingjun said to Xiang Ming and the other two. Xiang Ming said depressedly, "Do you think we are stupid? We already know that Su Tai, who ranks first, is the one you will sponsor. So you don't even have the courage to compete. You are such useless trash." Huang Xingjun said contemptuously. "You fucking..." Xiang Ming couldn't help but want to hit someone. Xia Tian and Yi Ling quickly stopped Xiang Ming. "Don't be impulsive. Didn't you hear that Huang Xingjun was deliberately provoking you?" Huang Xingjun continued. "Provoke you? You don't deserve it. I went to the Imperial Capital College, one of the top colleges in the Divine Realm civilization, and you still huddled together for warmth and formed a cow horse club for your own amusement. It's really embarrassing to be a classmate with you guys. You bastard. Neither of us must be defeated today." How could Xiang Ming tolerate such provocation from Huang Xingjun? Xia Tian and Yi Ling tried their best to stop him. Xia Tian said to Huang Xingjun, "We set up the club to help those students from poor families raise resources. It has nothing to do with you. Put away your cheap tricks. Don't you want to gamble? Come on. Let's see which of the preparatory students we support has better grades." "Okay, I'll bet 10 points of divinity. Do you dare to take it?" Huang Xingjun challenged. "Answer it, why not?" Xia Tian was not willing to be outdone. "Let Teacher Lena be the witness. If you lose, don't cheat." Huang Xingjun left after saying this and pushed the door open. After watching Huang Xingjun leave, Xiang Ming stopped being fierce and became a little worried. "Xia Tian, will it work? The Su Tai he sponsored seems a bit fierce." Xia Tian returned his gaze to Han Wu's interface. "Our sponsor Junior Han Wu is not bad either. The survival simulation is still long, and it will become more and more exciting as time goes on." Yi Ling prayed to the screen. "I hope that junior brother Han Wu can see through the truth behind the zombie town sooner. Planting plans to kill zombies is doomed to have no future." Teacher Lena witnessed the whole process and smiled without saying a word. Perhaps in her opinion, this was just a fight between children and was not worth her attention. Chapter 76. Mayor Schwarzenegger is extraordinary. Survived the second day, points plus 2,000. As the first rays of sunlight shone on the town in the early morning, the zombie army dissipated again. Han Wu was so tired that he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He has it so hard. Last night, a total of 3 4th-level zombies and 12 3rd-level zombies were sent over from next door. In order to kill these zombies, Han Wu personally went on the field and fought hand-to-hand with the zombies. Fortunately, I managed to hold on until dawn. Subconsciously opening the list, Han Wu clearly saw that his current score was 302,000, ranking third. The second place is Sun Qingyan, who has 356,000 points. The first place is still Su Tai, whose points are as high as a terrifying 535,000. In just one night, Su Tiekwang earned nearly 330,000 points, which was enough to show the horror of the plant lineup under his command. One step faster, every step faster. The same principle applies to Zombie Town. However, Han Wu was not discouraged. He obtained several high-level seeds last night. After planting them, coupled with his own qualitative mutation ability, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky. After resting for a while, Han Wu finally had the strength to stand up. He also had to sort out the loot that had dropped last night. Sun Qingyan, who was next door, was also collecting the spoils in the yard. When he heard Han Wu's voice, he immediately stopped his work, leaned over the wall, and greeted Han Wu. "Student Han Wu, I'm so sorry about what happened last night. I saw some high-level zombies being thrown into your yard, but there was nothing I could do," Sun Qingyan apologized. Han Wu knew that Sun Qingyan's apology came from the heart. If he had the ability to change the layout of plants in the yard, he would definitely not harm Han Wu and cause trouble for himself. But Sun Qingyan was only the acting owner of the house next door after all, and its real owner was still Mrs. Cao. "I will let Mrs. Cao give me an explanation about this matter," Han Wu said bluntly. Sun Qingyan smiled helplessly and could only do as Han Wu said. After all, to put it bluntly, he was just Mrs. Cao's new gigolo and could not be Mrs. Cao's master. All the spoils in the yard were sorted out. Han armed a whole truck with weapons and sent it to the store. The shop owner counts all the spoils and gives a reasonable price. The shop owner then took out 2 items from the spoils and returned them to Han Wu, saying, "These 2 items are waste in my shop, but in the eyes of other residents, they may be treasures." These 2 items are a tap dance diagram dropped by a 4th-level dancer zombie, and a bone-crushing knife dropped by a 3rd-level butcher zombie. Han Wu put away the 2 items. Han Wu sold the spoils and some low-level seeds for a total of 244 gold coins. At the same time, Han Wu still had 2 4th-level seeds and 3 3rd-level seeds on hand. 2 4th-level seeds, namely the 4th-level succubus mushroom and the 4th-level cannon corn. The function of the succubus mushroom is to release a gas energy bomb with hypnotic properties. Any zombie that is hit by the bomb has a certain chance of being controlled by the succubus mushroom and turning against its fellow zombies. And the succubus mushroom has an even more powerful effect. Any zombie that swallows it will be completely brainwashed. If Han Wu could find an extremely powerful zombie and make it swallow the succubus mushroom, then this powerful zombie will become Han Wu's most loyal subordinate and fight for Han Wu. The 4th-tier cannon corn is also quite good. Its ability is to bombard with corn shells, which is powerful enough to kill 3rd-tier zombies instantly and cause area damage. A perfect tool for gaining points. These 2 4th-level seeds were Han Wu's biggest gain last night. The other 3 3rd-level seeds were tested and confirmed to be 3rd-level gold coin flowers. After planting, you can absorb the death energy emitted by zombies and condense gold coins, which are also very valuable. Considering what happened last night, Han Wu decided to prepare a big sword for self-defense. He is blessed with professional power and possesses powerful skills such as Giant Force Slash and Tyrannosaurus Slash. If I had a handy big sword to protect myself, the battle last night wouldn't have been so difficult. In response to Han Wu's request, the store owner said that the store did not have the corresponding goods. If Han Wu needs anything special, he can go and ask the mayor. The shop owner revealed that Mayor Schwarzenegger is a collector who is keen on collecting various cold weapons. By gaining the trust of Mayor Schwarzenegger, perhaps he could get 1 or 2 of his collections from him. Han Wu listened to the shop owner, bought some 2nd-level boomerang flower seeds, and went to the mayor's house. In order to get closer to Mayor Schwarzenegger, Han Wu first took out the bone-crushing knife that the store owner refused to accept and showed it to Mayor Schwarzenegger for identification. Mayor Schwarzenegger's favorite thing in his life was all kinds of cold weapons. He picked up the bone-crushing knife, observed it carefully, and came to a conclusion. This bone crusher is pretty good, qualifies as one of his collections. In order to purchase this knife, Mayor Schwarzenegger is willing to pay 400 gold coins or a rare 3rd-level seed in exchange. Han Wu was very surprised. He couldn't understand why Mayor Schwarzenegger would be interested in this broken knife that even the store owner wouldn't buy, and why he would offer such a high price for it. He took the knife and examined it again, only to find that after being identified by Mayor Schwarzenegger, the information on the knife had completely changed. It is no longer an ordinary bone-crushing knife. Instead, it is a blade of rebirth that has been stained with the blood of thousands of beasts. It's a divine weapon. It deals soul damage when attacking. This is the true information of this bone-crushing knife. This sudden change made Han Wu suddenly realize that Mayor Schwarzenegger in front of him might not be as simple as he seemed. What do you think? Do you want 400 gold coins or a rare third-level seed? Mayor Schwarzenegger urged, seeming to like the bone crusher very much. If possible, I would like to use this bone-crushing knife to exchange one of your collections. Han Wu tentatively put forward his request. Mayor Schwarzenegger hesitative. He stared at the bone-crushing knife for more than 10 seconds before making up his mind. What kind of weapon do you want? Chapter 77, Major Discovery. There's hope. Han Wu's heart skipped a beat. He continued, I want to change my collection of great swords. Mayor Schwarzenegger hesitated for a moment before saying, Follow me. As he spoke, he stood up and took Han Wu to an exhibition room in his house. There are a large number of cold weapons of various shapes in the exhibition room. Even though he couldn't see their information clearly, Han Wu could still feel the aura attached to these cold weapons. They are all weapons with divine powers or above. Mayor Schwarzenegger took Han Wu to an area where 8 different great swords were placed. Han Wu looked at them one by one, and finally his eyes fell on a pitch-black sword. The black sword is made of dragon bones and is extremely hard. Such simple information deeply attracted Han Wu's attention. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the black sword. Suddenly, a majestic sound like a dragon's roar came from the black sword. This caused the black sword and the black dragon blood in Han Wu's body to resonate. Mayor Schwarzenegger was also shocked by the situation. This was also the first time he encountered such a situation. Since Han Wu and the black sword can resonate with each other, it means that the two are extremely compatible. Giving the black sword to Han Wu will not be considered an insult to the black sword. I want this one. Han Wu decided immediately. Among the 8 great swords, there is a divine weapon that is better than the black sword. But Han Wu knew very well that what he took out was a divine weapon, and choosing a divine weapon as the target of exchange was the best choice. He still has to survive in the zombie town for a long time, and pressing for more is not a long-term solution. Moreover, the black sword resonates with the black dragon's bloodline. When used, its power will definitely be enhanced. Han Wu has made a profit no matter how you look at it. Okay, Mayor Schwarzenegger nodded in agreement. However, this bone-crushing knife alone cannot exchange for my black sword. You need to increase the stakes. Han Wu nodded. He took from his pocket what property he had which he could exchange. 3 third-level gold flower seeds and tap dance diagrams. As for the 4th-level seed, that is Han Wu's treasure, and he will not hand it over. Mayor Schwarzenegger glanced at the tap dance diagram and then turned his attention to the gold coin flower seeds. I want to exchange the bone crusher and 2 gold flower seeds for the black sword. Do you agree? Mayor Schwarzenegger said. I agree. Han Wu did. Even if Mayor Schwarzenegger took away the 3 gold coin flower seeds and the tap dance instructions, Han Wu did not say a word. Mayor Schwarzenegger took 2 gold coin flower seeds and seemed very satisfied with the deal. While being happy, he also told Han Wu a little news. This tap dance atlas may be of interest to your neighbor, Mrs. Sao. I remember that when she was young, she was the dancing queen of the town. Really? Thank you so much, Mayor. Han Wu said sincerely. The tap dance atlas is worthless in his hands. But if it falls into the hands of someone who needs it, it may be a treasure worth a fortune. Moreover, Han Wu was just about to go find Mrs. Sao to discuss what happened last night. After leaving the mayor's house, Han Wu went straight to his own property. We passed by Su Tai's house on the way. He saw the fire dragon grass, like a flying dragon, hovering above Su Tai's yard. Su Tai happened to be going out to the store, and his loot was even greater. When competitors meet, they don't fight, but they don't look happy to each other. Su Tai said to Han Wu proudly, Student Han Wu, the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. Now you've slipped to 3rd place. If you admit defeat earlier, maybe I could be more tolerant and allow you and Qin Shuang to stay in the same classroom in the future. Han Wu sneered. Thank you for your kindness, but it's just the beginning, and it's still unknown who will be the final winner. Then I'll let you know what crushing means, Su Tai said in a deep voice. Han Wu said nothing and left. When he got home, He turned around and went to Mrs. Sal's house next door and rang the doorbell. "Is Mrs. Sal in?" Someone called out. Mrs. Sal walked out of the room with the help of Sun Qingyin. Mrs. Sal, who is nearly 70 years old, has an out-of-shape figure and wrinkles all over her face. But she has maintained her temperament well and walks with confidence, without any of the decadence that a 70-year-old woman should have. "You're the new neighbor next door. I've heard from Sweetheart what happened last night. If you're here to ask for compensation for what happened last night, you can leave now. I, Hannah Sal, will never make any compensation for your incompetence." Mrs. Sal's attitude was very tough and unreasonable from the beginning. Sun Qingyin on the side curled his lips helplessly at Han Wu. He couldn't help with this. After all, he still has to rely on Mrs. Sal's breath to survive. "Mrs. Sal, you misunderstood. I am not here to ask for compensation, but to admire your elegance. I heard from Mayor Schwarzenegger that you were once the dancing queen of this town. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed extraordinary." Han Wu changed his strategy and gave a compliment. Mrs. Sal's face softened at this, but she remained somewhat alert. "Don't think that just because you praise me, I will change the pattern of plants in my yard. Don't even think about it." Han Wu smiled bitterly. He was now a little curious about how Sun Qingyin had gotten together with this rich woman with a bad temper. Seeing that the negotiations were about to collapse, Han Wu immediately took out his trump card. He pulled the tap dance atlas from his pocket. "Mrs. Sal, I came across a dance atlas by chance, and I want to ask you for your advice." Mrs. Sal, who was once the dancing queen, looked at the tap dance diagram, and her eyes became sharp. She took the tap dance illustration, opened it carefully, and was deeply attracted by it after just a few glances. "This is a lost dance step of the king of dance. You name a price, even if it's everything I have, I don't care." Mrs. Sal was extremely excited. She has been looking for this dance move for many years, but there is no news. "I thought I would die with this regret, but I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly." Mrs. Sal has decided that no matter what the cost, she must get the tap dance diagram. "I'm not afraid of losing everything I have, because this map is a priceless treasure to her." Seeing Mrs. Sal's love for tap dance illustrations, Han Wu knew that his chance had come. However, he did not intend to make this a one-time deal, but rather wanted to establish a long-term friendly relationship. "You have to cast a long line to catch the big fish." "Mrs. Sal, you are so polite. Please keep this tap dance atlas. If I find related atlases in the future, I will definitely send them to you." Han Wu replied politely. Suddenly, Mrs. Sal's eyes changed drastically when she looked at Han Wu. It was like looking at my own grandson. "Han, thank you for your generosity, and please forgive my rudeness just now. You can call me Hannah from now on. I am willing to be your closest neighbor." Hannah Sal said seriously. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Han Wu's mind. Establish friendly relations with the town resident, the dancing queen Hannah Sar, and open Hannah Sar's personal store, points plus 30,000. Han Wu got the hint, and his eyes widened. He seemed to have made a major discovery accidentally. Chapter 78, Joining the Town Guard. After returning to the house, Qin Shuang came over to Han Wu and asked in surprise, "What did you do just now?" "I received a prompt to establish a friendly relationship with the dance queen Hannah Sal. I opened her personal store and added 10,000 points." "Really?" After hearing this, Han Wu quickly figured out why Qin Shuang could receive relevant prompts at the same time. Because they lived together, they were considered a couple by the residents of the town. Prosperity comes together. That's why Qin Shuang also gained Mrs. Sal's friendship. The two opened their respective permissions and checked out the items in Mrs. Sal's personal store. Qin Shuang's interface showed that her friendship value with Mrs. Sal was 60, and there were 3 items that could be exchanged, namely a 3rd-level clover seed, a dance course, and a dance costume of divine weapon level. To exchange these goods, you need to consume friendly points. When the friendship value is below 60, the personal store is closed. As for Han Wu, his authority is greater than Qin Shuang's. His friendship value with Mrs. Sal is 99, and he can redeem up to 7 items. Han Wu immediately saw the wisdom fruit option among the 7 items, and its exchange value is 90 friendly value. The meaning is probably just exchange it. Han Wu's friendly relationship with Mrs. Sal was probably over. I have to exchange it carefully. I can't destroy my friendly relationship with Mrs. Sal just for the sake of momentary pleasure. At least I have to wait until the class is almost over before exchanging this fruit of wisdom. Han Wu muttered. After analyzing the current situation, Han Wu and Qin Shuang were also tired. They ate something and then went back to their respective rooms to rest. It was not until night fell that the two got up and started their work for the night. The zombie parade is still going strong. Zombies wandering the streets will attack any living thing they see. The array of plants in the front yard that Han Wu takes care of is far more than before. 4th-level succubus mushrooms and 4th-level turricorn were planted deep in the yard. After directed mutation, the power of both increased greatly. The 4th-level succubus mushroom has a greatly increased chance of successfully enchanting zombies, and even the 3rd-level zombies have a 20% chance of being enchanted. It can also brainwash zombies up to the 5th level by being swallowed. The 4th-order turricorn has undergone 2 directional mutations, namely coverage range and shell firing frequency. The current 4th-tier corn turret can cover the entire front yard and can fire 2 powerful corn shells in a short period of time. In addition, Han Wu also has a 3rd-level gold coin flower, a 3rd-level sunflower, 40 boomerang flowers that have undergone directed mutation, and 10 copper coin flowers that are still alive. Although the number is smaller than last night, the overall combat power is several times greater than last night. Infected by the zombie's death energy, special plants are activated and begin to attack. Under the firepower of powerful plants, almost no zombies could successfully enter Han Wu's courtyard. This made him a little bored. He climbed up the wall to see the battle in Mrs. Sal's yard, and noticed that the 2nd-level spring bean behind the 4th-level sharpshooter oak had been removed and replaced with a 3rd-level carnivorous plant. Without the boss sent by the neighboring courtyard, Han Wu became even more bored. The plants in the front yard fought on their own, and he didn't have to worry about them at all. So he came up with a bold idea. Why not go out for a walk? Even if there are countless zombies outside, he can still fly away when he can't defeat them. Could it be possible that zombies could fly into the sky and chase him? Han Wu did it right away. He activated the Black Dragon skill, flew out of the yard, and came to the street. Under his feet was a large parade of zombies. Among them, there are many powerful 3rd and 4th-level zombies. Han Wu's eyes lit up. These were all points. He drew out the black sword, gathered all his strength, located a 4th-level zombie below, and dropped from a high altitude to chop it down. Attached to darkness, Tyrannosaurus Slash. The tyrannical force, coupled with the extremely hard black sword, killed the 4th-level zombie with just one strike. Han Wu quickly collected the spoils dropped by the 4th-level zombie and continued to look for the next target. After one night, Han Wu achieved great results. A total of 14 4th-level zombies and 23 3rd-level zombies were killed. The total points soared to 723,000. Although he is still ranked 3rd in the standings, the gap between him and the top 2 is narrowing. The 2nd place is Su Tai, with 757,000 points. The 1st place is Sun Qingyan, with 831,000 points. At the same time, Han Wu also noticed that the preparatory students who were ranked behind him also started to exert their strength after getting familiar with the environment over the past 2 days. The points have exceeded 100,000, and there is strong momentum. I guess I have found a way to get a lot of points. It seems I have to work harder. Han Wu encouraged himself. As the first rays of sunlight shone on the town in the early morning, the zombie army disappeared again. Survived the 3rd day, points plus 3,000. Han Wu was about to return home with his tired body, but found a small town resident standing at his door waiting for his return. After seeing Han Wu, the town resident stepped forward and greeted him. Hello, I am a resident of the town. My name is Rick Grimes, and I am the captain of the town guard. Hello, Captain Rick. It's like this. Last night, I saw you bravely fighting zombies through the site, so I came here today to invite you to join the town guard. Captain Rick stated his purpose. What does the town guard do? Han Wu was curious. Of course, it's to protect the town. We guard the various entrances of the town to prevent zombies of level 5 and above from invading the town. Without the protection of the town guard, the zombie town would have been overwhelmed by the powerful zombie army long ago. Captain Rick explained. Zombies of level 5 and above. Han Wu finally figured it out. Captain Rick must have noticed his good abilities through some special means, so he specially invited him to participate in the high-end game. The so-called high-end game will definitely gain more benefits and points than the small fights at home. Han Wu naturally would not refuse. Captain Rick, please allow me to join your team. Han Wu pleaded sincerely. Our town guard team is in need of ambitious young people like you. Welcome to join the town guard team. Captain Rick patted Han Wu's shoulder. Immediately, a familiar prompt sound rang in Han Wu's mind. Establish friendly relations with the town resident and town guard Captain Rick Grimes to open Rick Grimes' personal store and gain plus 60,000 points. Join the town guard. Open the town guard merit store and gain plus 50,000 points. With a total of 110,000 points, Han Wu's points soared to 836,000, surpassing the second-place Sun Qingyan by 2,000 points and regaining the second place. Han Wu doesn't care about the temporary points ranking. What he was more concerned about was what kind of high-level resources would be waiting for him to redeem in the two newly opened stores. Chapter 79. Members of the Guard. Promise Captain Rick to report in tonight. Han Wu returned to the yard and cleaned up the spoils. After dealing with all the spoils, Han Wu had 450 more gold coins, 3 4th-level seeds, and 5 3rd-level seeds. After planting the seeds in the yard, Han Wu opened 2 new stores. Captain Rick's personal store has 3 items. They are a divine weapon-level hunting rifle, a set of divine weapon-level leather clothes, and a 4th-level sniper piece seed. The friendliness value is 60. A friendship value of 60 is a threshold, meaning that exchanging one item will result in the closure of your personal store. Therefore, you must be very careful when choosing products. The other merit shop belonging to the town guard is different. There are many kinds of goods inside, all of which are high-end resources. There are 4th-level seeds, 5th-level seeds, and even 6th-level seeds. There are numerous divine weapons, and there are also several more advanced divine weapons. The wisdom fruit that Han Wu cares most about is also in stock in the merchandise list of the merit store. In addition to these, Han Wu also discovered that there were some rare treasures in the product list that could enhance physical attributes. For example, night vision fruit can enhance vision and gain night vision ability after taking it. For example, taking the herb Dalihua can greatly enhance your strength and strengthen your body. For example, however, to exchange these high-end resources, one needs to gain merit by killing zombies. How to obtain the merit will be known tonight. But being able to master these ways to obtain high-end materials has already far surpassed other students in the preparatory class. But even if I join the town guard, I can't leave the house behind. Han Wu called Qin Shuang, told her about his own affairs, and asked her to help pay attention to the situation in the front yard at night. For this reason, Han Wu was willing to share the points and spoils earned in the front yard equally with Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang gladly accepted it. She does not have Han Wu's extraordinary ability of qualitative change, so she can only rely on her own efforts and move forward step by step. Fortunately, she had a great advantage in the early stages. After a few days of development, her points exceeded 250,000, ranking 6th on the list. I believe that after tonight, her ranking will improve. After finishing all the matters, Han Wu went back to his room to rest. I slept until evening. After Han Wu got up, he ate some food and rushed to the place where he had agreed to meet Captain Rick. All members of the town guard are already waiting here. Standing next to Captain Rick were the other 3 members of the town guard. They are Jessica with 2 guns, Dwayne Johnson, and Nighthammer. Among them, Double Gun Jessica is a beautiful woman. She has golden hair, plump breasts and hips, and a slender waist. But if you are fooled by her appearance and think she is just a vase, you will definitely suffer a great loss. The reason why Jessica, with 2 guns, was able to join the town guard and survive to this day was not because of her charming appearance, but because of her superb gun skills. The 2 revolvers in her hands fluttered like butterflies among flowers, and bullets poured out like rain. And I heard that Miss Jessica is also very good at physical skills. It's great that the new member is such a handsome young man. Jessica, with 2 guns, was the first to welcome Han Wu. The strong Dwayne Johnson said, "Jessica, Han is a married man, and he loves his wife very much." Double Gun Jessica scoffed at this. "So what if we're married? I can be your lover." Han Wu disagrees with Double Gun Jessica's view on love. Night Ham is more honest. He wears thick plate armor, holds a spear in his hand, and has a long sword on his waist, which is very similar to the knight in the story. "Mr. Han, what kind of fighting are you good at?" Night Ham asked directly. Han Wu directly activated the Black Dragon transformation skill, transformed into a humanoid black dragon, flew high into the sky, and demonstrated his abilities to the members of the town guard. Seeing Han Wu's gorgeous transformation, Jessica with 2 guns' eyes were almost filled with hearts. "That's amazing, it's my type." This ability is very similar to the legendary werewolf, but Han should be called Dragon Man, said Dwayne Johnson. Nightham sighed solemnly. Mr. Han must be an angel sent by God to save the world. Han Wu, who had just landed, was a little overwhelmed when he heard Nightham praising him. Aren't angels supposed to be white? He is a million miles away from being an angel. Okay. Captain Rick looked at Han Wu with satisfaction. Han Wu has such strength, he really did not choose the wrong person. Han, you're new to the team. You don't need to take any action tonight. Just watch us hunt zombies. Captain Rick said. His original intention was to let Han Wu learn more. But Han Wu's idea is completely opposite to Captain Rick's. Why did he join the town guard? Isn't it just to kill more zombies and earn more merits? Don't let him take action? What a joke. This was blocking his path to wealth, and he refused to comply. Han Wu immediately said, Captain Rick, please let me join the battle. I'm sure you've seen my strength just now. It's no worse than any other member of the team. If you're really worried, I can assist a member of the guard team tonight. Captain, why don't you let me take care of him? I love working with handsome boys the most. Jessica, with 2 guns, volunteered. Okay then, let Jessica guide Han tonight, Captain Rick decided. Soon, night fell. Han Wu was pulled aside by Jessica. Little handsome boy, fighting those zombies is very dangerous. You must stay highly focused at all times. Jessica, with 2 guns, reminded. Don't worry, I have rich combat experience. Han Wu said confidently. Jessica, with 2 guns, smiled and drew 2 guns from her waist. At the same time, a magic circle as tall as a person appeared on both sides of her body. 2 mutant peas grew out of the magic circle. One is the Flame Archer pea, and the other is the Frost Archer pea. Both plants are at level 5. After the 2 mutant peas fully appeared, they turned into 2 rays of light and projected towards Jessica with 2 guns. Fiery red or icy blue roots were attached to her body like tattoos, and the 2 nozzles were completely integrated with the revolvers in Jessica's hands. One was emitting flames, and the other was emitting cold air. It looks powerful at first glance. The other 3 people also summoned their own plants and merged them with themselves. Johnson's 5th level plant is a giant nut. After fusing with his body, his size increased, and the hammer in his hand also shone with golden light. It looked like it was made of gold and was extremely solid. Nightham summoned 2 5th level plants, one for the swordsman's gladiolus and the other for the sentinel's tarsus. The 2 plants merged with the long sword at his waist and the long spear in his hand, respectively. Captain Rick is the most low-key. The plant he summoned was a 6th level Tsang Yin octagon, which looked ordinary. But the energy contained in the plant itself exceeds the sum of the other 3. After completing the fusion of man, instrument, and plant, Captain Rick turned into a fireman burning with flames. He looked at the approaching darkness and said, The zombies are coming. Chapter 80 Gene Lock. Han Wu stood beside Jessica with 2 guns, looking at these members of the town guard who had merged with plants in disbelief. Can high-level plants be used like this? Han Wu said it was an eye-opener. Then he saw that Jessica with 2 guns and Captain Rick took the lead in launching the attack. Flame bullets, frost bullets, and blue flame bullets shot into the darkness, causing a series of explosions. But there were still several zombies rushing out from the explosion. Without exception, they are all level 5 zombies. Leave it to us. Johnson, holding his warhammer, stepped forward and smashed a level 5 zombie on the head. The 5th level zombie's head cracked, but it was not dead. Countless long thorny tongues flew out from the neck, trying to assassinate Johnson the hammer. Jessica, holding 2 guns, pulled the triggers repeatedly, and dozens of bullets flew out in an instant, breaking all the long thorny tongues. Johnson the hammer continued his efforts and smashed a 5th level zombie to pieces with another hammer. Get one. The Hammer Johnson cheered while raising his hammer. On the other side, Nightham and Captain Rick also found a 5th level zombie and started a battle. With the tacit cooperation of the 2, the 5th level zombie was finally burned to ashes by Captain Rick's blue flame bullets. Han Wu found the right moment and attacked a 5th level zombie. The powerful attack of Black Dragon Transformation plus Darkness Attachment plus Tyrannosaurus Slash, which had always worked, failed to cause a devastating blow to the 5th level zombie. It just split the body of a 5th level zombie. Then Jessica fired a large number of fire bullets and frost bullets with her dual guns, and finally killed the 5th level zombie completely. Han Wu thus got an assist and gained 3,000 merits. In the town guard's merit shop, 3,000 attack points can be exchanged for a 4th level seed. Han Wu was happy and quickly found the next target and launched his strongest attack. Still failed to kill the zombie and got an assist. After 3 hours, Han Wu was almost exhausted from such continuous high-frequency fighting. The other members of the town guard team remained full of energy and continued their offensive. After careful observation, Hanwoo realized town guard members choose to merge with plants. In addition to gaining the attack power attached to the plants, their endurance is also improved. It can be said that they are now high-level plants that can move. Under their fierce resistance, no 5th level or 6th level zombies could enter the town. However, some 4th level zombies took advantage of the fact that the town guards had no time to pay attention to them and sneaked into the town. But the residents of the town are able to fight against the 4th level zombies. This reminded Hanwoo of what Captain Rick had said in the morning about the duties of the town guards. They really played a filtering role in screening out powerful zombies. Handsome boy, the battle has just begun and you are already exhausted. You are not fit enough to be my lover. Jessica, with 2 guns, teased Hanwoo while shooting when she saw him retreating to the back to rest. With her shooting ability, she can easily hit the target even without aiming with her eyes. Hanwoo could only smile bitterly at Jessica's teasing. If he still maintained the physique of a divine creature, how could he be tired? It's okay to fight until dawn. But now, his body is limited to that of an ordinary person. Being able to survive 3 hours of high-intensity combat is already an extraordinary performance. At this time, a teasing voice sounded in Hanwoo's mind. Carrier, guess who I am? Source of the mutation, you finally have time to pay attention to me. Hanwoo said, unhappily. Before he gave divinity to the source of mutation, the source of mutation was just a chatterbox, jumping out from time to time to seek attention. But after giving the source of mutation divinity, the source of mutation became silent, ignored Hanwoo and was very arrogant. I seem to smell the stench of a woman in the boudoir. The teasing voice of the source of the mutation sounded again. I just heard someone say that your body is not good. As the carrier of my mutation, how can it be impossible? So I decided to give you permission to stand up to that female creature with big breasts and a big butt. This made Hanwoo interested. What authority? This permission is called Gene Lock. I can tell you responsibly that it is easy to use. Very easy to use. So, do you want to try it? The source of mutation tempted. Try must try. Hanwoo naturally had to try. He spent 8 points of divinity to get this. How can you not try the effect? Then you sit back on the carrier. Let's get going. The teasing voice of the source of the mutation lingered in Hanwoo's mind. Immediately afterwards, Hanwoo heard a series of clicking sounds inside his body, as if a lock was opened. At this moment, all the cells in the body became wildly agitated, as if they had become independent lives, greedily sucking in the air around them. As a result, Hanwoo became full of energy, as if he possessed endless power. The gene lock is turned on. You can induce a temporary mutation in your body by taking any kind of powerful biological cells. The teasing voice of the source of mutation guided Hanwoo to adapt to this power. Where does Hanwoo have biological cells? He thought for a second and came up with an idea. He spent 3,000 merits directly from the town guard's merit shop, bought a 4th-level scorching sunflower seed, and put it into his mouth. The moment the seed entered Hanwoo's mouth, it began to decompose rapidly and merged into every hungry cell of Hanwoo in the form of gene fragments. Suddenly, Hanwoo felt very hot. Every cell is like the scorching sun, with endless light and heat. Then it lit up. The whole person was like a huge human-shaped light bulb, emitting endless light and illuminating an area within a radius of 5 kilometers. The zombies that were originally in the dark suddenly changed their environment. The bright light shone on the zombies, and their bodies were severely burned. Some low-level zombies were directly burned to ashes. Even the 5th-level zombies were affected by the strong light, and their combat effectiveness was halved. Although the members of the town guard did not understand Hanwoo's current situation, they knew that now was a good opportunity to launch a fierce attack. In an instant, countless bullets poured out. Hammers, spears, and swords all aimed at their respective targets. The zombies that were originally able to fight equally collapsed in an instant. There was a 6th-level giant zombie who, even when exposed to the sudden light, only felt pain but was not injured. It roared and pounced towards Hanwoo, trying to extinguish the light on Hanwoo's body. Protect Han! Captain Rick called out immediately. Johnson the Hammer and Knight Ham used their strong bodies to resist the impact of the 6th-level giant zombies. But the 6th-level giant zombie is so terrifying. The two of them couldn't even hold on for a second before they were slapped aside by the 6th-level giant zombie. The bullets fired by Captain Rick and Jessica with 2 guns were like scraping, unable to stop the 6th-level giant zombie from approaching. But at this moment, Hanwoo moved himself. Instead of running away, he opened his arms and rushed straight towards the 6th-level giant zombie that was attacking him. The moment the two came into contact, the light on Han Wu's body reached its extreme point. Like a scorching sun, let everything that tries to get close be turned into ashes. Chapter 81. Improved Plant Fusion. As his body temperature dropped, a series of reminder sounds rang in Han Wu's mind. Establish friendly relations with Jessica Smith, a member of the town guard and a resident of the town, to open Jessica Smith's personal store and gain plus 50,000 points. Establish friendly relations with Doug Johnson, a member of the town guard and a resident of the town, to open Doug Johnson's personal store and gain plus 50,000 points. Establish friendly relations with David Ham, a member of the town guard and a resident of the town, to open David Ham's personal shop and gain plus 50,000 points. These 3 tips show that Han Wu used his strength to convince all the members of the town guard and won their friendship. At the same time, Han Wu also discovered that he had gained 23,000 merits after killing a 6th-level giant zombie. This is a huge fortune for him. In the merit shop, a 4th-level seed only costs 3,000 merits. Carrier, does it feel good to open the genetic lock? The teasing voice of the source of the mutation sounded in Han Wu's mind. Awesome. Han Wu couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart. By opening the gene lock and adding a 4th-level scorching sunflower seed, Han Wu temporarily possessed the strength to surpass the 6th-level giant zombie. What if it was paired with a 5th-level seed, or even a 6th-level seed? Carrier, don't be too happy too soon. The gene lock is indeed very powerful, but you are too weak. If you want to use the power of the gene lock continuously, that's just a dream. The source of the mutation poured cold water on Han Wu's enthusiasm. Han Wu thought about it and realized that the more powerful the force, the more restrictions there would be. For example, life sacrifice, what an amazing ability. But it is limited to once a day. If there were no such restriction, Han Wu would have made a fortune just by the chance of drawing good things. With your current physical condition, it is barely feasible to use the gene lock ability once every 10 days. The source of the mutation guessed Han Wu's thoughts and explained. What will happen if I use the gene lock ability frequently? Han Wu asked. It will cause genetic disorder, and the temporary mutation will become a permanent mutation. Why, Carrier? You are so brave. Do you want to try it? The voice of the source of the mutation was full of teasing. Han Wu shook his head and gave up. Life is precious, but you should not seek death. Using the gene lock ability once every 10 days is already an incredible operation. Just as Han Wu was thinking about continuing to discuss the use of the gene lock ability with the source of the mutation, all the members of the town guard surrounded him. Han, are you okay? I just saw that your whole body was glowing. Captain Rick asked with concern. Jessica, handsome boy, your performance just now has completely conquered me. Now you are qualified to be my lover. Are you interested in spending a wonderful night with me? Nidam held the spear in his hand and said, Han, if you are tired, you can go back and rest. The zombies are seriously injured tonight. I can easily deal with the remaining 5th-level zombies by myself. Dwayne Johnson, Ham, don't just think about taking all the credit. I can fight alongside you. Han Wu felt the care and concern from the town guard members and felt warm inside. However, after that outburst, his body was truly exhausted to the extreme and he no longer had the strength to fight. In order not to affect the work of the 4 people, Han Wu did not go home, but hid in the corner behind them, watching them fight while browsing the goods in his personal store. As more and more new personal stores are opened, the friendship values of the 4 town guards are getting higher and higher. Han Wu couldn't bear it any longer and started shopping. Captain Rick's friendship value towards him increased to 80, and the number of items in his personal store increased to 6. After careful selection, Han Wu picked out the 5th-level Death Dahlia seeds with a friendly value of 65. The friendship value of Jessica, the twin gun, has been increased to 75, and there are 5 items in her personal store. Han Wu chose the physical technique, Instant Kick, which was worth 70 friendly points. The friendship value of Dwayne Johnson is 70, and there are 4 kinds of items in his personal store. Han Wu chose a top-grade divine weapon, a warhammer, worth 65 friendly points. Nightham's friendship value is 70, and there are 4 kinds of items in his personal store. Han Wu immediately liked one of them. It was the plant fusion technique performed by the members of the town guard today. Han Wu spent 70 friendship points to obtain this skill. After spending a lot of friendship points, the 4 people's personal shops were temporarily closed. The four people's attitude towards Han Wu was no longer as enthusiastic as before. But Han Wu was not worried. As long as he continues to perform well in the town guard team, the four people's friendship value towards him will definitely exceed 60 again. At that time, you can go shopping in the four people's personal stores again. Of the 4 items obtained, Han Wu was the first to comprehend the plant fusion technique that interested him the most. After reading the content related to plant fusion, Han Wu had some insights in his mind. Just when he was about to calm down and ponder the mystery, the source of the mutation came out again to make its presence felt. I thought it was some powerful secret technique, but it turns out to be just some crude method of grafting life forms across boundaries. It's nothing to be able to only graft a 5th-level plant into your body. It's rubbish. Han Wu frolnid. This was the plant fusion technique that he had spent 70 friendship points to obtain, but it was actually called garbage by the source of mutation. He couldn't bear it. Hey, carrier, are you unconvinced? Do you believe that with a slight modification, I can take this plant fusion technique to a new level? The source of the mutation said arrogantly, you can change it if you have the ability. Han Wu really didn't believe that the source of the mutation could change the plant fusion technique into something special. We have a deal. If I make the plant fusion technique stronger, how about you give me some divinity? The source of the mutation finally showed his true colors. Its real purpose is to obtain divinity from Han Wu. Last time, the source of mutation used the method of promoting Han Wu's core clan members to natural elite life forms in exchange for 8 points of divinity to improve itself. But because the principle was too simple, it was impossible to deceive Han Wu a second time. Therefore, the source of the mutation can only find other ways to obtain divinity from Han Wu. Han Wu thought to himself that if the source of the mutation could improve the plant fusion technique to a higher level, he would be the one who benefited. Moreover, after the divinity was absorbed by the source of mutation, the integrated abilities can still be used by him. No matter how you look at it, Han Wu himself is not at a loss. So he readily agreed. If the source of the mutation could improve the plant fusion technique, he would give him some divinity as a reward. The source of the change sensed Han Wu's thoughts and laughed silently. Is it so easy to take advantage of the bargain? After the bet was confirmed, the source of the mutation fell silent. It seemed that it was going to practice the plant fusion technique. Less than 5 minutes later, the teasing voice of the source of the mutation sounded from Han Wu's mind. Carrier, remember that you owe me a little divinity. Immediately, the improved version of plant fusion technique was transmitted into Han Wu's consciousness. After reading the entire plant fusion surgery, Han Wu was shocked. The source of the mutation is not bragging. After the improved plant fusion technique, the number of plants that can be fused has increased from 1 to 3, and one of them is a 6th-level seed. This is not a 3-fold change, but rather 1 plus 1 plus 1 is greater than 3. Imagine finding 3 plants that suit you and incorporating them into your body. What an improvement that would be. Han Wu was already getting impatient. My most suitable attribute is darkness. The 5th-level Death Dahlia is very suitable for me and can be the first plant I fuse. Han Wu made the decision. In the second half of the night, Han Wu was absorbing and fusing the 5th-level Death Dahlia. Use a modified version of plant fusion to integrate the Death Dahlia into your body. Chapter 82. The Night of the Lunar Eclipse. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. A reminder sounded in Han Wu's mind. Survive the 4th day, points plus 4,000. Outside the town, a large number of zombies disappeared under the first ray of sunlight, as if they had never appeared. Han Wu said goodbye to the members of the town guard and returned to his home. On the way, Han Wu opened the scoreboard. He is still ranked first. His points increased to 1.4 million, a full 200,000 points higher than Sun Qingyan, who ranked second. The third-place Su Tai, with less than 1 million points, has been completely left behind by Han Wu. Rank 4th is Qin Shuang, with 736,000 points, which can be considered as a latecomer. Han Wu had reason to believe that if Qin Shuang was given another 2 days, it would not be a dream for her to surpass Su Tai. When he returned home, Han Wu saw Qin Shuang packing up the spoils in the yard. She divided all the spoils fairly into 2 parts, one for herself and one for Han Wu. Han Wu smiled and said, "Actually, I don't need these spoils anymore. Any income one get from the town guards is more than what I get from these spoils." Qin Shuang said stubbornly, "We agreed to split it equally, so we have to split it equally. I, Qin Shuang, am not a girl who likes to take advantage of others, and I don't need your pity." Qin Shuang said so. Han Wu could only accept the spoils with a wry smile and sell them for 360 gold coins. 360 gold coins is not a small amount of money, enough to buy an ordinary 4th level seed. But Han Wu, who possessed the 5th level seed, no longer looked down upon the 4th level seed. He saved the gold coins for later use. In the afternoon, Han Wu continued to fuse the seeds of the Death Dahlia at home, nurturing it to take root and sprout in his body. Qin Shuang went to Mrs. Sal's house to learn dancing. After learning that he could open his own store by making friends with the townspeople, Qin Shuang became keen on making friends. Han Wu also received some benefits and exchanged them for some rare materials. Soon, 9 days passed. Han Wu walked outside the town in high spirits and saw 4 members of the town guard team waiting there. But all 4 of them looked sad, as if they had encountered some trouble. "What's wrong with you?" Han Wu asked with concern. Jessica with 2 guns replied, "Little handsome boy, you don't know that tonight is the night of the lunar eclipse which happens once a month. The invasion of zombies will be more violent than usual." On the night of the last lunar eclipse, Sister Jasmine, a member of the guard team, left us forever. Captain Rick's face also turned serious. "Jasmine's death is my responsibility. I, Rick, promise that as long as I am alive tonight, I will never let you die in front of me." Captain Rick, Nightham, and Dwayne Johnson were very moved. Han Wu could tell from the serious attitudes of the town members that tonight would be extremely dangerous. He is currently the weakest member of the town's guard team. If he encounters danger, he will most likely be the first to die. At this critical moment, Han Wu must make more comprehensive preparations. He has redeemed all the money in the personal stores open these days, but Han Wu still has the merit store. He opened the merit store and saw at first glance that his merit was as high as 95,000. This is a huge sum of money. Now is the time to spend. When a powerful enemy invades, the first thing Han Wu needs to pay attention to is his own safety. You must get a set of artifact armor, which costs 12,000 merits. To fight against more powerful zombies, you need to be strong enough and take some supplements to improve your physical fitness. Night vision fruit, power flower, physical fitness grass. Time was urgent, so Han Wu just ate the food dry after exchanging it. After eating these supplements, Han Wu burped. He still has 12,000 merits left in his account. He chose a 5th level seed, Golden Dragon Grass. The Golden Dragon Grass and Sutai's 4th level Fire Dragon Grass belong to the same type of plants, but they have different properties. Golden Dragon Grass is of gold attribute and possesses some of the genes of a dragon. Han Wu chose it because the Golden Dragon Grass has some dragon genes and is a good match for him. Use the remaining 12,000 merits to exchange for Golden Dragon Grass seeds. After the exchange, Han Wu directly carried out the integration. The Golden Dragon Grass seeds were also growing slowly during Han Wu's fusion process. Golden roots spread across Han Wu's body. After coming into contact with the black dragon blood in Han Wu's body, some of the dragon genes in the Golden Dragon Grass were stimulated and began to absorb the black dragon blood. The golden roots were stained with black dragon blood and turned into the most mysterious dark gold color. The fusion speed of Golden Dragon Grass has increased. Soon, night fell. The moon rises in the sky. At first the moon was as bright as a jade plate, but soon it was swallowed up by darkness. This phenomenon is a lunar eclipse. Under the lunar eclipse, the dead energy in the zombies became more active than ever before, which in turn led to the zombies' increased strength. The original 1st level zombie roared at the moon a few times and was promoted to the 2nd level. 70% of the original 2nd level zombies were promoted to the 3rd level. 30% of the original 3rd level zombies were affected by the lunar eclipse, and their strength soared to the 4th level. About 1/10 of the former 4th level zombies broke through to the 5th level. Level 5 zombies are the main target group of the town guards and must be intercepted outside the town. Once they enter the town, they will bring unimaginable disasters to the residents. Those damn zombie cubs are here again. Everyone get ready and start fighting. Captain Rick gave an order, and the 4 of them displayed their plant fusion skills one after another. In the blink of an eye, they completed the fusion with the plants and entered combat mode. Han Wu's speed is slower than theirs, but the fusion process is the smoothest. After all, the method used by Han Wu was an improved version of the source of mutation. After the fusion, the Death Dahlia appeared in front of Han Wu like a tattoo. It exudes a breath of death, which can not only camouflage Han Wu to confuse the zombies, but also reduce Han Wu's physical consumption. There is only a little bit of golden dragon grass left at the moment, fused to Han Wu's back. With the blessing of the golden dragon grass, the mini dragon wings on Han Wu's back turned dark gold and flapped more powerfully. Feeling the enhancement of his own strength from the two plants that had not been fully fused, Han Wu couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. Tonight, he was determined to fight to his heart's content. Chapter 83 Special Plant, Black Death Mushroom. The lunar eclipse continues. The sky grew darker, but the members of the town guard have all taken the night vision fruit and can see things clearly at night. They saw the zombie army attacking the town. Among them, there are 5th-level zombies in groups of hundreds. Stop them! Captain Rick gave the order with a serious expression and fired a large number of blue flame bullets at the group of 5th-level zombies. Song Yin looks weak, but in fact, its temperature is extremely high. Even if a 5th-level zombie is hit by a bullet, fist-size holes will be burned at the wound site. Jessica, who was holding a double gun, pulled the trigger on both revolvers in succession, and a large number of flaming bullets and frost bullets burst out. Nightham and Hammer Johnson are the meat shields, standing in front to prevent the 5th-level zombies from approaching. Han Wu relied on his ability to fly to gain air superiority. With Darkness plus Tyrannosaurus Slash plus a body strengthened by a large amount of natural treasures, its combat power is amazing. Even a 5th-level zombie could not withstand his full-strength attack. Moreover, Han Wu also did not neglect his training and physical skills. Even if he is surrounded by zombies, he can use a quick kick to kick all the zombies away in an instant and take the opportunity to escape. The 5 people worked in perfect harmony and blocked a large number of zombies outside the town. But as the impact of the lunar eclipse deepened, the zombies' resistance became more intense. The 5 of them couldn't bear it anymore. Jessica, go find Mayor Schwarzenegger and ask him to send reinforcements, Captain Rick shouted. Jessica with 2 guns obediently retreated to the town to report the battle situation. Without one person's firepower support, the town guard was in a more difficult situation. Nightham was careless and his divine plate armor was smashed by the zombies, greatly reducing his protective power. There were multiple scratches on Dwayne Johnson's body. Although it does not affect his fighting ability, if it continues like this, he will definitely not be able to hold on. The divine weapon, the shotgun, in Captain Rick's hand kept firing, and the barrel was burning red and needed to be cooled down urgently. If they continue fighting at such a high intensity, they will collapse before rescue arrives. Seeing this situation, Han Wu knew that his chance to show off had come. It's time for the 10-day cooldown period's trump card to come into play. Captain Rick, I'm here to buy you some time, Han Wu said bluntly. Then, he used the merits he had just earned to exchange for a 5th-level seed from the merit store, Aurora Vine. This seed has light attributes and can effectively suppress the death energy of zombies. The moment Han Wu swallowed the Aurora Vine seeds, the genetic lock in his body was opened. Cells throughout the body began to frantically absorb the genetic fragments carried in the Aurora Vine seeds, inducing temporary mutations in the cells. Han Wu's body began to glow. Hundreds of vines sprouted from all over his body. Under Han Wu's control, these hundreds of vines spewed aurora rays at the zombie army. Hundreds of aurora rays danced wildly, like a cutting machine, cutting the zombies they illuminated into 2 pieces. The 5th-level zombie is physically strong and can withstand a beam of aurora. Han Wu then sent out 2 auroral rays at the same time. In an instant, hundreds of level 5 zombies were cut into pieces. There was also a level 6 zombie that was targeted and attacked by dozens of aurora rays, and its death was inevitable. In Han Wu's merit store, the number of merits skyrocketed, breaking through the 350,000 mark in one fell swoop. This means that Han Wu can exchange for more good things. After a round of heavy bombing, the zombie army suffered a considerable blow. Han Wu was also exhausted and could only hide behind to rest. He bought Captain Rick and others some time to catch their breath. At the same time, Jessica with 2 guns found the mayor. Upon hearing about the situation of the town guard, Mayor Schwarzenegger immediately brought a dozen guards to provide support. With the cooperation of both parties, the entrance to the town was temporarily secured. But the lunar eclipse is not over yet, and the zombies' power is still growing. Han Wu, who was hiding in the back to rest, recovered some strength and took the initiative to ask to return to the front line. He looked into the distance, and in addition to seeing almost endless zombies, he also discovered a large fog spreading towards the direction of the town. Mayor Schwarzenegger, it's foggy. We can see through the darkness, but not the fog. If you have any suitable plants, please bring them out as soon as possible. Captain Rick also noticed the coming fog and urged the mayor. Mayor Schwarzenegger frowned as he looked at the thick fog that was spreading. The fog made him feel something was wrong. In order to prevent the fog from drifting over, Mayor Schwarzenegger took out a 4th-level blowing clover seed in a ceramic flower pot. He planted wind-blown clover seeds in ceramic pots. After the seeds were buried in the soil, they began to take root and sprout quickly, and in less than a minute they grew into a full-fledged clover. Blowing the clover releases a strong wind that disperses some of the mist. Han Wu stood aside, watching with eyes wide open. This is so amazing. In theory, it takes some time for each seed to grow from planting to taking shape. The longest 1 or 2 days, the shortest one at least an hour. And this blowing clover in front of us took less than a minute to take shape. There must be a secret in it. Han Wu fixed his eyes on the ceramic flower pot and got the relevant information. Ceramic flower pot, a container used to plant seeds, which can increase the growth rate of seeds planted in it by 100 times. This is simply a magical weapon for special plants. Han Wu exclaimed. Mayor Schwarzenegger heard Han Wu's sigh and turned to encourage him. Han, if you like flower pots, I can give you a few later. I just heard from Rick that you performed very well tonight. When the lunar eclipse is over, I will reward you on behalf of the town. Immediately, a familiar prompt sounded in Han Wu's mind. Establish friendly relations with the town mayor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Open Arnold Schwarzenegger's personal store and gain plus 100,000 points. Han Wu suddenly felt like he had been hit by a huge pie in the sky. He immediately opened Mayor Schwarzenegger's personal store to check. There were as many as 15 items inside. This is only the case when the friendship value is 60. If the friendship value continues to rise, there will be more goods in that person's store. Scanning the 15 items, Han Wu set his eyes on a first-level special plant called Black Death Mushroom. This plant is amazing. Its method of attack is to spit spores at zombies, and it can spit out tens of millions of spores at a time. These spores will use the death energy from the zombies as nutrients and quickly grow into new Black Death Mushrooms. The Black Death Mushroom will continue to spit spores at the surrounding zombies, repeating the above process. It spreads as fast as a virus. But because the damage is minimal, it has always been kept as a collection by Mayor Schwarzenegger. But today, the Black Death Mushroom met Han Wu, its mentor. Han Wu saw a new way to play from the way Black Death Mushroom spreads. If successful, the benefits it will bring in the future will not be less than those of Han Wu's core Locust clan. With excitement, Han Wu spent 5 friendly points to exchange for the Black Death Mushroom. Han Wu then placed the Black Death Mushroom in front of the wind-blown clover, letting the wind blow its spores into the group of zombies.